In a rented room on the outskirts of Nanling City, Yi Hong sat dumbfounded on the bed, staring ahead with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. His world had suddenly become extraordinary. His eyes now possessed a miraculous ability; they could penetrate walls and see the scenes on the other side. This newfound power filled him with unparalleled excitement and anticipation. Damn it, X-ray vision. I actually have X-ray vision now. A crimson glow flickered in Yi Hong's eyes as he clenched his fists, his heart surging with both excitement and unease. He understood that this ability would completely change his destiny. He would no longer be the insignificant laborer everyone looked down on. In the vast sea of people in Nanling City, he would carve out a legacy of his own. After a moment, Yi Hong took a deep breath to calm himself and lowered his head to gently touch the Yin-Yang jade pendant hanging around his neck. He pondered quietly. This pendant was not only the sole clue to uncovering his origins but also the source of his X-ray vision. Just yesterday, while fighting off some thugs to protect his sister Yi Qing, his blood had stained the jade pendant, accidentally activating the yin-yang vision, yin in the left eye, yang in the right. His right eye could see through everything. Xiao Laosan, just wait. I will avenge this. Daring to harass my sister, I will never let you off. Yi Hong gritted his teeth, the flames of vengeance igniting in his heart. Ah! Xiao Hong, you're awake. That's great. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have suffered so much. At that moment, a beautiful and delicate woman holding a bowl of medicine rushed into the rented room. Seeing Yi Hong sitting on the bed, she immediately ran over and hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Yi Hong gently patted his sister Yi Qing on the shoulder and smiled faintly. Sis, don't worry, I'm fine. Besides, this isn't your fault. Those guys dared to harass you, I'll make sure they pay the price. Xiao Hong, it's good that you're okay, but don't provoke those thugs again, Yi Qing said, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her voice was full of concern. Here, Xiao Hong, drink this medicine first. The doctor said your internal injuries are severe. Yi Hong accepted the bowl, secretly feeling overjoyed. Although his injuries had completely healed, he obediently drank the medicine to put his sister's mind at ease. Xiao Hong, rest at home and focus on your recovery for now. Don't worry about work, Yi Qing said, her face full of tender affection as she stroked his head, overcome with guilt. Before their parents passed away, they had asked her to take good care of her younger brother, but she hadn't been able to provide him with a good life. Instead, he had suffered greatly because of her. All right, sis, I'll stay at home. You should head to work. I'm really fine, Yi Hong reassured her with a smile, secretly planning to use this opportunity to test his X-ray vision and find a way to get rich. He wanted to ensure that he and his sister would no longer have to worry about their livelihood and that no one would dare to bully them again. Okay, just stay home and don't wander around. I'll come back in the evening to make dinner for you, Yi Qing said before hurrying out of the rented room and heading toward the factory not far away. As soon as Yi Qing had left, Yi Hong couldn't wait any longer and stepped out of the house. He was eager to experiment with his incredible X-ray vision and see if it could truly change his fate. On the street, as he observed the bustling cars and pedestrians, his heart brimmed with determination. He came to an underpass and discovered a gambling stall surrounded by a crowd of people energetically placing bets. Upon closer inspection, the stall owner turned out to be a young girl, about 18 or 19 years old, with a delicate yet commanding presence. A cigarette dangled from her lips, giving her the air of a streetwise rogue. Come, place your bets. Big or small, place your bets now. The girl shook a dice cup in her hand, smiling brightly at the crowd. The clattering sounds of the dice hitting the cup were like war drums, drawing everyone's attention. At that moment, the girl stopped shaking the dice and quickly pressed the cup onto the ground. I'm betting 500 on big. The last few rounds were all big. I don't believe it'll be small this time. A gambler, his face riddled with hesitation, pulled out 5 100 yuan bills and boldly placed his bet. Seeing this, the crowd followed suit. Some bet 100, others 200, and even someone else bet 500. Only a few chose to bet on small. A sly glint flashed in Yi Hong's eyes. Now that he had X-ray vision, he was sure to win this round with ease. Soon, the total amount of bets had reached over 2,000. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Yi Hong focused his attention. His left eye fixed on the dice cup, and as he concentrated, his right eye seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, giving off an ethereal, otherworldly vibe. The yin-yang vision, yin in the left eye, yang in the right. With his right eye, Yi Hong could see through all things. Under the gaze of his right eye, the dice inside the cup became instantly visible. A 4, a 3, and a 2, 2, 3, 4, 9 points, small. It really works, I can see through it. Seeing the situation inside the dice cup, Yi Hong was thrilled, his eyes locked onto the cup pressed under the girl's hand. Well then, folks, let's reveal the result. the girl said with a practiced ease, blowing a smoke ring as she lifted her hand. Instantly, a chorus of curses erupted from the crowd. 2, 3, 4, 9 points. It's small again. I lost. Me too. That's it, I'm done. I've already lost over 3,000 in just an hour. My wife's going to kill me when I get home. The girl collected the stack of bills with a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Sorry, everyone, 2, 3, 4, 9 points. I win. The gambling continued. After watching for a while and steadying his emotions, Yi Hong had figured out the rules of this dice game. 4 to 10 was small, 11 to 17 was big. If all three dice showed the same number, it was called a triple, which meant the house won everything. Using his yin-yang vision, Yi Hong also caught on to the girl's pattern of shaking the dice. However, it was clear that she was an expert at manipulating the dice, a skill that ordinary players couldn't compete with. But under the scrutiny of Yi Hong's yin-yang vision, her tricks were as good as useless. At this moment, Yi Hong decided to join the game. Watching the girl shake the dice cup, he smirked slightly and squatted down casually. The girl noticed the new gambler and, still shaking the dice, flashed a bright smile. Hey there, handsome, want to give it a shot? Yi Hong nodded earnestly, pulling out 100 yuan from his pocket. Just as the girl was about to slam the dice cup down, he bet on big. Place your bets, no more bets. The girl called out loudly, uncovering the dice cup. Revealed to everyone were a 4, a 5, and a 6, 4, 5, 6, 15 points, big. Damn it, how is it big again? I should have kept betting on big. The gamblers around cursed angrily, some leaving in frustration while others joined in. This round, Yi Hong discreetly won 100 yuan, yet the girl paid no attention to the seemingly ordinary gambler. However, in the following hour, Yi Hong couldn't lose. Every bet he placed was a winning one. In no time, his initial 100 yuan had snowballed into 4 or 5,000. Witnessing his incredible luck, the gamblers began to follow his lead, betting on whatever he chose. This brought them their fair share of winning excitement too. Earning 4 or 5,000 so easily, an amount exceeding his monthly salary, left Yi Hong overjoyed internally. Yet, outwardly, he remained calm and composed. At this moment, however, the girl's eyes were practically ablaze, glaring at Yi Hong with fury. Since he had arrived at the gambling stall, her pocket had only been emptied, not replenished. If this continued, all her efforts for the day would be in vain. What's the matter, miss? Not gambling anymore? Yi Hong's gaze met hers, his jet-black eyes calm and unreadable, making it impossible for her to discern his thoughts. Mister, you've got some luck, don't you? Gamble? Why not gamble? How about we have a big wager, just the two of us? The girl leaned forward slightly, her eyes sparkling mischievously, exuding a flirtatious charm. Noticing Yi Hong's calm demeanor, her anger flared further. She thought to herself, today, I'm going to make sure you lose everything. Hey, do you dare to gamble or not? With a loud slap, the girl forcefully smacked the dice cup onto the table, staring coldly at Yi Hong. The gamblers around them turned their attention to the scene, eager to watch this lucky man go head-to-head with the girl. Gamble? Of course, I'll gamble. Realizing he had momentarily let his guard down, Yi Hong quickly composed himself and smiled as he asked, Miss, how do you want to play? I'm game for anything. Simple. 1 round to decide the winner. Bet all the money you have on you, the girl said nonchalantly, looking down at Yi Hong. Of course, if you lose, you'll have to streak through the streets. Streak through the streets? Yi Hong was amused by the girl's audacious proposal, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. The gamblers around burst into laughter, their gazes darting back and forth between the two. Now this was an exciting wager. Yi Hong's devilish grin carried an irresistible charm, and paired with his ruggedly handsome features, it seemed capable of making any woman swoon. He looked at Zhao Yuyu, the girl, and smirked slightly before asking, All right, I'll take the challenge. But if you lose, does that mean you'll have to streak too? You? Zhao Yuyu puffed out her cheeks in frustration, her eyes practically shooting fire. However, she was confident in her skills and thought to herself that there was no way Yi Hong could win. With a cold smile, she replied, If you win, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. Alright, let's begin, Yi Hong said casually, waving his hand, his expression calm. Seeing Zhao Yuyu's confidence piqued his curiosity, he was eager to see what kind of extraordinary skill she had. The gamblers around them watched intently as Zhao Yuyu swiftly grabbed the dice cup with one hand. With a slap of her left palm, the 3 dice shot into the air. Like lightning, she caught them in the cup and began shaking it, her expression serious. The display left the gamblers in awe. Such a technique was something they had only seen in movies. Zhao Yuyu's decisive actions convinced everyone that she was undoubtedly a master at rolling dice. It seemed the young man was destined to lose. Yi Hong, however, appeared indifferent as he watched the girl opposite him. He seemed relaxed, even pulling out a pack of Hongta brand cigarettes. Lighting one, he smoked leisurely. Though he was impressed by Zhao Yuyu's skill, he remained confident. There was no way he would lose. Zhao Yuyu sneered inwardly at Yi Hang's nonchalant demeanor. A true gambling master would focus entirely on their opponent's movements while the dice were being rolled. Yi Hang's relaxed attitude was practically an invitation to lose. She thought to herself angrily, "This damn lecher, wait till you have to streak through the streets." With that thought, Zhao Yuyu's lips curled into a smug smile. With a sharp motion, she slammed the dice cup down onto the table, covering it. Her enchanting eyes locked onto Yi Hang as she teased, "Alright, handsome, you can guess now. But you'd better guess correctly, or streaking on the street will be quite embarrassing. Of course, if someone takes a video and uploads it online, you might become an internet celebrity. So, in a way, you wouldn't be losing out, would you? Ha ha ha." Hearing her laughter, Yi Hang rolled his eyes. A nearby gambler patted his shoulder and joked, "Brother, the dignity of us men rests on this round. You absolutely can't lose. After all, a man can't let a woman look down on him, ha ha ha." "Exactly, brother. You've got to hold your ground this time. Don't let us down." The crowd burst into laughter. Yi Hang took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. A playful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he said softly, "Of course, we men have to stand tall and firm in front of women. Alright, miss, I bet on 3 sixes, a triple." As soon as he spoke, the crowd fell silent. Those who had been laughing moments earlier were now stunned. Anyone familiar with dice games knew that rolling a triple, also known as a leopard, was incredibly rare. For Yi Hang to make such a bold guess in such a critical round left everyone in shock. Zhao Yuyu was equally taken aback, her expression shifting rapidly. Her hand gripped the dice cup tightly. She was well aware that the dice she had rolled had a high chance of being 3 sixes, but she hadn't expected Yi Hang to guess it. If he had just guessed randomly, his luck was truly extraordinary. At that moment, a gambler suddenly shouted, "The city enforcement is here." The shout shattered the brief silence. The gamblers panicked, looking around in confusion. But there was no sign of any city enforcement officers. In the ensuing chaos, Zhao Yuyu seized the opportunity and bolted. Trying to run? Not a chance. Yi Hang snapped out of his surprise and immediately gave chase. If she lost, she had to honor her wager. At the very least, she owed him the money. She ran. Does that mean she lost? The gamblers were baffled, as the situation seemed to suggest Yi Hang was about to lose. Just then, one of them lifted the dice cup, and what they saw left them utterly stunned. 3 sixes, a triple. Yi Hang had won. This young man was a true dice master, a master among masters. On the bustling street, Yi Hang trailed closely behind Zhao Yuyu, feeling a mix of urgency and frustration. Chasing after a girl for money wasn't exactly dignified, but the money was crucial to him, and his pride had long been set aside. Just as he was deep in thought, the girl suddenly disappeared from view, making him halt abruptly and scan his surroundings. Before he could react further, Yi Hang activated his yin-yang vision. His right eye functioned like a scanner, and the pedestrians around him appeared as transparent silhouettes, their intricate internal structures laid bare. He could even see the flow of blood within their bodies. But he wasn't in the mood to marvel at these fascinating details. His gaze pierced through walls, eventually spotting the girl in a nearby alley. However, before long, she vanished again like a phantom. Yi Hang tried to pursue her further, but it seemed the limits of his yin-yang vision had been reached, and he could see no farther. 20 meters? Could it be that the yin-yang vision can only penetrate such a short distance? Yi Hang was puzzled, but this was not the time to dwell on it. The girl had vanished into the alley, she clearly hadn't gone far. His mind stirred, and he quickened his pace, heading into the alley. This was a somewhat worn-down alley, similar to the environment Yi Hang was used to. The surroundings were filled with rental housing, cheap and crowded with migrant workers striving to make a living. At this moment, a few children were playing in the alley, their laughter echoing faintly. Yi Hang activated the yin-yang vision as he moved through the alley. Within moments, he spotted the girl in an ordinary courtyard. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he walked straight toward the courtyard. The door was ajar, and he pushed it open to find the girl busy in the kitchen. The pungent smell of traditional Chinese medicine filled the air. "Ah, it's you. Why are you here? How did you follow me?" Zhao Yuyu walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of medicine, but as soon as she saw Yi Hang standing in the courtyard, her hand trembled, and the bowl shattered on the ground with a clang. She stared at him, frozen, her eyes reflecting panic and unease. Yi Hang's expression remained calm as he said indifferently, "A bet is a bet. That's the rule. Return the money to me, and we'll go our separate ways." "Humph, you're a grown man chasing a woman over some money, all the way to her home. Are you even a man?" Zhao Yuyu tried to sound tough, hoping to scare him off, but she didn't dare push too far. The seemingly composed man before her gave off an inexplicable sense of dread. His deep, penetrating gaze made her feel intensely pressured. "What's going on, Yuyu? Did you cause trouble outside?" A deep male voice came from within the house. Moments later, a man in a wheelchair slowly rolled out. His eyes rested on Yi Hong for a moment before filling with concern as he looked at Zhao Yuyu, as though Yi Hong were insignificant. "Brother, I didn't cause any trouble. It's this shameless man cheating me." The man's presence seemed to embolden Zhao Yuyu. She twisted the truth and shot a provocative glance at Yi Hong, sticking out her tongue mischievously. Yi Hong ignored Zhao Yuyu, his eyes entirely focused on the man in the wheelchair, filled with a quiet vigilance. This man made him feel an overwhelming sense of danger. That seemingly indifferent glance earlier had sent a jolt through Yi Hang's heart, as though he were being watched by a predator. Zhao Hengtian shook his head helplessly. He knew his sister too well. He then turned to Yi Hong and said, "My friend, if Yuyu has offended you, I'll have her apologize to you. I hope you won't take it to heart." Yi Hong took a deep breath and looked directly at him. "Your sister lost to me in a dice game but refuses to pay up. I'm only here to reclaim what's rightfully mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hengtian's gaze turned cold, and the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. "Yuyu, how many times have I told you to stay away from gambling? Have my words completely gone in one ear and out the other?" His icy stare pierced through Zhao Yuyu like daggers, resembling a strict father. Trembling under his gaze, Zhao Yuyu's eyes welled up, and she broke into sobs. "Brother, I only did it to quickly gather enough money to pay for your treatment. The doctor said if we don't act soon, you'll never walk again." "Enough!" Zhao Hengtian interrupted her angrily, his eyes showing a glimpse of pain. His legs had been crippled because of gambling, and he would never allow his sister to fall into the same vice. "Even if I'm confined to this wheelchair forever, I won't let you gamble again." Yi Hong silently observed the scene, his heart slightly shaken. While he found Zhao Yuyu's actions despicable, he couldn't help but admire her courage to go to such lengths for her family. His own sister was also struggling to forge a better future. Wasn't this another form of hard work? "Your Achilles tendons were severed, but that's not all." Yi Hang activated his yin-yang vision to examine Zhao Hengtian's legs more closely. To his astonishment, he discovered a dark, blood clot-like mass within the man's calves. This obstruction was disrupting blood flow, leaving his lower legs nearly lifeless. "You can see the condition of my legs?" Zhao Hengtian's eyes gleamed with a sudden light upon hearing Yi Hang's words. Zhao Yuyu, who had been sobbing, also stopped, her gaze fixed on Yi Hang. "The severed tendons aren't the real issue," Yi Hang said calmly. "The real culprit is the residual mass in your calves. That's what's truly crippling you." His words were like a shot of adrenaline to Zhao Hengtian. His body trembled slightly, and hope lit up in his eyes. Ordinary people couldn't see the poison in his legs, yet Yi Hong had spotted it at a glance. Could this young man possibly cure him? "Can you heal him?" Zhao Yuyu's voice trembled with nervous anticipation as she looked at Yi Hong, her tone unconsciously softening. Under their expectant gazes, Yi Hong smiled faintly. "I don't know. I'm under no obligation to try. Goodbye." With that, he turned to leave, deciding to let go of the money entirely. "Wait. If you can cure my brother's legs, I, Zhao Yuyu, will be yours to command from now on. I won't go back on my word." Zhao Yuyu immediately stepped in front of him, her eyes full of pleading, tears brimming as if they might spill at any moment. Her desperation tugged at Yi Hang's resolve. "Sorry, I can't help you." Yi Hang gently pushed past her and shook his head, declining. "Please, I beg you. It was my fault earlier. I'll return your money tenfold, 100-fold, if you can just heal my brother." Her tear-streaked face made her look heartbreakingly vulnerable, but Yi Hang's heart remained firm. To heal Zhao Hengtian's legs, he would have to use his yin-yang vision, a secret he wasn't willing to reveal. "Yuyu, have some dignity," Zhao Hengtian's voice came from behind with a resolute tone. "Young man, if you can cure my legs, we can make a deal." Yi Hong turned around and said indifferently, "Given your condition, what kind of deal could you possibly offer me?" Zhao Hengtian smiled faintly, a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. "If you heal my legs, I'll teach you 2 extraordinary skills and serve you for 3 years. What do you think?" Yi Hong chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Sorry, but those conditions don't interest me. Besides, I'm not entirely confident I can heal your legs. Apologies, but I'll be going now." "Wait." Seeing that Yi Hong was genuinely about to leave, a flicker of unease crossed Zhao Hengtian's face. He couldn't afford to let this rare individual slip away. "Young man, hear me out before you decide." Zhao Hengtian rolled his wheelchair closer to Yi Hong, his tone calm but brimming with confidence. "The skills I'm offering will absolutely change your life. One is the art of deception, master-level gambling techniques. The other is martial arts. The martial arts I'll teach you are the essence of our nation's traditions, far superior to things like Taekwondo. With them, you could easily take on 10, even 100 opponents. With these skills, I'm not saying you'll dominate the world, but in the southern regions, you'll definitely establish yourself. Deception, martial arts, the South." Zhao Hengtian's words ignited a fire within Yi Hang. With his yin-yang vision, he was ready to make a mark on the world. Mastering advanced gambling techniques would make him invincible in games of chance, and martial arts, the thought of acquiring unparalleled fighting abilities stirred something deep within him. He could finally protect his sister and ensure she was never bullied again. Those petty gangsters would be nothing to him. In an instant, a surge of determination coursed through Yi Hang. He turned sharply to Zhao Hengtian, his gaze resolute. "All right, I accept the deal. But to heal your legs, I'll need some time. I'm not fully confident yet." I trust you'll succeed," Zhao Hengtian said with a confident laugh. He could see that this young man was extraordinary, his ambition even surpassing what he had once possessed in his youth. Yi Hang smiled as well and extended his hand toward Zhao Hengtian. "I hope we have a successful partnership. My name is Yi Hang. I'm Zhao Hengtian." Zhao Hengtian replied with a smile, but hearing this name sent a jolt through Yi Hang. Could this man before him truly be the legendary king of the Southwest, Zhao Hengtian? Walking out of Zhao Hengtian's courtyard, Yi Hang's emotions were tumultuous. The Southwest king, Zhao Hengtian, was a figure well known even among the common folk. Through his own strength, he carved out his own domain and became the ruler of the Southwest region. However, in recent years, Zhao Hengtian had mysteriously disappeared, giving rise to countless rumors. Yet today, Yi Hang finally met this legendary figure. The title of Southwest King was truly well-deserved. Even with his crippled leg, he exuded an aura that demanded respect. Those piercing eyes of his seemed to see through everything, striking fear into anyone who met his gaze. Leaving the alley, Yi Hang headed toward the place he shared with his sister, Yi Qing. The sky was gradually darkening, and his sister should be finishing work soon. Before parting with Zhao Hengtian, the man had told Yi Hang that he was welcome to learn his skills in gambling techniques and martial arts at any time. There was no need to wait until Yi Hang had cured his leg. When Yi Hang returned home, Yi Qing had not yet arrived. Feeling bored, he began mentally reviewing the profound knowledge stored in his mind. After some sorting, he found that the knowledge imparted by the yin-yang jade pendant could be categorized into two types. One was an extraordinary medical scripture that could cure all ailments, and the other was a technique for cultivating inner energy. The medical scripture was called the Ghost Valley Medical Classic, written by the legendary strategist Gaguzzi in his later years. It was incredibly rare and precious. The 18 needles of Ghost Valley were said to be capable of bringing the dead back to life and regenerating flesh from bare bones, one needle to heaven, another to hell. As for the energy cultivation technique, it was an advanced form of internal qigong. If placed in a martial arts novel, it would undoubtedly be an invincible secret manual with unparalleled power. Having organized this information, Yi Hang felt a surge of excitement. The brief description of the medical scripture alone gave him a glimpse of its incredible potential. If he could master it, he might become a divine physician. After some thought, Yi Hang decided to start with the Ghost Valley Medical Classic. After all, he would soon need to treat Zhao Hengtian's crippled leg. If he could grasp even a rudimentary understanding of it in the meantime, it would greatly aid him in the treatment. The primary method of the Ghost Valley Medical Classic was acupuncture, which addressed various ailments. Of course, mastering the energy cultivation technique would also assist in the use of the medical scripture. To learn acupuncture, one must have a profound understanding of the body's acupoints. A single misplaced needle could have disastrous consequences. As Yi Hang closed his eyes and began to visualize the body's acupoints, his sister, Yi Qing, returned home, carrying a few groceries, ingredients known for their nourishing benefits. Hearing the noise from outside the room, Yi Hang suddenly pushed open the door and saw his sister busy in the kitchen. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Although they were not biological siblings, the bond they shared surpassed that of blood relations. Over the years, Yi Qing had endured countless hardships and ridicule for his sake, and Yi Hang remembered it all. He silently vowed to one day give her a life of luxury and honor. It was the only way he could repay her. "Xiao Hang, why are you up? Go lie down. I bought some good food for you. It'll be ready soon, so be good and rest," Yi Ching said as she walked out of the kitchen. Seeing Yi Hong leaning against the door and looking at her with a gentle expression, she couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. This rascal's injuries weren't fully healed yet, and he was already moving around? If she knew that he had not only been walking around but also gambling with strangers, who knows how she would react? Yi Hong gave a silly grin and said, "Sister, I'm fine now. Lying in bed makes my whole body ache, getting up and walking a bit helps." Yi Ching sighed helplessly and nodded. "All right then, but don't overdo it. Just stand or sit quietly, no strenuous movements. I'm making fish head tofu soup, it's great for nourishing your blood. Make sure you drink plenty later." With that, she returned to the kitchen, her graceful figure and delicate features emanating a serene charm, like a perfect homemaker. Yi Hong thought to himself, whoever marries his sister in the future must have accumulated a lot of good karma. Despite her simple attire, Yi Ching was undeniably beautiful. If she dressed up, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Before long, dinner was ready. Yi Hong cheerfully sat down at the table, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the delicious spread. He smiled and said, "Sister, your cooking is top-notch. I can't imagine who'll be lucky enough to marry you in the future." "Stop your nonsense." Yi Ching shot him a glare. "What's this? Are you so eager to marry me off because you're tired of me looking after you? Let me tell you, I'll only ever take care of you, and you'd better not try to get rid of me." "Of course not," Yi Hong quickly replied with a sheepish grin. "I'd be thrilled if you wanted to look after me forever. By the way, sister, could you help me quit my job? I don't think I'll be able to return to work anytime soon." Yi Ching thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll handle it. Once you're feeling better, I'll help you find another job. Now eat up, and make sure to drink plenty of soup." After dinner, as night fell, Yi Hong lay on his bed and continued studying the acupoint diagrams. He had almost fully memorized the human body's acupoint map from the Ghost Valley Medical Classic. The body was divided into life acupoints and death acupoints, totaling over 800 points based on the principle of 9-9 calculations. Thanks to the yin-yang divine eyes, which granted him photographic memory, he was able to learn at an astonishing pace. Now, all he needed was hands-on practice with acupuncture. Not only that, but Yi Hong had also nearly mastered the acupuncture through acupoint movement technique described in the Ghost Valley Medical Classic. This method of using acupoint activity to treat illnesses was nothing short of miraculous and unheard of. However, to reach the pinnacle of this skill, where he could bring the dead back to life, he still had a long way to go. He glanced at the room next door and, using his yin-yang divine eyes, saw that Yi Ching was already asleep, her breathing steady. However, Yi Hong would never dare to use his ability to peek at his sister. To him, Yi Ching was the purest and most sacred person in his life, untouchable by anyone. Having acquired such extraordinary powers due to his misfortune, Yi Hong decided not to tell Yi Ching about it for now. After all, the ability to see through everything was too surreal, and revealing it might only cause her unnecessary worry. As his thoughts drifted, Yi Hong gradually fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already 8 in the morning. Yi Ching had left breakfast for him, a bowl of vegetable porridge and a few fried dough sticks. Yi Hong wolfed down the food and then left the house. Zhao Hengtian's matter could wait, he wasn't fully prepared yet. With the yin-yang divine eyes, Yi Hong felt that his future held far more possibilities than Zhao Hengtian had envisioned. He was determined to uncover the true potential of his newfound powers. The weather in Nanling City was quite muggy, as it was the height of summer. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and casual pants, Yi Hong looked somewhat plain, but his handsome features, neat short hair, and sharp eyebrows gave him a vibrant and energetic appearance. "Driver, take me to Antique Street," Yi Hong said as he flagged down a taxi and headed toward Nanling City's most famous antique market. The antiques business was incredibly lucrative, and Yi Hong had taken an interest in it during his free time in the past. He had often fantasized about striking it rich overnight, and antiques seemed like the perfect shortcut. However, it required both sharp eyes and good luck. As for sharp eyes, Yi Hong now had the ultimate cheat. And luck? He believed that with the yin-yang divine eyes, he had nothing to worry about. Half an hour later, Yi Hong arrived at Antique Street. The street was lined with traditional-style buildings, winding and mysterious, with its end barely visible. Shops of all kinds stood side by side, and wealthy patrons flocked to the area, all in search of rare collectibles to satisfy their passions. Yi Hong wasn't drawn to those luxurious shops, even though they might indeed contain genuine antiques. However, it was obvious that his wallet didn't allow him such extravagance. For now, the street vendors were his first choice. At these stalls, one could often stumble upon unexpected surprises. After all, the vendors emerging from the depths of the antique market each had their own unique methods. With a bit of luck, finding a genuine piece wasn't impossible. Grandpa, why don't we go to Mingyu? Although it's rare to pick up authentic pieces from street vendors, the odds are slim to none. If we go to Mingyu, with your sharp eye, you'd surely find something worthwhile. Ahead, a young woman was supporting an elderly man, walking leisurely. The old man stopped at every stall, his gaze carrying a faint trace of disappointment. Hearing her words, the old man stroked his goatee and chuckled, Yuner, while Mingyu is indeed the gem of the antique street, everyone knows that the chances of genuine finds there are too high, there's no challenge to it. Only when I can pick out a genuine piece from among these counterfeits can I truly enjoy the thrill of the hunt. The young woman smiled helplessly. Grandpa, you can't play with such excitement. The doctor said you need to maintain a calm state of mind. It's fine, just a little fun every now and then. These old bones of mine don't have much time left anyway. The old man waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. The young woman sighed, resigned, and could only let him be. Yi Hong followed closely behind, his gaze wandering over the various goods on the stalls. After activating his yin-yang eyes, he could see the internal structures of the items. Many so-called jade pieces and pendants were merely mixtures of glass and pebbles. As for the antique paintings, porcelain bowls, and bronze bells, they were nothing but poor-quality imitations. However, ordinary people found it hard to discern this, while Yi Hong could see through them at a glance. Ha! Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a vase in the old man's hands ahead. The vase was simple and elegant, its patterns seemingly depicting scenes of farming. Around it were faint, irregular cracks, exuding a strong earthy aroma. At the very moment his eyes landed on it, he seemed to catch a vague glimpse of figures from ancient times, which left him stunned. Could it be that his yin-yang eyes allowed him to see the past through objects? The yin-yang eyes were said to have yin on the left and yang on the right. The left eye was rumored to see ghosts and other malevolent entities, a claim Yi Hong had always doubted. The right eye, however, could see through all things. Yet, the Ghost Valley Jade had never mentioned the ability to glimpse into past events. Ahead of him, the old man examined the vase for a full 5 minutes before shaking his head and putting it down. The young woman beside him said, Grandpa, although this blue and white porcelain seems to have the shape and era of the Ming dynasty, the cracks have ruined it. Besides, modern counterfeiting techniques are incredibly advanced. The old man nodded silently and, leaning on the young woman, moved on. Just as the two were leaving, Yi Hong couldn't wait any longer and walked up to the stall to inquire, Sir, how much is this blue and white porcelain? May I have a look? Heh, young man, this is an antique from the Ming dynasty, 3,000 yuan. What do you think? The vendor, seeing a customer approach, immediately beamed with joy. He knew full well this porcelain might be a fake, but he wasn't about to miss a sale. All right, 3,000 it is. I'll take this blue and white porcelain, Yi Hong agreed decisively without hesitation. He had already confirmed that this vase was genuine and could be resold for tens of times the price. The vendor grinned widely and promptly packed the vase for him. The young woman named Yuner and the old man didn't leave after seeing Yi Hong purchase the vase. Their eyes were full of ridicule. What a fool! This 3,000 yuan is as good as wasted. Someone with no eye for antiques thinking they can play in this game. The old man chuckled but didn't comment. If someone wanted to buy it, even at a loss, it was their own business. Yi Hang's sharp ears caught the young woman's words, and a faint smirk of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't care in the least. However, when the young woman saw Yi Hang smile, she was immediately furious. Hey, you idiot, are you mocking me? You can think of it that way, Yi Hong responded lightly, utterly indifferent. You, Zhou Yuner furrowed her brows in anger, then let out a cold laugh. In that case, why don't you tell me why this blue and white porcelain is genuine? Even if it is real, a cracked vase like this has no collectible value. What's the point of buying it? Ha, little girl, who told you this vase is cracked? Yi Hong sneered in return. Then, under the gaze of the young woman and the old man, he lightly ran his fingernail across the cracks. Layers of dirt peeled away, revealing the pristine patterns beneath. The so-called cracks were nothing more than ancient dirt that had long fused with the vase, making it appear cracked at first glance. In reality, they were merely patterns obscured by the soil, indistinguishable to the untrained eye. The young woman and the old man's eyes narrowed sharply as they stared, their hearts filled with shock. They hadn't realized that the apparent cracks were due to dirt, leading them to mistake the vase for being damaged. Ha, young man, you've got a good eye. The old man, recovering from his astonishment, approached Yi Hong with a smile. Impressive. You young folks truly have sharp eyes. Young man, could you let me take a closer look at this blue and white porcelain? Yi Hong had a good impression of the old man, so he didn't refuse and handed the vase over. The old man examined it carefully, even pulling out a magnifying glass from his pocket for closer inspection. Zhou Yun'er's gaze on Yi Hong subtly changed. Although she couldn't yet determine the extent of his expertise in antique appraisal, his keen eye was undeniable. That didn't mean she was convinced, though. After all, whether the vase in Yi Heng's hands was truly authentic remained an open question. "Hey, what's your name? I've never seen you around the antique street before," Zhou Yun'er asked as her grandfather focused on inspecting the vase. Her tone, though still arrogant, had softened somewhat. Yi Hong glanced at her. "My name is Yi Hong. This is my first time on the antique street, so of course you haven't seen me before." Hearing this, Zhou Yun'er pursed her lips, clearly skeptical. A first-timer on the antique street with such sharp eyes? She herself had learned through numerous attempts and mistakes. "Hey, don't get cocky. Whether this blue and white porcelain you bought for 3,000 yuan is real or not remains to be seen." Seeing Yi Heng's calm demeanor, Zhou Yun'er felt a bit irked and wanted to dampen his spirits. She knew full well that even with excellent eyesight, antique appraisal required more than just sharp vision. One misstep could lead to a costly mistake. "Is that so? Why don't we make a bet?" Yi Hong smiled faintly. Though he didn't know much about antiques, he trusted his own eyes, that was his greatest strength. Zhou Yun'er's lips curled into a sly smile. "All right, if the vase in your hands is genuine, I'll pay you double whatever you sell it for. Deal." Yi Hong smiled slightly, agreeing without hesitation. "But what if you lose?" Zhou Yun'er teased, her eyes glinting with a sharp, cunning light. These words left Yi Hong momentarily speechless. He was confident he wouldn't lose, but what if he did? "Then what do you want?" Yi Heng's gaze was calm as still water, staring directly at Zhou Yun'er. "If you lose, you'll have to work by my side, without pay. Do you dare to agree?" Zhou Yun'er smiled brightly, clearly admiring Yi Heng's abilities. With him by her side, she was confident she could achieve staggering profits. "All right, I agree." Yi Hong nodded, full of confidence in himself, certain that he would not lose this bet. As they conversed, the old man had carefully examined the blue and white porcelain. Returning it to Yi Hong, he said gravely, "Young man, I am 60% certain that this blue and white porcelain is an authentic piece from the Yanla era. If my guess is correct, its preliminary estimated value should not be less than 1 million. 60% certainty. Zhou Yun'er frowned slightly upon hearing this, thinking to herself, 60% certainty is already quite high. People in the antiques trade often make moves with only 40% confidence, let alone 60. Could this guy really be this lucky? The corners of Yi Heng's mouth lifted into a slight smile. "Thank you for the auspicious words, sir. If it truly sells for 1 million, then I've really hit the jackpot today." With that, he shot a provocative glance at Zhou Yun'er. Zhou Yun'er puffed her cheeks in frustration. "Grandpa, even you make mistakes sometimes. I don't think the blue-on-white porcelain in his hand is necessarily genuine. There's a shop called Mingyu Xian not far from here. Why don't we let them take a look?" "That works." The old man stroked his beard and looked at Yi Hong with a smile. "Young man, Mingyu Xian has certified appraisers. If your blue-on-white porcelain is authentic, they'll give you a fair price. Would you like to check it out?" "Of course. After all, I still have a wager with this young lady that needs to be resolved." Yi Hong cast a casual glance at Zhou Yun'er, a confident smile playing on his lips. The old man paid no mind to the bet between them. The three of them headed towards Mingyu Xian together. Mingyu Xian was renowned on the antique street in Nanling City. Many antique enthusiasts were regular patrons, and its credibility was beyond question. On the way to Mingyu Xian, Yi Hong learned that the old man's name was Zhou Mingshan and the young lady's name was Zhou Yun'er. Beyond that, he wasn't particularly interested. Before long, the three of them arrived at a modest-looking yet luxuriously decorated shop. Above its entrance hung a sign with 3 bold characters, Mingyu Xian, making it particularly eye-catching. "Ha, old Zhou, what brings you here today? Come in, please." As soon as they reached the entrance, a young man of 27 or 28 walked out of the shop, smiling warmly at the trio. He made a welcoming gesture and greeted Zhou Yun'er with a smile. "Yun'er, it's been a long time. Please, come inside." Zhou Mingshan chuckled. "Young Lin, can't I just come here whenever I want? By the way, I haven't seen your old man in a while. How's his health?" Lin Baimo shook his head with a sigh. "Thank you for your concern, old Zhou, but my father's old ailments have flared up again. He's been recuperating at Bichuan Villa recently." "Bichuan Villa, huh?" Zhou Mingshan furrowed his brow. "It sounds serious this time." "Sai, your father and I are both old men with one foot in the grave. Whatever happens, we'll just leave it to fate." Lin Baimo forced a bitter smile, thinking to himself, If my father truly passes on, the Lin family might face a crisis of disintegration. By the way, old Zhou, who's this young man? Lin Baimo finally noticed Yi Hong and asked curiously. Zhou Mingshan smiled. This young man has a fine item from the Ming dynasty. We came to have it appraised and determine whether it's genuine. Oh? Since you've brought him, old Zhou, I'll make sure to take a good look. Lin Baimo led the three into the shop, guiding them to a lounge. After preparing tea for them, he turned to Yi Hong with a smile. Young man, since old Zhou brought you here, let's be straightforward. If the item in your possession is genuine, Mingyu Xian will offer you a fair price. If not, we'll return it to you intact. That's the rule here at Mingyu Xian. Yi Hong smiled faintly. Then I'll trouble you, brother Lin. With that, Yi Hong handed the blue-on-white porcelain to Lin Baimo. Lin Baimo excused himself and left with the porcelain to have it appraised. The lounge fell into a peaceful silence, with the three remaining quietly sipping their tea. Drinking tea is an art with many subtleties, but Yi Hong didn't care much for it. After wandering in the blazing sun all morning, he was parched and gulped down 3 cups in one go, earning a glare from Zhou Yuner. This stuff is so bitter. Even bottled water tastes better. Yi Hong smacked his lips and placed the teacup back on the table, losing all interest in the luxurious tea leaves before him. Barbarian! Zhou Yuner cast Yi Hong a disdainful look. She knew the tea he had just guzzled was a top-grade De Hong Pao, a rarity outside, yet he drank it like it was plain water. Zhou Mingshan, however, said nothing. Instead, he found Yi Hong rather to his liking. Back in his younger days, he was just as clueless and inexperienced as Yi Hong. But this kind of personality was refreshing, straightforward and unpretentious. Old men like him preferred genuine young people over those with too much scheming. As time passed, nearly half an hour went by. Bored, Yi Hong casually used his yin-yang eye to glance at Zhou Yuner. Damn! This woman might be annoying, but her figure was incredible. Her skin was smooth and tender like a baby's. Yi Hong couldn't believe he hadn't noticed before. Quickly shifting his gaze, he turned to examine Zhou Mingshan's body. Ever since meeting the old man, he'd felt something was off. Now, upon closer inspection, it was clear this old man had heart issues. Many of his bodily functions were failing, and his heartbeat was alarmingly weak. A slight shock could very well be fatal. At that moment, the lounge door opened from the outside. Lin Baimo entered with a broad smile, holding the blue and white porcelain Yi Hong had brought. Placing it on the coffee table, he said excitedly, Old Zhou, your sharp eye is as keen as ever. The appraisal results are in. This young man's blue-on-white porcelain is indeed an official kiln piece from the Yonla era. If he's willing to sell, Mingyu Xian is prepared to offer 1 million. 1 million! The number thundered in Yi Heng's heart, causing it to skip a beat. Turning 3,000 yuan into 1 million, it was worth it. Totally worth it. He'd dreamed of having 1 million before, and now the dream was about to become reality. Deal! Yi Hong agreed without hesitation. Although he wasn't well-versed in antiques, the trustworthiness of Zhou Mingshan and Lin Baimo reassured him that they wouldn't shortchange him. Lin Baimo nodded with a smile, but the most excited person in the room was Zhou Mingshan. Hearing the appraisal result, his old face lit up with joy, as if he himself had been the one to discover the blue and white porcelain. Ha, not bad. At first, I had a 60% certainty that it was genuine, and it seems I was right. Zhou Mingshan laughed heartily. This trip was worth it. Finding a genuine treasure in a pile of junk is so amusing. This is far more interesting than your Minuet Pavilion treasure hunts. At this moment, Zhou Yuner looked distressed. Though in her 20s, she pouted like a sulking teenager, her heart filled with unwillingness. She thought to herself, how could she lose to a boy of 18 or 19? How could she swallow this humiliation? Ugh! Just as everyone was in high spirits, Zhou Mingshan suddenly clutched his chest with a cry of pain. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans streamed down his forehead, his face pale as though enduring immense suffering. Zhou Yuner was the first to notice and cried out in alarm, Grandpa, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Mr. Zhou, are you okay? Quickly, to the hospital. Lin Baimo and Yi Hong also noticed Zhou Mingshan's sudden change. Lin Baimo's brows furrowed tightly as his expression shifted dramatically. He knew Zhou Mingshan's health was similar to that of his own elderly father, and he hurried forward, intending to carry Zhou Mingshan to the hospital. There's no time, brother Lin, wait a moment. Yi Hong extended a hand to stop Lin Baimo, his eyes narrowing slightly, his tone firm. I've studied some medicine. I can temporarily alleviate Mr. Zhou's pain. If you rush him to the hospital now, he might not make it there. Lin Baimo's hands trembled, caught in indecision, his gaze turning to Zhou Yuner. I believe you. But if my grandfather's condition worsens because of you, I will make you pay the price. Zhou Yuner spoke with the calm demeanor of a strong woman, her cold gaze fixed on Yi Hang. Yi Hong didn't respond. He went straight to where Zhou Mingshan sat. His presence was like an unyielding mountain, his expression tranquil as still water. An invisible aura emanated from him, surprising both Zhou Yuner and Lin Baimo. At this moment, in their eyes, Yi Hong seemed no longer a poor young man but rather a general commanding millions, dazzling and extraordinary. Among the foundational teachings of the Ghost Valley medical canon was a required skill, acupoint needle technique. This course taught practitioners how to treat patients without golden needles, using alternative methods instead. Though temporary, this technique was an essential skill for any healer. Yi Hong had only just encountered this wondrous medical art the previous night. Now, to save Zhou Mingshan, he had no choice but to act. With a low shout in his mind, his eyes gleamed like lightning as he activated his yin-yang vision. He suddenly pressed both hands onto Zhou Mingshan's chest, his fingers moving like flashes of lightning, quickly traversing Zhou Mingshan's body. Up, down, left, right, back and forth, his movements were as smooth as flowing water. Along with subtle sounds, strange noises came from within Zhou Mingshan's body, and painful groans escaped his lips. His pale forehead was covered in bulging veins, as though enduring unbearable torment. The sight made Zhou Yuner's heart pound with anxiety. Zhou Mingshan appeared to be suffering to the extreme, his complexion ashen, as if he could step into the gates of death at any moment. She worried that if this continued, not only would his pain not be alleviated, but he might even lose his life. Yuner. Lin Baimo's face darkened. Yi Heng's actions filled him with dread. The decision rested with Zhou Yuner now. If she spoke, he would immediately intervene and stop Yi Heng. Let him finish. Zhou Yuner took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm, her gaze locked onto Yi Heng. Her intuition told her that this time, she had to trust this young man. Yi Heng exuded an extraordinary aura, similar to the one she had sensed in truly capable individuals she had met before. Lin Baimo nodded silently. The situation had spiraled out of his control. Even if something happened to Zhou Mingshan, there was nothing he could do. This wasn't heartlessness, it was simply that he had no power over the circumstances. Beads of sweat appeared on Yi Heng's forehead. This was his first time performing such a medical technique, and under such dangerous conditions, any mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. His focus was razor-sharp, his yin-yang vision fully activated. Every subtle change within Zhou Mingshan's body was clear to him, and he could discern the precise locations of the acupoints. His fingers moved skillfully across Zhou Mingshan's chest. What seemed like complex motions actually followed a cyclical rhythm, continuously stimulating the acupoints near the chest to promote blood circulation. After dozens of cycles, Zhou Mingshan's pain gradually subsided, and the groans faded away. The bloodshot eyes that had been filled with agony slowly opened, and gratitude shone in his gaze as he looked at Yi Heng. A moment later, Yi Heng confirmed through his yin-yang vision that Zhou Mingshan's blood circulation had returned to normal. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the sofa and exhaling heavily. It's done. Mr. Zhou's condition is temporarily under control. As long as he doesn't experience extreme stress, it won't recur in the near term. That's it? Lin Baimo asked in disbelief, stunned by the miracle before his eyes. Yi Heng had merely pressed on Zhou Mingshan's chest, yet his condition had clearly improved. Grandpa, how do you feel? Are you better? Zhou Yuner quickly sat beside Zhou Mingshan, her face full of concern. Zhou Mingshan took a deep breath and displayed a long-lost smile. Strangely enough, I feel much better. My chest doesn't hurt anymore, and I can breathe freely. For the first time practicing medical skills to save someone, Yi Heng couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Although needling techniques is the simplest method from the Ghost Valley, medical sutra, precise control over the acupoints is crucial. Fortunately, he had the assistance of the yin-yang vision, otherwise, Zhou Mingshan would undoubtedly have died on the spot. However, the intense concentration from just now had left Yi Heng utterly fatigued, breathing heavily. He looked up at Zhou Mingshan and found that the elderly man's condition had temporarily stabilized. To achieve a full cure, he still needed to work harder, as his abilities were currently insufficient. But this success boosted his confidence immensely. Why are you all staring at me? Yi Heng smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Yuner and Lin Baimo, whose faces were filled with disbelief. And he teased, although I'm quite good-looking, Big Brother Lin, could you stop staring at me like that? I'm not interested in men. Lin Baimo snapped back to reality, looking at Yi Heng with excitement, his expression full of admiration. Brother Yi, you're truly amazing. What kind of medical skills have you learned? To be able to easily stabilize Elder Zhou's condition is simply incredible. Zhou Yun'er's gaze sparkled like the stars, while Yi Hang's aura of mystery grew even stronger. She was aware of her grandfather's condition, even the major hospitals in the country struggled to control it so swiftly. Her heart couldn't help but be filled with curiosity and admiration for Yi Hang. Brother Yi, no words can express my gratitude. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to me. Today, I've finally witnessed what it truly means to meet a master beyond the mundane. Zhou Mingshan stood up with Zhou Yun'er's support, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration, his smile growing increasingly amiable. Yi Hang smiled faintly, waving his hand as he said, Elder Zhou, you overpraise me. I'm far from being a master, I've merely learned a few basics of medicine. However, your condition should be treated as soon as possible. This time I was able to help control it, but next time, I may not be able to. Zhou Mingshan casually waved his hand and chuckled, I'm well aware of my illness. Even foreign experts are at a loss. This is just how it is for me in this life. Being able to live a few more years is already enough for me. Lin Bo felt anxious deep inside upon hearing this. Yi Hang's miraculous methods gave him hope for saving his father. If the Lin family patriarch's illness could be cured, the crisis facing the family would be resolved. Old Zhou, let's not just stand here. Sit down and chat. Brother Yi, come, have some tea. Lin Bo warmly invited them, his face alight with an expectant smile. Brother Yi, I must say, I've truly broadened my horizons today. Compared to you, those hospital doctors are utterly insignificant. Amazing. Brother Lin, you're too kind, Yi Hang replied softly, though his heart was deep in thought. Zhou Mingshan glanced at Lin Bo and said with a chuckle, Lin boy, if you have something to say, just say it plainly. Don't beat around the bush here. Lin Bimo gave an awkward smile and looked at Yi Hang expectantly, speaking earnestly, Brother Yi, you have such skills. I have a favor to ask, may I know if you'd agree? Yi Hang raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly and replied seriously, Brother Lin, please go ahead. If I can manage it, I will definitely agree. If I cannot, I hope you will not hold it against me. Of course not. Lin Bimo shook his head hurriedly and said anxiously, Brother Yi, my father suffers from a stubborn headache that has plagued him for years. Many hospitals have been unable to help. When it flares up, it's unbearably painful. I beg you to use your miraculous skills to save my father. Hearing this, Yi Hang's heart sank. He had only just begun studying the Ghost Valley Medical Manual, and if it came to treating illnesses, he had little confidence. Looking at Lin Bimo, he hesitated and said, Brother Lin, to be honest, I am not confident in handling your father's condition, and I may not be of much help. I'm sorry. A trace of disappointment flashed in Lin Bimo's eyes. He slumped onto the sofa and said with a bitter smile, It's okay, Brother Yi. It's my expectations that were too high. Being able to know someone like you is already satisfying enough. We must go out for a few drinks later. Haha, how about adding me? I also want to properly thank Brother Yi for saving my life. Zhou Mingshan laughed, patting Lin Bimo's shoulder as he said cheerfully, Young Lin, don't worry too much about your father's illness. People grow old, it's inevitable one day. Lin Bimo nodded, his heart having little hope left for the old man's illness. Seeing him like this, Yi Hang pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, Brother Lin, I greatly appreciate your regard for me, Yi Hang. Give me a month. A month later, I'll go with you to see Mr. Lin. I can't guarantee a cure, but if there's any chance, I will do my very best. Lin Bimo's face instantly lit up upon hearing this. Brother Yi, really? Thank you so much. Even if it can't be cured, I won't blame you. From today onward, you are a friend of the Lin family. If you ever need anything in Nanling City, I, Lin Bimo, will spare no effort to help. Brother Lin, you're too kind. From now on, you can just call me Xiuhong, Yi Hang replied, exchanging a knowing smile with Lin Bimo. Both understood that this wasn't just a change in how they addressed one another, but the beginning of a future relationship. Lin Bimo left a very positive impression on Yi Hang. He was the kind of friend worth making. Through their conversation, Yi Hang learned about the Lin family's prestigious reputation in Nanling City, and that forming connections like this was indispensable for establishing himself there. As for the treatment, Yi Hang already had a plan in mind. Armed with the Ghost Valley Medical Manual, he resolved that even if he couldn't cure the elder Lin within a month, he would simply have to accept that it was fate. After the transaction concluded, the group boarded Lin Bimo's Audi and drove toward the center of Nanling City. At this moment, the additional 1 million in Yi Hang's bank account helped calm his mind, replacing the excitement with rational thought. He understood that his future would extend far beyond this 1 million. This was only the beginning. Brilliance Hotel, one of the top 5-star hotels in Nanling City, captivated Yi Hong with its luxurious equipment and comprehensive facilities. Not only does it offer lavish rooms, but also a variety of restaurants, spacious banquet halls, and conference rooms, making it an ideal venue for socializing, meetings, and entertainment. It was Yi Hong's first time stepping into such a high-class hotel. The moment he entered Brilliance Hotel, he felt an unprecedented sense of grandeur, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that the 1 million yuan he had might not even be enough to purchase a single piece of equipment here. Young Master Lin, you've arrived. Are you here for entertainment or dining today? A classy service attendant approached, politely greeting Lin Baimo. Her sweet smile exuded warmth and made people feel instantly at ease. Lin Baimo waved his hand casually and said calmly, "No need for too much fuss. Just arrange a decent private room for us. I'm hosting a few guests for dinner." "All right, please follow me." The service attendant smiled and guided everyone. The elevator reached the 5th floor of the Grand Hotel directly, which was the banquet hall. Various luxurious private rooms lined up one after another, offering a tranquil and comfortable atmosphere. Yi Hong instantly felt like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, dazzled by the splendor. "Han Zi, it's your first time here, isn't it? How do you feel?" Inside the private room, Lin Bai looked at Yi Hong and asked. Yi Hong replied with a smile, "It's quite luxurious, truly befitting a 5-star hotel. Today, I'm lucky to be basking in Brother Lin's glory." "Han Zi, what do you mean by that?" "Since you call me Big Brother, you can come here any time in the future, and I won't charge you a penny. Come on, let's have a drink to celebrate today." Lin Baimo generously raised his glass. Yi Hong drank it all in one go. Although the taste of the wine was mild, the lively atmosphere was truly captivating. What surprised him was that the glorious hotel turned out to be a property of the Lin family. The antique market and the catering industry were both highly profitable sectors, which clearly showed the extraordinary influence of the Lin family in Nanling City. "Hee, Brother Lin, it seems I'll have to trouble you often in the future." "What are you saying, Han Zi? I consider you my brother, so don't say such polite things anymore. Besides, there are plenty of fun places here. After we finish eating, I'll take you to the top floor to play. I guarantee you'll be so entertained that you won't want to leave," Lin Baimo said, giving Yi Hong a knowing look that every man would understand. Yi Hong touched his nose, secretly thinking that it seemed the splendid hotel had its own hidden secrets. Zhou Yuner heard Lin Baimo's words, pretended to cough, and glared at him. "Brother Lin, don't lead others astray, or I'll find time to tell your wife." Hearing this, Lin Baimo immediately fell silent, secretly regretting his words. At home, aside from fearing the old man, the person he feared most was his own wife. "Haha, Sister Yuner, I was just talking casually. How would I dare take Hanzi to those places? I don't think so. If there's time, people can relax a little." Yi Hong took a look at the top floor of the splendid hotel with his special vision and discovered there were small-scale gambling activities, which greatly piqued his interest. However, Zhou Yuner snorted at his words. "Men really are all the same, no good at all." This remark instantly made the atmosphere in the private room tense, and Zhou Mingshan's face grew somber. But after some conversation, everyone's relationship subtly grew closer. During this time, Yi Hong learned that Zhou Yuner was actually in the jewelry business and had opened a jewelry store in Nanling City, even though the Zhou family's roots were not in Nanling City. After eating and drinking for a while, it was already 5 or 6 o'clock. Yi Hong, to avoid worrying his sister Yi Qing, took a moment to go to the bathroom and make a phone call, only telling Yi Qing that he was out for a walk and would be home soon. After finishing the call, Yi Hong was about to return to the private dining room but found Zhou Yuner outside the bathroom. She looked annoyed, and there was a young man in front of her entangled with her. "I told you, Bai Luo Fei, aren't you annoying? I've already told you I have a boyfriend, now step aside." Zhou Yuner's voice carried anger, making Yi Hong tense. Bai Luo Fei still dared to pester her, truly shameless. "Yuner, please stop lying to me. I've already looked into it. You don't have a boyfriend. After spending this time together, you should know I'm serious about you. Please, accept me, won't you?" Bai Luo Fei's expression was full of deep affection, yet Yi Hong could see the hidden slyness in his eyes. At that moment, Bai Luo Fei reached his hand toward Zhou Yuner's face. Yi Hong was furious. Zhou Yuner, though slightly drunk, was still clear-headed. She quickly stepped back 2 steps and said coldly, "Bai Luo Fei, what are you trying to do? This is the glorious hotel, I advise you to think carefully." Bai Luo Fei's hand stiffened upon hearing this, his face instantly turning grim, but he still forced a smile. "Yuner, I invited a few friends to a private room not far from here. How about you accompany me over there for a while? Everyone can get to know each other, and having more friends means more opportunities, right? At this moment, Zhou Yun'er's gaze shifted to Yi Hong, who was standing outside the restroom. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes as she quickly walked over, took Yi Hong's arm, and wore a blissful smile on her face. You! How can you take so long just to go to the restroom? Didn't you notice your girlfriend was almost snatched away? Yi Hong rolled his eyes helplessly. This girl really had some solid acting skills, she was playing the part quite convincingly. But he couldn't be bothered to expose her. After all, if a woman was willingly throwing herself into his arms, he was happy to accept. What, rushing me just for a bathroom break? Could it be that you missed me already? Yi Hong naturally wrapped his arm around Zhou Yun'er's slender waist, his gaze shifting toward Bai Luofei. Bai Luofei saw this scene, his gaze instantly darkened, staring at Yi Hong as if he wanted to tear him apart. Zhou Yun'er glanced at Bai Luofei with disdain and coldly said, "He's my boyfriend." Bai Luofei, now you should give up. Impossible. You don't have a boyfriend in Nanling City. Yun'er, stop lying to me. Do you think I would believe it if you just grabbed some poor guy? Bai Luofei sneered, his eyes full of doubt. Humph. Bai Luofei, watch your words. What kind of person my boyfriend is and whether he's good enough is not for you to judge. Now step aside. Zhou Yun'er snorted coldly, pulling Yi Hong to leave, but Bai Luofei blocked their way. You're really his boyfriend? I advise you to tell the truth, or you'll find out the price you'll pay in Nanling City, Bai Luofei said with a gloomy expression, his threatening tone unsettling Yi Hong. Shit. You can look down on me, but you absolutely cannot threaten me. Yi Hong tightly wrapped his arm around Zhou Yun'er's waist and smiled faintly. I forgot to tell you, we're already living together. Sorry, the woman you fancy has been taken by this toad. After saying that, Yi Hong laughed a few times, pulled Zhou Yun'er along, and left directly, leaving Bai Luofei behind with a twisted expression of rage. Watching Yi Hong's retreating figure, Bai Luofei clenched his fingers tightly, producing a creaking sound, as the venomous light in his heart grew even stronger. You little bastard, how dare you mock me and steal my woman, Zhou Yun'er. I don't care who you are, Bai Luofei, will make sure you die a miserable death. Just wait, you poor wretch, you won't live much longer. When the time comes, I'll make sure to screw that bitch Zhou Yun'er right in front of you. Hiss. Woman, I said you can let go now. Standing in front of the private room door, Yi Hong felt the jade-like hand on his waist tightening its grip, almost pinching his skin off. He couldn't hold back anymore. This woman actually dared to go hard on him. If he'd known earlier, he wouldn't have helped her in the first place. Zhou Yun'er lifted her head and smiled mischievously at Yi Hong. It hurts, doesn't it? Earlier, you seemed quite pleased taking advantage of me, huh? Humph. Serves you right. With that, she pushed open the private room door and went inside, leaving Yi Hong behind with a wry smile. Damn it. You really can't take advantage of this woman. He felt his waist might already be swollen. After the dinner gathering ended, Yi Hong declined Lin Bomo's offer to see him off and instead took a taxi back to his rented place. Before leaving, Yi Hong exchanged contact information with Lin Bomo and Zhou Mingshan, but as for Zhou Yun'er, he had no intention of dealing with her. Standing downstairs at the rented apartment, Yi Hong noticed that the lights in the room he shared with his sister were still on, and a wave of warmth surged in his heart. In this world, no matter the time, his sister was always the one who cared about him the most. Sis, I'm back. Yi Hong pushed open the door and saw Yi Qing sitting in a chair, waiting for him. Hearing his voice, Yi Qing's worried expression softened for a moment but then quickly tensed up again, her face full of displeasure. This kid still has injuries and is running around recklessly. What if something goes wrong? Seeing his sister's expression, Yi Hong immediately stepped forward to ingratiate himself. Sis, I was wrong. I promise I won't run around recklessly anymore. Half an hour later, Yi Qing finally relaxed, gave Yi Hong a teasing look, and said with a smile, You rascal, you pull this trick every time, knowing it works on your sister. Have you eaten yet? Yi Hong scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. I've eaten, with some friends. Friends? Yi Qing looked at Yi Hong doubtfully. Someone like him, who had almost no friends and usually stayed obediently at home, where did these friends come from? Confronted with his sister's inquiry, Yi Hong didn't explain but simply said, Sis, it's already late, and you have work tomorrow. You should go to bed first. I promise I absolutely won't run around recklessly tomorrow. Hearing his words, Yi Qing nodded. All right then, you should sleep early too. After taking a bath, Yi Hong lay on the bed and began studying the Gigu medical canon. He knew that this medical canon would greatly benefit him in the future. With the miraculous methods of the Gigu medical canon, illnesses that modern medicine cannot resolve might be effortlessly handled. Once he masters the Gigu medical canon, no one will be able to stop his ascent. At the very least, in the field of medicine, he is bound to earn a position of great respect. The Gigu medical canon primarily focuses on acupuncture, but more severe illnesses require the support of qi cultivation techniques. It does not rely solely on the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. For several days, Yi Hong stayed at home obediently, concentrating on his study of the Gigu medical canon. His obsession, working tirelessly day and night, gradually helped him realize the extraordinariness of the author of the canon. Giguzi's understanding of the human body likely surpasses the limits of modern technologies. The operation of the body's meridians, vital channels, and the life and death acupoints appears profound and mysterious. The human body is akin to a vast universe, and modern knowledge of it has yet to reach even half the total understanding. Even with the assistance of the Gigu medical canon, Yi Hong dared not boast of a complete comprehension of the human body. This would take time. A week has passed, and the Gigu medical canon has transformed Yi Hong from a complete novice into an inexperienced healer. However, his medical skills remain limited, and many of the theories still require time for him to fully grasp. On this day, Yi Hong felt that his analysis of the Gigu medical scripture had reached its limit. Many theories had not been put into practice, and the literal meanings were difficult to comprehend. So, he turned his focus to the art of qi cultivation. He had yet to delve into this mystical art, and now was the time. According to the introduction of the art of qi cultivation, Yi Hong entered a state of meditation, sensing the flow of qi in nature, concentrating and communicating with it, guiding the qi into his body to reside in the dantian of his lower abdomen, circulate through his meridians, and enhance his physical health. Yi Hong began cultivating in accordance with the instructions of qi cultivation. Late at night, the world was utterly silent, and the bright moonlight poured into the room. On the bed, the young man's eyes were tightly shut. Shortly after, beads of sweat began to ooze from his forehead, his lips trembled slightly, and the veins on his arms bulged as if he were enduring immense pain. At this moment, his body was undergoing a transformation, and in the future, he would become an unstoppable powerhouse. However, upon closer observation, it was evident that some small items in Yi Hong's room were swaying on their own despite the absence of wind, as if an invisible flow of qi was pushing them. Moreover, all these qi flows were directed toward Yi Hong's body. At this moment, Yi Hong could feel a strong stream of energy forcibly entering his body, coursing through his meridians, rotating clockwise as if following a certain pattern. Experiencing this energy flow for the first time, Yi Hong's body inevitably struggled to withstand it. He had to let this energy nourish his meridians for a while to alleviate the intense pain. In the distant horizon, the sky gradually brightened as dawn rose from the east. After a night of cultivation, Yi Hong felt much better. The pain in his body had vanished and was replaced by a gentle yet powerful stream of energy flowing within him, ultimately settling in his dantian. It's done! Yi Hong opened his eyes while still lying on the bed, his gaze brighter than ever, deep and impenetrable like the dark night sky. He could sense the energy flowing inside him. According to the introduction to qi cultivation techniques, he had officially become a cultivator. Using this energy, his body would unleash unparalleled strength. Of course, if combined with suitable martial arts, this power would greatly multiply. Yi Hong silently admired himself. Achieving qi sense in just one night, this would absolutely make me a prodigy in ancient times. Feeling the airflow, Yi Hong couldn't wait to test its ability. Before long, he arrived at a small grove, an open and secluded place, ideal for privacy. Standing in front of a small tree as thick as a bowl, Yi Hong began to channel the airflow within his body, gathering it into his right hand. Instantly, he felt a force that was both gentle and domineering flow into his hand, and then he struck down fiercely with his fist. Bang! A dull sound like solid wood collision rang out. The small tree shook violently, leaves fluttered, and a fist mark about half an inch deep appeared on the trunk, with its bark split apart. Seeing this scene, Yi Hong froze, thinking to himself, this power must be at least 100 to 200 pounds. And that punch just now was not even at full strength. His fist felt no pain at all. If he went all out, the force could definitely reach 300 pounds. Humph, Qiu Lao-san, your end is near. Staring at his fist, Yi Hong sneered internally, imagining how easy it would be to deal with Qiu Lao-san's gang using this power. Just then, Yi Hong's phone rang, and the caller was Lin Bomo. Hello, Brother Lin, is there something you need? Yi Hong answered the phone. Ha, Xiao Hong, am I disturbing you? Haven't seen you in a few days, and I thought I'd take you to a fun place. How about it? Interested? Lin Bimo's cheerful voice came from the other end of the line. Thank you, Brother Lin, for thinking of me. I'm not busy right now. May I ask where we're going? Yi Hong asked. Here's the plan, send me your location, and I'll come pick you up. We can talk more when we meet. On the bustling street, Yi Hong smoked a cigarette out of boredom. Suddenly, an Audi stopped in front of him. It was Lin Bimo's car. The door opened, and Lin Bimo's burly body gave Yi Hong a bear hug as he laughed. Brother, it's only been a few days, but you somehow feel a bit different. Yi Hong touched his face and replied with a smile, really? Have I gotten more handsome or uglier? But Lin, big brother, you appear full of joy. Looks like you've come across some good news. Lin Bimo raised his thumb in admiration and said, Brother, your insight is spot on. In the past few days, our Lin family managed to connect with the top disciple of the Northwest, Medicine King. He agreed to come in a while to treat my father's illness. With you around, plus the Medicine King's disciple, there might just be hope for my old man's condition. Upon hearing this, Yi Hong didn't feel upset about Lin Bimo bringing in others to help. After all, the more people assisting, the greater the chance of success. The Lin family's approach was perfectly reasonable. The outstanding disciple of the Northwest Medical King must be quite formidable. Congratulations, Brother Lin, Yi Hong said with a smile. Although the disciple of the Northwest Medical King is impressive, I have more confidence in you, Lin Bimo replied with a smile. I invited you here today to take you to attend a gathering. This could be very beneficial for your development in Nanling City. So, what do you say? Interested in checking it out together? After thinking for a moment, Yi Hong nodded and said, Alright, I have nothing else to do anyway. Great, let's go. The initiator of today's gathering is someone extraordinary. I'll introduce you when we get there, Lin Bimo said mysteriously. The two quickly drove to the gathering venue, which happened to be at the Splendor Hotel. The elevator went straight up to the 5th floor, and as soon as the doors opened, Yi Hong was instantly overwhelmed by the scene before him. This floor was reserved, and fashionable young men and women gathered here. The men were handsome and charming, the women beautiful and captivating. It was unquestionable that these people were all individuals of status. In comparison, Yi Hong's attire appeared somewhat shabby, but he didn't mind at all and followed closely behind Lin Bimo. As soon as they arrived, many people actively came forward to greet them. Ha, young Master Lin is here. It's been a long time since we last met, we must catch up later. That's right, young Master Lin. We're both developing in Nanling City, so we mustn't let our relationship grow distant. Those around them expressed their eagerness to connect. Come, young Master Lin, let's have a toast. The two took the wine handed to them by the reception hostess. Lin Bimo smiled and said, Of course, we'll have to gather properly later when we have time. Let me introduce someone to everyone. This is Yi Hong, my good brother. Upon hearing Lin Bimo's introduction, the people who initially didn't think much of Yi Hong began to put away their disdainful attitudes, nodding and smiling. Someone who could earn the friendship of the eldest son of the Lin family was definitely not ordinary. Yi Hong responded with a smile, raised his glass, and drank it all. Lin Bimo glanced at his watch and turned to Yi Hong. Hanzi, why don't you find a seat for now, have something to eat, and I'll go handle some matters. Brother Lin, you go ahead and take care of your business. Don't worry about me. Yi Hong smiled faintly, watching Lin Bimo leave. At this moment, he didn't recognize anyone around him, and no one took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Seeing him dressed so shabbily, everyone avoided him, leaving Yi Hong to sit alone in a corner, slowly enjoying the fruits and snacks while sipping red wine. However, just as he was savoring this moment of peace, a sharp, mocking voice suddenly came from the front. Oh, isn't this the little pretty boy kept by Zhou Yuner? Poor little pretty boy dares to come here? What's going on with the security at the glorious hotel? How could they let just any stray cat or dog into today's banquet? As soon as these words were spoken, the young men and women around immediately turned their attention to him. The speaker was Bai Luofei, the young master of the Bai family enterprise. A figure of considerable influence in Nanling City, known by almost everyone. Seeing him picking on Yi Hong, the crowd adopted a spectator's mindset, whispering among themselves. Coming here dressed like that, isn't he just asking to be laughed at? Someone sneered. Doesn't matter, young Master Zhang hasn't arrived yet. Bai Luofei causing trouble for this kid will give us some entertainment. But being targeted by Bai Luofei, this kid is really in for big trouble. How interesting. Yi Hong casually wiped his mouth, let out a satisfied burp, and slowly raised his head, meeting Bai Luofei's mocking gaze across from him. With a smirk, he said, I thought it was a dog barking, but it turns out to be young Master Earthworm. So, how about it? Last time I suggested you get some plastic surgery, did you go? Bai Luofei's face instantly darkened. Yi Hong had hit upon his deepest insecurity, and the anger nearly drove him to lose all reason. The others, hearing this, couldn't help but glance at a certain part of Bai Luofei's body, suddenly understanding. No wonder he always refused their invitations to the sauna. Some women's glances also underwent a subtle change. Those who originally admired Bai Luofei now revealed a hint of sarcasm. "What's wrong, young Master Earthworm? I've learned some medical skills, perhaps I could treat you. Though I can't guarantee increasing your size, I can absolutely help improve your stamina." Yi Hong displayed a cunning smile, clearly not intending to let the matter rest. "You little bastard, damn you! I'll kill you today." Bai Luofei had intended to mock Yi Hong, but was instead humiliated, flying into a rage so intense that he nearly crushed the wineglass in his hand. "Young Master Bai, this guy is too outrageous. Why don't we teach him a lesson?" Bai Luofei's friends nearby turned grim as they witnessed the scene. "Go, kill him for me, finish off this little bastard. If anything happens, I'll take the blame." Bai Luofei, burning with rage, issued the order with overwhelming fury. Incidents like this were nothing new for them, but before they could make a move, a dark figure suddenly charged toward Bai Luofei. Immediately, an enormous five-fingered handprint slammed fiercely onto Bai Luofei's face. Smack! A deafeningly loud sound echoed throughout the banquet hall. Bai Luofei's body flew backward as if struck by a cannonball, accompanied by a scream of agony. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Everyone in the hall froze in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. Some who were in the middle of drinking wine even spat it out involuntarily, causing the atmosphere to momentarily turn awkward. My goodness! The young master of the Bai Enterprise was actually slapped and sent flying, and the one who hit him turned out to be a poor boy. The crowd whispered among themselves, and, for a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the young man with a calm smile on his face. No one had expected him to be so audacious. Did he not know the identity of the person he hit? This slap not only landed on Bai Luofei's face but also fiercely insulted the reputation of Bai Enterprise. The sound was remarkably loud, seemingly announcing, even Bai Enterprise cannot trample on the bottom line without consequences. As everyone stood stunned, the young man smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping across the room, as if waiting for something. At this moment, the atmosphere in the banquet hall became tense and electrified, with everyone holding their breath, eager to see what earth-shattering event would unfold next. Your mouth reeks too much. Yi Hong looked coldly at Bai Luofei, a surge of anger rising in his heart. Family was his bottom line, and insulting his mother would never be forgiven. Not knocking this brat's teeth out was already an act of mercy. As for the Bai family's enterprise, what was it worth? Nothing but worthless rubbish. You dare hit young Master Bai? Brothers, let's take him down. Yeah, beat him to death. The few people beside Bai Luofei froze for a moment, then quickly reacted, rolling up their sleeves as they prepared to step forward. Unfortunately, their gym time hadn't been spent on real combat skills. Before they could get close, Yi Hong's fists and kicks sent them flying, leaving them lying on the ground alongside Bai Luofei. Yi Hong, who practiced the chi refining technique, had long possessed strength beyond that of ordinary people. These wealthy young masters were no match for him. The people around were dumbfounded. Not only did Yi Hong send Bai Luofei flying, but he also knocked down the others. The atmosphere in the banquet hall instantly became tense. Some women, seeing Yi Hong's fierce demeanor, had a glimmer of admiration in their eyes. They thought that if this guy had a bit more money, they'd probably take the initiative to approach him. After all, what woman doesn't like strong men? Heh, young Master Earthworm, surely you're not picking a fight with me just because you're so insignificant? Judging by your current state, you might as well get some plastic surgery to restore a bit of masculine confidence. If that doesn't work, head to Thailand and become a ladyboy. That profession is booming right now. Yi Hong glanced at Bai Luofei, who was lying on the ground groaning in pain, the corners of his mouth curving into a mocking smile. The onlookers couldn't help but cast sideways glances, silently marveling at how venomous his tongue was. Not only did he beat the guy up, but he also didn't hold back on humiliating him. Truly, he was a ruthless character. Ah! How dare you hit me? I, Bai Luofei, will make sure you die without a burial place. Just you wait, today I'll kill you, and your whole family. Bai Luofei covered his face, burning with rage. He pointed at Yi Hong and cursed, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Hearing this, Yi Hong's eyes turned icy. He walked over and delivered a fierce kick to Bai Luofei's body, then started slapping him across the face with both hands. The sharp sound of the slaps echoed through the hall. Threaten me? Kill my whole family? Want to test if I'll kill you right now? Yi Hong's heart was cold as ice. He paid no mind to the setting, as his relentless slaps landed one after another. Bai Luofei's screams were as shrill as a pig being butchered. Witnessing Yi Hang's madness, the few people accompanying Bai Luofei stepped back in fear, their hearts gripped with dread. They didn't dare say another word about taking down Yi Hang, unwilling to end up like Bai Luofei, beaten into a swollen mess like a pig's head. Upon seeing this, someone couldn't help but speak. "Friend, you've vented enough anger, shouldn't you stop now? Slapping people from our circle in front of so many in Nanling City. I hope you know when to advance and retreat, and don't stir up public resentment." "That's right, friend. Although you're slapping Bai Luofei's face, it's ultimately a disregard for the younger generation of Nanling City. You should stop." The two speakers were prominent figures in Nanling City, whose families were closely intertwined with Bai Enterprises. As soon as they spoke, those around them coldly turned their gaze toward Yi Hang, intending to exert pressure. Yi Hang glanced up at them and casually delivered another resounding slap to Bai Luofei's face, instantly souring the expressions of the two speakers. Their hearts burned with rage, believing that Yi Hang was deliberately putting them in their place. "If I say I won't stop, what can you do?" Yi Hang straightened his body, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, while secretly thinking that today he would make these people understand he was not someone to be trifled with. "You can try, but I guarantee that if you insist on going your way, you will definitely not walk out of the Grand Hotel doors today. Humph, even if you manage to leave the Grand Hotel, I can make sure you end up dead on the streets. Anyone here has the power to make that happen." Looking at the cold faces surrounding him, Yi Hang laughed a chilling laugh. This was the power brought by wealth and influence, something no one could ignore. If it had been the Yi Hang of the past, perhaps he would have chosen to endure, but the Yi Hang of today would never submit to anyone again. "Oomph, what arrogance! Who dares to wish for my brother Lin Baimo to lie dead in the streets? Such audacity, step forward and let me see." As soon as the words fell, the doors to the banquet hall swung open, and three figures walked in. One of them was none other than Lin Baimo. The moment he entered, rage erupted within him like a volcano. Yi Hang was a guest he had personally invited, and now someone was threatening his brother. This was something he simply could not tolerate. In the hall, everyone turned their heads, their gazes settling on the three figures. Lin Baimo, the eldest son of the Lin family, was young but already commanding influence across Nanling City. Another young man among them was the host of the gathering, born into a prestigious and powerful family, exuding an air of nobility. The female companion merely smirked coldly, as if indifferent to everything unfolding. "Young Master Zhang, young Master Lin." The crowd greeted in unison, the atmosphere instantly growing tense. Lin Baimo's status inspired awe in everyone present. Lin Baimo's face darkened as he strode toward Yi Hang, anger blazing in his chest. "Han Zi, what's going on? Who's been bullying you? Tell your big brother." "Humph, in Nanling City, who dares to lay a hand on my brother?" Everyone's hearts trembled. It turned out the one who hit Bai Luofei was Lin Baimo's brother. This was truly astonishing. If this had been aimed at Yi Hang earlier, it would have undoubtedly provoked Lin Baimo's fury, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. The two people who had initially defended Bai Luofei now kept their mouths shut. Facing Yi Hang was one thing, but when it came to Lin Baimo, they didn't have the courage. The difference in identity and background made them fearful. Yi Hang smiled faintly. "Brother Lin, it's nothing. It's just a little troublemaker. Rest assured, I've beaten him so badly he won't even recognize his own mother." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman beside him couldn't help but burst into laughter. Everyone's gaze followed, and sure enough, the infamous Bai young master had already been beaten to a pulp, lying on the ground half dead like a pig. So it was this guy. "Hanzi, well done. Someone, throw him out, blacklist him, and from now on, Glorious Hotel will not serve any guests from Bai Enterprises." As soon as Lin Baimo spoke, the entire hall was stunned. This was tantamount to treating Bai Enterprises as an enemy. For the sake of a minor figure, Lin Baimo made such a decisive move, instantly elevating Yi Hang's status in everyone's eyes. After resolving the matter, Lin Baimo said to the young man beside him, "Young Master Zhang, I apologize. This gathering was originally hosted by you, and I hope you won't mind me stepping in." "Ha, Lin, no need for such words. Your brothers are my brothers. When a brother is bullied, this is the right thing to do. Come, let's toast to this gathering and forget the unpleasantness. Let's have a great time," Zhang Xiaoyu said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone raised their glasses and drank. The atmosphere of the gathering became instantly lively. People started looking for suitable individuals to engage with. Gatherings like this are excellent opportunities for networking. Individuals with common goals can all become friends. Lin Bai pulled Yi Hong to sit on the same sofa, sharing a table with Zhang Xiaoyu. Lin Bai introduced, "Young Master Zhang, this is the friend I mentioned to you, Yi Heng. Don't be fooled by his young age, he possesses extraordinary medical skills. You must have heard of old Master Zhou Mingshan. The last time he suddenly fell ill, it was my brother here who brought him back from the brink of death with his miraculous hands." "Oh, so he's the legendary figure Lin mentioned." Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly, his gaze firmly fixed on Yi Heng. Even the woman sitting nearby turned her gaze toward him. Their visit to Nanling City was originally aimed at networking, but having heard of Yi Heng's remarkable story, their curiosity grew even stronger. "Legendary isn't the right word, Brother Lin is merely flattering me." Yi Heng smiled faintly. Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled and said, "Lin rarely praises anyone. I've known him for so long, and I've never seen him genuinely admire someone. Yi Heng, you're the first. This clearly proves you have real talent. Come, let's drink a toast together and stay in touch in the future." The four raised their glasses and drank in one go, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Upon inquiry, Yi Heng learned that Zhang Xiaoyu was from Yanjing and had a strong background. The woman was also from Yanjing, with the surname Han, though other details about her were unclear. Like Yi Heng, she was not very talkative and simply listened quietly to the conversation between Lin Baimo and Zhang Xiaoyu. After chatting for a while, Zhang Xiaoyu said to Yi Heng, "Brother Yi Heng, do you have time recently? If you're not busy, I'd like to invite you to visit Yanjing. To be honest, my father has some minor health issues that have been difficult to cure, and I was hoping you could take a look. If Zhang Xiao is willing to consider me a friend, then just call me Hanzi," Yi Heng said with a faint smile. Although he felt a bit hesitant, he still replied, "As for going to Yanjing, I must apologize. My medical studies are not yet mature, so I may not be able to go for now. However, in no more than a year, or as little as half a year, once I have mastered my studies, I will definitely visit you in Yanjing." The next morning, Yi Heng was awakened by the ringing of a call from an unfamiliar number. He had stayed out late last night with Zhang Xiaoyu and Lin Baimo, and now he still felt somewhat drowsy. "Hello, who is this?" Yi Heng answered the phone groggily. A crisp voice came from the other end, "This is Zhou Yuner. Where are you right now?" The direct question left Yi Heng a bit speechless, wondering where this woman had gotten his number. He casually replied, "I'm at home." "What's the matter, Miss Shou, calling me so early in the morning?" "Cut the nonsense. I want to ask if you're interested in going to the stone gambling market with me." Zhou Yuner stated her purpose without hesitation. Gambling on stones? Yi Heng was stunned for a moment, and the sleepiness he felt just now instantly vanished. He had heard a little about this industry. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Since it's an invitation from the stunning Miss Shou, I absolutely have to save face. Where are you? I'll come find you." "No need. Just tell me your location, and I'll come pick you up," Zhou Yuner said firmly. So, Yi Heng told Zhou Yuner his location. After finishing breakfast, he waited downstairs. Not long after, a dazzling Porsche 918 pulled up in front of him, leaving him utterly amazed. Wow! Such a beautiful, luxurious sports car, he had rarely seen one before. There probably weren't many in the entire Nanling City. Zhou Yuner opened the car door and stepped out. Today, she was dressed in a tight leather outfit that perfectly showcased her figure. Curvy and proportioned. Paired with sunglasses, she exuded an unmatched aura of coolness, leaving Yi Heng momentarily stunned. "What's wrong? You can't recognize me after just a few days?" Zhou Yuner pouted, feeling secretly pleased with Yi Heng's reaction. Yi Heng tossed aside the cigarette in his hand and replied with a smile, "The renowned beauty Zhou truly stands out. Just this car, combined with your outfit, countless people on the road must be swooning over you. Stop joking around and get in the car. Come with me to the Jade Market for a spin. Borrow some of your luck, maybe I'll have a great find today." With that, Zhou Yuner pushed Yi Heng into the passenger seat, took the driver's seat herself, slammed on the accelerator, and the Porsche sped off like a whirlwind. The high speed startled Yi Heng, and he thought to himself, "This woman drives way too aggressively." Hastily fastening his seatbelt, it took him a while to adjust to the velocity. As the scenery blurred past the windows, Yi Heng started contemplating whether it was time to buy a car himself. After all, he did have $1 million in hand, and getting a car for around 200,000 wouldn't be a problem. "I say, Miss Shou, what are you going to the stone gambling market for? Could it be to gamble on stones?" Yi Heng asked curiously. "Nonsense, isn't gambling on stones exactly what you do at the stone gambling market?" Zhou Yuner rolled her eyes at him and continued, "It's just as well, you can broaden your horizons too. You have a good eye, if you get the chance, you can try it yourself. If the value increases, you'll earn a profit. So, what do you think? Want to give it a shot? Yi Hong shrugged. Let's talk about it when we get to the stone gambling market. This will be my first time gambling on stones, Miss Show, you'd better not trick me. I can't afford it like you can, I don't have your deep pockets to take the risk. Zhou Yuner rolled her eyes again. Cheapskate, who would bother to trick you for that little money? Today's expenses are on me anyway, it's a good time to settle the bet from last time. Hearing this, Yi Hong finally understood that this woman actually wanted to use this method to fulfill the bet from last time. Although it was just a casual remark back then, since Zhou Yuner was being so generous, he wouldn't refuse. Stone gambling, huh? If they were going to play, then so be it. After all, it wasn't his money, so he wouldn't feel the pain of losing. Before long, Zhou Yuner drove the car to the stone gambling market in Nanling City. The setup here was completely different from the antique street. The stone gambling venues were spacious open-air pavilions, filled with many enthusiasts and experts in the field. The air was thick with a tense and thrilling atmosphere. A trace of anticipation ignited in Yi Hang's heart. What kind of surprises would this stone gambling journey bring? Entering the stone gambling market, Zhou Yuner skillfully led Yi Hong to a large open-air pavilion. Yi Hang's eyes were instantly drawn to the rows of luxury cars parked outside. The high-end vehicles here could easily host a lavish car exhibition. The people who came here were either wealthy or powerful, a place where money and influence converged. Walking into the market, Yi Hong looked around. Everywhere he turned, there were piles of stones stacked like small mountains, in various colors. The crowd gathered around was engaged in heated discussions, creating an atmosphere that was both tense and exhilarating. How do you feel about this place? Zhou Yuner asked with a slight smile. Yi Hong shrugged and said lightly, it looks pretty good, but tell me how you plan to play. Let me make it clear in advance, I'm a complete newbie at stone gambling. If we lose, don't get upset. Only stingy guys like you would get upset. Losing a few million in the stone gambling market is common. Experts can lose tens of millions with just one cut. Stone gambling is about either striking it rich or going broke with one slice. Opening a mine worth billions isn't a dream, it all depends on your luck. Just follow me, and if you see something you like, let me know. I'll buy it for you. As she spoke, Zhou Yuner was already leading Yi Hong toward a spot surrounded by onlookers. Several raw stones were piled up there, clearly marked with prices ranging from tens of thousands to millions. Cracks revealed vibrant green inside, hinting at exceptional quality. Miss Zhou, you're here too. Several figures in the industry greeted Zhou Yuner enthusiastically. Zhou Yuner held considerable renown in the gemstone betting world of Nanling City. As the granddaughter of Zhou Mingshan, the king of gemstone betting, her network was extensive. Miss Zhou truly lives up to being the descendant of the gemstone betting king. Last time, you picked an ice-grade jade piece, congratulations. A merchant said with a smile, and the surrounding people echoed their admiration. Zhou Yuner's success last time had sparked quite a stir. You're too kind. She responded modestly with a smile, then began wandering around the uncut stones with Yi Hang. Although these stones appeared rich in water texture and with high hopes for a profitable result, Yi Hong understood the high risks inherent in this line of work. Trailing behind, Yi Hong activated the yin-yang eye skill, his left for yin and his right for yang. With his right eye, he could perceive the true essence of all things. Under his scrutiny, the internal structure of these raw stones unfolded clearly in his mind. He discovered that, apart from a thin layer of green on the surface, these raw stones were completely lacking in color inside, which meant they were utterly worthless. If someone were to buy these stones, they would surely suffer a total loss. This discovery made Yi Hong thrilled, as the yin-yang eyes gave him a chance to quickly amass wealth. Stone gambling, for him, would always yield success. What do you think? Did you spot any promising raw stones? Zhou Yuner asked after observing them. She wasn't satisfied with these raw stones. Yi Hong chuckled lightly, if the great beauty Zhou didn't fancy them, how could I? Let's go, and check out other places. Be careful not to miss good stuff. Come on, let's head to the next spot. Zhou Yuner shot him a glance before the two headed toward another location for raw materials. Yi Hong observed the surroundings and found that during the process of cutting the stones, few gamblers managed to achieve profit. Even when they did, the profit was minimal and far from exciting. More than half an hour passed, and Yi Hong disappointedly realized that none of the raw stones he examined would bring any gains. Though Zhou Yuner lacks the ability to see through stones, she is experienced and skilled, but even with her discerning eye, she did not make rash decisions on the stones she examined. The two wandered around, stopping from time to time, and quickly finished touring the stone gambling factory. The disappointment on their faces was evident, as if their trip had been in vain. Just as Yi Hong was feeling dejected, a basketball-sized piece of waste material caught his attention. He glanced at it and surprisingly discovered two fist-sized spreads of green within the waste material. This piece of waste material would definitely yield profit, and big profits at that. Witnessing this, Yi Hang's heart began pounding with excitement. What's wrong? Noticing Yi Hang's hesitation, Zhou Yuner turned around and asked in confusion, her gaze also falling on that piece of raw stone waste. At first glance, there seemed to be no signs of green, looking like pure trash. Damn it, I want it. Hurry up and help me buy it. Yi Hang tightly gripped Zhou Yuner's hand, his voice trembling, carrying a strong sense of yearning. Are you out of your mind? Why would you buy this piece of raw stone waste? Zhou Yuner looked incredulous, breaking free from Yi Hang's hand. Everyone else regarded it as garbage, yet he insisted it was a treasure. Yi Hang took a deep breath and looked at her resolutely. You don't know a damn thing. Even a pheasant can turn into a phoenix, let alone this stone. Quickly ask how much this stone costs, I must have it. Really can't understand you, I regret bringing you here. Zhou Yuner huffed angrily, alright, just don't blame me for not warning you. If you lose, though the price of this scrap material won't be high anyway. After speaking, she snapped her fingers toward the distance. Before long, a man in a suit walked over, smiling as he said, Miss Zhou, hello, is there anything you need? Zhou Yuner pointed at the piece of scrap material and said, my friend has taken a liking to this stone. How much do you want for it? The man was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Zhou Yuner to ask about the price of scrap material. In their eyes, raw stone scraps were no different from ordinary rocks and were essentially worthless. However, out of professional courtesy, he still smiled and replied, Miss Zhou, you are a regular customer here. If you like this piece of scrap, just take it. Alright then. Although Zhou Yuner was dissatisfied, she nodded in agreement. After all, the scrap material wouldn't cost much. Wait. I'm not taking anything for free. I'll pay 3,000 yuan to buy this piece of scrap. Yi Hang interrupted them, clearly understanding the hidden value of this scrap material. Once the stone is cut, its price increase might not just be a joke. Hearing this, a trace of displeasure flashed across the man's eyes. He stared coldly at Yi Hang. Young man, it's just scrap material. Why be so stubborn? Do you really think it can produce jade? His voice was somewhat loud, drawing a crowd of gamblers who gathered around and whispered among themselves. Scrap material producing jade? How could that be possible? Zhou Yuner's face instantly showed some embarrassment. As an expert in stone gambling, she had brought someone who wanted to buy scrap material. How humiliating. Yi Hang looked calm and responded, whether it can produce jade or not, no one can say for sure. A deal is a deal. If I lose, it's my own business and has nothing to do with you. Since you're so determined, I'll sell this piece of scrap to you for 3,000. Young man, good luck to you, the man said with a sneer. Yi Hang flashed a slight smile and turned to the slightly embarrassed Zhou Yuner. Miss Zhou, hurry and pay the money. Once it's paid, we'll go and cut open this piece of scrap. Who knows, one cut and I might become a billionaire. Young man, you're really daydreaming. Such a mere piece of scrap, how could it possibly produce jade? Someone in the crowd mocked. If this piece of waste material can yield jade, then pigs can climb trees. Another person echoed. Exactly, if young people are willing to play, we'll just watch the fun. Someone joked. Miss Zhou, the companion by your side is truly unique. Trying to strike it lucky in the jade betting business is harder than winning the lottery, it's pure wishful thinking. The surrounding voices made Zhou Yuner's face grow redder and redder. She secretly regretted bringing along someone who ended up buying waste material. It was utterly embarrassing. She quickly took out 3,000 yuan, reluctantly paid, and then Yi Hang followed along, clutching the piece of waste material. You're so embarrassing. Of all things, you just had to buy this piece of scrap. Are you trying to humiliate me on purpose? Zhou Yuner glared fiercely at Yi Hang, feeling a deep sense of regret in her heart. However, Yi Hang didn't respond and walked straight towards a stone-cutting machine. Beside the machine, an elderly man squatted idly, quietly waiting for someone to come and cut their stone. Yi Hang approached the old man, placed the raw stone down, and said firmly, Sir, could you please help me cut this stone? The old man glanced at the raw stone Yi Hang had placed on the ground and chuckled. Young man, this must have been picked out from the scrap pile. Right? I think you should give up. I've been working here for so many years, and I've never seen anyone turn a dung pit rock into a gold ingot. Hearing this, Yi Hang was speechless. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. Today, he was determined to show everyone how this overlooked piece of scrap would transform into gold in his hands. Yi Hong, let it go. Zhou Yuner also felt that the raw stone was hopeless and stepped forward to persuade. Yi Hong sneered coldly, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the old man. You don't understand. Then lend me this machine, I'll decipher it myself. The old man chuckled softly and did not object, giving silent consent. Yi Hong immediately lifted the stone-cutting machine, turned on the power, and activated the sunshine eye, which worked like an X-ray, revealing all the secrets inside the raw stone. As the SHHH sound echoed, the machine began cutting slowly along the edges of the stone, and a piercing sound roared into the air. Zhou Yuner helplessly smiled, her eyes fixed on Yi Hong cutting the stone. Her curiosity grew. Why was he so determined to buy this piece of waste material? Soon, the answer was revealed. As Yi Hong gradually removed layers of the stone, an extremely dazzling green light suddenly burst forth like a flame flickering in the night. Zhou Yuner gasped in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. This waste material, it really produced green. Although the value of the green was still unclear, at this moment, her heartbeat quickened. Hearing Zhou Yuner's exclamation, the previously dismissive old man was also drawn over. Upon seeing the streak of green light, he immediately stood up, his trembling hands involuntarily reaching toward Yi Hong. It's green. It really turned green. This is incredible. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. It's green. These three words echoed like thunder through the stone gambling factory, drawing everyone's attention to this area. It's indeed green, and the green area is still expanding. No, this raw stone is going to rise in value. A surge of shock hit everyone's hearts as they quickly surrounded Yi Hong. In an instant, over 20 people gathered around him, their gazes fixed on the raw stone in his hand, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief. Damn, this kid's luck is just insane. He actually managed to uncover green from scrap material. Talk about striking a huge gain, someone exclaimed. Yeah, his luck is truly extraordinary. To extract green jade from waste material, and with signs of it increasing in value, this is definitely a first. In Nanling City, several people who had just witnessed Yi Hong purchase the waste raw stone sighed in amazement, secretly thinking that if they had picked up this raw stone, they would have made a fortune. The man who had sold the waste raw stone to Yi Hong was also in the crowd, his face clouded with gloom and his heart filled with regret. If Yi Hong's raw stone really skyrocketed in value, he would surely face the wrath of the higher-ups. 3,000 yuan to buy this piece of waste. Who's really losing out here? Young man, stop cutting it. I'll offer 5 million. Sell me this raw stone, will you? One person, seeing the green glow becoming more pronounced, finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Humph, only 5 million? I'll offer 6 million. Young man, sell it to me. Another person, unwilling to be outdone, countered. I'll offer 7 million. Young man, sell it, you definitely won't lose. 8 million. Young man, stop now. I'll offer 8 million. If you continue, you might suffer losses. I'll offer 9 million. I'll offer 10 million. Bidding voices surged like a tide, the numbers being shouted climbed higher and higher, even reaching tens of millions. Hearing this price, Yi Hong's hand trembled slightly, but he remained focused, concentrated on cutting the stone. Half of it had already revealed green, and he was determined to unveil the other half entirely. At this moment, Zhou Yuner's mind was in turmoil as she stared blankly at Yi Hong. A worthless raw stone had actually been bid up. To a price of tens of millions, this seemed like a total fantasy. The odds of this happening were far lower than winning the lottery. I'll bid 11 million. Finally, someone could no longer hold back, their bid resounding again, instantly snapping Zhou Yuner out of her daze. I'll bid 12 million. I bet this raw stone will definitely see a huge price increase. It's very likely ice-quality jadeite. 12 million is absolutely worth it. Humph, do you think you're the only one with money, brother? Buy? I'll offer 13 million. Young man, stop right there. I'll offer 15 million. Zhou Yuner, startled awake, immediately made this astonishing bid. Her intuition and experience told her that the raw stone in Yi Hong's hands was absolutely worth this price. Although she had initially misjudged it, upon seeing the hint of green emerge, she became more confident in her assessment. As soon as the 15 million bid was announced, the surrounding crowd frowned. Although Yi Hong was about to fully reveal the raw stone, they were uncertain whether it was truly worth that price. After all, in terms of discernment and experience, they were far inferior to Zhou Yuner. The atmosphere at the scene instantly fell silent, with everyone waiting for Yi Hong to completely unveil the raw stone. Finally, half an hour later, Yi Hong fully revealed the stone, and before their eyes appeared two fist-sized pieces of pure green jade, vibrant in color and dazzling to behold. This scene was practically blinding everyone present. Wow! This is emerald! My goodness! The finest of jade! And such a large emerald, someone exclaimed. Unbelievable! An emerald appearing in Nanling City, it's a rarity that hasn't been seen in over 10 years. Almost everyone's eyes turned red with envy. Emerald is a premium type of jade that's extremely rare even in Yunnan. Even Zhou Yuner didn't expect Yi Hong to extract such an exceptional piece of emerald. This luck was simply indescribable. I'll offer 20 million for this emerald. Just as everyone was exclaiming in amazement, someone else bid, raising Zhou Yuner's price by 5 million. I'll bid 25 million. Hee, an emerald, and such a large one at that, how can 25 million be enough? I'll bid 30 million. I'll bid 35 million. An emerald, absolutely worth it. I bid 40 million. I'll bid 45 million. At this moment, hearing the frantic bidding, Yi Heng's heart felt numb. A piece of jadeite once regarded as scrap material had now fetched a bid of 45 million, and he hadn't spent a single cent on it. It was like picking it up for free. Moreover, he hadn't anticipated that this stone gambling trip would bring such a bountiful reward. 45 million was a golden opportunity for someone who was a penniless youth just half a month ago. However, the price continued to soar. I'll bid 50 million. Zhou Yuner placed another bid, her gaze sparkling like stars, appearing intelligent and captivating. At this moment, she seemed like a businesswoman commanding the marketplace. Hee, Miss Zhou, apologies, but I also really like this emerald. I'll offer 55 million. A man smiled faintly and made a higher bid. Mr. Wang, no need to be polite. Competition in the market is all about skill. I'll offer 60 million. Zhou Yuner refused to back down. Mr. Wang frowned slightly and continued, I'll offer 65 million. Miss Zhou, although emeralds are rare, your jewelry store surely isn't lacking them. Why compete with me? Zhou Yuner retorted, Mr. Wang, you're joking. Everyone wants to make a good deal. I won't let go of this emerald. I'll offer 70 million. Watching the bidding war between the two, the onlookers who initially planned to join in hesitated, weighing the risks and benefits. Wang Kuan also ran a jewelry store, and the competition between peers made these bystanders cautious about intervening. Emeralds were indeed valuable, but one needed the power to compete for them. Humph, Miss Zhou truly doesn't yield to men. I bid 75 million. Wang Kuan snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Zhou Yuner, who was long his rival. Zhou Yuner frowned upon hearing this. 75 million had already exceeded her expectations, and further increases would likely erase her profits when the emerald was made into a finished product. Feeling uneasy about Wang Kuan's deliberate inflation, she turned her gaze toward Yi Heng. After all, though she and Wang Kuan were competing, the emerald was still in Yi Heng's possession. When her mesmerizing eyes met Yi Heng's, his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, is this girl trying to flirt with me? Nevertheless, no matter the reason, this piece of emerald only came into his possession because of Zhou Yuner. Sorry, I won't sell for 75 million. Ms. Zhou, this emerald is yours. At the crucial moment, Yi Hong stepped forward. So what if he gave up 70 million and sold it to Zhou Yuner? Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan was so enraged he almost burst a lung. He shot Yi Hong a cold glance before storming off in fury. Yi Hong and Zhou Yuner stood side by side, watching as the emerald finally found its owner. The onlookers around them couldn't help but marvel at the turn of events. It was simply unimaginable that waste material could yield such a treasure. The gemstone trade in Nanling City was destined to be set abuzz by this moment. Ms. Zhou, congratulations! Another exceptional jade piece added to your collection. Voices rose around them, full of admiration and envy, though few had the capacity to achieve such feats themselves. Zhou Yuner exchanged a few polite words with the crowd, but her sharp gaze was fixed like an eagle's on Yi Heng. Ha, I admire your luck. I've been in the gemstone trade for years and have never encountered someone like you. Here, this is your reward for helping me. Earlier. Before finishing her sentence, Zhou Yuner unexpectedly leaned in and planted a moist kiss on Yi Heng's cheek, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. This was his first kiss. Although it was just on the face, it was still his first kiss. He cursed inwardly, feeling that he had suffered a huge loss. He had already sold that emerald at a loss of 5 million to Zhou Yuner, and now he had even lost his first kiss. No way, I must get it back. I absolutely cannot let this go. With this thought, Yi Hong domineeringly pulled the unprepared Zhou Yuner into his arms. Then, a powerful kiss landed forcefully on her red lips. Their eyes met, and Zhou Yuner instantly lost herself. In that moment, it seemed as though both of them had reached some kind of tacit understanding, as neither pushed the other away. The two tasted the forbidden beauty for the first time, a sense of allure that seemed almost intoxicating. Hiss! Time seemed to freeze. Yi Hong was pushed away by Zhou Yuner, and he couldn't help but inhale sharply. As he wiped his mouth with his hand, blood started to seep out. This woman actually bit him. Seriously, you kissed me first, okay? I was just returning the favor, what's the big deal? Yi Hong retorted indignantly, glaring at Zhou Yuner. Humph, that's what you get for being shameless. Serves you right. You're lucky I didn't make you pay a greater price, consider yourself fortunate. Zhou Yuner responded coldly, though her heart was filled with frustration. That was her first kiss. If she'd known earlier, she wouldn't have rewarded Yi Hang. Now, she'd ended up losing something so precious. But that kiss made her feelings toward Yi Hang subtly change. We're even now. This is my first time kissing a woman, you got the advantage, Yi Hang said disdainfully, as if he were the victim. Zhou Yuner gave a cold smile, understanding his shamelessness, and left the stone gambling factory directly. Yi Hong followed behind her, tightly clutching the emerald in his hand. Hey, Miss Shou, how about we visit another stone gambling factory? I'm on a lucky streak today, maybe I'll crack open another emerald. As Zhou Yuner opened the car door, Yi Hong couldn't help but speak up. With his yin-yang vision, he didn't want to leave the stone gambling market so soon. This place was simply paved with gold. If you don't want to get robbed, get in the car, Zhou Yuner said with a cold sneer. Robbed? Yi Hang's heart skipped a beat, and the emerald in his hand made him realize the gravity of the situation. A man bearing a treasure invites trouble. Once word got out that he cracked open an emerald, there would certainly be many people eyeing him. After all, this was a top-quality jade worth 70 million, and yet, a poor guy like him was carrying it around in his hands. Got into Zhou Yuner's car, and the vehicle headed toward her jewelry store. Since she was the one who purchased the emerald, the transaction naturally had to proceed. However, on the way back, Zhou Yuner's face remained dark the entire time, seemingly holding a grudge over Yi Hang's forceful kiss. The atmosphere in the car felt a bit stifling. Zhou Yuner didn't speak, and Yi Hang enjoyed the quiet. This woman was too arrogant, she had to be taught a lesson. But just at that moment, a Jinbei van suddenly blocked their path, completely out of the blue. What the hell? Big Beauty Zhou, what are you trying to do? I haven't lived enough yet. The car screeched to a halt, and Yi Hang's face instantly darkened. This woman was absolutely crazy. However, in the next moment, 5 men stepped out of the Jinbei van, all wielding sharp weapons, making him realize things had taken a dangerous turn. Seeing this, Zhou Yuner's heart sank, and she prepared to reverse to escape. Yet, another car blocked their path from behind. 5 ferocious-looking men got down from that vehicle, holding weapons in their hands, and the atmosphere instantly turned tense. Something's wrong, we might really be getting robbed. Zhou Yuner's face suddenly turned pale, but to Yi Hang's surprise, Zhou Yuner was exceptionally calm, showing no sign of panic. His gaze turned cold as he scanned the men closing in from the front and back, his tone steady. Things might not be that simple. For over 10 people to surround us, there's no need for that if it's just a robbery. You mean they have other intentions? Zhou Yuner frowned slightly, anxiety creeping into her heart. To leave quickly, she had chosen a remote road. This area was sparsely populated, and if this group had targeted them, the consequences could be dire. At that moment, a burly man at the front spoke coldly, Miss Shou, please get out of the car. Don't make us use force, it wouldn't be good to hurt such a precious person like you. Upon hearing this, a trace of coldness flashed across Zhou Yuner's face. She immediately said to Yi Hang, they are very likely here for me. Stay in the car, and if anything feels off, escape immediately. I don't want to drag you into this. Listening to Zhou Yuner's words, Yi Hang felt a warmth in his heart. This woman actually cared about him, and the slight dislike he had felt was quietly erased. Humph, how could I let you get out of the car alone in such a situation? If they intend to assault you, wouldn't that be like sending a lamb into a tiger's den? Stay here, I'll go take a look. Without waiting for Zhou Yuner to protest, Yi Hang had already opened the car door, removed the key, and locked the door. Zhou Yuner twisted and turned inside the car, but no matter what she did, she couldn't open the door. Seeing Yi Hang stepping out alone, facing 10 fierce-looking men, Zhou Yuner grew anxious inside the car, slapping the window and calling out with a trembling voice, Yi Hang, don't be reckless. However, Yi Hang paid no attention to Zhou Yuner. Confronting 10 men armed with sharp weapons, he harbored no fear, secretly calculating in his mind. Having trained in chi cultivation techniques, his strength and reaction speed far surpassed ordinary people. This scenario was a perfect test for his capabilities. Still, Zhou Yun'er's safety weighed on his mind. If these men indeed targeted her, the consequences would be disastrous. Humph, kid, you really aren't afraid of death. But don't worry, our task today is to crush you, then take you and that chick away. One of the burly men noticed Yi Hang's composure, curling his lips into a cold smile while secretly acknowledging that this kid might pose some difficulty. Third brother, why waste words with him? Get him. Finish him off quickly. The man called third brother nodded, and immediately a burly man rushed toward Yi Hang, clutching a military dagger, aiming straight for Yi Hang's arm. Yi Hang's eyes flashed with a vicious glint as he activated the Yin-Yang Mystic Eye. In his vision, the man's movements appeared in slow motion. He threw a punch, the airflow converging onto his fist. A tremendous force erupted instantaneously, accompanied by a ferocious gust of wind. With a loud crack, the attacker's arm was directly broken. His agonized screams echoed in the air, and he was sent flying backward, utterly incapacitated. This isn't good, this guy's a trained fighter. Everyone, get him together. Third brother's heart tightened in alarm as he quickly signaled the others. 9 ferocious-looking men encircled Yi Hang completely. Damn it! That filthy scum crippled Xiaolu, kill him for me. With an angry roar, the group attacked simultaneously, weapons flashing as they aimed at Yi Hang. Yi Hang let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp like a knife. Seems like you're not much after all. Alright, let me use you to test my skills today. As he finished speaking, he moved swiftly. 9 attackers struck simultaneously, nearly sealing off all routes of retreat. Yi Hang bent down like a cannonball being launched, his speed exploding in an instant. With a loud crack, the sound of impact rang out, and the burly man charging at him was slammed back. He flew 2 or 3 meters as if hit by a heavy object, multiple bones fractured, and his screams pierced through the air. With one successful strike, a terrifying bloodthirsty glint flashed in Yi Hang's eyes. The immense power of his chi training technique made him want to unleash all his fury at this moment. Before the others could react, Yi Hang's body moved like lightning, striking with fists and kicks, showing no mercy as he relentlessly pummeled the burly men. Though there were no particular techniques, every single blow carried spine-chilling force. It was as if he were inhuman. Anyone struck by him had nearly instant fractures inside their bodies. You little brat! Everyone, no mercy, kill him. Leave no survivors. Third brother, horrified by Yi Hang's terrifying prowess, screamed while charging at him furiously. At this moment, it was either Yi Hang crippling them or them dying at Yi Hang's hands. Yet, third brother could never have imagined that an 18 or 19-year-old youth could possess such terrifying strength. Among the 10 men he had brought, half had already been knocked to the ground by Yi Hang in under a minute. Cold gleams flashed brilliantly as Yi Hang incapacitated 5 men, his inner bloodlust growing even stronger. Faced with the desperate counterattacks of the remaining few, he grew even more excited. Letting out a wild roar like a tiger shaking the forest, his fists rained down with the ferocity of a storm, creating a visually stunning and impactful display. Inside the Porsche, Zhou Yun'er's initial anxiety and worry had completely transformed into utter shock. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the young man dominating the road, completely unable to believe how fierce Yi Hang had become. His savage, beast-like fighting style impacted her in ways that words could hardly describe. At this moment, Zhou Yun'er suddenly realized that Yi Hang was like a mystery, exceptional perception, miraculous medical skills, unbelievable luck, and now this terrifying power. He was far from an ordinary person. It was as if a veil of mystery enveloped him, waiting to be uncovered. On the road, as Yi Hang delivered his final punch and knocked down the burly man known as Third Brother, there was no one left standing around. Everyone lay on the ground, moaning in pain, their pitiful cries chilling to the bone. Yi Hang looked at a bloodstain on his left arm, a mark left by Third Brother. The latter had once been a professional underground fighter, naturally stronger than ordinary people. Seeing Yi Hang approach him, the man writhing in agony couldn't help but shudder, secretly thinking about how ruthlessly this youth had acted, likely breaking at least 7 or 8 of his bones. Kid, you're ruthless. Today, I admit defeat. What do you want? Third Master forced the words out through gritted teeth, enduring the searing pain coursing through his body. Yi Hang sneered coldly, tell me who sent you to do this, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll break a few more of your bones. Do you want to feel that kind of pain again? Bah! You little bastard, if you've got the guts, kill me. Third Master spat defiantly, though panic was beginning to creep into his heart. Looks like your bones are pretty tough, Yi Hang said with a chilling smile. With a sharp crack, another bone in third master's body broke. So, are you going to talk or not? If you keep holding out, next time I'll break one of your legs. The choice is yours. Upon hearing this, the third brother, who was screaming in agony, clenched his buttocks tightly and couldn't help but press his legs together. Facing Yi Hang's sinister gaze and his gradually rising right leg, he was truly terrified. This young man was like a demon. If that kick landed, he would be utterly destroyed. I said, "You bastard, stop. We're here on Master Feng's orders. He's the one who told us to capture you and Miss Zhou." Master Feng? Yi Hang's eyes turned cold. Wasn't Xiao Lao-san the one who harassed his sister and made him bleed under Master Feng's protection? It seemed that both Xiao Lao-san and the mastermind, Master Feng, needed to be confronted. Inside the Porsche, Zhou Yuner drove while using her star-like eyes to observe Yi Hang, her heart filled with astonishment. This man was truly unbelievable. She even had an urge to crack open Yi Hang's mind to investigate thoroughly. What secrets could this guy possibly be hiding? Amazing medical skills, defying luck, precise stone gambling, and those fierce fighting moves. Who would believe that all these could belong to an ordinary person? Where are we going now? Yi Hang adjusted his position, leaned comfortably against the seat, and asked with a slight smile. Under Yi Hang's deep, ink-like gaze, Zhou Yuner's delicate face instantly turned red as she stammered, "To my house. You're injured, and I have a first aid kit there to help treat your wound. Also, thank you for earlier. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid they would have already taken me away." Yi Hang raised his hand dismissively and said, "Their target wasn't just you, they included me as well. And their ruthless attack clearly shows they're desperados. Not people ordinary folk can deal with. This person holds significant resentment towards us, otherwise, they wouldn't act so brazenly in broad daylight. Are you saying their target also includes you?" Zhou Yuner's brows furrowed slightly, her mind filled with questions. Who exactly is this enemy? Not long after, Zhou Yuner drove into her private villa. This was a villa community, and the residents here were basically the elites of Nanling City. Upon entering Zhou Yuner's villa, Yi Hang couldn't help but marvel. It was spacious, luxurious, and uniquely styled, with an excellent view through the windows, offering a panoramic sight of the entire villa community. "Sit for a moment, I'll go get the medicine kit." After saying this, Zhou Yuner quickly dashed upstairs. Yi Hang quietly watched her figure retreating, lost in thought. In Nanling City, he hardly had any enemies except for Bai Luofei and his group of rich heirs. At the party, he had beaten Bai Luofei severely. Without a doubt, they would seek revenge. But as for whether it was indeed Bai Luofei, Yi Hang was uncertain. To figure it out, he would have to ask Uncle Feng. If it really was Bai Luofei, then he absolutely couldn't back down. He had to fight back in order to establish himself firmly in Nanling City. A moment later, Zhou Yuner came down carrying a white medical kit. It inevitably brought to mind the image of a nurse. If she were dressed in a nurse's uniform, she would definitely trigger the hormones of all men. Her curvaceous figure and exquisite features were truly enticing. "Hee, I didn't expect you to know how to treat injuries and apply medicine." As Zhou Yuner approached, Yi Hang naturally took off his shirt, revealing his perfectly tanned bronzed skin. Although Yi Hang's muscles weren't as prominent as a bodybuilder's, they were evenly distributed, with 8 knife-edged abs exuding a powerful aesthetic of strength. Only the two of them remained in the surroundings. Zhou Yuner's face instantly turned red, and her gaze involuntarily shifted away. Yet, Yi Hang's body, brimming with masculine charm, seemed to have a magical allure, making her heartbeat race uncontrollably and robbing her of the composure of a business world powerwoman. "Hey, Miss Zhou, what are you dawdling about for? Hurry up and apply the medicine." Seeing Zhou Yuner remain unmoving, Yi Hang teased, "What's the matter, Miss Zhou? Is this your first time? Don't worry, you have to treat people anyway, and since I saved you, it isn't like you're losing out." Zhou Yuner blushed even more. She had never encountered a man saying such explicit words in front of her. Although Yi Hang's so-called first time did not refer to that kind of thing, it still carried an underlying meaning. "Shut up and sit properly." Zhou Yuner glared at Yi Hang, her heart racing as she slowly sat down beside him. She then took out disinfectant and cotton balls from the medical kit and began cleaning the wound on his arm. In fact, Yi Hang's injury was hardly serious, just a minor scrape. Stopping the bleeding and applying some medicine before bandaging it up was enough. Watching the gorgeous Zhou Yuner administer the medicine for him, Yi Hang couldn't help but lean back on the sofa, staring at her without blinking. Up close, Zhou Yuner's beauty was even more impeccable, perfectly flawless and utterly captivating. Perhaps sensing that the guy in front of her was breathing a bit heavily, and his solid chest muscles were visibly rising and falling. Zhou Yun'er, who was bending over to apply the medicine, couldn't resist looking up at Yi Hang. Yet, she quickly discovered that this scoundrel's greedy eyes were fixed firmly on her, as if he wanted to devour her whole. Very nice to look at, huh? Zhou Yun'er was infuriated. Was this jerk a bit too lecherous? The wound was still bleeding. Looking at Yi Hang, her hand instinctively reached out to pinch Yi Hang's thigh. However, little did she know, this action would lead to a big accident. Whoa! Beauty Zhou, let go. You've pinched the wrong place. Yi Hang was on the verge of tears. Damn it, he only looked a few extra times. Was it really necessary to go all out like this? Yi Hang's scream snapped Zhou Yun'er out of her daze, making her lower her head for a look. Instantly, she let out a startled cry and leapt back. My heavens! Her hand had actually grabbed that disgusting thing on Yi Hang's body. She could still feel the lingering warmth on her hand. As she recalled the sensation from earlier, a wave of emotion surged like a tide, slamming into her soul. For the first time ever in her life, she had done something like this. Shame and nervousness quickly flooded her mind. After Zhou Yun'er's furious pinch, any desire in Yi Hang's eyes vanished instantly. The second in command was now consumed by pain, leaving no room for further thought or action. Hastily putting on his clothes, he glanced at Zhou Yun'er, who was glaring at him in rage, and awkwardly said, Well, Beauty Zhou, it's getting late. I'll head back now. Make sure to transfer the money to my account. After saying this, he quickly slipped out. If he stayed any longer, Zhou Yun'er would really pick up the medicine box and throw it at him. As the sound of the door closing came, Zhou Yun'er stared at Yi Hang's disappearing figure, her eyes almost ablaze with anger. If Yi Hang had stayed, she really might have thrown something at him. However, recalling the scene earlier, Zhou Yun'er foolishly looked at her own hands, vaguely remembering that she hadn't quite measured all of that guy's dimensions completely. Walking out of the villa complex, Yi Hang hailed a taxi, gave an address, and then leaned back in the carriage to feign sleep. With someone out there trying to target him, Yi Hang felt it was about time to meet Zhao Hengtian. Regarding this legendary figure, Yi Hang was deeply looking forward to the shock he might deliver. Still surrounded by the same old houses, Yi Hang headed straight for Zhao Hengtian's home upon arriving. Witnessing the fall of this once legendary figure to such a state, Yi Hang felt a surge of complex emotions. No matter how formidable one might be, a moment of carelessness could lead to a fall from grace. How far would his own future journey take him? The courtyard door of Zhao Hengtian's house was tightly closed but not locked. Yi Hang gently pushed open the wooden door and discovered Zhao Hengtian sitting in a wheelchair at the center of the courtyard, his back turned towards him. His hands rested flat on his chest, seemingly practicing some form of breathing technique. His breaths were steady and even. Out of curiosity, Yi Hang opened his yin-yang divine eye to observe Zhao Hengtian and immediately noticed that a stream of energy was circulating throughout Zhao Hengtian's body. This energy was somewhat similar to the one Yi Hang was practicing, which made him extremely curious. Could modern people also practice the art of energy cultivation? You've arrived. Just as Yi Hang was observing Zhao Hengtian had already turned his wheelchair around to face him, smiling as he looked at him. Yi Hang nodded and said, I've come to learn martial arts from you, and to take a look at your legs. Zhao Hengtian nodded and smiled, saying, It seems you already have some skill. Very good. Wait, that's not right. How is there inner energy in your body? Who did you learn from? No, this can't be, it hasn't been that long. Even if you had a teacher, it would be impossible to cultivate inner energy in such a short time. Truly strange. Suddenly, Zhao Hengtian's eyes fixed on Yi Hang, full of confusion and curiosity. If he could stand up, he would probably already be tapping and examining Yi Hang carefully. The last time he saw Yi Hang was half a month ago, and at that time, he hadn't sensed any internal energy from Yi Hang at all. He was just an ordinary person. However, half a month later, he could actually sense the internal energy that only martial artists could cultivate emanating from Yi Hang. Zhao Hengtian had never encountered such a thing before. Even martial arts prodigies couldn't possibly cultivate internal energy in such a short period of time. What's wrong? Yi Hang touched his nose and looked at Zhao Hengtian. Zhao Hengtian clicked his tongue in amazement and said, You've actually cultivated internal energy. If it wasn't someone else transferring it to you, then you must have had some extraordinary encounter in this short time. This is an incredible stroke of fortune. Very well, I was originally planning to teach you the Xingyi mental method, but since you've already cultivated internal energy and developed a sense of qi, it will be much easier for me to teach you martial arts now. Inner strength, huh? Yi Hang glanced at Zhao Hengtian, silently assessing in his heart. Although Zhao Hengtian's energy flow was incredibly powerful, it was slightly inferior to his own in terms of the purity of inner strength. Yi Hong did not explain how he had cultivated his inner strength. His purpose for this trip was merely to learn martial arts from Zhao Hengtian and, incidentally, to see if he could help heal Zhao Hengtian's leg injury. To get close to Feng Yi and his gang of desperados, Yi Hong knew he had to be well prepared, and learning some advanced techniques from Zhao Hengtian would be extremely important for him. "Brother Zhao, shall we start now?" Yi Hong slightly nodded, eagerly asking. Zhao Hengtian nodded slightly, his tone firm. "You have inner strength but no techniques, which will severely limit your abilities. However, after learning my Xingyi boxing, you will experience a transformative change. Watch closely, what I am about to teach you is the Five Elements Fist." Before the voice had faded, Zhao Hengtian, seated in his wheelchair, made a starting gesture. Instantly, Yi Hong felt Zhao Hengtian's aura transform into that of an invincible general, swallowing mountains and rivers with his imposing presence, decisive and ruthless. As he struck out with a punch, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, sending gusts scattering. Though Zhao Hengtian's movements appeared simple, they carried immense power. As Zhao Hengtian continuously executed his Five Elements Fist techniques, his wheelchair seemed to be propelled by an unseen force, crazily shifting across the ground in a highly dramatic display. The Five Elements Fist, also known as the Mother Fist of Xingyi, includes movements like splitting fist, drilling fist, crashing fist, pounding fist, and crossing fist. Each move may look simple, but possesses incredible destructive power. However, without employing internal strength, it remains nothing more than an empty shell. Zhao Hengtian explained while simultaneously demonstrating. Yi Heng's gaze remained firmly fixed on each move and gesture of Zhao Hengtian, his mind replaying the actions and the application of internal strength, as if watching an extraordinary film. Unconsciously, Yi Hong gave up watching. Stepping forward with his right leg, he imitated Zhao Hengtian's starting stance and began practicing the fist technique he had just observed. He replayed each movement in his mind, comprehending them thoroughly and swiftly mastering the essence, starting to practice with decent precision and form. Zhao Hengtian finished performing a set of Five Elements Fist, noticing that Yi Hong had already started practicing on his own. He raised his eyebrows slightly. As the ancient saying goes, for those who practice fist techniques, they must first observe. Yi Heng's decision to practice before fully watching seemed somewhat rash. A fist technique learned in this manner might capture the form but would lack the deeper essence. However, Zhao Hengtian was unaware that Yi Hong possessed the yin-yang eyes, which allowed him to see through the trajectory of Zhao's punches and the flow of inner force with absolute clarity. In reality, Yi Hong had already engraved every detail of the Five Elements Fist into his mind, replaying it repeatedly as if watching a film. Yi Hong practiced the Five Elements Fist over and over again, gradually immersing himself in the movements, completely oblivious to when Zhao Yuyu had returned. Half an hour later, an abrupt, muffled sound echoed, though faint. It startled Zhao Hengtian, who was sipping tea at the time. Yi Heng's chopping punch actually reached proficient levels in just half an hour, with an extraordinary attack power. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hengtian's lips twitched slightly, and he secretly marveled in his heart. When he practiced the Five Elements Fist back then, it took him more than a month to achieve even a trace of proficiency, yet Yi Hong managed it in just half an hour. This kid is truly a martial arts prodigy. Zhao Hengtian secretly sighed. With Yi Heng's level of comprehension and talent, even if he were to enter a major sect, he would undoubtedly be a genius-level figure. His future accomplishments in martial arts would certainly reach the heights of a grandmaster. However, the astonishment didn't end there. Half an hour later, Yi Heng's burrowing punch also reached proficiency. His strikes were like a storm with thunderous sounds, his movement as swift as lightning, and the ground was stirred up with flying sand and dust. At this moment, Zhao Hengtian's expression could no longer be described as mere astonishment, his gaze fixed on Yi Hong as if he were looking at a monster. 2 hours later, Yi Hong finally stopped practicing. Through this period of intense training, he had honed the splitting, drilling, and crushing techniques of the Five Elements Fist to a considerable level, significantly enhancing his strength. The remaining cannon and horizontal techniques still required Yi Heng's comprehension. Zhao Hengtian watched him stop, shook his head, and let out a bitter laugh. Compared to the genius he had once envisioned, Yi Hong was on an entirely different level, utterly incomparable. In fact, the reason Yi Hong was able to master 3 techniques of the Five Elements Fist so quickly was largely due to the immense advantage of his yin-yang vision eyes, which allowed him to see through Zhao Hengtian's punching trajectories and the application of internal energy during practice. Even more crucial was Yi Heng's photographic memory, which made it possible for him to grasp these techniques in such a short time. After finishing his practice, Yi Hong took a deep breath, walked toward Zhao Hengtian, cupped his hands, and said, "Thank you, Brother Zhao, for teaching me the Five Elements Fist. With this Five Elements Fist, I can now protect myself." Zhao Hengtian shook his head and smiled. "The essence of our nation must not be lost. Still, you, kid, are truly a martial arts genius. If the founder of the Five Elements Fist saw you mastering 3 types of techniques in such a short time, he would probably feel inferior. However, now that you've learned these 3 techniques, you must not be complacent. There are countless talented individuals in China, many of whom are far stronger than you. The inner strength cultivation method you are practicing needs consistent refinement. The longer you practice, the stronger your inner strength will become, and the higher your power will grow. You're just stepping into the threshold of cultivation now, so you must not be arrogant." Yi Hong nodded solemnly. Even someone as strong as Zhao Hengtian had met his fate today. He certainly had no reason for arrogance. After finishing his practice, Yi Hong noticed Zhao Hengtian's leg. The blackened blood had already spread extensively. If left untreated, it would threaten the entire lower leg, and Zhao Hengtian's leg would be permanently crippled. The difficulty of the treatment at hand made Yi Hong hesitant to act rashly. Unless the toxins in Zhao Hengtian's calf were expelled through acupuncture, it would be hard to cure. After careful observation, Yi Hong said to Zhao Hengtian, "Brother Zhao, give me a few more days. I'll get a set of golden needles, and then I'll treat you. If everything goes smoothly, curing your leg shouldn't be a problem." Hearing this, Zhao Hengtian and Zhao Yuyu were incredibly excited. They had been running around for years trying to heal these legs. And now, hearing that there was a chance for a cure, Zhao Yuyu was so thrilled she almost pinned Yi Hong down for a passionate kiss. "Ha, then thank you, kid. I'll be waiting for you." Zhao Hengtian laughed heartily, as if sweeping away the depression of the past few years. His entire demeanor transformed with renewed energy. Zhao Yuyu, meanwhile, clapped her hands and jumped around gleefully, saying, "Big brother Yi, thank you so much. Stay for dinner at my house tonight. I'll go buy some groceries while you chat with my brother." The kindness was hard to refuse, so Yi Hong had no choice but to stay at Zhao Hengtian's house. The dishes were sumptuous, showcasing Zhao Yuyu's excellent cooking skills. At the dinner table, Yi Hong learned from Zhao Hengtian that there is a group of cultivators in this world whose strength is hundreds or even thousands of times greater than that of ordinary people. Moreover, the levels of cultivation are categorized, with the weakest being qi sensation, followed by nourishing vital energy, rendu, and the legendary 3 flowers gathering at the summit, which is highly coveted. As for whether there are realms beyond that, even Zhao Hengtian was unsure. By the time Yi Hong left Zhao Hengtian's house, it was already late at night. The gentle night breeze brushed through the streets, and Yi Heng's drunkenness gradually faded away. Upon returning home, he found Yi Qing asleep at the table, not having returned to her own room. Seeing this, Yi Hong felt a wave of guilt. He gently carried Yi Qing back to her room and tucked her in with a blanket. Yi Hong did not go to sleep. Instead, he sat cross-legged on his bed and started cultivating. This continuous cultivation strengthened the internal energy within his body, further enhancing his abilities. He understood Zhao Hengtian's advice well. The path of cultivation must never be interrupted, and martial arts must be practiced daily. Practicing martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will retreat. The next morning, when Yi Hong woke up, he found that his sister Yi Qing was no longer at home. Perhaps because she had returned too late the night before, she hadn't made breakfast for him this morning either. Looking at the empty table, Yi Hong let out a bitter laugh. It seemed his sister was truly angry with him. However, Yi Hong still had important matters to handle today. It's time to settle scores with Qiu Laosan and that Feng Yi. Qiu Laosan and his gang were typical local thugs and hooligans. In the area where Yi Hong lived, they frequently bullied the weak, extorted protection money, and harassed young women. Due to Qiu Laosan's powerful influence and his connections, migrant workers in the area could only turn a blind eye to their actions. It was midday, the rush hour for school dismissal and office workers, and Qiu Laosan was in an exceptionally good mood. The schoolgirl who had accompanied him the previous night had thoroughly delighted him. These days, chasing after young girls was his specialty, and Qiu Laosan was already eyeing his next target. Strutting down the street with 4 or 5 cronies in tow, Qiu Laosan carried himself with an air of arrogance, secretly reveling in his belief that he was the king of this neighborhood. Pedestrians quickly moved out of their way as they passed by, and even some women turned and left upon seeing Qiu Laosan's crew, clearly intimidated by his brazen demeanor. "Hey, third brother, that chick looks pretty good. She's even better looking than the one from last night. Look, she's walking over this way," one of the cronies remarked with a gleam in his eye. Cho Lao-san looked over at the girl and, enraged, slapped the crony on the head, snapping, "Damn it, that chick's mine. Don't get ahead of yourself here." Cho Lao-san and his men closed in on the girl step by step, surrounding her like a pack of predatory beasts. With what he thought was a charming smile, Cho Lao-san said, "Hey, beautiful, you must be new here. How about letting me treat you to a meal, huh?" His burly, rough appearance was completely at odds with the idea of charm, and the girl, frightened by the unfolding scene, attempted to flee but found herself tightly encircled by the group. "Hey beauty, don't leave, you're fated to meet our third brother, give him some face." A henchman nearby laughed slyly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The girl turned pale with fright and was almost in tears. The passers-by, although resentful, did not dare to intervene and lowered their heads, hurriedly leaving. Such incidents had become all too common in Nanling City, leaving people helpless against Cho Lao-san's misdeeds. "You bunch of thugs, get out of the way. If you don't, I'll call the police." Yang Zishi spoke anxiously, reaching for her phone, but Cho Lao-san snatched it away in one swift move. "Ha, call the police? Do you think you can?" Cho Lao-san laughed loudly, his face full of arrogance. Yang Zishi's heart sank with despair as she implored the passing crowd with her eyes. Yet, those accustomed to living here dared not provoke Cho Lao-san, pretending not to see and hurriedly slipping away. "Is this how my life will be after transferring to Nanling City, ruined by these thugs?" Her heart sank deeper into hopelessness. Guys, let's take this beauty and go for a meal." Cho Lao-san waved his hand, and his underlings were about to step forward to grab the girl's hand when suddenly a wooden stick fell from the sky, heavily striking Cho Lao-san on the head. He let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground, looking utterly pathetic. "Which damn bastard's tired of living? Step out for me." Cho Lao-san clutched his head and angrily struggled to his feet. He noticed blood flowing from his head, and his face showed a mix of rage and fear. The surrounding underlings quickly rallied around to shield him while cursing furiously at their surroundings. Amid the tense atmosphere, a teenager stood motionless, holding a sugar cane in his hand, smiling at Cho Lao-san. He seemed filled with a sense of helplessness and curiosity about everything unfolding before him. "Third brother, isn't this the kid we beat up half a month ago? How dare he come looking for us?" One underling, with sharp eyes, recognized Yi Hang. Cho Lao-san's eyes gleamed with ferocity, his heart burning with rage. He pulled out a folding knife. "Brat, how dare you ambush me? Today, I'll show you how formidable I am." With that, he charged toward Yi Hang, the blade aimed directly at Yi Hang's body. However, Yi Hang simply let out a cold laugh, his body moved slightly, and he effortlessly dodged the attack. "Cho Lao-san, do you think you can kill me? Today, I'll make sure you're wiped out in the southern outskirts." Yi Hang's voice was cold and ruthless. Cho Lao-san, enraged, tried to turn around for another strike, only to feel a sudden immense force strike him from behind. "Ow!" Cho Lao-san let out a miserable cry, his face twisted in pain as he collapsed instantly, convulsing violently. The scene descended into panic. The onlookers exchanged uneasy glances, quickening their pace with cold sweat streaming down their faces. Old Third Show's men trembled with fear and couldn't help but quicken their pace to escape. The onlookers in the distance were shocked by Yi Hang's methods, but their hearts were filled with exhilaration. Finally, someone dared to deal with this scourge. "Dare to stab third brother? Brothers, kill this brat for me." Old Third Show's men roared furiously, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense, with the battle ready to break out at any moment. After Yi Hang left Old Third Show in such a miserable state, his followers, still shaken, scattered across the street to search for weapons. Some grabbed chairs, others held kitchen knives, creating a bewildering array of weaponry that made passers-by tremble in fear, a setup clearly for an all-out brawl. Could that lone teenager possibly take on these dangerous thugs from society? Hidden in the distance, Yang Zishi also felt anxious. Could the boy who had saved her, someone barely older than herself, really handle this mob of hooligans? Yi Hang looked at the group of thugs wielding an array of weapons, a cold smile appearing on his lips as he beckoned with his finger. The subordinates of Cho Lao-san instantly flew into a rage, shouting wildly as they charged at Yi Hang, weapons raised to strike him. In the blink of an eye, just as the group of thugs attacked Yi Hang, he executed a flawless spin kick, sending two of them flying 2 or 3 meters away. With that move, Yi Hang took a step forward and threw 2 punches simultaneously. His terrifying drilling punches landed on 2 others like thunder, knocking them back as if struck by lightning before they could even land an attack on him. The last remaining thug, seeing how easily Yi Hang had taken down 4 of his brothers, didn't dare cause any more trouble. He dropped his cleaver and took off running, faster than a rabbit. After dealing with this group, Yi Hang clapped his hands and walked toward Cho Lao-san. As he approached, he gave Chiu Lao-san a kick, completely terrifying him. Witnessing how Yi Hong had handled his subordinates just moments ago, he didn't dare utter a single threat or provoke Yi Hong in any way. "Little brother, no, big brother, sir, grandfather, please spare me. It was my fault before, I promise I won't dare to do it again in the future." Yi Hong said calmly, "If you want me to spare you, that's possible. Take me to Feng Yi. Once I find Feng Yi, I'll let you go. Otherwise, haha." Upon hearing this, Chiu Lao-san turned ashen with fear, thinking to himself, "Can I still survive?" Thus, without hesitation, he agreed and was promptly carried away by Yi Hang. In the southern suburbs of Nanling City, Feng Yi is undoubtedly the most formidable local kingpin. He controls several nightclubs and bath centers, which bring him tens of millions in illicit profits annually. Despite engaging in illegal activities, Feng Yi has powerful backing behind him, with everything cleaned up thoroughly, so he is yet to be taken down by the authorities. According to Chiu Lao-san, Master Feng checks the profits at the Not Drunk Bar every evening. It serves as the converging point for all his business funds, and many illegal profits are laundered here. That night, Yi Hong arrived alone at the entrance of the Not Drunk Bar. As for Chiu Lao-san, Yi Hong had already sealed several of his key acupressure points. Within a few days, he would die from reverse blood flow. By then, even an investigation would yield no leads. For someone like Chiu Lao-san, Yi Hong would never show mercy. Entering the Not Drunk Bar, the air was filled with the mingled scent of smoke and alcohol. A variety of people gathered inside: business professionals, college students, streetwise drifters, and women dressed to the nines. The DJ music was cranked up to the maximum volume, almost deafening. On the dance floor, men and women frantically twisted their waists. Stylishly dressed women laughed as they mingled among the men, using flirtatious language to tease those who couldn't control themselves. It was around 10 o'clock, and the Not Drunk Bar was bustling with people. For modern individuals, this time marked the beginning of an exciting nightlife. Yi Hong walked to the bar counter, ordered a bottle of beer, and then surveyed the entire bar. It was his first time here, and he understood why many people were drawn to this place. Here, one could fully unleash themselves, relieve the stress of a day's work, and, of course, find a desirable woman, making it arguably the best spot for such pursuits. However, none of these were Yi Hang's true purpose. He had come here for Mr. Feng. Before long, an alluring and beautiful lady, holding a wineglass, swayed her way toward Yi Hang. She wore a deep red cheongsam that flawlessly accentuated her figure, embodying the ideal seductive target for many men. "Hey handsome, won't you buy me a drink?" The stunning young woman leaned against the bar, a smile playing on her lips. Her red lips seemed to possess a certain magic, making one irresistibly want to kiss them. Yi Hong turned his head and smiled, saying, "Of course, feel free, beautiful. I'll cover the bill." Hearing this, the stunning young woman gave a charming smile and said, "Little handsome, I was joking with you. How about I treat you instead? Let's go somewhere else for a drink and talk about life." Talk about life? Yi Hong glanced at the stunning young woman and understood a bit. It seemed he had been targeted by her. Naturally, Yi Hong wrapped an arm around her waist, letting her gently fall into his embrace, and said with a smile, "Why change places? Don't you think this spot is perfect, beautiful? There's music, fine wine, and a lovely companion." The young woman chuckled at his words and, without hesitation, leaned into Yi Hang's embrace. However, as she came into contact with his firm body, she couldn't help but tremble, her body softening. It had been a long time since she'd encountered a man as solid as Yi Hang. "Handsome guy, I didn't realize you were quite something. Interested in keeping me company for a bit?" The glamorous woman, her eyes drunk with desire, was surrounded by deafening music and an intoxicating atmosphere that made her want to drain Yi Hong completely. Yi Hong pulled her into his arms and smiled. "Play? Of course, we can. How about we try something exciting?" "Oh?" The glamorous woman fixed her eyes on Yi Hong, flashing a seductive smile. "Big sister loves excitement. What are you planning? Tell me." Yi Hang's gaze swept toward the handsome bartender not far away, and he asked, "Do you think I dare to mess with him here?" The young woman glanced at the bartender and coquettishly rolled her eyes at Yi Hong. "Hey, handsome, do you actually dare to stir up trouble in the Not Drunk Bar? I suggest you drop that idea, or you won't even be able to get out of here." "Ha, then I really want to give it a try." Yi Hang smiled faintly, quickly downed the beer in his hand, and in the next moment smashed the beer bottle directly at the bartender's head. With a loud bang, the bottle shattered instantly, catching the bartender off guard as he stumbled backward into the liquor shelf, letting out a miserable cry. Witnessing the scene, the young woman in Yi Hang's arms screamed and pulled herself away, as if struck by a sudden blow. Meanwhile, the commotion at the bar caught the attention of the nightclub's security, who swiftly swarmed toward them. Yi Hang's goal was already achieved. He didn't spare another glance at the frightened and pale beauty. He knew Feng Yi was here, but he still needed to figure out a way to lure him out. Creating chaos was clearly the best strategy. Soon, the security personnel of Not Drunk Bar arrived at the counter, surrounding Yi Hang with more than 10 men, each with a cold and fierce gaze. These security guards were thugs under Master Feng, specially tasked with dealing with troublemakers like Yi Hang in the bar. "Buddy, stirring up trouble in Not Drunk Bar? I guess you're itching for a beating," said a burly man wearing a black tank top, his arms adorned with tattoos, as he coldly stared at Yi Hang. "Be smart and come with us to figure out your tab." "Take me away? I'm afraid you guys alone aren't capable of that." Yi Hang slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade as he looked at them. "If you can arrange for me to meet Master Feng, I might consider it." "Cut the nonsense. You think you're worthy of meeting Master Feng? Take him down." Brother Leopard shouted sharply, and the dozen men surrounding Yi Hang instantly rushed at him. These weren't ordinary men, they were tall, strong, and brimming with vigor. Seeing this, Yi Hang pressed his palm against the counter and instantly leapt more than a meter into the air, whipping out a kick like a dragon's tail that sent one thug flying, crashing heavily onto a table with a resounding bang. After kicking the man away, Yi Hang rotated 360 degrees in the air before landing. He then launched an assault like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, deploying chopping punches and drilling punches in quick succession. Loud thuds echoed as the nearby thugs were one after another sent flying by his fists, losing their ability to fight. The immense commotion instantly drowned out the deafening music in the bar. The men and women swaying on the dance floor screamed and fled upon witnessing the scene, leaving only a few daring spectators hiding in the corners to watch. "Damn! This guy is fierce. Daring to cause trouble in Not Drunk Bar, taking on 10 people at once, he's definitely a master. Quick, record this. Damn it, this is too incredible, too thrilling, absolutely not to be missed." Accompanied by the rhythm of the music, Yi Hang seemed to be immersed in the battle. His speed was like lightning, his punches like the wind, and his movements as agile as a monkey. These security personnel were no match for him, and they fell one after another. "You little brat, you're tired of living." Brother Leopard roared in fury, seeing his men fall one by one. Grabbing a beer bottle, he charged at Yi Hang. Yi Hang's heart tensed as he felt a gust of wind behind him. Instantly reacting, he swung his right fist as if it had eyes, smashing directly toward Brother Leopard's beer bottle. The result was predictable. Yi Hang's immense force was far beyond what a beer bottle could withstand. The bottle shattered instantly, scattering glass shards everywhere. Some struck Brother Leopard's face, leaving it bloody and mangled, as if he had turned into a pockmarked figure. Writhing in pain, Brother Leopard let out a wild scream and suddenly pulled a black pistol from his back, radiating a chilling murderous intent. Yi Hang was taken aback. Could this guy actually have a gun? Without time to think further, he immediately executed a crashing punch, a technique renowned for its close-range impact power. At that instant, Yi Hang stepped forward with his right leg, his fist already connecting with Brother Leopard's body. The explosive power of the crashing punch erupted like a monstrous flood, throwing Brother Leopard's body backward with resounding cracks of breaking bones. It seemed as if he'd been hit by a freight train, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness instantly. In less than a minute, more than 10 men were completely taken down by Yi Hang. The people in the bar were all stunned. The scene was comparable to a movie fight, delivering a visual impact that was truly breathtaking. However, just as Yi Hang had dealt with these 10 or so individuals, a large group of men wearing black tank tops poured out from the bar's second floor, led by an elderly man, approximately 50 years old. The old man had an ordinary appearance, wore a tang suit, and leaned on a cane, but the aura emanating from him as he walked sent shivers down the spine. Yi Hang glanced up, squinting slightly. This old man was undoubtedly a master. Activating his yin-yang spirit vision, Yi Hang saw that the man's body concealed an immense inner power, even stronger than his own. Alerted, he noted that this elder Feng was the second master he'd encountered since beginning his cultivation, someone he absolutely couldn't underestimate. The atmosphere in the bar instantly became tense, and the onlookers smartly began to leave. Elder Feng from the southern suburbs had a fearsome reputation. Despite his age, he was ruthless and merciless, with a band of outlaws under his command. Soon, only Yi Hang and Elder Feng's intimidating entourage remained in the bar, all gazing at him with fierce expressions, as if waiting for a signal to tear this troublemaking young man in Not Drunk Bar apart. Elder Feng stepped up to Yi Hang, his gaze piercing but his face calm as the surface of an undisturbed lake. Yet beneath the calm lay a raging fury. Young man, I have to admit, you've got guts and skill, managing to sense chi at such a young age. But unless you give me an explanation for today's events, don't think about walking out of here alive. Yi Hong sneered, old man, you're good at turning the tables. Today, I'm here to demand an explanation from you. As for your place, I don't think it can hold me. Oh? Master Feng's voice gradually turned cold. Demand an explanation from me? Then tell me, do we have an old grudge or a recent enmity? Fine, Yi Hong said. 3 days ago, you had people intercept me on the highway. Give me a reason, and I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, this matter won't end here. Master Feng's gaze instantly turned icy. 3 days ago, he had indeed sent his men to kidnap a young man and a woman. As a result, his people were now locked up in prison, all of them crippled. So it's you. Master Feng sneered, a trace of insidiousness flashing in his eyes. Last time, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be a young expert. But today you've walked into the trap yourself, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Surround him. He's the one young Master Bai specifically wants. As soon as the words fell, the men behind Master Feng swiftly cleared the area and tightly encircled Yi Hong in the center. The air was filled with tension, as if battle could erupt at any moment. Master Feng looked at Yi Hong, a cold smile tugging at his lips. It seems that to take you down, I'll have to personally handle this with my old bones. He was well aware of Yi Hong's extraordinary skills, and no matter how hard his men tried, they wouldn't be able to deal with him. Only by taking matters into his own hands could he overpower him. As he spoke, Master Feng stepped forward slowly and gestured invitingly, a fiery thirst for combat gleaming in his eyes. Yi Hong, understanding Master Feng's formidable strength, dared not be careless. Without hesitation, he assumed the starting stance of Xingyi Quan, the burning will to fight enveloping both men intensely. In the next instant, Master Feng's cane thrust out like a spear. Despite being over 50 years old, his seemingly aged body moved with the agility and ferocity of a tiger, leaving onlookers stunned. Seeing this, Yi Hong's inner energy surged like a tidal wave. Clenching his fists tightly, he instantly activated the yin-yang technique, capturing the trajectory of Master Feng's attack. The cane moved with dizzying speed, approaching Yi Hong's chest in the blink of an eye, appearing as if it would pierce straight through him. In an instant, Yi Hong decisively stepped forward, unleashing a forceful punch. The momentum of his fist surged like a furious dragon. Emerging from the sea, unstoppable. His strike collided with Master Feng's cane, producing a deafening bang that echoed like thunder on a clear day. The clash seemed as solid as two tangible objects colliding. With a single blow, Yi Hong knocked Master Feng's cane askew, disrupting its trajectory. However, Yi Hong also took a step back due to the force of the cane, his expression grave. When his initial move failed, Master Feng immediately altered his stance, shifting forward and shaking his arm as his cane struck at Yi Hong's lower body like a venomous snake. Feeling a surge of tension, Yi Hong stomped heavily on the ground, using the force to propel himself into the air. He instantly soared 2 meters high, rushing toward Master Feng's head before performing an elegant backflip to land on the ground. In the moment of his landing, he rolled smoothly, evading Master Feng's relentless follow-up attack. Bang! Just as Yi Hong landed, Master Feng's cane struck fiercely at his previous position, leaving a bull-sized dent in the ground. If Yi Hong had been just 1 second slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although their exchange lasted only half a minute, the process was fraught with danger. Master Feng felt a simmering anger. Such a formidable young fighter like Yi Hong must be eradicated quickly. He could not afford to let him grow stronger. Humph, you've got some skills. It seems you're practicing Xingyi boxing, but you're still far from mastery, Master Feng snorted coldly. His steps were like the wind as he launched another attack on Yi Hong. Yi Hong frowned deeply. Master Feng's moves were both sinister and ferocious, with speed and power that were extraordinary. The earlier collision had left Yi Hong feeling as if his fists had struck iron, the pain almost unbearable. If he didn't give it his all, it would be difficult to withstand Master Feng's attacks. Feng Ye's attacks focused on speed, so fast that they were almost impossible to counteract. If Yi Hong didn't possess the yin-yang vision, which allowed him to perceive Feng Ye's attack trajectory, instantly, he would likely have already fallen into disadvantage. To slow down Feng Ye's attack speed, the only option was close combat, utilizing ferocious fist techniques to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Upon deciding this, Yi Hong chose not to evade any longer. Facing Feng Ye's attacks, he let out a wild laugh, like a tiger roaring through the forest, brimming with overwhelming dominance, and quickly collided with Feng Ye's attacks. head on. The dreadful drilling punch twisted like a venomous dragon, with bizarre intensity. His fists clashed with Feng Ye's cane once again. This time, Yi Hong stood firm without retreating, and Feng Ye was equally relentless. Both men's bodies trembled simultaneously as they launched attacks at each other with swift ferocity. At such close range, Yi Hong unleashed the collapse fist. In close combat, the collapse fist's destructive power surpassed the split fist and drilling fist, channeling explosively concentrated force into a single point with devastating effect. Amid the fierce exchange, Feng Ye's cane danced like the wind, with extraordinarily sharp strikes. However, Yi Heng's fists were equally ferocious and powerful. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 20 fatal moves. Yi Heng's aggressive fighting style even astonished Feng Ye, a seasoned veteran. The sounds of punches and cane clashes echoed throughout the bar, leaving Feng Ye's subordinates dumbfounded. This was the true battle between masters, far beyond what ordinary people could match. For Yi Hong, everything unfolded perfectly. Relying on his yin-yang vision to perceive Feng Ye's attack trajectory, he was able to counteract in time. Both men were equally matched, and neither was willing to yield. "Wolf brother, this little brat is really something. Even Master Feng hasn't taken him down after fighting for so long," remarked one of the henchmen, his eyes fixed on the fierce duel between Master Feng and Yi Hong, unable to resist sharing his thoughts with the person beside him. Wolf brother, the second in command of the Not Drunk Bar and a former Special Forces soldier with combat skills far beyond the ordinary, analyzed calmly, "There are plenty of experts out there. For this kid to hold his ground against Master Feng like this is truly surprising. But in Nanling City, there are quite a few who are stronger than Master Feng. It's really hard to say whether he's exceptionally strong or if Master Feng is even better." Bang! Another deafening collision sounded as Yi Hong unleashed a crushing punch, its sheer force causing Master Feng's expression to change slightly. He staggered back a step, the hand holding his cane trembling ever so slightly. Despite this intense battle, Master Feng had yet to easily defeat the younger man, and his fury was on the verge of erupting. Aging fists dread youthful strength. Master Feng, already advanced in years, had lost the fighting spirit he once possessed due to an easygoing lifestyle. Yi Hong, on the other hand, was different. With his yin-yang eye, he could anticipate his opponent's intentions, granting him absolute dominance in combat. Young and full of vitality, his relentless drive left Master Feng utterly unable to compete. "Heh, old man, it seems you've truly grown old." Yi Hong stopped and flexed his wrist, sneering as he looked at Master Feng. Despite this, he didn't let down his guard. The pain in his fist almost rendered him numb. "Oomph, heroes emerge from the young." Master Feng snorted coldly, a ruthless smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I'll admit I've grown old, but remember, this is my territory. If I want you to live, you'll live. If I want you dead, you won't make it out of this door." Upon hearing this, Yi Hong couldn't help but tremble inwardly. If it were purely a cold weapon duel, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. However, Master Feng's men all carried guns. Yi Hong quickly scanned the surroundings using his yin-yang eyes and discovered that Brother Lang had a real weapon on him. "Lang, take him out for me." Master Feng's sudden command made Yi Heng's heart tighten. Without hesitation, Brother Lang, a former Special Forces soldier, moved with lightning speed. In an instant, he aimed the gun directly at Yi Heng. However, just then, the sound of police sirens blared from outside the bar, and the officers swarmed in. "Don't move, everyone, hands on your head and squat down. We are the police. Suspecting you are involved in a gang fight, cooperate and submit to the inspection." The arrival of the police allowed Yi Hong to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, he had been careless today. It turned out that under Lord Feng's command, there were firearms hidden. With his current capabilities, he had not yet reached the level where he could remain fearless against guns. Lord Feng's men also quickly cooperated and obediently squatted down. Faced with heavily armed police officers, no matter how ruthless they were, they didn't dare to challenge the state machinery. Once everyone complied and squatted down, a cold and glamorous female officer stepped in from outside. Dressed neatly in a formal outfit, she caught Yi Heng's attention, making him glance at her several times. But when he saw the gun on the female officer's waist, the people around immediately lowered their heads. What a joke! That gun was far more lethal than any weapons they were secretly hiding. If they angered this cold and stunning policewoman, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yan Lingjiu was in an extremely foul mood. She had just been transferred to the South Suburban branch of Nanling City and was even promoted to captain unexpectedly. However, her subordinates were very dissatisfied with her. She initially intended to establish her authority through solving cases, but the gang fight incident from a few days ago remained unresolved, further diminishing her credibility among her team. This matter made Yan Lingjiao feel very aggrieved. It wasn't that she lacked the capability to solve cases. Through her investigation, she had already identified the suspicious target. The gang fight that day had been caught on camera, but just as she was about to launch an operation, her superiors stepped in and suppressed the matter, forbidding her from pursuing the investigation. Faced with such circumstances, Yan Lingjiao naturally couldn't vent her anger in front of her subordinates. At that moment, she received a report about a brawl at the unintoxicated bar, further igniting her fury. The previous gang fight incident was directly related to this bar, so she decided to lead her team to investigate thoroughly. After arriving at the bar and seeing the messy battlefield along with the men collapsed on the ground, Yan Lingjiao furrowed her brows tightly. How does this scene resemble the street shootout so closely? Captain, we found 2 firearms here, both are very powerful military handguns. A police officer holding a plastic bag approached Yan Lingjiao, speaking with a serious tone. In China, privately possessing firearms is a serious crime. Upon hearing this, a cold smile appeared on Yan Lingjiao's icy face. She swept her gaze around the room and declared, daring to privately possess firearms? Very well, I suspect illegal activities here. Everyone, take them all back. Master Feng saw the situation, leaned on his cane and stood up, pleading in his tone, Officer, may I make a phone call first? If you want to make a call, talk to the police station later. Take every single one of them away. Her command was as deafening as thunder. The people in the drunken bar were all escorted onto the police cars without any resistance. Yi Hong was among them, but he was not worried at all. After all, Master Feng's group possessing firearms was a far greater offense than anything concerning him. The South Suburban Police Department, everyone was detained in the holding room. Yan Lingjiao was swift and decisive in her actions, working tirelessly even at 11 o'clock at night to carry out overnight interrogations. Shortly after, Yi Hong was taken into a separate interrogation room, where he was questioned by Yan Lingjiao and another officer. Name? Yan Lingjiao asked coldly. Yi Hong, he answered truthfully. Gender, she continued asking. Hearing this, Yi Hong couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, does that even need to be asked? Miss, shouldn't you use a new approach when interrogating suspects? Spare me the irrelevant details. Male or female, can't you tell? Yi Hong shrugged and replied. Yi Hong, I advise you to cooperate honestly, or don't blame us for making you suffer. The officer nearby glared angrily and slammed the table heavily. What, is the Honorable Police Department actually a place for private punishment? Yi Hong responded calmly. If you don't behave, I don't mind showing you some real trouble. This place isn't what you think it is, the officer threatened. Enough. Yan Lingjiao slammed the table, stopping the argument between the two. Her icy gaze swept over the officer. Shaoli, go out and investigate the others first. I'll interrogate him. Shaoli hesitated but eventually left the interrogation room, leaving Yi Hong and Yan Lingjiao facing off. Yan Lingjiao took out a file, her face cold as she read aloud, Yi Hong, male, 18 years old, height 1.8 meters, parents deceased, residence. As Yan Lingjiao finished reading the file, Yi Hong felt shocked. The police department's system was truly remarkable, managing to uncover his background so quickly, even knowing some things better than himself. However, Yi Hong wasn't aware that Yan Lingjiao had obtained his information days earlier. The street brawl incident was captured on camera, and Yi Hong naturally became the focal point of Yan Lingjiao's investigation. So, how about it? Did I get anything wrong? Yan Lingjiao stared at him coldly. Though I'm very curious, your previous records seemed utterly ordinary, so how did you become so skilled in such a short time, daring to challenge a ruthless man like Master Feng? Yi Hong replied indifferently, Officer, haven't you ever heard of the word genius? Well, I'm that kind of person. Enough. Yan Lingjiao slammed the table forcefully, her voice deafening and making Yi Hong jump in fright. She stood up, both hands pressed on the edge of the table, and looked at him coldly. I advise you to come clean and explain what grievance you have with Master Feng. Lay it all out, or even if you get out of here, you'll have to shed a layer of skin. Yi Hong raised his head to meet her gaze directly, secretly thinking to himself that this woman indeed had a commanding presence. He replied, Officer, you should be asking Master Feng. He's the one who sent people to deal with me on the street. I was merely defending myself. As for the other things about Master Feng, I doubt I know more than you do. After speaking, Yi Hong unabashedly sized up Yan Lingjiao before him. She was dressed in formal attire, her figure was upright and striking, exuding an air of heroism. Her looks undoubtedly belonged to the top-tier beauty category, eliciting a sense of awe in others. Perhaps noticing Yi Heng's gaze, a cold light flashed in Yan Lingjiao's eyes, and her 5 fingers clenched tightly into a fist. She loathed the men who stared at her lecherously, and was already dissatisfied with Yi Heng's response. Now, she was even more infuriated. With a cold smile, she said, "Not going to talk, huh? No problem. I've seen the video of you fighting someone. Today, I'll get a first-hand experience of just how capable you are." After speaking, the woman suddenly leaped up and delivered a flying kick from across the table. The kick came so quickly and unexpectedly that Yi Heng barely had time to react. He instinctively fell backward, rolled on the ground, and got back up, looking rather disheveled. This move completely ignited the rage in Yi Heng's heart. "Woman, you really dare to make a move? Do you think I'm an easy target?" Yi Heng glared fiercely at Yan Lingjiao. Although he was now wearing handcuffs, which made his movements inconvenient, if Yan Lingjiao really wanted to teach him a lesson, damn it, he wouldn't care what kind of place this was, he'd knock her down first. "Humph, aren't you supposed to be quite skilled? Show me your strength. Make your move." Yan Lingjiao snorted coldly, her long legs sweeping out for another kick. Don't be fooled by the fact that Yan Lingjiao is a woman, her skills are extraordinary. She had won the combat championship in the special forces for 3 consecutive years. As this kick came, Yi Heng's anger surged even more. He swore inwardly, asking him to fight while he was still handcuffed. How was he supposed to do that? Bullying someone really shouldn't be this over the top. But there was no time to think further, as Yi Heng lashed out with both hands, striking hard against Yan Lingjiao's leg. However, to Yi Heng's surprise, Yan Lingjiao didn't budge an inch. This woman was also a master. Thinking of this, Yi Heng's thoughts shifted, his hands moved quickly, tightly clamping Yan Lingjiao's legs and holding them to his chest, making it impossible for her to break free no matter how hard she struggled. "Let go." Yan Lingjiao's eyes instantly turned icy cold. No man had ever dared to make such a frivolous move toward her, but Yi Heng had no intention of letting go. Restrained by the handcuffs and limited in his movements, he had barely managed to subdue Yan Lingjiao. He wouldn't release her even if it cost him his life. "Beautiful lady, unless you agree to stop fighting, I'll let go, otherwise, we'll just keep going like this." A smug smile curved up Yi Heng's lips. "No way." Yan Lingjiao snapped coldly, her other foot swiftly kicking toward Yi Heng. However, just as she kicked out, Yi Heng took advantage of the momentum to pull, causing Yan Lingjiao to lose her balance. In the instant she fell to the ground, the force of inertia sent him tumbling down as well. However, Yi Heng's fall caused a problem, as he tightly held onto Yan Lingjiao's thigh and refused to let go. As he fell, he unexpectedly dragged Yan Lingjiao down with him. At this moment, Yi Heng was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "Is this incredible luck or terribly bad luck? You scoundrel, get up right now, or I'll kill you." Yan Lingjiao's face turned bright red with anger, clearly fuming. Yi Heng dared not move at all, thinking, "If I let go of her and she really draws her gun, I wouldn't be able to stop her. I won't let go unless you promise not to act recklessly." "Ah! You bastard, I will definitely kill you." Yan Lingjiao roared furiously, her momentum aggressive. "That I definitely can't let you go, my brother hasn't even married yet. How could he die at your hands?" A cold smile curved at the corner of Yi Heng's mouth. "Scoundrel, bastard, just you wait." While the two were entangled in conflict, the interrogation room door was suddenly flung open. It was Officer Shaoli, who had left earlier. As soon as he saw the scene before him, he was completely dumbstruck, thinking to himself, "What the hell, this escalated way too quickly." Shaoli's mind raced as he recalled the policewoman from the southern suburbs being pinned down by Yi Heng, and his anger flared. He immediately drew his handgun. "Yi Heng, what are you doing? Let the captain go right now, or I'll shoot." In truth, Shaoli's threats were unnecessary. Yi Heng had already noticed the arrival of an outsider. He promptly released Yan Lingjiao and even cooperatively raised both hands. Yan Lingjiao glared at him coldly, gritting her teeth in hatred. Had Shaoli not been present, she would have drawn her gun long ago. "Captain, are you okay?" Shaoli looked at Yan Lingjiao suspiciously, unable to figure out what was going on between her and Yi Heng. "Get out." Yan Lingjiao, in a foul mood, couldn't be bothered to deal with him. "But Captain, Deputy Director Zhou has arrived and is releasing Feng Ye's gang of criminals," Shaoli hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, Yan Lingjiao's gaze immediately turned even colder. Without saying anything, she stormed out of the interrogation room. Shaoli quickly followed, while Yi Heng frowned slightly and trailed behind at a leisurely pace. In the lobby of the South Suburban Bureau, Deputy Director Zhou Guodong was chatting and laughing with Mr. Feng, as if they were old friends. But at that moment, Yan Lingjiao, her face icy cold, walked over and interrupted their conversation. "Deputy, I was the one who brought them in, and they cannot be released. Besides, we discovered firearms at the No Drunkenness bar. And the people there are definitely engaged in illegal activities. I suggest detaining them temporarily," Yan Lingjiao said bluntly. Zhou Guodong's face instantly turned serious. "Xiaoyan, you can't make such statements without evidence. Mr. Feng is a legitimate businessman in Nanling City. As for the firearms you discovered, those are the sidearms of the bodyguards Mr. Feng hired. They have gun licenses and are used to ensure Mr. Feng's safety. You can verify this point." Although everyone around knew Zhou Guodong was talking nonsense, he was the deputy director, and his sharp words almost completely blocked Yan Lingjiao's argument. "But deputy director, even if that's the case, shouldn't we investigate thoroughly before releasing them? Isn't releasing them now a bit too hasty?" Yan Lingjiao retorted coldly. "Humph, don't you trust the words of this deputy director? I, Zhou Guodong, can vouch for Mr. Feng." Zhou Guodong let out a cold snort, but inwardly decided not to provoke Yan Lingjiao further. He then said, "Xiaoyan, you're young and full of vigor, which is good, but you can't act too impulsively. This incident involves someone causing trouble in Mr. Feng's bar and attempting to harm him. Your focus should be on the other criminal here. It is brazen rogues like him that we ought to target and absolutely cannot tolerate. Understood? I will personally follow up on this matter. You can carry on with your own tasks." After speaking, Zhou Guodong turned to Mr. Feng with a smile on his face. "Mr. Feng, we will surely handle this matter according to the law and will not let these law-breaking rogues go unpunished. I deeply apologize for the losses caused. Rest assured, our South Suburban branch will deliver a satisfactory response to you." Mr. Feng replied with a smile, "Then I'll rely on you, Director Zhou. I believe that under your leadership, the security in South Suburban will keep improving." Yan Lingjia watched the two exchange hypocritical pleasantries, seething with anger. Although she'd only recently joined the police force, it was clear to anyone with eyes that the two shared vested interests. Despite numerous unresolved doubts requiring investigation, they brushed everything aside with a few glib remarks. She hated that her rank was so low, preventing her from bringing Feng's criminal gang to justice. Such a smooth-talking deputy chief, wiping away a case full of questionable points with just a few words, truly admirable. Yi Hong strolled into the hall, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He'd seen through Zhou Guodong's tricks at first glance and realized he was covering for Feng Yi. Collusion between officials and criminals, what a blatant display. "Who are you? Why are you here? Matters of the police department are no place for outsiders like you to interfere. Someone, detain him immediately." Zhou Guodong was furious, while Feng Yi gave a cold smile beside him. "Chief Zhou, this is the troublemaker from my bar. Not only did he damage my property, but he also injured my staff. You must handle this in accordance with the law." With these words, Zhou Guodong's anger escalated further. "So it's you, Captain Yan, what are your people even doing? A thug like this should have been locked up. Yet you let him run rampant in the police station. Does he think this place is a marketplace? Take him, seize him immediately." Before the words had finished echoing, the officers rushed toward Yi Han like a pack of wolves. However, witnesses at the unintoxicated bar described this seemingly delicate young man as incredibly formidable. They quickly drew their guns, pointed them at Yi Hong, and shouted, "Hands on your head, squat down, do not resist." Facing the scene, Yi Hong remained calm as ever, smiled faintly, and looked at Zhou Guodong, saying, "How could I, an ordinary citizen, dare to resist a senior police official like you? But allow me to make a quick phone call home to let them know I'm safe." After saying this, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed Lin Bimo's number. At this moment, he had no choice but to seek Lin Bimo's help. Once the call was connected, Yi Hong briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing the details, Lin Bimo immediately couldn't remain still and hastily replied, "I'll be there in 10 minutes. He then hung up the phone. Zhou Guodong sneered and said, "The phone call is done, now put your hands on your head and squat down. Do not resist, or we have the right to use firearms to deal with you." The surrounding police officers gradually approached with their guns drawn, while cold smiles grew more pronounced on Feng Ye's and Zhou Guodong's lips, confident that Yi Heng's fate was firmly in their hands. However, at that moment, Yan Lingjiao's phone rang. Upon answering, she immediately stood at attention and spoke with a resolute and powerful voice, "Hello, Commander." That single commander instantly caused the atmosphere in the hall to freeze. Even Zhou Guodong was stunned, unable to fathom the significance of the call that made Yan Lingjiao so formal. After ending the call, Yan Lingjiao's gaze sharpened like a blade. She stared directly at Zhou Guodong and said, "Deputy Director Zhou, from this moment on, I am fully in charge of this case. You have no authority to intervene. All officers, follow my orders, arrest Feng Tao and detain him pending trial." With this command, the entire police station's atmosphere underwent a subtle transformation, becoming so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The officers exchanged uncertain glances, not knowing whom to obey. On one side was the deputy director with more official authority than Yan Lingjiao, and on the other was Yan Lingjiao, bolstered by a mysterious call from the commander. The situation was on the verge of erupting. "Presumptuous! Captain Yan, who do you think you're talking to? And you dare not show respect to me, the deputy bureau chief?" Zhou Guodong fumed with rage, never expecting Yan Lingjiao to address him so audaciously. It was simply insubordination. Yan Lingjiao smirked coldly, refusing to back down. "Apologies, Deputy Chief Zhou, this order comes directly from the provincial leadership. As for the specifics, Director Zhao will personally explain in a moment. Now, all officers, follow my command, arrest Feng Tao." Feng Tao, also known as Master Feng, heard Yan Lingjiao's confident declaration. The officers who originally wanted to apprehend Yi Hong promptly turned and walked toward Master Feng. Witnessing this scene nearly caused Zhou Guodong's chest to explode with fury. "Let me see who dares to act. Can you all simply be swayed by an unverified phone call? Yan Lingjiao, starting today, I'm removing you from your position." "Remove me from my position? Who do you think you are?" At that moment, the police station's door opened, and 2 men and 1 woman walked in. One of the men was Lin Baimo, and Yi Hong was surprised to see Zhou Yuner also among them, accompanied by a chubby young man he didn't recognize. As soon as the 3 entered, everyone in the police station immediately turned their attention to them. They were prominent figures in Nanling City. Lin Baimo was the eldest son of the Lin family, Zhou Yuner was a leading figure in the jewelry industry, and the stout young man was the mayor's son, with a powerful background and an imposing presence. At this moment, the situation changed dramatically, and Yi Hang's fate seemed to have been rewritten. The appearance of these 3 was like a thunderbolt, instantly tightening the atmosphere in the southern suburban police station to the point where it felt like a fully drawn bowstring. Zhou Guodong inwardly cried out that things were going wrong, his expression fluctuating with unease, sensing that today's matter might escalate beyond reconciliation. Master Feng was equally apprehensive. He was well aware of Zhou Yuner's background. Last time, it was he who had sent people to kidnap Zhou Yuner and Yi Hang. If Zhou Yuner had shown up alone, he could have figured something out, but Lin Baimo and the mayor's son were also present. How could a minor player like him dare provoke them? Damn it, didn't Bai Luofei say this kid had no background? Master Feng cursed inwardly, his face full of anxiety. "Haha, young Master Tang, you're here." Zhou Guodong forced a smile, his gaze shifting between Tang Haiban, Lin Baimo, and Zhou Yuner. "Young Master Lin and Miss Zhou are here too. May I ask what brings the 3 of you to the South Suburban Bureau?" Tang Haiban patted his round belly and said nonchalantly, "Nothing major, just heard someone was bullying my brother's brother. I've come to check it out and see which old bastard dares to be so arrogant." Zhou Guodong and Master Feng's faces instantly turned pale, their lips pressed tightly together, knowing full well who the old bastard referred to. Zhou Guodong's heart tightened, but he forced a smile and said, "Young Master Tang, is there really any need to get so worked up? Rest assured, any legal matters will be handled properly by our South Suburban Bureau." "Handle it according to the law?" Lin Baimo chuckled coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade, directly targeting Zhou Guodong. "The Lin family can provide evidence, but I hope Deputy Director Zhou, your slate is clean. Don't end up dragging yourself into this." Zhou Guodong's face instantly froze. He secretly thought to himself that if things were truly exposed, not only would he lose his police uniform, he might even end up in jail. At this moment, he loathed Master Feng, that bastard, for putting him in such a dilemma while trying to assist him. More importantly, he had offended 3 people he absolutely didn't dare to provoke lightly. Zhou Guodong was filled with regret. Had he known the powerful backing behind Yi Hong, he would rather have stayed home and avoided the situation altogether. The surrounding officers were equally stunned, watching the usually domineering deputy director now acting so timid. Although they felt somewhat reassured, they couldn't shake off the shock in their hearts over Yi Hang's influence. At this moment, a Hongqi sedan slowly drove into the Southern Suburban Branch Bureau. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man with a square face stepped out. It was Zhao Aigua, the director of the bureau. As soon as Director Zhao entered, everyone addressed him as director, but his expression was grim. He walked straight up to Zhou Guodong and said coldly, "Deputy Director Zhou, I didn't expect you to be here. The provincial department has conveyed a directive. Given your numerous oversights in your duties, the provincial disciplinary committee will send personnel to investigate. For the next few days, you are instructed to temporarily stay home and reflect. Whether your position will be reinstated will be decided after the investigation. Do you have anything to say about this directive?" Zhou Guodong's face instantly turned ashen, inwardly cursing Elder Feng's ancestors. However, faced with this order, he dared not utter a word of dissent. He could only endure in silence and secretly hope for a turn of fortune. Seeing Zhou Guodong silent, Zhao Aigua continued, "All right then, Captain Yen, the upcoming matters are now in your hands. Follow the law in handling everything, there must be no leniency. Do you understand?" "Yes, Director." Yan Lingjiao responded with a crisp salute, her gaze resolute. Tang Haiban saw that the situation was settled, a smile curled at the corner of his lips. He walked up to Zhao Aigua, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a laugh, "Old Zhao, you're reliable. Since that's the case, we'll take him away for now." Zhao Aigua could only smile wryly. "With the three of you as guarantors, of course it's fine. However, if the case requires further follow-up, we'll need your cooperation with this friend of yours. Naturally, old Zhao, you're dependable, and I won't drag my feet," Tang Haiban said boldly, his eyes glimmering with determination. He had already made up his mind, today's matter would not end here. Afterward, Yi Heng followed Lin Bo and the other two out of the police station. When he passed Yan Lingjiao, they briefly exchanged glances. Yan Lingjiao's eyes burned with anger, as if on the verge of erupting at any moment. However, Yi Heng paid her no mind. He understood in his heart that the two of them might never cross paths again in the future. Although Yan Lingjiao was burning with anger, she was more curious. Yi Heng's file didn't show anything special, yet in such a short time he not only acquired extraordinary skills but also had such a powerful force backing him. All of this piqued Yan Lingjiao's interest in Yi Heng. She felt there were countless unknown secrets hidden within him. After leaving the Southern Suburbs Bureau, Yi Heng got into the car with Lin Baimo. On the driver's seat was Tang Haiban, while Zhou Yuner had driven her own car over. Once inside, Yi Heng said to Lin Baimo, "Brother Lin, I appreciate you coming in the middle of the night like this. Thanks for everything today." Lin Baimo waved his hand and laughed, "Hanzi, there's no need for formalities. You're my brother, how could I just sit back and do nothing? Don't say thanks, because I truly see you as family." Hearing these words, Yi Heng felt a surge of emotion in his heart. In this world, perhaps Lin Baimo was the only person who genuinely treated him as a brother. Although Lin Baimo had his own requests, Yi Heng, relying on the yin-yang mystic eye, could still sense his sincerity, something that could not be feigned. Hey, you two, stop being so lovey-dovey here. I should have a share in helping out too, right?" Tang Haiban, who was driving, couldn't help but chime in. Lin Baimo burst out laughing, "You definitely contributed today. Oh, Hanzi, this guy is Tang Haiban. When he heard you were held up at the police station, he insisted on coming with me to check on you." Yi Heng nodded at Tang Haiban and said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Tang. I'll treat you to a meal and some drinks another day when I have time." "Ah, great. Hanzi, just for calling me brother, you've got yourself a buddy in Tang Haiban. But why wait for another day to drink? Let's do it today to help you shake off the shock. What do you guys think?" Tang Haiban said excitedly. Yi Heng looked at Lin Baimo, who nodded. Yi Heng then agreed, "In that case, let's do it today. Brother Tang, pick a place and take us there directly." "It's on me. Ha, no problem. I know a food stall with absolutely great taste, and it's the busiest time right now. Let's head there." With that, Tang Haiban stepped on the gas pedal and sped off, as if afraid there wouldn't be any seats left if they were late. Lin Baimo took a moment to call Zhou Yuner, informing her of their next destination. Shortly after, under Tang Haiban's lead, the group of four arrived at the bustling street. This was the food street of Nanling City. Despite the affordable prices, the flavors were so tempting that countless diners were drawn here. Ordinarily, young masters from rich families wouldn't frequent such places, but Lin Baimo and Tang Haiban were exceptions. Yi Heng's impression of them instantly improved. After parking, the group of four entered a brother's food stall, a place specializing in barbecue. "Boss, give us 4 servings of all your barbecue options, and a few cases of beer," Tang Haiban shouted as soon as he sat down, clearly very familiar with the place. The owner cheerfully replied, "Got it. Just a moment, it'll be out soon." "Fatty Tang, you ordered so much. Can you finish it all?" Zhou Yuner rolled her eyes. Hearing this, Tang Haiban's face darkened as he replied with a bitter smile, Sister Yuner, could you stop calling me fatty, Tang? I've already lost over 30 pounds. Humph, you're still a fatty all the same. Zhou Yuner shot him another glance, provoking a burst of laughter from Yi Hong and Lin Baimo. Lin Baimo then said to Zhou Yuner, Sister Yuner, regarding Hanzi's situation, you must have used your family's connections, right? A direct order from the provincial office, that's not something just anyone can manage. Zhou Yuner smiled and replied, I didn't do anything. I just made a call to my grandfather, and he handled all the rest. So it was Grandpa Zhou who stepped in, I see. Lin Baimo suddenly understood. Listening to their conversation, Yi Hong felt deeply moved. These three people were truly treating him with sincerity. Afterward, Zhou Yuner turned to look at Yi Hong and asked with concern, by the way, how did you end up in the police station? Zhou Yuner wasn't sure why Yi Hong was taken to the police station. When Lin Baimo called, he only mentioned that something had happened to Yi Hong and that he was at the South Suburban Police Station. Both he and Tang Haiban were puzzled. Although Yi Hong briefly explained the situation over the phone, Lin Baimo still felt unclear about the full picture. Do you remember the time when you were nearly kidnapped? Yi Hong looked at Zhou Yuner with a resolute gaze. This time it was Mr. Feng who sent people to cause trouble. I went to the drunken bar to find him, and he actually had the nerve to come after me. In the end, we got into a scuffle, and I got taken to the police station. You guys know what happened after that. Holy crap, Hanzi, that's gutsy. Tang Haiban gave him a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. From what I know, Mr. Feng is a tough character. On the streets, with a bunch of thugs under his command. You went into the lion's den alone and came out unscathed, that's truly impressive. Lin Baimo pondered for a moment and calmly analyzed, Feng Yi is definitely not the mastermind, he's merely the Bai family's dog and would never dare to kidnap Yuner alone. There must be someone backing him. Yi Hong nodded, his tone resolute, it's likely Bai Luofei is behind this. He and I have had grudges in Nanling City for a long time. Humph, that foolish donkey Bai Luofei dares to mess with my brother and Yuner. He must really be tired of living. Tang Haiban seethed with anger. As a top scion of Nanling City, his dominance was undeniable. If I get the chance, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. I won't let him off either. Zhou Yuner's voice was as cold as frost, her gaze unwavering. Forget it, let's not talk about him anymore. Come on, let's drink and forget all our unhappiness tonight. As the dishes were served, the aroma filled the air, instantly lifting everyone's spirits. To celebrate meeting his new brother Yi Hong, Tang Haiban constantly invited him for drinks, while Yi Hong secretly worried about getting drunk. Tang Haiban confidently declared, Brother, 1.5 pounds of white liquor, and beer as much as you want. Sure enough, Tang Haiban's drinking capacity was astonishing. After downing several cases of beer, he was still energetic. Yi Hong usually had a low alcohol tolerance, but ever since he began practicing cultivation, his drinking ability had significantly improved, even earning Tang Haiban's admiration. Lin Baimo and Zhou Yuner also started drinking, and Yi Hong noticed that Zhou Yuner, after shedding her facade as a formidable businesswoman, drank wildly. As the alcohol took effect, she placed her hand on Yi Hong's shoulder and began to babble incessantly, Yi Hong, why don't you reach out to me? Why didn't you tell me when something happened? You don't care about me at all. Faced with such candidness, Yi Hong could only smile bitterly in his heart. During the drinking spree, time unknowingly passed until 1 in the morning. After finishing 2.5 cases of beer, Tang Haiban collapsed under the table and started snoring. Zhou Yuner was equally intoxicated, leaning her head on Yi Hong's shoulder, her expression dazed. On the field, only Yi Hong remained sober. Lin Baimo, although not drunk, was almost there. He looked at his two unconscious companions and jokingly kicked Tang Haiban, damn it, every time I have to carry you, and the worst part is you're so heavy. Yi Hong looked at Zhou Yuner, who was asleep in his arms, and smiled bitterly, what am I supposed to do now? Lin Baimo rolled his eyes and said bluntly, are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb? Can't you see Yuner likes you? Obviously, you should take her home. Yi Hong understood this, but everything felt too sudden for him. After some discussion, Lin Baimo decided to carry Tang Haiban home, while Yi Hong would pay the bill and then take a taxi with Zhou Yuner. As for driving Zhou Yuner's car, he didn't dare to try that just yet. Soon, Yi Hong brought Zhou Yuner back to her villa community. Zhou Yuner lived in the Jing Mountain Villas, a place Yi Hong remembered. Looking at the sleeping woman, Yi Hong felt a mix of emotions. The recent events were as surreal as a dream, with wealth and power gradually gravitating towards him. He couldn't help but wonder, is it time to consider finding a girlfriend? The Jing Mountain villas quickly came into view. With the driver eyeing him enviously, Yi Hong carried Zhou Yuner into her villa, heading to her door. Relying on his memory, he retrieved the key from her handbag, unlocked the door, and gently placed Zhou Yuner on the bed in the master bedroom on the second floor. The night was tranquil, and various possibilities for the future began to quietly take root in his heart. Zhou Yuner's bedroom was elegantly arranged. The pink walls exuded a charming vibe, and every decoration was perfectly placed. After taking a brief glance around, Yi Hong thought about the fact that it was already 1:30, and his sister Yi Qing must be frantic with worry, so he prepared to leave. Just as Yi Hong was about to leave, a pleasant cell phone ringtone emanated from Zhou Yuner's handbag. Although he wasn't accustomed to prying into others' privacy, the phone rang twice without being answered. Finally, curiosity got the better of him, and he opened Zhou Yuner's handbag to take out the phone. On the screen, the caller ID displayed Grandpa, reminding Yi Hong of the elderly man Zhou Yuner had mentioned. It was thanks to his help behind the scenes that she had been able to get out of the police station so quickly. Hello. Yi Hong hesitated for a moment but still answered the call. The silence on the other end of the line made his heart tighten, followed by a calm voice. Who are you, and how do you have my granddaughter's phone? Where is she now? How is she? Yi Hong was startled and quickly said, Grandpa Zhou, it's me, Yi Heng. Yi Hong, so it's you. You came out of the police station. Sigh, Yuner, that girl is so unreliable. I told her to call me back after you came out, but she hasn't called yet. I was starting to think something had happened to you. Yi Hong was deeply moved and quickly said, Thank you, Grandpa Zhou, for your concern. I'm fine now. I must thank you for this matter, and I'll make sure to personally express my gratitude another day. You brat, what are you talking about? My old life was saved thanks to you. It's good that you're fine. In the future, if you encounter any difficult problems, remember to call me. Don't be too reserved. By the way, I heard you uncovered an emerald in the stone gambling market. Your luck is incredible. I'll be visiting Nanling City in the next few days to see you. At that time, I want to discuss something with you. Grandpa Zhou, what do you want to discuss with me? Yi Hong asked curiously. Hee, I'll tell you when I get to Nanling City. Wait a minute, why are you holding Yuner's phone so late? Where is she? Zhou Mingshan's tone suddenly carried a hint of doubt. Yi Hong felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Glancing at Zhou Yuner lying on the bed, he gritted his teeth and said, Grandpa Zhou, please don't misunderstand. Miss Zhou has already gone to sleep, but there's really nothing going on between us. What? You look like a decent kid, but I didn't expect you to be a flirt too, charming my granddaughter so quickly. But don't get any funny ideas, I'm not the only one who makes decisions about Yuner. Yi Hong was drenched in a cold sweat and wanted to say that Zhou Yuner was the one interested in him. However, he still replied, Grandpa Zhou, you really misunderstood. There's truly nothing between me and Miss Zhou. Alright, stop dawdling. I don't oppose you too, as long as you treat Yuner well. But you'll have to handle her father on your own. Okay, it's getting late now. I'll head to Nanling City to look for you in a few days. The phone emitted a busy signal, and Yi Hong sighed with a wry smile, not expecting a phone call to complicate his relationship with Zhou Yuner so much. Ugh! Just as he was smiling bitterly, Zhou Yuner suddenly gagged. Yi Hong turned around in panic, and at that very moment, Zhou Yuner vomited. Not only did she soil herself, but she also managed to adorn Yi Hong as well. Damn, you really know how to pick the spot. Vomiting on yourself is one thing, but why did you have to get me too? Yi Hong was both amused and exasperated, secretly cursing in his heart. After throwing up, Zhou Yuner immediately fell into a deep sleep, muttering something in her dreams, completely unaware of Yi Heng's complaints. Looking at the slimy mess on his body, Yi Hong frowned bitterly, thinking there was no way he could go back like this. Forget it, might as well clean up and sleep here. But Zhou Yuner also vomited all over herself, leaving Yi Hong no choice but to help her take off her clothes. As his fingers touched her skin, Yi Heng's body trembled slightly. The scene of a lone man and woman sharing a room was far too provocative. In the end, Yi Hong restrained himself, nearly removing Zhou Yuner's clothes and pants, and wiping her whole body with a damp towel. The process tortured him both mentally and physically, and he secretly sighed to himself. After finishing everything, Yi Hong went to the bathroom to take a cold shower to cool down, washed his own clothes as well as Zhou Yuner's. For Yi Hong, that night felt undeniably long, and he didn't fall into a deep sleep until 4 in the morning. The next morning, as dawn began to break, a sudden piercing scream woke Yi Hong up. What's wrong? What's wrong? He was startled awake. On the sofa downstairs. Hearing the shouting from the second floor, he charged upstairs without hesitation and kicked open Zhou Yun'er's bedroom door. At that moment, Zhou Yun'er, flustered and alarmed, was clutching a blanket. Seeing Yi Hong shirtless and wrapped in a towel, she immediately started cursing, "Yi Hong, you bastard! You pervert, you beast! How dare you take advantage of me while I'm vulnerable?" Zhou Yun'er cursed and cried at the same time, making it seem as if Yi Hong had really done something to her. Yi Hong looked at her helplessly and thought to himself, "I didn't do anything to you. You were the one who got drunk last night. I brought you back, and then you threw up all over yourself, dirtying your clothes and pants. I had no choice but to help you take them off. Rest assured, I absolutely didn't do anything else." "What, you bastard, you're lying to me. If you didn't do anything, then how did you take my clothes off? Even if you didn't assault me, you must have seen everything. And you definitely touched me." "Wah!" Zhou Yun'er's voice was full of grievance. Yi Hong felt a little guilty. Last night, he did accidentally bump into her while taking off her clothes, but this wasn't something he could admit. "I turned off the lights while taking your clothes off. I absolutely didn't touch anything inappropriately." "Really? You're not lying to me?" A hint of doubt flashed in Zhou Yun'er's eyes. "Really, absolutely true. Do I look like that kind of person? Are you absolutely sure you didn't touch me? Didn't look at me? Didn't do anything beastly?" "I'm 100% certain." Yi Hong silently groaned inwardly. Hearing this, Zhou Yun'er suddenly looked at him seriously, no longer crying or fussing. "You had such a good opportunity, and yet you gave it up. Yi Hong, you're worse than a beast." Yi Hong felt a surge of helplessness in his heart. Truly, he'd picked up sesame seeds only to lose a watermelon. He rubbed his nose. If he'd known better, he should have done something last night. Now he was being judged as worse than an animal. Seeing Yi Hong leave the room, Zhou Yun'er slowly got out of bed. "Humph, a guy with the intent but not the guts. At least I didn't misjudge you." Though she said this, a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. In reality, she knew perfectly well that no one had touched her last night. When Zhou Yun'er came downstairs after changing her clothes, Yi Hong, wrapped in just a towel, immediately ran upstairs, quickly put on the clothes he'd already dried, and prepared to head home. "Well, I'll be heading out now," Yi Hong said, looking at Zhou Yun'er's cold expression, feeling increasingly anxious. Zhou Yun'er stared at him coldly, her gaze as sharp as a knife, making Yi Hong grow even more uneasy. She said flatly, "Regarding what happened last night, don't you think you should say something?" "What did you say?" Yi Hong was completely baffled. Zhou Yun'er's expression instantly turned colder. "You've seen my body, and you think that's just the end of it? Then what do you want?" Yi Hong spread his hands, thinking to himself, "Is she about to confront me openly?" Zhou Yun'er snorted coldly, "I haven't decided yet, but once I do, I'll let you know. From now on, whenever I call you, you have to come immediately without fail." This was something Yi Hong could accept. He shrugged, "Of course. I've got something to do, so I'll head back first. If anything comes up, just call me." After saying that, he walked out of Zhou Yun'er's villa, thinking to himself that while he didn't dislike Zhou Yun'er, he wasn't certain how far their relationship could go. Rather than overthinking it, it would be better to take it one step at a time. At that moment, Yi Heng's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Tang Haiban. They had exchanged numbers the previous night. Yi Hong answered the call, and Tang Haiban's voice came through. Hansi, how was last night? Wasn't it super exciting and thrilling?" Yi Hong smiled wryly. "You rascal, stop teasing me. So, what's up? Did you need something?" "Nothing much. I'm just bored and wanted to hang out with you. Where are you right now? I'll come find you." Yi Hong was filled with burning anger as he walked into Manager Wang's office without hesitation, his gaze sharp as knives, fixed on the scumbag who had dared to harass his sister. "You bastard, how dare you bully my sister?" Manager Wang's face darkened the moment he saw Yi Heng. He sneered coldly, "Yi Hong, you're nothing but a small employee. What gives you the right to shout at me? I advise you to behave yourself and not make me angry." "Behave? Do you even know the meaning of behaving?" Yi Hong roared, clenching his fists tightly, secretly vowing to make this scumbag pay. His gaze burned hotter and hotter, like flames. "Today, I'm here to make you understand that your actions will have consequences. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, no one dares to lecture me." Manager Wang snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a threatening glare. His cronies behind him began to close in on Yi Hong, tension thick in the air. Tang Haiban followed closely behind Yi Hong. "Fearless, you scoundrels, bullying people is truly despicable. Today, I'll show you what a counterattack looks like. You two brats really don't know your place." Manager Wang's face revealed a cruel smile, then he gestured for the colleagues behind him. to step forward. Several workers immediately surrounded Yi Hong and Tang Haiban, the atmosphere tense, like a powder keg ready to explode. Yi Hong took a deep breath, calming himself. He knew he couldn't rush things and had to have a strategy. Manager Wang, do you think you can do whatever you please here? Let me tell you, I have money and power now. Making you pay the price is a piece of cake for me. So what if you're rich and powerful? Here, you're still a nobody. Manager Wang sneered, clearly not taking Yi Hong seriously in his mind. Then let me show you what true influence means. A firm determination flashed through Yi Hang's eyes as he took out his phone, dialed a number, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Hello, Director Wang, this is Yi Hang. A friend of mine is encountering some trouble at the factory, and I'd like to ask you to come over. Yi Hang's voice radiated absolute confidence, as if everything was under his control. Manager Wang's face instantly turned pale. What are you saying? I tell you, I have connections. If you continue to behave recklessly here, what awaits you will be legal sanctions. Yi Hong responded fearlessly, feeling a surge of satisfaction in his heart. You dare to make me lose my job. Manager Wang's voice trembled, and fear gripped his heart. At that moment, the sound of footsteps outside grew closer and closer. Manager Wang's face turned pale, and he hurriedly tried to escape, only to be stopped firmly by Yi Hang. Today, if you want to run, forget it. Tang Haiban stood nearby, his gaze sharp as a knife, ready to intervene at any moment. Yi Hong felt a rush of emotions in his chest. He knew today was the day to tear off this scoundrel's mask completely and seek justice for his sister. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a massive fist had already slammed hard into his face, knocking his nose crooked and causing blood to stream down. The woman screamed in fright and immediately ran out. Only Yi Hong and Tang Haiban remained in the office, ruthlessly punching Manager Wang one blow after another. Damn it, how dare you bully my sister? I'll beat you to death. The commotion attracted the attention of the workshop workers. Some of Manager Wang's usual cronies, upon seeing him being beaten up, immediately volunteered to intervene. So it's this punk Yi Hong. Damn it, get him. However, these workers were no match for Yi Hang. 5 or 6 of them came forward, but Yi Hong threw them out of the office like tossing a ball. They landed flat on their faces, stacked in a heap. After struggling to get back up, they no longer dared to cause trouble for Yi Hang. After roughly 5 or 6 minutes of fighting, Yi Hong and Tang Haiban finally walked out of the office with satisfied looks on their faces. All the workers in the workshop had already stopped what they were doing to watch them. They recognized Yi Hong. He used to be a quiet young man in the factory. No one had expected that after some time away, he would return so fierce, even beating up the manager. As for Yi Qing, she was already somewhat stunned, not out of concern for herself, but for Yi Hang. However, her worry proved unnecessary. As Yi Hong walked over, directly took her hand, and said, "Sis, let's go. Don't work here anymore, I'll take care of you from now on." After saying this, he pulled his sister and headed straight out of the factory. Tang Haiban glanced back at the people inside, clenched his fists, making his fat jiggle, and chuckled, saying, "If you want to call the police, tell them the one who hit people is named Tang Haiban. If they don't know who Tang Haiban is, just tell them he's Tang Jiangwo's son." Tang Haiban's name is naturally unknown to anyone in the factory, but Tang Jiangwo's name is renowned in Nanling City. He is the top leader of Nanling City. "Xiao Hong, since you hit Manager Wang today, we'd better leave Nanling City quickly." Pulled out of the factory by Yi Hong, Yi Qing seemed a bit anxious. If Manager Wang calls the police, Yi Hong will definitely be arrested. She can give up her job, but nothing must happen to Yi Hang. Yi Hong held his sister's hand and said, "Don't worry, sis, it'll be fine." Tang Haiban also chimed in, that scoundrel earlier wouldn't dare mess with Hanzi even if he had 10 times the guts. "Relax, if anything happens, I'll take responsibility for Hanzi." But Yi Qing still wanted to say something, but seeing Yi Hang's steadfast expression, she felt much more at ease. Yi Hong said, "Sis, it was right for me to beat up that scumbag. As long as I'm here, no one can bully you. He didn't bully me. He just wanted me to be his lover. I didn't agree." Yi Qing said hesitantly, blushing. When he heard this, Tang Haiban instantly flew into a rage. That bastard doesn't even take a look at himself in the mirror to see what he looks like. Him? Bah! A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. My sister wasn't bullied by Manager Wang, which put Yi Hang's mind at ease. He said, "Sis, you don't have to go to that factory anymore. In the past, you always took care of me, but from now on, I'll take care of you. I have money now." Hearing Yi Hang's words, Yi Qing felt deeply moved and tightly held Yi Hang's hand. Her younger brother had grown up and understood how to care for her as his elder sister. However, Yi Qing was still somewhat puzzled. "Little Hong, what do you mean by have money now? You mustn't get involved in anything illegal. We have no relatives or connections in Nanling City, and I absolutely don't want anything bad to happen to you." Yi Hong quickly reassured her, "Sis, of course not. Do I look like that kind of person? It's just that I've recently had good luck in the stone gambling market. I found a top-grade piece of jade, and someone bought it at a high price. If you don't believe me, ask Fatty." As he spoke, Yi Hong gave Tang Haiban a knowing look, and Tang Haiban immediately understood. He said, yes, I know about this. Han Zi definitely didn't lie to you. The money he has now is enough to support you for a lifetime without any problems. Hearing Tang Haiban say the same, Yi Qing asked with a puzzled expression, "Han Zi, how much did you pay for that jade?" "Not much, just a few tens of millions." "Tens of millions?" Yi Qing's legs trembled, nearly causing her to lose her balance. To someone like her who earns only 4 to 5,000 yuan a month, such a number is astronomical. She could hardly believe that Yi Hong had made tens of millions in such a short time. Seeing Yi Qing's face full of disbelief, Yi Hong said, "Sis, it's true. In a few days, we'll go buy a car and a house. After that, you won't have to work so hard anymore." After some explanation, Yi Qing finally believed Yi Heng's words. Moreover, she also learned from Yi Hong about Tang Haiban's identity. As the son of the mayor of Nanling City and a friend of Yi Hong, she felt there was nothing to worry about. In the end, the three of them got into Tang Haiban's car and headed toward the shopping mall in the city center. Yi Qing had been reluctant to buy herself a few nice outfits all year round, but now that Yi Hong had money, he was determined to transform his sister into the most beautiful woman, and Yi Qing already had the qualities for it. It must be said that Yi Qing's figure and appearance were nothing short of perfect. Standing at 1.75 meters tall with delicate features, she was a stunning beauty even without makeup. At this moment, dressed in fashionable and vibrant clothing, she looked even more dazzling, rivaling Zhou Yuner without the slightest inferiority. At Yi Heng's insistence, Yi Qing, blushing, tried on several outfits. No matter what she wore, she was always so striking and radiant. Tang Haiban couldn't help but drool as he nudged Yi Heng's arm and teased, "I say, Hanzi, your sister is really beautiful. How about I become your brother-in-law?" Yi Hong responded with a smile, "That depends on my sister's wishes. I will always support her choice." Tang Haiban looked down at his own plump figure, then at Yi Qing's beauty, and sighed, "I think I better forget it. Your sister is so beautiful, if she were to be taken by me, it'd feel like a beautiful cabbage being ruined by a pig." At this moment, Yi Qing walked over after trying on the clothes and happily asked Yi Hong, "Han Zi, which outfit do you think looks good on me?" Yi Hong smiled and said, "My sister looks good in anything." After speaking, Yi Hong waved to the waiter, "Please wrap up all those clothes from earlier." The beautiful waitress, who had initially thought Yi Hong was penniless, immediately beamed with joy, "Sir, please wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing quickly said, "Han Zi, there's no need to buy so many. I still have clothes at home, and these might be very expensive." Yi Hong put his arm around his sister's shoulder and smiled, "Sis, as the saying goes, people rely on clothes and Buddhas rely on gold. You're so beautiful, how can you not have a few nice outfits? No matter how expensive, I'll buy them." At this moment, the waitress finished packing the clothes, walked over with a smile, and said, "Sir, your total is 25,800 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash?" "By card." Yi Hong handed his bank card to the waitress. When Yi Qing heard this, she immediately felt a pang of heartache. That was equivalent to half a year's salary for her. After the payment was completed, Yi Qing insisted that Yi Hong also buy a set of clothes. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, with a handsome and dashing appearance, Yi Hong tried on several outfits, and even the waitress standing nearby was smitten. If it weren't for the stunning beauty Yi Qing standing next to him, she might have already asked Yi Hong for his contact information. Finally, the three happily left the shopping mall. However, as they approached the elevator entrance, a figure caught Yi Heng's eye. It was Bai Luofei. Their gazes met, and an icy chill instantly permeated the air. "What a coincidence, Pauper, you're here too." Bai Luofei walked over with his female companion, a cold sneer on his face, his eyes flashing with intense hatred. At the last gathering, Yi Hong had caused him to lose all face, a humiliation he could not swallow. "Oh, isn't this young Master Earthworm? So, what brings you here today, shopping with your girlfriend?" Yi Hong replied with a cold sneer. Upon hearing these words, Bai Luofei's venomous glare intensified. His dignity had been trampled repeatedly, pushing him to the brink of tolerance. The female companion beside Bai Luofei looked at Yi Hung in astonishment, wondering how he knew about Bai Luofei's childhood. "Humph, you poor wretch, don't you get cocky. The score between us will be settled slowly. Just wait and see how I play you to death step by step, and make sure you have no foothold in Nanling City." Bai Luofei snorted coldly. Last time, when he had Feng Yi take action, it almost implicated the Bai family. Fortunately, he severed ties promptly, avoiding any repercussions. But Bai Luofei would never let it rest. Instead, he'd come up with an even crueler plan to deal with Yi Hang. "I say, young Master Bai, couldn't you choose a better place to spout nonsense? Do you even have the guts to go after my brother?" Tang Haiban stepped out from behind Yi Hung and looked at Bai Luofei mockingly. Hearing these words, Bai Luofei, who was furious, initially wanted to burst out in anger. But the moment he saw who was beside Yi Hung, his rage instantly subsided as if extinguished by cold water. He'd been focused entirely on Yi Hung earlier and had failed to notice the figure beside him, Tang Haiban. Bai Luofei's heart trembled. He was fully aware of Tang Haiban's status. Among the young elites of Nanling City, Tang Haiban ranked far above him. The realization that yet another untouchable person was now accompanying Yi Hung caused Bai Luofei's anger to erupt violently. He was already wary of Lin Bo, but now, with Tang Haiban added to the mix, it felt suffocating to him. "Ha, so it's young Master Tang here. I must have been blind just now and failed to notice your presence. Please don't take offense." Forcing an awkward smile, Bai Luofei restrained his arrogance in the face of Tang Haiban. Tang Haiban disdainfully shook the fat on his body and sneered coldly, "You've seen it now, so why don't you hurry up and get lost? Or do you want me to kick you off this building? Also, let me give you a heads up. If you dare mess with my brothers, I'll hunt you down to the Bai family if I have to and kill you. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try." Bai Luofei's body stiffened, his expression instantly shifting unpredictably. Without saying a word, he obediently stepped aside, allowing Tang Haiban to leave with Yi Hung and Yi Qing. But as he watched Yi Qing's departing figure, a scorching glint flashed in Bai Luofei's eyes. Cursing inwardly, he thought, this poor idiot somehow struck it lucky, hooking up with that wretch Zhou Yuner and having such a stunner by his side. "Just wait, soon I'll make sure you lose everything. Your women will become nothing more than my toys." After leaving the shopping mall, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Yi Hung took a moment to visit a traditional medicine shop and bought a set of gold needles, planning to treat Zhao Hengtian's legs over the next few days. The three of them then had a meal together before Tang Haiban drove Yi Hung and Yi Qing home, leaving afterward. Upon returning to the rental apartment, Yi Qing looked around at everything in the room, feeling somewhat unreal. Her brother had money now, and they wouldn't have to live in this cramped apartment anymore. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. "What are you thinking about, sis?" Yi Hang asked as he walked behind Yi Qing. "Nothing much, just feeling like everything is changing too fast." Yi Qing turned around, gazing at Yi Hang's handsome face, and said softly, "Xiao Han, now that you're wealthy and your social circle has changed, will you forget about your sister in the future?" "Sis, what are you talking about? No matter who I forget, I could never forget you." Yi Hung tightly held Yi Qing's hand, his gaze resolute. Since he was 10 years old, they had relied on each other. Yi Hung still remembered the year he had a high fever, and his sister carried him 10 kilometers to the hospital. To him, his sister was more important than anyone else. Hearing Yi Hung say this, a blush appeared on Yi Qing's face, and her eyes overflowed with happiness. She recalled her father's dying words, asking her to take care of her brother and marry him as his wife once he grew up. She had agreed and had been waiting for Yi Hung to grow up. Now, Yi Hung really seemed grown up. However, Yi Hung was unaware of this matter, and Yi Qing had kept it hidden in his heart all these years. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 days had passed. During these days, Yi Hung declined Tang Haiban's invitations and devoted himself to studying the Ghost Valley medical canon and the art of cultivation at home. As his research deepened and with the golden needles at hand, he learned more and more, gaining a deeper understanding of the human body, comparable to some master practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. Moreover, Yi Hung also learned 2 exceptional techniques from the Ghost Valley medical canon, the 9 needles of the upper gate and the 3 needles of the lower gate. The so-called 9 needles of the upper gate are aimed at treating difficult illnesses above the dantian area and can essentially cure them. The 3 needles of the lower gate focus on disorders below the dantian and can eliminate ailments within 3 needles. Of course, besides studying the Ghost Valley medical canon, he did not neglect the art of cultivation either. Although this cultivation method seemed simple and straightforward initially, it became increasingly difficult as he progressed. Yi Hong always felt that the internal energy he cultivated was different from Zhao Hengtian's. He believed that, if compared in the same realm of internal energy, his inner strength would definitely triumph over the opponent's. For example, during the last battle with Master Feng, although Master Feng's internal strength was stronger than his, in the end, Master Feng was still no match for him. It was only because he was inexperienced in actual combat during that first battle that he initially struggled against the seasoned Master Feng. That day, Lin Baimo called Yi Hong to inform him about a nice house in the Haisha Villas area, priced at just 5 million. Upon hearing this, Yi Hong was naturally very delighted and said, "Brother Lin, let's do this. I might be busy in the next couple of days, but if you're free in a few days, let's go check it out together." "Alright, no problem. You take care of your things first, I'll hang up now." And so, Yi Hong stayed home in seclusion for a whole week. His medical skills improved by leaps and bounds, and he completed all his preparations. Today, he finally arrived at the residence of Zhao Hengtian and Zhao Yuyu. When Yi Hong stepped into the room, Zhao Hengtian and Zhao Yuyu's faces immediately lit up with smiles. Zhao Yuyu hurriedly poured tea and invited Yi Hong to sit down, while Zhao Hengtian, sitting in his wheelchair with a sharp gaze, smiled and said, "So, how about it? Coming to see me today, are you ready?" Yi Hong nodded, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "Brother Zhao, I am fully confident about your legs." This statement left Zhao Hengtian and Zhao Yuyu so excited that they were momentarily speechless. Tears even welled up in Zhao Yuyu's eyes. For the sake of her brother's legs, she had endured countless hardships over the years, and now, at last, she saw a glimmer of hope. Zhao Hengtian took a deep breath and solemnly said, "Then I'll leave it to you, Brother Yi. No time to lose, let's begin now. Yuyu, go fetch a basin of hot water and clean Brother Zhao's legs thoroughly." Yi Heng's voice was firm yet gentle. Zhao Yuyu responded excitedly and quickly went to prepare. After she cleaned Zhao Hengtian's leg, Yi Hong crouched in front of Zhao Hengtian, took out a cloth-wrapped bundle from his chest, and slowly opened it, revealing a row of glittering golden needles. Yi Hong activated his yin-yang vision, allowing him to see every subtle change inside Zhao Hengtian's leg. He extended his hand, quickly extracted one golden needle, and unhesitatingly inserted it into Zhao Hengtian's calf. The needle pierced accurately into the patella of the knee, and immediately, Zhao Hengtian's leg exhibited a knee-jerk reaction, trembling slightly. With the first needle in place, Yi Hong swiftly followed with the second. This needle blocked the blood flow, causing Zhao Hengtian's leg to feel even more numb. The third needle, this was the most critical one. The first two stimulated the nerves and interrupted the blood flow, but this third needle was the key to activating necrotic cells and clearing the meridians. As the 3 needles were inserted, sweat began to bead on Yi Heng's forehead. Zhao Yuyu stood nervously beside him, wiping away his sweat, feeling both worried and expectant. Zhao Hengtian had roamed the martial world for many years and witnessed countless extraordinary medical techniques, yet he had never seen such a bold approach to acupuncture with golden needles. In his mind, a 5-centimeter long golden needle, if handled carelessly, could surely claim a life. However, as Yi Heng's third needle was inserted, the cells in Zhao Hengtian's calf rapidly revived like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, brimming with vitality. However, within the black clots, venom surged, attempting to extinguish this hard-won vitality. Yet, Yi Hong would never allow it to succeed. He swiftly retrieved a small scalpel from his chest pocket and precisely cut into Zhao Hengtian's calf. A deep wound instantly appeared, and the venom, accompanied by a putrid stench, flowed out. As the venom was expelled, Zhao Hengtian felt a gradual return of control in his leg, but it was far from enough. Yi Hong channeled his inner energy into his palm and began striking Zhao Hengtian's calf. Bit by bit, the energy penetrated his leg, forcing out the remaining toxins. Feeling the force emanating from Yi Heng's palm, Zhao Hengtian was overjoyed. But his expression quickly changed, for he realized that Yi Heng's inner energy was entirely different from his own. Though still faint, this energy was incredibly pure and formidable. In terms of cultivation levels, Zhao Hengtian was absolutely no match for Yi Heng. This guy carries an air of mystery about him, Zhao Hengtian thought to himself. Half an hour passed, and Yi Heng finally healed Zhao Hengtian's leg. He successfully expelled the toxins from his body, reactivated the necrotic cells, and cleared all the major meridians. With just 3 golden needles to be removed, the blood circulation in Zhao Hengtian's calf would resume, bringing with it the hope of gradually regaining mobility. "Brother Zhao, try moving this leg and see if there's any issue," Yi Heng said, looking at him with anticipation in his voice. Hearing this, Zhao Hengtian immediately tried to move the leg that had just been treated. To everyone's astonishment, under his control, the leg slowly began to move. Although the range of motion was small, it was enough to prove that the leg was coming back to life. With just a little more time, in a week, he would be able to walk freely like a normal person. Ha ha ha. I never thought there would be a day when I, Zhao Hengtian, could stand again. Heaven has not abandoned me, it's destiny. Zhao Hengtian laughed heartily, his voice echoing with the grandeur of the former king of the southwest, full of vigor and spirit. Zhao Yuyu wept tears of joy. Her brother's leg was finally healed, and her heart felt a great sense of relief. From now on, she would live for herself. Brother Yi, I won't say much to thank you for your great kindness. From now on, my life, Zhao Hengtian, is yours. Zhao Hengtian looked at Yi Hong solemnly, his eyes full of gratitude. Yi Hong waved his hand and smiled. Brother Zhao, you're being too serious. Although we had a prior agreement and each got what we needed, I now consider you a friend. I hope Brother Zhao can also see me as a friend. There's no need for such heavy words between friends. Alright, I'll listen to you. But what I, Zhao Hengtian, have said before will always count. If you ever need me, just say the word. No matter what it is, I, Zhao Hengtian, will never hesitate. The two exchanged a smile, and then Yi Hong treated Zhao Hengtian's other leg using the same method as before. The entire process took only an hour. If the directors and doctors of major hospitals knew about this, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. For a condition like Zhao Hengtian's, while modern medicine could treat it, it would never be this fast, and the recovery period would take at least 6 months. However, with Yi Heng's treatment, Zhao Hengtian would be able to walk like a normal person in just a week. This was undoubtedly a medical miracle. Healing Zhao Hengtian's legs further solidified Yi Heng's confidence in his medical skills. With this expertise, he might become a renowned traditional Chinese medicine master. Across China, practicing medicine and saving lives is inherently a virtuous act, and Yi Hong was happy to see the sincere gratitude on people's faces after their pain disappeared. After curing Zhao Hengtian's leg, Yi Hong declined their invitation to stay. During the treatment process, Zhou Yuner had called, but he didn't answer. Since he had promised to be available whenever needed, Yi Hong naturally wouldn't break his word. Hello, Miss Zhou, the great beauty. What can I do for you? Yi Hong dialed Zhou Yuner's number. On the other end, Zhou Yuner took a deep breath, her tone sharp. What were you doing just now? Why didn't you answer my call? I distinctly remember someone promising to be available whenever called. Is this how you keep your promises? Yi Hong smiled wryly. I was busy just now and couldn't answer the phone. Now, go ahead, what do you need? Zhou Yuner remained silent for a moment before saying, my grandfather has come to Nanling City and wants to see you. Come to my villa now. I'm hanging up. The busy tone came from the other end of the phone. After thinking for a moment, Yi Hong still flagged down a taxi and headed straight for the Jingshan Villa district. The arrival of old Zhou made him quite expectant, as the old man had been kind to him. Moreover, Zhou Mingshan had mentioned last time that he would come to Nanling City in a few days to meet him, so Yi Hong naturally had to go. The taxi quickly arrived at the Jingshan Villa district. Yi Hong walked to Zhou Yuner's doorstep and rang the doorbell. The sturdy door was soon opened, and Zhou Yuner snorted coldly, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and come in. Yi Hong touched his nose. He hadn't seemed to contact her recently, could he have offended her again? Her temper was so fiery. Walking into the room, Yi Hong found Zhou Mingshan sitting on the sofa, smiling warmly at him. Besides Zhou Mingshan and Zhou Yuner, Lin Baimo was unexpectedly also present. Grandpa Zhou, long time no see. How have you been? Yi Hong greeted as he sat down next to Lin Baimo. Stroking his goatee, Zhou Mingshan chuckled and said, this old body of mine is just the same as always. But you, young man, have changed quite a bit since I last saw you. Not only did you uncover a top-quality emerald jade, I heard you even had a run-in with some folks in the trade. Most importantly, you actually managed to win over my precious granddaughter. Now, tell me, how do you plan to handle this? Hearing this, Yi Heng's heart tightened. Win over Zhou Yuner? That was undoubtedly a baseless accusation. He sneaked a glance at Zhou Yuner, only to find that her expression remained unchanged, as if everything Zhou Mingshan said was true. Feeling helpless, Yi Hong turned his gaze to Lin Baimo, hoping he would help explain. But Lin Baimo seemed oblivious to Yi Heng's plea, leisurely sipping tea and even commenting, this tea is quite good. Old Master Zhou, make sure to send me some when I leave later. Frustrated by this unhelpful fellow, Yi Hong could only brace himself and say, Grandpa Zhou, you've misunderstood. There's nothing between Miss Zhou and me. If you don't believe me, you can ask. However, before Yi Hong could finish his sentence, Zhou Mingshan interrupted him, you brat, still trying to hide things from me? Forget it. I'm not here today for that matter. You young people can sort out your own issues. Hearing this, Yi Hung breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, then may I know what brings you here, Grandpa Zhou? Zhou Mingshan suddenly became very serious, his eyes sharp as he looked at Yi Hung and said slowly, Yi Hung, you should know a bit about me by now. I am a master in stone gambling and also a carving grandmaster. Over the years, I have been searching for a successor to pass on my skills, but I have yet to find one. Until I heard that you uncovered an emerald, I felt that we might be destined. So, I want to take you as my apprentice. Would you be willing? Take an apprentice? Yi Han looked at Zhou Mingshan with some surprise, then glanced at Lin Baimo and Zhou Yuner. Seeing their calm expressions, it was clear they already knew about this beforehand. Yi Hung felt a surge of excitement in his heart and immediately responded, Grandpa Zhou, I am certainly willing to become your disciple, but have you truly decided to take me as your apprentice? Zhou Mingshan laughed heartily, I have some understanding of your personality, and you are definitely not someone of great malice or evil. However, now is not the time for the apprenticeship ceremony. Before that, I have a test for you. As long as you pass this test, when the apprenticeship ceremony is held, I will invite friends from all sides to witness it. Yi Hang's brows furrowed slightly. A test? What kind of test could it be? Seeing Yi Hang remain silent, Lin Baimo seemed a bit impatient. He gently nudged Yi Hang and said, Hanzi, what are you still thinking about? Hurry up and agree. Let me tell you, there are plenty of people who want to become old Master Zhou's disciple. You absolutely must not miss this opportunity. Yi Hang gave a bitter smile and said, I never said I wouldn't agree. Grandpa Zhou, what is your test? He, it's very simple. The 15th of next month is the Stone Gambling Festival in Yunnan. At that time, I hope you will accompany Yuner and also make a name for yourself at the festival. After leaving Zhou Yuner's villa, Yi Hang was still pondering over what Zhou Mingshan had said. Making a name for himself at the Stone Gambling Festival would not be an easy task. Yunnan is a major source of raw stones, and there is no shortage of stone gambling experts. However, with his yin-yang eyes, he was filled with confidence. Hanzi, your luck is incredible. Even old Master Zhou wants to take you as his apprentice. If this news gets out, who knows how many people will envy you, Lin Baimo said with a face full of envy inside his car. Yi Hang responded with a wry smile, Brother Lin, what's there to envy about this? It's just taking on a disciple, isn't it? Lin Baimo shook his head and said, you're mistaken. It's not as simple as just taking on a disciple. Do you know how influential old Master Zhou is? Becoming his disciple is equivalent to inheriting his network of connections. That's an intangible wealth that countless people are vying for. Yi Hung touched his nose and said, so, does that mean I've hit the jackpot? Of course. Your luck is so good that I'm jealous, Lin Baimo sighed, then added, by the way, since you're free now, let's go check out that house in the Haisha Villa district. If you like it, let's buy it today. In a couple of days, you can move in, and I'll come over to your place for a drink. Yi Hung nodded and said, then I'll trouble Brother Lin to lead the way. The Haisha Villa district is located by the sea in Nanling City, boasting stunning scenery, a pleasant climate, and exceptional views. It is even more renowned than the Jingshan Villa district where Zhou Yuner resides. In Nanling City, buying a house here not only requires wealth but also connections to secure one. Of course, none of this posed any difficulty for Lin Baimo. The two drove to the Haisha Villa district, and Lin Baimo eventually led Yi Hung directly to the front of a particular villa. When Yi Hung got out of the car and took a look, he saw that the villa had 3 floors. Its exterior combined European architectural style with a touch of traditional Chinese retro charm. At first glance, Yi Hung was instantly captivated by it. Hanzi, how do you like this villa I found for you? Not bad, right? Lin Baimo asked with a smile. Yi Hung smiled and said, it looks great from the outside. I like it. If only we could go inside and take a look. Ha, that's no problem. Wait for me to make a call, and someone will bring the keys over in a few minutes. Lin Baimo immediately made a phone call, and in less than 10 minutes, a man carrying a briefcase walked toward them with a professional smile on his face and said, sorry to keep you waiting. Young Master Lin, I'm the sales manager from Zhanting Real Estate. You can call me Huang Rong. Alright, my brother likes this villa. Open it up so we can take a look inside. If he's satisfied, we'll buy it today. Upon hearing Lin Baimo's words, Huang Rong immediately took the keys out of his bag and opened the villa's door. Under his guidance, Yi Hung and Lin Baimo began touring the villa. The interior was fully furnished, ready for immediate move-in. The first floor was spacious, and the yard even had a small garage, making it very convenient. Yi Hong walked alone to the second floor, where the view was excellent. Stepping onto the balcony, he saw an entire expanse of ocean before him, with the faint sound of surging waves in the distance. The vintage decor of each room greatly pleased Yi Hong. The unique style seemed to carry a historical charm that evoked a sense of longing. Next, Yi Hong arrived at the third floor. Similar to the second floor, but the decor here had a more European-American style, allowing him to experience two distinctly different aesthetics that were truly eye-catching. The designer had clearly poured a great deal of effort into this villa, creating such a striking contrast. Finally, Yi Hong reached the top floor and was surprised to find a small open-air swimming pool. After completing the tour, Yi Hong was very satisfied. The only drawback was that this villa was too close to the one opposite, almost as if they shared a courtyard. "So, Hansi, are you interested in buying it?" Lin Baimo asked with a smile as he saw Yi Hong walking down from the staircase. Yi Hong nodded and said with a smile, "That's right, this is the one. I'll handle the paperwork later, and I think I can move in tomorrow." "Good idea. It's time for you to upgrade, your current place doesn't match your status. It'll also be more convenient for me to visit you in the future," Lin Baimo said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Huang Rong chimed in from the side, "Since this gentleman is satisfied, we can proceed with the paperwork right now. To be honest, this villa is an absolute steal. At 5 million. If it weren't for young Master Lin's recommendation, this villa would easily sell for 7 or 8 million through Argenting Real Estate." Finally, the three of them went together to complete the transfer procedures, with Yi Hong paying the full amount. The 70 million given to him by Zhou Yuner remained untouched, and he didn't mind spending 5 million. If Yi Hong wanted, he could visit the stone gambling market and might easily earn back this amount in no time. After accompanying Yi Hong to purchase a villa, Lin Baimo drove him home and then left. Upon returning home, Yi Hong saw his sister busy cooking, with a delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen. Unable to resist, he casually grabbed a piece of twice-cooked pork and popped it into his mouth. Hearing the noise, Yi Qing turned around and glared at Yi Hong. "You little rascal, you come back without making a sound. Hungry, huh? Go wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon." Yi Hong grinned. "Sis, your cooking skills are getting better and better. This twice-cooked pork tastes as good as a chef's. By the way, sis, I need to talk to you about something later." With that, Yi Hong went to wash his hands. Shortly after, Yi Qing had finished preparing the meal. Once they sat down, Yi Hong began telling his sister about buying a house. Yi Qing listened calmly, her demeanor gentle like that of a wife, simply saying that everything would be up to Yi Hong. "Since that's the case, sis, how about we move there tomorrow?" Yi Hong placed a piece of meat on his sister's plate and smiled. "Alright, I'll pack up tonight, and we'll move tomorrow. It's just that suddenly leaving here makes me feel a bit reluctant." Looking at the small rental apartment, Yi Qing sighed. Though it was small and couldn't compare to a villa, it was filled with their memories. "Alright, sis, I promise to give you a good life, and I will make it happen. After we move tomorrow, I'll bring my friends over to introduce them to you." The night passed quickly, and early the next morning, Yi Hong took Yi Qing out. They didn't have much luggage, just some clothes. For changing, the rest of the items were dispensable. Taking a taxi all the way to the Haisha Villa district, they saw the villas, arranged in an orderly yet luxurious manner, with a beautiful and elegant landscape. Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction. The best part was the nearby beach, which made her like the place even more. She could go swimming at the beach whenever she had free time. After entering the villa, the calm and composed Yi Qing was also amazed by the layout and style of the place. After taking a tour inside, she expressed her fondness for it and praised it repeatedly. Finally, Yi Qing went to arrange their room, while Yi Hong headed to the balcony on the second floor, looking toward the villa across from them with a faint sense of anticipation, as he had just noticed that the owner of the opposite villa was also present. In front of the villa across from Yi Hong, there was a beetle parked. Although it was worth only a little over 100,000, it seemed out of place with the grandeur of the mansion. Yi Hong couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person lives across the way? After some observation, Yi Hong still couldn't deduce the identity of the owner. So, he called Lin Baimo and invited him over for a gathering in the evening, thinking that a housewarming celebration should be lively. Subsequently, Yi Hong contacted Tang Haiban, Zhou Yuner, and even Zhou Mingshan, leaving no one out. Everyone agreed to come and check out his new home in the evening. Finally, Yi Hong tried to contact Zhao Hengtian. Despite the fact that his legs hadn't fully recovered, surprisingly, Zhao Hengtian was already able to walk, as long as he avoided intense physical activity. Thinking about this, Yi Hong felt relieved, as Zhao Hengtian was a powerful cultivator, and his recovery ability was naturally stronger than that of ordinary people. After notifying all his friends, Yi Hong joined Yi Qing in setting up their new home. After a busy period, they finally completed everything before 3 p.m. Then, Yi Hong took Yi Qing to the market. It was a 10-minute walk, not too far, but not exactly easy either. After sweeping through the market, Yi Hong returned home carrying a large bag of chicken, duck, fish, and seafood. Of course, red wine was also indispensable. Seeing this, Yi Qing felt a bit concerned. "Xiao Hong, are you tired? Let me help you carry some." "It's fine, sis, we're almost home. Besides, this little bit of stuff is no challenge for a grown man like me." Yi Hong grinned. Just then, a woman came jogging from behind, dressed in sportswear with her hair tied up. Yi Hong turned to look and felt that the woman seemed somewhat familiar. The woman also recognized Yi Hong and frowned. Yi Hong didn't recognize her, but she remembered him clearly. It was from the interrogation room. Instantly, a sense of displeasure arose in her heart. Yi Hong didn't think much of it and entered the house. Yan Lingjiao saw him walk into the villa next door and immediately frowned. "That scoundrel lives here too?" In fact, the villa next to Yi Hang's is where Yan Lingjiao lives. Although she is just a police captain, her background is quite extraordinary, and this villa was bought for her by her mother. In the room, Yi Qing pushed Yi Hong, who couldn't cook, out of the kitchen, insisting that cooking was a woman's domain. With nothing to do, Yi Hong went up to the second-floor balcony to smoke. As he glanced around, he noticed the woman who had been jogging earlier was now practicing boxing in the yard next door. She was practicing military-style boxing, her movements fierce, her techniques simple yet powerful, with exceptional combat capabilities. Yi Hong watched intently. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this woman looked familiar. After some thought, he finally remembered her identity. "Heh, so it's Officer Yan. What a coincidence, you live here too." Yi Hong leaned on the balcony, showing what he believed to be a sincere smile, thinking to himself that having a police officer next door was a good opportunity to build a friendly relationship. "Scoundrel!" Yan Lingjiao responded coldly, continuing her military-style boxing. Upon hearing this, Yi Hong felt displeased and leapt down from the balcony. "Officer Yan, you're a police officer. If you're going to call me a scoundrel, you need evidence. We're going to be neighbors from now on, so we should help each other out. If you're biased against me because of what happened last time, I'll apologize to you right here." "Humph, I don't need your apology. Aren't you supposed to be good at fighting? Try taking a few moves from me." Yan Lingjiao turned around and delivered a fierce kick, her momentum overwhelming. The force was so strong it could break a small tree as thick as a bowl. Faced with Yan Lingjiao's attack, Yi Hong didn't dare to slack off. He quickly countered, delivering a kick mid-air. With a loud bang, their legs collided. After landing, Yi Hong took a slight step back, while Yan Lingjiao retreated 2 steps, her eyes revealing a hint of shock. "Ha, Officer Yan, your skills are impressive, but it seems you're still a bit lacking compared to me." Yi Hong smiled. During this period, he had been studying the Ghost Valley Medical Classic while training, and his internal energy had indeed grown stronger. Again, Yan Lingjiao was not someone who would easily admit defeat. Back in the Special Forces, she had turned the tables with her strength, surpassing one strong man after another. Now, as Yan Lingjiao charged at him again, Yi Hong remained as steady as a mountain, alternating between chopping punches and drilling punches. Their fists and kicks collided with an imposing momentum, resembling a real-life martial arts blockbuster, extremely thrilling. However, Yan Lingjiao's strength ultimately fell short of Yi Hang's. With each clash, Yan Lingjiao struggled to gain the upper hand. After 5 or 6 minutes of sparring, Yi Hong became increasingly adept, seamlessly combining his footwork and punching techniques, making it difficult for Yan Lingjiao to get close. The initiative completely shifted to Yi Hong, and Yan Lingjiao began to show signs of distress, her fragrant sweat dripping. Yet, even in such a state, she exuded a unique charm that allowed Yi Hong to feast his eyes. Just as Yan Lingjiao was fuming over Yi Hang's invasive gaze, an unexpected collision occurred. She executed a flawless backflip and landed gracefully. However, before Yi Hong could react, her pistol was already aimed at him. Misfire. Yi Hong raised his hands helplessly and quickly said, "Officer Yan, we're just exchanging skills here. There's no need for this just because you're not as good as me, right? Besides, why is a girl always pulling out a gun? That's a bad habit. Playing with guns is a man's specialty." "Shut up!" Yan Lingjiao snapped furiously. "If you say one more word, do you believe I'll blow your head off?" Her heart burned with anger, This bastard's words were truly infuriating. But deep down, she knew she couldn't really harm him. Seeing Yan Lingjiao so enraged, Yi Hong wisely kept his mouth shut. He thought to himself that it was hard to refuse the demands of a gun-wielding beauty. If her hand slipped and she actually shot him, not even the king of hell would hear his complaints. At this moment, the sound of Tang Haiban's car horn came from outside, and the chubby man was already shouting at the gate, asking Yi Hong to open the door. Yan Lingjiao, seeing this, put away her gun and walked back into the house with a cold expression. Watching her back, Yi Hong couldn't help but smile wryly. Living next door to an icy policewoman, was this a blessing or a curse? What worried him most was that this policewoman's prejudice against him seemed to be growing deeper. Yi Hong opened the iron gate of the courtyard, and as soon as he saw Tang Haiban, the chubby man punched him playfully and laughed. "What have you been up to lately? You haven't been out at all." "I'm bored to death." Yi Hong replied with a smile, "I was indeed quite busy the past few days, but now I'm done." Tang Haiban glanced at the villa opposite Yi Hong and suddenly gave a thumbs up. "You're quite something, daring to mess with the ice-cold police beauty. But I have to warn you, this woman is not easy to deal with. A slight misstep and you'll get burned. My old man specifically warned me that getting involved with her could lead to big trouble." Yi Hong quickly waved his hand. "Alright, I didn't go looking for trouble with her. Let's go inside first. Brother Lin and the others will be here soon." Not long after, Lin Baimo indeed arrived. Yi Hong warmly welcomed him into the house and introduced him to Yi Qing. The three men gathered together and chatted enthusiastically. At this moment, Lin Baimo handed Yi Hong a set of keys and said with a smile, "Hanzi, I don't have much to give for your housewarming, so consider this car as a gift." Yi Hong smiled wryly. "Brother Lin, why are you being so formal? I really can't accept such an expensive gift." "Alright, no need to be so formal with me. I've already parked the car in your yard. Take some time to test it out. By the way, tomorrow the esteemed disciple of the Northwest Medical King will arrive in Nanling City. I'll introduce you to him. You're both masters of traditional Chinese medicine, so you should have a great time chatting." After Lin Baimo finished speaking, Tang Haiban curled his lips and said, "I've heard about this too. The elites of Nanling City are all waiting for this guy to come and treat them. Tomorrow will definitely be lively. But I've heard this guy is quite arrogant, meeting him is harder than meeting the president. People with real skills are always like that. Let's go meet him together tomorrow. He's also a guest invited by my Lin family." Lin Baimo then turned to Tang Haiban and smiled, "Fatty, today is Hanzi's housewarming celebration. I've already given my gift. Don't you want to show some appreciation too?" "Well, I was in a rush today and forgot to bring anything. But I did bring something Hanzi needs the most. Look, I've got your driver's license sorted out. Since old Lin here gifted you a car, tomorrow the two of us can take it out for a spin." Tang Haiban chuckled and placed a brand new driver's license in front of Yi Hang. "Thanks, Fatty." Yi Hong didn't say much and put the driver's license away. At that moment, the doorbell rang outside the villa. Yi Hong walked over to check and saw that Zhou Mingshan and Zhou Yuner had arrived. Grandpa Zhou, Miss Zhou, you're here. Please come in." Zhou Mingshan said with a smile, "You're practically half my apprentice now. How could I not come? This villa is quite nice. Here, take this jade as a gift from this old man." Yi Hong quickly accepted it and then invited the two inside. When Yi Qing saw more guests had arrived, she proactively came over to greet them. Yi Hong naturally introduced them to each other, and eventually, Zhou Yuner pulled Yi Qing into the kitchen. The two chatted and laughed, completely unlike strangers who had just met. Women always seem to have more topics to discuss than men. However, just as Zhou Mingshan and the others arrived, the doorbell rang again outside the villa. Yi Hong didn't need to guess who it was. Sure enough, when he opened the door, Zhao Hengtian, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, walked in with Zhao Yuyu, who was also meticulously dressed. "Brother Zhao, I've been eagerly waiting for you all to arrive. Please come inside," Yi Hong said with a delighted expression. "Ha, Hanzi, today is your housewarming celebration. How could I not come?" Zhao Hengtian laughed heartily as he walked into the villa. Ever since his leg injury was healed, he had regained his former charisma, exuding an undeniable presence. Zhou Mingshan, Lin Baimo, and Tang Haiban all focused their gazes on Zhao Hengtian and his sister, secretly on guard. Zhao Hengtian was no ordinary person. His gaze also fell on them, and suddenly he smiled and said to Zhou Mingshan, "So old Master Zhou is here too. It's been years since we last met, and you look much older than before. Do we know each other?" Zhou Mingshan stood up, his face filled with confusion. Time flies like an arrow, the world changes dramatically, and after all these years, it seems old Master Zhou has forgotten about Me, Zhao Hengtian remarked with emotion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingshan suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that you are Mr. Zhao?" Mr. Zhao was the title used by those who knew Zhao Hengtian, though people secretly preferred to call him the god of gambling or the king of the southwest. Zhou Mingshan's exclamation of Mr. Zhao left Lin Baimo and Tang Haiban both stunned. Back in the day, Mr. Zhao was a legendary figure in the southwest region, known by everyone. So old Master Zhou still remembers me. It's truly an honor, Zhao said with a laugh as they all sat on the sofa. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuyu tactfully went to the kitchen, leaving space for the men to talk. So it really is Mr. Zhao. You've been absent from Huaxia for years, and I almost didn't recognize you. But seeing you today, Mr. Zhao, you are as spirited and charismatic as ever. It seems the rumors outside are not entirely reliable, Zhou Mingshan praised. The rumors are indeed true, but I have to thank my brother here for his miraculous skills, otherwise, Zhao Hengtian, would still be a cripple. Zhao Hengtian then took out a cloth-wrapped item from his chest and said to Yi Heng, Hanzi, I don't have any grand gifts to offer. This dagger is incredibly sharp and indestructible. It is said to have been forged by Oyezi and is named Dragon Scale. I'll give it to you as a congratulatory gift. Dragon Scale Dagger. Zhou Mingshan exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. The Dragon Scale Dagger is a legendary weapon passed down in China, extremely precious. Who would have thought it was in Zhao Hengtian's possession? Brother Zhao, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Yi Heng shook his head repeatedly. Although he yearned for it in his heart, the value of this dagger was probably even greater than that of his villa. But Zhao Hengtian said, Hanzi, I was able to go from being a cripple to a normal person all thanks to you. Don't refuse it. Besides, this dragon scale dagger is of no use in my hands, but in yours, it might shine with unparalleled brilliance. Well, all right. Hearing Zhao Hengtian say this, Yi Heng finally stopped refusing and accepted the dragon scale dagger. Not long after, the three women had already prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes. Their time together in the kitchen had made them as close as intimate friends, calling each other sisters and creating a warm atmosphere. Yi Ching sis, your house is so big. Yudo dear, the house is too big, it feels empty and lonely. You must come over often when you have time. And Yunir dear, the same goes for you. Alright, then we'll be sure to visit often and trouble you in the future. The three women chatted and laughed, creating a cheerful atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, dinner was over, and Yi Heng's guests had gradually departed. He had arranged with Lin Baimo to meet the Northwest Medical King's top disciple the next day. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Heng silently calculated his plans, taking out the dragon scale dagger. It was incredibly sharp, felt excellent in his hand, and was perfectly suited for his future battles. Now, not only did he possess strength, but even his weapon was no longer an issue. Early the next morning, Yi Heng was full of energy. He got up early, practiced a set of martial arts in the courtyard to loosen his muscles, then took a shower. Afterward, he grabbed the car keys Lin Baimo had given him and drove off. The BMW X6, with its imposing exterior and comfortable interior, was worth over $1 million and undoubtedly an eye-catching presence. Today, the Northwest Medical King's top disciple was set to arrive in Nanling City. The Lin family had specially arranged a luxurious villa to host him. At this moment, the villa was already filled with many of Nanling City's elites, eagerly awaiting the arrival of this renowned physician. Originally, the Lin family had invited the disciple for their own purposes, but under pressure from various parties, they had no choice but to let these influential figures join in. The richer they are, the more afraid they are of death. These powerful figures all have some minor ailments, and many even suffer from conditions that regular hospitals cannot diagnose. As a result, they are full of anticipation for the top disciple of the Northwest Medical King and have come to visit one after another. Yi Heng drove to the villa's entrance and saw it was filled with luxury cars, causing him to sigh inwardly. He dialed a number, and Tang Haiban quickly bounced out of the villa. You're pretty early. Where's Brother Lin? Yi Heng asked. Tang Haiban, shaking the fat on his body, replied, Old Lin went to the airport to pick someone up, he'll be back soon. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Go inside and grab something to eat first. I've been bored to death and they're all by myself. Tang Haiban pulled Yi Heng into the villa, which was quite crowded with around 20 or 30 people of all ages. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the top disciple of the Northwest Medical King. As soon as he entered, Yi Heng's gaze was involuntarily drawn to a peculiar look. Turning his head, he met Bai Luofei's cold and sinister eyes. Bai's fists were clenched tightly, and he was accompanied by an elderly man and several young people. Bai Luofei is here too? Yi Heng sat down to the side and asked Tang Haiban. Tang Haiban sneered dismissively. If it weren't for his old man showing up, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to be here. Forget about him. Let's focus on eating. Filling our stomachs is the most important thing. The table was laden with fruits and snacks. Yi Hong casually ate a bit, and just as he was about to relax further, the villa's door was pushed open. A dignified man strode in. He appeared to be around 30 years old, with piercing eyes that were cold and sharp. Like a proud peacock, he completely disregarded the presence of the wealthy and powerful individuals in the room. Behind him, Lin Baimo carried a rosewood medical kit, a trace of anger flickering in his eyes, though he concealed it well and did not show it. Upon seeing this man arrive, the dignitaries in the villa flocked to him as if they were meeting an international superstar, brimming with enthusiasm. Like a tide, they surged toward him, vying for autographs and photos. Under the gaze of the crowd, the man appeared even more proud and aloof. Mr. Shen, I am Li Shanhe from Thonglong Real Estate. Welcome to Nanling City. Mr. Shen, I am Sun Gang, a director of Tianyue Group. It is an honor to have you here. Mr. Shen, I am Bai Jianye from Bai Enterprises. Welcome. Surrounding Shen Tianyeo, the elites of Nanling City lowered their voices and bent over backward, trying every possible way to curry favor with him. Witnessing this scene, Yi Hong couldn't help but marvel. Inwardly. Indeed, the esteemed disciple of the Northwest Medical King exuded an imposing presence. With just a single word, this group of elites would likely serve him tirelessly, obeying his every command. So full of himself. He's just a guy who knows a bit of medicine, yet he has old Lin carrying things for him like a servant. It's really irritating to watch. Tang Haiban's anger was instantly ignited, and his resentment grew stronger. Calm down. The Lin family still needs him. Didn't you see Brother Lin swallowing his pride? Yi Hong said indifferently, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. Tang Haiban was still burning with anger in his heart. He snorted coldly and said indignantly, if it were me, I would have kicked this bastard out of Nanling City long ago. A guy coming from the northwest, what right does he have to trample all over us? At this moment, Shen Tianyeo slowly spoke, proudly saying, this is my first time in Nanling City. Thanks to everyone's warm hospitality, I will be staying here for a while. However, those familiar with me, Shen Tianyeo, know that the doors of the medical sector open, but if you have no money, don't enter. So, before seeking me out next time, I hope everyone thinks it through. Mr. Shen is absolutely right. Next time we meet, we will surely prepare generous gifts. Someone nearby immediately chimed in. Sir is truly a dragon among men. In the future, you will surely surpass the king of medicine and become one of the most renowned national masters. This is indeed a blessing for China. Another dignitary praised him with a face full of flattery. Well said. Looking across the entire Huaxia, it seems that no young national expert capable of rivaling you has been born yet. Someone else chimed in with praise. That's only natural. National experts like you, who possess both talent and virtue, are indeed rare. However, I heard that a young man who knows a bit of medicine has also come here today. He flaunts his limited medical skills arrogantly in Nanling City, but compared to you, it's like comparing a crow to a phoenix. Only someone as capable as you deserves the title of a national expert. The speaker was Bai Jianye of the Bai family enterprise, Bai Luofei's father. Ever since Bai Luofei was severely beaten by Yi Hong at the last gathering, the Bai family had gathered information on Yi Hong and naturally knew he had some medical skills. Bai Jianye's remarks caused quite a bit of surprise among the crowd, but only Lin Baimo and Tang Haiban's expressions darkened. Bai Jianye was clearly targeting Yi Hong, aiming to make him the focus of criticism. Such an arrogant person certainly cannot compare to Mr. Shen. Flaunting his limited medical skills and acting so conceited. Mr. Shen is a dragon among men. What does he count as? In my opinion, he's nothing more than a street swindler, not worth mentioning. As the saying goes, when the wall is about to collapse, everyone gives it a push. To curry favor with Shen Tianyeo, the elites of Nanling City didn't mind ridiculing an obscure nobody. Hearing these compliments about himself, Shen Tianeo's expression grew even more arrogant. However, Tang Haiban couldn't hold back any longer and roared angrily, "Shut your filthy mouths. My brother knows medicine, so what? You bunch of old fools know nothing and spout nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll kick you to death." Young Master Tang was known for his fiery temper, saying whatever came to mind without caring who the target was. Hearing his words, someone immediately retorted, "Young Master Tang, you're going too far. Even your old man Tang Jiangwo wouldn't dare speak to us like that. I demand an apology from you." Apologize? Apologize to your grandmother. It's already good enough that I didn't kick your balls to pieces. Tang Haiban scolded mercilessly. When it came to verbal sparring, this group of South Ridge City's elites was no match for him. One by one, they turned their gaze to Lin Baimo. Young Master Lin, as the host, don't you think his words are too excessive? I believe he should be kicked out. Yes, someone without manners doesn't deserve to meet Mr. Shen. Kick him out. Upon hearing these words, Lin Baimo, who had been silent all along, calmly said, I feel my brother's words are not excessive at all. If you don't want to listen, you are free to leave. My Lin family certainly did not invite you here. My Lin family certainly did not invite you here. This sentence left the group of elites in Nanling City completely speechless. Though anger simmered in their hearts, they dared not say anything. At this moment, Shen Tian'ao spoke coldly, why argue over an unknown nobody? In the field of traditional Chinese medicine, virtue and talent are paramount. Those without either are not worth mentioning. Shen Tian'ao's words instantly appeased the anger of the elites, but Tang Haiban's fiery temper was ignited once again. He cursed at Shen Tian'ao, bullshit. Who the hell do you think you are? My brother has no virtue or talent? I think you're the real talentless and arrogant fool who knows a bit of medicine and looks down on everyone. If you have the guts, compete with my brother. If you lose, get the hell out of Nanling City. Just seeing you pisses me off. Hearing this, Shen Tian'ao's expression instantly darkened. After traveling far and wide practicing medicine for so many years, even the chief executive of Hong Kong treated him with respect. This was the first time someone dared to insult him so blatantly to his face, completely disregarding him. Who are you? Do you realize the price you'll pay for saying such things? Shen Tian'ao's gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly fixed on Lin Baimo. Young Master Lin, if the people of Nanling City are all as uncultured as him, then I cannot treat your father. Farewell. After speaking, Shen Tian'ao turned to leave the villa. Lin Baimo felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with Shen Tian'ao's attitude, for the future of the Lin family, he had to find a way to keep this highly skilled doctor. Mr. Shen, I apologize on behalf of my brother. I hope you can be more forgiving. Lin Baimo lowered his stance, his tone sincere. He must apologize to me personally, or I will leave Nanling City today, and your father's illness won't be treated. Shen Tian'ao snorted coldly, his pride not allowing him to let it go. The surrounding dignitaries cast intrigued glances, seemingly waiting for the moment Shen Tian'ao would leave, so they could seize the opportunity to invite him to their own homes. Damn it, old Lin, why are you apologizing to him? If he dares to leave, let him go. We still have Hanzi here. I don't believe Hanzi's medical skills can't cure old Master Lin's illness, Tang Haiban said disdainfully. At this moment, Yi Hang realized it was time for him to step in. To be honest, he couldn't stand the behavior of either the elites of Nanling City or Shen Tian'ao. Brother Lin, I know you're in a difficult position, but forgive me for being blunt, such a person is better left uninvited. I will treat Mr. Lin's illness, Yi Hang said straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Shen Tian'ao suddenly burst into laughter twice, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Yi Hang. You? Treat it? With just you? Do you really think knowing a bit of medicine gives you the right to act so arrogantly? What a ridiculous joke. If you can cure Mr. Lin's illness, I, Shen Tian'ao, am willing to serve you and even carry your shoes. Yi Hang smiled faintly, his gaze calm. Honestly, before meeting you, I had some expectations for you. But after meeting you, forget about carrying my shoes. Seeing you every day would drive me crazy. If you doubt my ability to cure Mr. Lin's illness, why don't we make a bet? Do you dare to accept the challenge? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding dignitaries became furious. Reckless fool, who do you think you are? How dare you gamble with Mr. Shen? Arrogant and ignorant, I really don't understand how young Master Lin could be friends with such a conceited person. There are always some arrogant people in this world who just want to gain fame by competing with Mr. Shen. Do you know who Mr. Shen is? He is a distinguished disciple of the Northwest Medical King, renowned far and wide. And what are you? Just a poor nobody, truly overestimating yourself. Bai Luofei seized the opportunity to mock Yi Hang. Bai Luofei, say one more word and see what happens. Do you believe I won't find someone to deal with you? Tang Haiban, burning with anger, appeared even more imposing with his bulky frame, instantly intimidating Bai Luofei. At this moment, Lin Baimo, the host, could only smile helplessly. The situation today had already spiraled out of his control. With Yi Hang making such a demand, how could the proud Shen Tian'ao possibly let it go? Faced with the surrounding ridicule, Yi Hang remained indifferent, his gaze fixed on Shen Tian'ao, quietly waiting for his response. As a master of Traditional Chinese medicine, seeing his unique skills exploited for profit by someone unworthy of the title was something he simply could not tolerate. Seeing Yi Heng's calm gaze, Shen Tianao burst into wild laughter again. Arrogant fool, if you're looking for death, I, Shen Tianao, will gamble with you. But if you want to bet with me, there has to be some stakes. The surrounding noise gradually subsided, and everyone fixed their eyes on Yi Heng and Shen Tianao. You want to raise the stakes, is that it? Of course, go ahead and tell me. Yi Heng responded with a cold sneer. Very simple, Shen Tianao said sinisterly. If you can't cure the Lin family's patriarch, then you must crawl under my legs in front of everyone. Ha, that's a great idea. It saves those who want to climb up using Mr. Shen's name from thinking they're someone important. The surrounding elites chimed in agreement. Lin Baimo frowned slightly upon hearing this. Mr. Shen, isn't this a bit too much? It's just a competition, why not treat it as a friendly exchange? Too much? I don't think so. If someone wants to compete with me, Shen Tianao, they'd better have real skills, or else don't come here to embarrass themselves. Shen Tianao snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with disdain. He turned to Yi Heng, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. So, what do you say? Do you dare to accept this wager? If not, get out of here now and never let me see you again. To hell with it, what's with the arrogance? Hanzi, accept it. Worst case, I'll take the fall for you when the time comes. Tang Haiban was seething with anger, his face full of menace, his voice booming like thunder. Hearing this, Yi Heng felt touched, patted Tang Haiban on the shoulder, and said firmly, Thanks, fatty, but this is something I need to handle myself. Yi Heng turned to look at Shen Tianao, his gaze sharp as a blade. You dare to propose such a wager? You are truly unworthy of being a master of traditional Chinese medicine. The craftsmanship passed down by our ancestors has been ruined by you. As the ancients said, without virtue, one cannot practice medicine. The medical profession values medical ethics, yet you have lost even the most basic morality. However, since you have made such a wager, I naturally accept, but I also have one condition. Shen Tianao cared nothing for Yi Heng's talk of medical ethics. In his eyes, fame and profit were the only eternal pursuits. As for medical ethics, how many doctors can truly uphold them? In this society of indulgence and excess, he was merely going with the flow. State your condition, Shen Tianao said arrogantly, looking down on Yi Heng, secretly pleased, convinced that Yi Heng would lose this contest. If I cure Mr. Lin's illness, you must leave Nanling City, never practice medicine again, and withdraw from the field of traditional Chinese medicine forever. Yi Heng's words were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. Leaving the villa, Tang Haiban's anger had not yet subsided. Shen Tianao's arrogant personality made him want to kick that face a few times. Damn it, what kind of nonsense disciple of the king of medicine? I really want to kick him to death. Tang Haiban cursed angrily while drinking tea in a leisure club. His already fiery temper was further ignited by Shen Tianao today. Lin Baimo smiled faintly. Alright, it's not worth getting angry over someone like that. If you, young Master Tang, are really upset, just wait until he leaves Nanling City and give him a beating. Bah, beat him? I'm afraid it would dirty my hands. Tang Haiban scoffed disdainfully, then turned to look at Yi Heng. Hanzi, you better give it your all when treating old Master Lin tomorrow. Once you cure him, I really want to see what that bastard's reaction will be. Otherwise, the three of us brothers will lose. Lin Baimo also asked with concern, Hanzi, are you really confident? My family's old master's illness has stumped many renowned doctors. I'm afraid when the time comes. Yi Heng smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. As long as it's an illness, there is certainly a way to treat it. Although I haven't seen Mr. Lin's symptoms, I'm 80% confident I can cure him. His words were not mere boasting. The miraculous application of 3 needles, 6 needles, and 9 needles could resolve many difficult and complicated illnesses. Even if a terminal illness came into his hands, Yi Heng was confident he could cure it. No matter how severe Mr. Lin's condition was, with the extraordinary power of the 9 needles technique, it would surely be resolved with ease. Upon hearing Yi Heng's words, Lin Baimo's worried expression instantly disappeared. He smiled and said, Hanzi, I believe in you. When the time comes, let's properly deal with that arrogant Shen Tianao. To be honest, if my Lin family didn't need his help, I would have wanted to get rid of that bastard. Inviting him to treat the illness, not only does he treat me like a servant, but he also takes the opportunity to make outrageous demands, asking for 2% of my Lin family's shares. It's outright extortion. Put. Tang Dashao spat out his tea, his face full of disbelief. How much? 2% of the shares? That damn scoundrel, why doesn't he just go rob a bank? Old Lin, 2% of your Lin family's assets must be worth at least several billion, right? You didn't actually agree to it, did you? Yi Hong was also stunned by these words. A few billion, sure enough. That scoundrel Shen Tianao really dared to ask for it. Lin Baimo nodded gloomily and said, for the old man's illness, we can only agree. Hanzi, whether my Lin family can keep these billions depends on you. Yi Hong put down the teacup, his gaze resolute. Brother Lin, don't worry. That guy's wish to come to Nanling City is destined to fail. A few billion, he's not afraid of bursting from greed. Charging billions. For treating an illness, Shen Tianao has swindled so many people over the years with his medical skills. Keeping someone like him practicing medicine is simply a disgrace to the field of Chinese medicine. Ha, I like hearing that. Tang Haiban rubbed his hands together, looking at Yi Hong with a mischievous grin and said, but Hanzi, that scoundrel Shen Tianao charges billions for treating an illness. How much are you planning to charge? Yi Hong didn't immediately understand Tang Haiban's meaning and said, why would I charge a consultation fee for treating old Master Lin? No, I wasn't talking about old Master Lin. With our relationship, treating him is, of course, free. I meant other people, like those wealthy folks in Nanling City. That bunch of scoundrels is both greedy and afraid of death. If they come to you for treatment, shouldn't we take the opportunity to fleece them hard? Tang Haiban said with a sinister smile. Hearing this, Yi Heng's thoughts began to stir. If others came to him for treatment, he wouldn't take advantage of them, but after witnessing the faces of the elites in Nanling City, he wouldn't mind squeezing them for a hefty sum. That's a good idea. Fatty, I didn't expect your brain to finally start working. Lin Baimo said approvingly. Tisk, Fat Master here was born smart, I just used to be too lazy to use my brain. As he spoke, Tang Dashao proudly puffed out his big belly, causing Yi Hong and Lin Baimo to burst into laughter. However, they had no idea that at this very moment, in a villa in Nanling City, 4 or 5 young men were gathered together. Bai Luofei, with a grim expression, said, is everything arranged? Tomorrow, I want that bastard to become infamous in Nanling City, so everyone can witness the scene of him crawling under someone else's pants. Hearing this, a young man beside Bai Luofei nodded and said, young Master Bai, rest assured. I've already informed Nanling City's TV station. They'll definitely go to report and watch. That bastard made us lose face at the party, and now it's time for him to pay the price. Wrong. Bai Luofei's face turned vicious as he said, ruining his reputation in Nanling City is just the beginning. In the end, we'll slowly play him to death. The next day, accompanied by Tang Haiban, Yi Hong drove towards Bichuan Villa. Bichuan Villa is a private estate that combines medical, convalescence, and leisure facilities, and only the wealthy or influential can enter. Ever since falling seriously ill, the Lin family patriarch had been recuperating at Bichuan Villa, where a dedicated medical team was treating him. Since Lin Baimo had already made arrangements in advance, Yi Hong and his group arrived at the villa without any issues. Bichuan Villa is enormous, with a modern hospital at its center. Many retired officials and business figures were also recuperating here. When Yi Hong and his group arrived, Shen Tianao was already there. Besides Shen Tianao, the group included the prominent figures from Nanling City who had gathered yesterday, as well as some elderly individuals recuperating at Bichuan Villa. They all wanted to see whether the Lin Patriarch's illness could be cured. Damn it, who invited the reporters here? Tang Haiban scanned the crowd and suddenly noticed someone filming with a camera. Yi Hong saw it too and chuckled, looks like someone wants me to become famous in Nanling City. Tang Haiban thought for a moment and understood, it must be that scoundrel Bai Luofei. Only he could pull off something like this. Let's go and take a look. The two of them arrived at the spot where the crowd had gathered. All eyes were fixed on them, except for Shen Tianao, who stood tall and proud, meditating with his eyes closed. At this moment, a very beautiful female reporter holding a microphone approached Yi Hong and Tang Haiban with a smile on her face and said, hello, I'm In Runan, a reporter from Nanling City. May I ask which of you is the doctor treating Mr. Lin Wodong? Could I conduct an interview? Tang Haiban glanced at the female reporter. Although she was very beautiful, he resisted the urge to strike up a conversation and put on a serious demeanor, saying, sorry, our divine Dr. Yi needs peace and quiet right now. As for the interview, let's wait until the treatment is finished. In Runan was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected the person competing in medical skills against the Northwest Medical King's protege to be such a handsome young man of 18 or 19. Although she didn't get to interview Yi Hong, she had a feeling that today's competition would be a highlight of the live broadcast. She took a few close-up and side-profile shots of Yi Hang. Standing in front of the camera, Yi Hong felt a bit uncomfortable. But considering the reporter's beauty, he didn't say anything. Instead, he struck a pose befitting a young master, allowing her to take the photos. Soon, Lin Baimo pushed Elder Lin out, followed by an elderly doctor in a white coat. Ever since Elder Lin had been plagued by illness, he had become as thin as a withered branch, his spirit drained, his complexion pale, as if he might collapse at any moment, unable to even speak. Upon first seeing Elder Lin, Yi Hong couldn't help but feel shocked. What kind of illness could torment a person to such an extent, rendering them almost unrecognizable? The term mummified corpse seemed more fitting. Everyone who saw Elder Lin was stunned, with some even fearing contagion and quickly stepping back a few paces. Sigh. Old Lin has truly suffered. Every night at midnight, he wails like a ghost, the sound terrifying enough to send chills down one's spine, someone murmured. Indeed, ever since old Lin arrived here, I've been woken up by him every night. I really can't imagine what he's going through. His cries sound as if he's being chased by an evil spirit, another person chimed in. Old Lin has weathered storms all his life. For this illness to torment him like this, it must be something serious. More people began to discuss fervently. Hearing this, Yi Hong frowned slightly. He had just used his right eye to examine old Master Lin's body and discovered that he wasn't sick at all, just extremely weak. If it were only this, any hospital could nurse him back to health, but clearly, the situation was not that simple. Yi Hong fell into deep thought. What could be the reason for old Master Lin's condition? Humph, has our little miracle doctor hit a bottleneck? Shen Tianao sneered as he saw Yi Hong remain silent. Some people clearly lack real skills but insist on spouting nonsense with their eyes wide open. Truly, they reap what they sow. Hee, Mr. Shen, how could he compare to you? As the saying goes, whether it's a mule or a horse, you just need to take it out for a walk to find out. This is enough to prove that some people have no real skills but are just pretending. Bai Luofei sneered sarcastically from the side. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Hong, all eager to see how he would respond next. Clearly, they did not hold much hope that Yi Hong could cure old Master Lin's illness. Instead, they were anticipating a dramatic spectacle. At this moment, however, Tang Haiban and Lin Baimo appeared extremely anxious. If Yi Hong truly had no solution, not only would they lose face, but they would also have to pay a hefty medical fee. On the other side, Yin Runin had already started instructing her assistant to begin filming, seemingly intending to document everything. Yi Hong heard this and looked at Shen Tianao indifferently. If you think you can do it, why not give it a try first? Even if I lose, you still have to treat this illness. Humph, are you trying to back out and admit defeat? Shen Tianao sneered. It seems you've forgotten that if you lose, you have to crawl under my legs. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. No skills but still trying to show off. Our great Dr. Yi, hurry up, everyone is waiting to see. Bai Luofei crossed his arms, his face full of mockery. You're really annoying, you know that? If you say one more word, I'll make sure you never speak again in your life. Yi Hong shot Bai Luofei a cold glance, then turned to Shen Tianao and said, admitting defeat is not on my mind. If you think you can do it, try it first. Humph, with your skills, you dare to claim you understand traditional Chinese medicine? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. You haven't done any of these, so how can you determine the cause of the illness? Shen Tianao sneered coldly, stepped forward, reached out to take the pulse, and closed his eyes to carefully examine. This action demonstrated what true traditional Chinese medicine is all about. The people around sighed in admiration. In contrast, Yi Hong just stood there motionless, appearing somewhat at a loss. Mr. Shen truly deserves to be the esteemed disciple of the Northwest Medical King. With him taking charge, Mr. Lin's illness is surely curable. Of course, Mr. Shen is not someone those incompetent people can compare to. Amid the discussions of those around him, Shen Tianao finished examining old Master Lin's body, his brows slightly furrowed. The results were the same as Yi Hang's assessment. Old Master Lin was merely physically weak, with no other ailments. However, this conclusion was clearly untenable. If it were truly that simple, old Master Lin wouldn't have been recuperating at Bichuan Manor. While Shen Tianao was observing old Master Lin's condition, Yi Hong had already used his right eye to scan old Master Lin's entire body, yet he found no other adverse symptoms. Just as he felt powerless, a black light, invisible to ordinary people, suddenly flickered faintly above old Master Lin's head. With the appearance of this black light, Yi Hong clearly saw a flash of extreme fear in old Master Lin's cloudy eyes. This greatly surprised Yi Hang. What exactly was this suddenly appearing black light? He immediately activated his yin-yang vision, left for yin, right for yang. The right eye could see through all material things in the mortal world, while the left eye could perceive some extraordinary phenomena, such as spirits or geomantic features like dragon veins. However, Yi Hong rarely used his left eye to observe, as he never believed in the existence of spirits or other supernatural entities. But this time, he realized he was wrong. That deeply ingrained mindset had almost prevented him from uncovering the true cause of Old Master Lin's condition. Through his left eye, he discovered a humanoid black shadow parasitizing Old Master Lin's mind. This shadow resembled a ghost. Under Yi Hang's observation, the shadow bared its fangs and claws at him, roaring with a twisted, malevolent face, so sinister that it nearly unsettled his mind. After a moment, Yi Hong closed his left eye, trying to calm his emotions. What he saw today completely shattered his understanding. There really were ghosts in the world, and these ghosts could even parasitize human bodies to continue committing evil deeds. Old Master Lin's illness was precisely caused by the long-term parasitism of such a ghost. Having identified the cause of the illness, Yi Hong felt both shocked and somewhat relieved. The yin-yang mystic eye, impervious to all evils, might be the key to resolving Old Master Lin's condition. Watching Shen Tianao continue examining Old Master Lin's body, Yi Hong suddenly smiled faintly and asked, "Mr. Little King of Medicine, have you managed to identify the cause of Old Master Lin's illness?" Shen Tianao turned around, snorted coldly, and said, "Of course I can detect some clues, but a fraud like you has no right to question me. You've already lost this competition, so you'd better fulfill your promise before saying anything else." Yi Hong sneered, "Is there something wrong with your ears? When did I ever say I was going to admit defeat? Humph, arrogant. If you won't admit defeat, do you think you can cure the illness of the Lin family patriarch? You're right, curing the Lin patriarch's illness is not difficult for me." Yi Hong smiled faintly, a touch of strong confidence appearing on his handsome face. Curing the Lin patriarch's illness is not difficult. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was moved. They had seen the current state of the Lin patriarch with their own eyes. It was clearly a tricky and peculiar illness. Yet Yi Hong boldly claimed he could cure him, which naturally shocked everyone. Such confidence, could it be that he really can cure Old Master Lin's illness? For a moment, the people around didn't know whether to believe it or not. However, Lin Baimo and Tang Haiban firmly believed it. They knew that Yi Hong would never make baseless claims, and their moods instantly eased. "Oomph, bluffing. If you really can cure Old Master Lin's illness, then show us. Empty words mean nothing, anyone can talk big." These words came from Bai Luofei, who didn't believe Yi Hong could cure Old Master Lin at all, nor did he want him to succeed. Tang Haiban, who had been mostly silent, immediately erupted upon hearing this. His fiery temper flared up. "Can you shut the hell up? If Hanzi says he can cure it, then he can. Why the hell are you worrying? Say one more word, and I'll beat you into a pig's head." Upon hearing this, Bai Luofei's face darkened, and he said nothing further. He indeed felt some fear toward Tang Haiban, who feared neither heaven nor earth. "I will naturally cure Old Master Lin, you don't need to worry about this matter." Yi Hong glanced indifferently at Bai Luofei, then turned to Shen Tianao and asked, "Mr. Little Medical King, you are a top disciple of the Northwest Medical King. May I ask if you have identified the cause of Old Master Lin's illness?" Upon hearing this, Shen Tianao frowned slightly and then said, "Old Master Lin is merely too physically weak. Additionally, he likely has heavy concerns weighing on his mind, which he has kept bottled up for a long time. Over time, this has led to his current condition." Hearing this, Yi Hong suddenly laughed twice, his gaze sharp as he stared at Shen Tianao and coldly said, "Mr. Little Medical King, your words are truly laughable. If Old Master Lin's illness were merely physical weakness and heavy concerns, are all those renowned doctors blind? Do you think they are fools, incapable of doing anything?" The old doctor's face instantly darkened upon hearing Yi Hang's sarcasm. He glared angrily at Shen Tianao. "Mr. Shen, although you are a top disciple of the Northwest Medical King and possess exceptional medical skills, Mr. Lin's illness is no trivial matter. If it were as simple as you claim, how could my equipment here fail to cure him?" Shen Tianao's expression immediately turned grim. He had indeed failed to identify the cause of Mr. Lin's illness and could only resort to sophistry at this moment. Feeling indignant, he let out a cold laugh. "Humph, Mr. Lin's illness is definitely not that simple. However, since our divine Dr. Yi is confident he can cure him, let's wait and see." "All right, then watch closely." Yi Hong smiled faintly, walked slowly to Mr. Lin's side, took a deep breath, and suddenly pressed his palm on the top of his head. At that moment, Yi Hang's left eye appeared dreamlike and surreal, emitting a terrifying aura, as if he were the king of hell controlling life and death. The surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim in shock, their eyes fixed firmly on him. As Yi Hang activated the yin-yang eye, the ghost in Mr. Lin's mind was instantly exposed, transforming into a ferocious specter that roared at him, eerie and horrifying. Yi Hang snorted coldly in his heart, "You've already reached the end of your life's path, why continue to harm others? Today, I will destroy you." His left eye resembled the eye of the Buddha, radiating divine light that illuminated the ghost, causing it to emit a piercing, harrowing scream that sent chills down the spine. At the same time, old Master Lin let out a terrifying cry, his aged eyes filled with extreme fear. His body shook violently in the wheelchair, as if possessed, wailing and crying in agony. This scene sent shivers through the onlookers, who speculated wildly about what Yi Hang had done to instill such fear in old Master Lin. Seeing the old man struggling incessantly, Lin Baimo and Tang Haibin immediately stepped forward to restrain him, ensuring that Yi Hang could proceed with the treatment undisturbed. Shen Tianao stood to the side, witnessing Yi Hang's methods, his expression shifting unpredictably, his heart filled with doubt. He had never seen such a treatment method in his life, and even his master, the Northwest Medical King, might not be capable of such feats. Unease began to creep into his heart. Moments later, under the suppression of Yi Hang's yin-yang mystic eye, the ghost in old Master Lin's mind was completely eradicated. The harrowing screams gradually subsided, and the fear in his eyes slowly dissipated. Only then did Yi Hang close his yin-yang mystic eye, taking out the golden needles he carried with him. For golden needles shot out like lightning, precisely piercing several key acupoints on old Master Lin's body. The speed of the golden needles was dazzling, and the onlookers finally became convinced of Yi Hang's medical skills. Just his mastery of golden needle acupuncture was enough to leave people in awe. Shen Tianao was deeply shaken, for golden needles were simultaneously inserted into 4 acupoints with such speed and precision that even he found it hard to match. He realized he had encountered a true rival. Yi Hang performed the 9 needles of the sect, inserting 9 golden needles into old Master Lin's body. This was a method of stimulating acupoints to awaken vitality. Old Master Lin was currently extremely weak, and relying solely on medication would not allow him to recover quickly. Only this method could bring about rapid improvement. As the 9 golden needles were inserted, old Master Lin, who was sitting in the wheelchair, slowly opened his eyes, regaining clarity, and uttered his first words, "That thing is gone. Who drove it away?" Old Master Lin's words caused immense shock, and the surrounding people looked on in disbelief. Especially the elderly doctor, who was so excited that his body trembled as he repeatedly exclaimed, "A miracle! This is truly a miracle in the history of medicine. Father, you're awake. I'm Baimo. Do you remember me?" Lin Baimo held Mr. Lin's hand excitedly, tears streaming down his face. "You brat, you're my son, of course I recognize you. Who cured me? Was it you, young man?" Mr. Lin looked at Yi Hang, who was pulling golden needles from his body, his aged eyes filled with gratitude. Yi Hang smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, congratulations, the illness has been eradicated." Upon hearing Yi Hang's words, Mr. Lin immediately stood up slowly. His trembling body couldn't even be stopped by Lin Baimo. As Mr. Lin stood, the surrounding people were once again shocked. Just moments ago, Mr. Lin had seemed like a vegetative patient, yet within an hour, such a dramatic transformation had occurred. It was unbelievable, this young man's medical skills were simply miraculous. Mr. Lin looked at Yi Hang with excitement, his voice trembling. "Young man, for you to cure my illness proves you are an extraordinary person. I, Lin Guodong, am deeply grateful for your life-saving kindness." Lin Jianhong understood clearly that Yi Hang's ability to cure him was far from ordinary, he was truly a remarkable individual. Yi Hang quickly held him back and said, "Mr. Lin, you flatter me. You are Brother Lin's father and also my uncle. This is simply what I should do. Next, take good care of yourself. In less than a month, you'll be back to your former state." After saying this, Yi Hang looked at Lin Baimo and said, "Brother Lin, I'll take my leave first. Once Uncle Lin is settled, let's meet and have a talk." "Alright, Hanzi, big brother thanks you here," Lin Baimo said gratefully. After finishing everything, Yi Hang turned to the somewhat dazed Chen Tianao and said coldly, "Mr. Little King of Medicine, you lost this bet. Please remember your promise to me, leave Nanling City and withdraw from the field of traditional Chinese medicine. I believe, in front of so many people, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Upon hearing this, Shen Tianao's face instantly turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. A man who had enjoyed endless glory throughout his life never expected to fall at the hands of a young upstart. His eyes flickered with a terrifying killing intent, and after letting out a cold snort, he stormed off in fury. Seeing Shen Tianao leave, the elites of Nanling City were filled with regret, their faces showing remorse as they fell silent. 4. Shen Tianao, they had offended a young miracle doctor whose medical skills were akin to Hua Tuo Reborn. Building a good relationship with him in the future would likely be very difficult. Yi Hong had demonstrated his extraordinary medical skills by curing Old Master Lin in front of everyone, his miraculous abilities leaving them in awe. It was astonishing that such a remarkable person existed. After Yi Hong left, those who witnessed the scene began to stir with thoughts, especially the elderly recuperating at Bichuan Manor. Many of them suffered from various ailments, and some were even battling terminal illnesses. However, Yi Hong's performance today gave them hope. Instantly, Bichuan Manor became the center of a flurry of phone calls, creating an overwhelming network of connections. On these calls, they all emphasized one thing: to build a good relationship with Yi Hong and never offend him. Yi Hong was completely unaware that his medical treatment at Bichuan Manor had made him the focus of attention for various figures in Nanling City. Many prominent individuals now knew of this extraordinary young man with medical skills akin to Hua Tuo Reborn. Such a person could only be befriended. Having a highly skilled miracle doctor as an ally could save one's life in critical moments, and no one wanted to miss this opportunity. This was precisely the source of Shen Tianao's arrogance. On the way back, Tang Haiban's voice never stopped. His admiration for Yi Hong was like a surging river, endless and unceasing. Hanzi, 1 word, respect; 2 words, I respect; 3 words, I damn well respect you. That's 7 words. Yi Hong rolled his eyes and said, alright, ever since we left Bichuan Manor, you haven't stopped. By the way, let me ask you a question. Do you know if anything strange ever happened with the Lin family in the past? Hearing Yi Hong's question, Tang Haiban also became serious. After thinking for a moment, he scratched his head and said, no, the old Lin family has always been very peaceful. Hanzi, did you notice something strange? Yi Hong said, forget it, let's wait until Brother Lin arrives to talk about it. Tang Haiban nodded and said, where are we going now? I'll give old Lin a call, he should be here soon. Choose a quiet place, as long as no one disturbs us. All right. Tang Haiban nodded, then turned the car and headed toward the Jingxin Tea House. This tea house, located in the city center of Nanling, was favored by the business community for its tranquility. Yi Hong and Tang Haiban settled into a private room, separated by sturdy glass walls. Through the glass, they could see the bustling crowds below, yet the noise outside did not affect them. The encounter with the ghost on Old Master Lin earlier today left Yi Hong's heart in turmoil. Perhaps there are many things in this world that seem non-existent but actually do exist. It's just that science has yet to explain them, making them appear unbelievable to people. Why would there be a ghost on Old Master Lin? Apart from directly asking him, the only other option is to inquire with Lin Baimo. The Lin family should have some understanding of Old Master Lin's strange illness. Yi Hong pondered deeply. Hanzi, why are you being so mysterious today? Hurry up and tell me what exactly you want to see old Lin for. Tang Haiban couldn't help but speak up when he saw Yi Hong remain silent. Yi Hong tapped his fingers on the table and said, be patient. You'll understand once old Lin arrives, but don't be too shocked when the time comes. Come on, I've lived for over 20 years, what haven't I seen? There's nothing that can scare me, Tang Haiban scoffed. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. He got up to open it, and the visitor was none other than Lin Baimo. After arranging matters concerning the old master of the Lin family, he had rushed over immediately. Hanzi, my family's old master's illness was cured thanks to you today. Your skills are truly extraordinary, and I admire you. By the way, what's the urgent matter you wanted to discuss? Lin Baimo said as he sat down, sizing up Yi Hong. Yi Hong smiled faintly, Brother Lin, there's no need for more thanks. Our relationship doesn't require such formalities. I called you here to ask about the cause of the old master's illness. The cause of the illness? Lin Baimo furrowed his brows slightly and said in a deep voice, Hanzi, I won't hide it from you. Actually, my Lin family's ancestors were not merchants. Legend has it that starting from a certain generation, our family began engaging in tomb raiding. This craft was passed down for several generations, but tomb raiding is fraught with dangers, and many of our ancestors perished inside tombs. As times changed and the government cracked down on tomb raiders, my father decided to reform, leading the Lin family to transition into business. By my generation, the tomb raiding skills have been lost. A tomb raider. Old Lin, I never expected your ancestors to be involved in this. Tang Haiban was astonished. Tomb raiders are seen as a mysterious group by ordinary people, and the Lin family was once part of them. Although Yi Hong was also surprised, his reaction was not as intense as Tang Haiban's. After all, the rise of every family might not necessarily be built on a glorious history. This is actually not a secret. The elders in Nanling City all know about it, they just never mentioned it. Even today, there are still quite a few tomb raiders in society, though ordinary people rarely encounter them, Lin Baimo continued. Brother Lin, could it be that old Master Lin's illness is related to your ancestors' tomb raiding? Yi Hong asked. Lin Baimo nodded, that's right. My father had already completely retired from the tomb raiding world, but a few years ago, some colleagues approached him. I don't know what they discussed, but in the end, he went with them. When he returned, he was covered in injuries. Although he recovered after treatment, he was left with a nightly headache. At first, we didn't pay much attention to it, but over time, my father's condition worsened. I thought he might have contracted some kind of virus in the tomb, so I invited many experts, but none of them could find the cause. With current science, they naturally can't detect it. Yi Hong looked at Lin Baimo and slowly said, because old Master Lin's condition is not an illness at all, but rather being haunted by an evil spirit, suffering torment day and night to end up like this. As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Baimo and Tang Haiban were instantly shocked, spilling the tea in their hands. Haunted by an evil spirit? That sounded far too fantastical. I know you don't believe me. Yi Hong looked directly at them and said firmly, honestly, I didn't believe it at first either, but the facts are right in front of us, leaving me no choice but to accept it. This is also why so many renowned doctors are helpless in this case. I say, Hanzi, you can't be joking, right? In broad daylight, how could ghosts possibly exist? Tang Haiban felt a chill in his heart and secretly glanced around, as if sensing countless pairs of eyes staring at him. I'm not joking, Brother Lin. When old Master Lin recovers, you can ask him about his own physical condition. He should know best. Han Zi's face was serious. Han Zi, I believe you. Lin Baimo suddenly nodded solemnly. My ancestors were tomb raiders, so naturally, I tend to believe in ghosts and spirits. It seems my father was entangled by something unclean during that tomb descent. Damn it, why does that bastard always get the good things? In a villa in Nanling City, Bai Luofei angrily stared at the television screen, his face twisted with rage. Watching the Nanling City TV station's report, his inner fury was almost uncontrollable, and the furniture in the villa was smashed to pieces by him. The other young masters present fell silent at the sight, as they had originally planned to deal with Yi Hong, but instead, they had inadvertently boosted Yi Hong's reputation as a miraculous doctor. Now, everyone in Nanling City knew of his exceptional medical skills, comparable to Hua Tuo. At that moment, the villa's front door was pushed open, and Bai Luofei's father, Bai Jianya, walked in. Though over 60, he still looked energetic. However, upon seeing the mess in the villa, his brows furrowed, and he let out a cold snort. Fair, what are you doing? Losing your composure over a single setback, how can I trust you to take over the Bai family's business with such a temperament? Dad, I want to kill Yi Hong, I want to kill that bastard. Bai Luofei's face grew even more malicious as he saw his father enter, hatred surging toward Yi Hong like a tidal wave. Bai Jianya cast a glance at the few young men inside the villa and said in a deep voice, you all can leave now. I need to have a word with Fair. Yes, Uncle Bai. The young men, visibly relieved, quickly took their leave. Soon, only Bai Jianya and his son were left in the villa. Bai Jianya sat steadily on the sofa, his expression grave. Fair, I know you want revenge, but this person has gained some prominence now. This won't be easy to handle. You have two choices. First, go and apologize to him yourself and make him a friend of the Bai family. Apologize? Impossible. I must kill him. Bai Luofei interrupted his father, shouting in fury. Bai Jianya pondered for a moment and slowly said, it seems we can only choose the second option. Although he has already reached a certain level, it's not enough to make us afraid to act. However, this matter must be done secretly and must succeed in one attempt. Dad, what should we do? As long as we can kill him, I'm willing to pay any price, Bai Luofei said with a determined look, hatred burning in his heart. Bai Jianya said, I still have some connections in the Golden Triangle. We can hire a hitman to take care of him. But it must be clean and swift, leaving no evidence. Ah, that's great. Hiring a hitman, this bastard is as good as dead. Bai Luofei exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fist as if he could already see the dawn of victory. At this moment, Yi Hong was still completely unaware. He was in his villa, watching the broadcast from Nanling City TV station, where the process of him treating Lin Guodong had been edited into a program. Now, he had already become a household name as the Little Miracle Doctor. Yi Qing sat beside him, her expression somewhat complicated. She knew that Yi Hong possessed medical skills, but ever since Yi Hong resigned, she found herself increasingly unable to understand her younger brother. Not only had he accumulated millions in wealth and built extensive connections, but his medical expertise was also astonishing. "Sis, why are you staring at me?" Yi Hong noticed Yi Qing's gaze and teased, "Could it be that I've gotten even more handsome, and now even my sister is mesmerized?" "Stop joking around, Xiao Hang. Let me ask you, are you hiding something from me?" Yi Qing frowned slightly, looking at him seriously. Yi Hong sighed inwardly. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell his sister, but these matters were too bizarre. To dispel his sister's doubts, he made up a kind lie, saying that he had recently been taken as a disciple by an old man who not only taught him how to make money but also imparted medical skills and martial arts. Everything now was thanks to that old man. Hearing Yi Hang's explanation, Yi Qing's doubts lessened somewhat. At least it provided a reason for Yi Hang's drastic transformation in such a short time. "By the way, Xiao Hong, staying at home all day is too boring. I want to go out and find something to do," Yi Qing said, looking at Yi Hong, feeling a bit restless. Yi Hong thought for a moment and decided not to let his sister face any hardships. He smiled slightly and said, "Sis, just relax for a few days. I plan to open a clinic soon. When the time comes, I'll handle the treatments, and you can help me greet the guests." "How does that sound?" That sounds good. After all, you have such amazing medical skills. Opening a clinic is quite fitting." Yi Qing nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. Days passed slowly. Over 3 days, Yi Hong stayed home, focusing on practicing the Gigu medical canon and did not go out. Strangely, Tang Haiban hadn't come to see him during this time. But on this day, Tang Haiban suddenly visited, bringing someone along. When Yi Hong came downstairs, he saw Yi Qing entertaining 2 guests and couldn't help but pause. The burly, imposing man was none other than Deputy Director Zhang of Nanling City, a figure of immense power. Yi Heng's heart tightened, and he immediately walked downstairs with a humble smile. "So it's Deputy Director Zhang. My apologies for keeping you waiting." Deputy Director Zhang chuckled and got straight to the point. "Dr. Yi, I asked Haiban to accompany me today because I have a minor issue with my leg. I was hoping you could take a look. Do you have time now?" Of course, Yi Hong agreed immediately, though he was secretly pondering. The issue with the leg stemmed from an old injury Deputy Director Zhang sustained during his time in the military. While it couldn't be completely cured in one session, a few acupuncture treatments would suffice to alleviate the problem. After a few needles were applied, Deputy Director Zhang felt a significant reduction in the pain in his leg. Unable to contain his gratitude, he stood up, shook Yi Hang's hand, and said sincerely, "Dr. Yi, your reputation is truly well-deserved. Just a few needles, and I feel so much better. Thank you from the bottom of my heart." Yi Hong smiled faintly and replied, "Deputy Director Zhang, you're too kind. As a public servant for the people, this is the least I can do." After a few polite exchanges, Deputy Director Zhang left, satisfied. Yi Hong told him that 2 more sessions would completely cure him. From then on, Deputy Director Zhang's influence attracted a steady stream of visitors, all of whom were either powerful figures in officialdom or wealthy magnates. The constant flow of people nearly wore down Yi Hang's doorstep. These individuals were all introduced by Tang Haiban or Lin Baimo, and Yi Hong naturally treated them with great enthusiasm. He treated illnesses for those who were sick and made connections with those who were not. However, this left him utterly exhausted, and seeing this, Yi Qing couldn't help but feel distressed. Tang Haiban and Lin Baimo also noticed this and felt guilty. After discussing, they decided to announce that they would only accept 3 patients a day, declining all others. This decision allowed Yi Hong to breathe a sigh of relief. After this series of events, Yi Hong had already established his network within the circle of elites in Nanling City. The former small-time worker was no longer the same person. Yi Heng's reputation as a miracle doctor gradually began to spread. Over the next week, Yi Heng's villa was bustling with visitors, as people seeking medical treatment came in an endless stream. With his current medical skills, curing these patients' physical ailments was a breeze. Of course, Yi Hong also charged a symbolic consultation fee, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Such fees made those who came for consultations praise Yi Hong as a living miracle doctor. Compared to those heartless doctors who charge millions, he was truly much more conscientious. This also made Yi Hang's reputation even more prominent. On this day, in the villa's courtyard, Yi Hong was practicing the 5 elements fist. After a period of honing his skills, his boxing technique was no less impressive than Zhao Hengtian's. His punches were like thunder, fierce and powerful, turning the entire courtyard into his training ground. Tang Dashao sat on a nearby grandmaster chair, legs crossed, peeling a banana while admiring Yi Hang's boxing technique, his expression enraptured. To an uninformed observer, they might have thought Yi Hang was a martial artist hired by him to perform. Meanwhile, in another villa, Yan Lingjiu was quietly observing Yi Hang's every move. At this moment, her gaze no longer carried the disdain of the past but was instead filled with calm curiosity. She silently watched Yi Hang's transformation, her curiosity about him growing stronger. Although her reserved nature kept her from approaching, her emotions had already begun to stir. Although Yi Hang was practicing boxing, he still sensed that Yan Lingjiu was secretly watching him from the villa across the way. He couldn't be bothered to expose her, if she wanted to watch. So be it, it wouldn't cost him anything. As for this beautiful policewoman, Yi Hang felt it was best to keep his distance and maintain a relationship that was neither too familiar nor too distant. After finishing a set of 5 elements boxing, he was about to wrap up when Tang Dashao personally went to open the courtyard gate. Walking in was a man in a suit, around 30 years old. Tang Dashao was surprised and said, "Secretary Li, why are you here?" "Hee, Haiban, I didn't expect you to be a regular here now." "I'm here for something important, of course. By the way, is Divine Dr. Yi around?" "I need to speak with him about something," Secretary Li said with a smile. Tang Dashao scratched his head and laughed. "Han Zi is here. Secretary Li, come with me." Yi Hang had already recognized the person who walked in. He was the secretary to the party secretary of Nanling City. Secretary Li saw Yi Hang, immediately extended his hand, and said respectfully, "Hello, Divine Dr. Yi, I am Li Ku, Secretary Wang's assistant." In Nanling City, Yi Hang was now a renowned physician known by everyone, and people were eager to build a good relationship with him. Yi Hang shook Secretary Li's hand and smiled as he asked, "Hello, Secretary Li, may I know what brings you to me?" "It's like this, Divine Dr. Yi," Secretary Li said. "Secretary Wang's old problem of back pain has flared up again recently. He has visited many hospitals before, but they only treated the symptoms without addressing the root cause. So, we would like to trouble you to take a look and see if you can cure this condition." Yi Hang smiled and said, "Secretary Wang is a clean and upright official of Nanling City. Since he is suffering and has come to me, I naturally must help. Secretary Li, why don't we go now?" "Ha, Divine Dr. Yi truly lives up to the title of a living miracle worker." "Then I'll trouble you," Secretary Li said as he led the way and drove. Yi Hang greeted his sister Yi Qing and left the villa with Tang Haiban in the car. Half an hour later, their car entered the courtyard of the city government. Since it was the weekend, many staff members were off work, and only a few senior officials were working overtime to approve documents, making the city government courtyard appear particularly quiet. Under Secretary Li's guidance, the three arrived at the secretary's office. After knocking on the door, a voice from inside said, "Come in." Secretary Li pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the busy middle-aged man, he immediately said, "Secretary Wang, Dr. Yi is here." "Oh, Dr. Yi is here." Upon hearing this, Secretary Wang immediately put down the document in his hand, looked up at Yi Hang, and then happily walked over. Shook Yi Hang's hand, and said, "I heard about Dr. Ye's reputation a week ago. Seeing you today, you truly live up to the saying heroes emerge young." Yi Hang smiled slightly. "Secretary Wang, you're too kind. I heard from Secretary Li that you suffer from back pain, so I came to take a look for you." "Ah, Dr. Yi, you're right. This problem has been keeping me up all night. I invited you here today to see if you can help me cure this old ailment." Secretary Wang sighed. Yi Hang pondered for a moment and said, "How about this, Secretary Wang? Please take off your jacket, and I'll treat you with acupuncture." Secretary Wang nodded and then said to Secretary Li, "Secretary Li, take Xiaobin to have a cup of tea. Xiaobin, you go out with Secretary Li for a while." The two nodded and then left the office. Inside the office, Yi Hang used his X-ray vision to examine Secretary Wang's lower back and instantly identified the cause of the problem. Secretary Wang's lower back had suffered from severe spinal deformities and muscle atrophy, due to years of prolonged sitting and lack of exercise. For such a condition, surgery would be the best option, but it carried significant risks. Even the slightest mistake could lead to paralysis, which was why many doctors were hesitant to treat Secretary Wang. However, these issues were not a problem for Yi Hang. While spinal realignment typically required surgery, in Yi Hang's hands, he could completely realign the deformed spine using internal energy through massage techniques. As for the atrophied muscles, he could treat them with the 9 needles of the door acupuncture method. Thinking of this, Yi Hang immediately took action. First, he used his inner strength to help Secretary Wang realign his spine, a process that took him an hour. After completing this, Yi Hong applied the 9 needles technique to restore the atrophied muscles in Secretary Wang's body. Alright, Secretary Wang, try standing up and moving around to see if there's any difference. Yi Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead and then plopped down to sit. Secretary Wang stood up and moved around, his expression immediately turning astonished. Although the treatment process Yi Hong had just performed was somewhat painful, after the treatment, he found that when he twisted his waist, the pain he used to feel was no longer there. The transformation was remarkable. Having never personally witnessed Yi Hong's medical skills, Secretary Wang was initially skeptical. But now, after experiencing it firsthand, he had only one word for Yi Hong: admiration. Such medical expertise was simply miraculous. Divine Dr. Yi, you truly are Hua Tuo reincarnated. I, Wang Aiming, sincerely thank you for your life-saving treatment. Secretary Wang gave Yi Hong a deep bow, feeling immense gratitude in his heart. Because of his ailment, his wife had almost divorced him, and his household had been in constant turmoil. But now, with Yi Hong curing his illness, everything was resolved. Yi Hong immediately helped him up and said, Secretary Wang, this is unnecessary. Patients come to me for treatment, and I naturally should do my best. If Secretary Wang truly wants to thank me, then do more for the poor citizens of Nanling City. Secretary Wang nodded heavily and said, Divine Dr. Yi has a heart of compassion and immeasurable virtue. Rest assured, with a healthy body, I will certainly contribute more to our Nanling City. I believe Secretary Wang can definitely achieve that. Now that your illness is cured, I shall take my leave. Divine Dr. Yi, let me see you off. Secretary Wang personally escorted Yi Hong out of the city government compound. Watching them drive away, Secretary Li asked beside him, Secretary Wang, is your illness cured? Haha, of course it's good, Secretary Li. From now on, make sure to report anything related to Divine Dr. Yi to me promptly. Having someone as extraordinary as Divine Dr. Yi in Nanling City is truly rare. Upon hearing this, Secretary Li's expression shifted, realizing that Secretary Wang had already developed deep trust in Divine Dr. Yi and was preparing to protect him discreetly. On the way back to the villa, Yi Hong and Tang Haiban were engaged in a lively conversation. Tang Dashao said while driving, Han Zi, this way of making house calls isn't ideal. I think you should open a medical clinic and let those who want treatment come to you. You're a renowned doctor now, going out to treat people like this is beneath you, isn't it? We need to maintain an air of mystery so that people outside will respect you even more. Hearing Tang Dashao's words, Yi Hong shook his head and smiled, saying, these things don't matter much to me, but opening a clinic does make sense. How about this? Help me find out if there are any storefronts for sale in good locations around Nanling City. Don't worry, leave this to me, Tang Dashao said, patting his chest in assurance. At that moment, Yi Hong felt a sudden sense of foreboding. His eyes twitched uncontrollably, and the yin-yang eye issued a warning to him, something that had never happened before. Watch out! At that instant, Yi Hong saw a red dot aimed at Tang Dashao's chest. A strong sense of danger surged through him. Without thinking, Yi Hong placed his hand on the steering wheel and made a sharp turn. The car swerved abruptly, startling Tang Dashao. At the same time, a gunshot pierced the air, the bullet shattered the car window, flew past the back of Tang Dashao's head, and embedded itself in the sofa of the back seat. Damn it! Who the hell is shooting randomly? Tang Haiban was so frightened he almost wet his pants. Yi Hong said in a deep voice, this doesn't seem like someone randomly firing shots. I'm afraid we've encountered an assassin. Fatty, move aside, I'll drive. With that, Yi Hong used one hand to lift Tang Haiban's 200-pound frame aside and took the driver's seat himself. The sharp turn just now had already brought the car to a stop. Yi Hong stepped on the gas, and the BMW X6 shot out like a whirlwind. At the moment, the area was bustling with traffic, right in the middle of a busy district. Even if Yi Hong drove at full speed, it was impossible to escape the assassin's ambush. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, but Yi Hong narrowly dodged it. Damn, we really ran into an assassin. A street ambush, huh? Young Master Tang's heart pounded wildly. He immediately pulled out his phone to call the police and also made a call to his father, Tang Jiangwo. On the other end of the line, Mayor Tang, who was in the middle of handling documents, was shocked to hear that his son was being chased and attacked on the street. He immediately mobilized the police force of Nanling City, preparing for a full-scale rescue operation. Bang! 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 The hidden assassin fired several consecutive shots, but Yi Hong skillfully dodged them all. However, the commotion startled the surrounding vehicles, eliciting panicked screams, and within moments, the road descended into a chaotic traffic jam. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from beneath the car, causing the entire vehicle to shake violently, as though it was on the verge of flipping over. And that wasn't the end of it. The assassin in the shadows shot out one of the tires, followed by another, forcing Yi Hong to bring the car to a halt. The moment the car stopped, Yi Hong kicked open the door next to Tang Dashao, leapt out in one swift motion, and dragged Tang Dashao down with him, making sure his rear hit the ground first. "Ah, damn it! Son of a, my ass is destroyed!" Tang Dashao cried out in agony. "Shut up!" Yi Hong snapped, shooting him an angry glare. His sharp gaze locked onto a building across the road. Based on the gunshots earlier, the hidden assassin was likely stationed in that very building. Just as Yi Hong raised his head, another shot was fired, shattering a nearby window and sending Tang Dashao scrambling to hide under the car in sheer terror. The surrounding vehicles came to a halt, and the drivers, one after another, pulled out their phones to call the police, trembling with fear. Driving forward would be nothing short of courting death, didn't they see the gunfight unfolding ahead? As these car owners were making their calls, a cold-faced middle-aged man stepped out of one vehicle, holding a Desert Eagle in his hand, its immense power evident. The moment the cold-faced man appeared, he aimed the Desert Eagle at Yi Hong and fired several shots, the terrifying sound of gunfire echoing. Yi Hong reacted swiftly, immediately, dodging and rolling several times. However, just as he evaded, the sniper on the opposite building fired again, the sheer force of the bullet making Yi Hong's hair stand on end. Caught in a pincer attack, at the brink of life and death, Yi Hong suddenly activated his yin-yang eye, his gaze fixed on the incoming bullet. In that instant, the bullet's speed seemed to slow down. Yi Hong instinctively reacted, quickly pulling out the dragon scale dagger gifted to him by Zhao Hengtian, which he always carried with him. With a sharp sound, Yi Hong slashed with the dagger, instantly splitting the bullet in two. The scene was utterly unbelievable. If captured on camera, it would undoubtedly shock the world, as if a movie's special effects were playing out in real life. Just imagine the level of astonishment it would bring to people. With a single slash, he split the incoming bullet. Yi Hong had no time to celebrate and immediately charged toward the cold-faced man. The man before him was the greatest threat, and the distance was too close. Seeing Yi Hong's moth-to-flame-like action, the cold-faced man revealed a cruel smile and raised his Desert Eagle, firing continuously at the approaching Yi Hong. However, the scene that followed not only shocked the cold-faced man but also left the drivers, who were so scared they wet their pants, utterly dumbfounded. The cold-faced man fired several shots in succession, yet Yi Hong continued to charge forward with unstoppable ferocity. His weapon in hand swung like a phantom, slicing through every incoming bullet. Sparks flew as the dragon scale dagger clashed with the bullets. It felt like a dream. Could human strength really block bullets? And with such precision? The cold-faced man was stunned, having never encountered such a formidable opponent. He wanted to keep firing, but his Desert Eagle was out of bullets. At this moment, Yi Hong had already closed the distance, leaping forward and slashing down fiercely with the dragon scale dagger. Clang! The strike did not succeed, as the cold-faced man swiftly drew a military knife from his thigh to block the attack, sparks flying everywhere. In close combat, the assassin was clearly at a disadvantage compared to Yi Hong. In an instant, he was completely overpowered, unable to fight back. At this moment, the sniper on the building saw his companion fighting fiercely with Yi Hong and wanted to shoot Yi Hong. However, the unpredictable movement trajectories of Yi Hong and the cold-faced man made it risky to fire, as it might accidentally injure his own companion. In the distance, the sound of police sirens grew closer, breaking the sniper's composure. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes as he locked onto Yi Hong, threw the telescope and decisively pulled the trigger. As the gunshot rang out, Yi Hong moved swiftly, pulling the retreating cold-faced man in front of him. A muffled sound of a bullet hitting flesh echoed. The sniper's shot failed to kill Yi Hong but instead struck his own companion. Damn it! On the building, a foreign man saw this scene through the telescope, his face twisted with rage and resentment. He could only put away the sniper rifle and leave quickly. The police had arrived, and staying here would make escape impossible. Yi Hong dropped the lifeless, cold-hearted man, his gaze as sharp as a blade piercing toward the building across the street. That shot had hit directly in the heart, and the sniper's figure had already vanished. At this moment, Yi Hong was burning with rage. Who dared to strike at him so ruthlessly in Nanling City? No matter who it was, he would never let them go. The police finally arrived, with the mayor personally issuing orders for all law enforcement in Nanling City to mobilize swiftly, sealing off the surrounding area completely. Even without the mayor's command, the police would never dare to slack off in the face of such a heinous assassination attempt. Don't move. Hands on your head, squat down. A group of riot police quickly surrounded Yi Hang. What are you doing? This is Divine Dr. Yi, don't you recognize him? Lower your weapons. At this moment, a police captain strode quickly toward Yi Hong, his expression stern. Divine Dr. Yi, I'm Yang Long. Are you all right? Where is young Master Tang? Yang Long received orders from his superiors and rushed over in a hurry. Seeing that Yi Hong was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief, but not seeing Tang Haiban made him tense again. Yi Hong glanced at the underside of a nearby car, where young Master Tang was crawling out, his face covered in dust, angrily cursing, "You finally made it. A moment later, and I would have been playing chess with Buddha in the Western paradise. Young Master Tang, my apologies for arriving late and causing you distress. Rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate this matter and ensure the culprits do not escape justice," Yang Long said. Young Master Tang curled his lips and walked toward Yi Hang. "Han Zi, are you okay? Who on earth did this? They were so ruthless just now. That shot was clearly meant to send us both to meet the King of Hell." Yi Hung shook his head and calmly said, "It's not you, it's me. You're just their incidental target." At this moment, a stunningly attractive female police officer walked over. Yi Hong looked up and saw that it was Yen Lingjiao. Yang Long glanced at her and smiled slightly. "Captain Yen, you're here too." Yen Lingjiao nodded, her expression indifferent. Her gaze fixed on Yi Hang's thigh, noticing bloodstains, and she said, "You're injured. Aren't you going to the hospital to get it treated?" Only then did Yi Hong realize he was hurt, possibly from a bullet grazing his skin earlier. He shook his head. "It's just a minor injury, I can handle it myself. I'll leave the matters here to you all, and I'll cooperate." Yang Long immediately said, "Divine Dr. Yi, please rest assured. We will do our best to apprehend the criminals who attacked you as soon as possible. However, we will need to visit you later to take a statement. I hope it won't be too much trouble for you." "Not at all. We'll be on our way now." Yi Hong glanced at the damaged car and sighed inwardly. "I'll give you a ride. We can also take your statement on the way," Yen Lingjiao said calmly, surprising Yi Hang. Why was she suddenly being so kind to him? Nevertheless, he wouldn't refuse a ride. Yi Hong and Tang Haiban got into Yen Lingjiao's car and quickly left. On the way back, Yi Hong received several phone calls from patients he had treated. Upon hearing about the assassination attempt, they called to express their concern and offer their help in finding the culprit. Yi Hong reassured them that he was fine and thanked them for their kindness. Half an hour later, the car drove into the Haisha Villa area. Yi Hong thought for a moment. "Officer Yen, if you don't mind, how about going to your place?" "My place?" Yen Lingjiao, who was driving, glanced at Yi Hang's thigh, seemingly understanding her concern. If Yi Hong went back like this, Yi Ching would definitely be extremely worried. At Yen Lingjiao's home, Tang Dashao sat quietly to the side, saying nothing. Facing this icy police beauty, he instinctively felt a trace of fear. Yen Lingjiao took out the medical kit from her home and looked at Yi Hong. "Do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you?" "Well, I think I'd better do it myself." Yi Hong looked at her thigh. The wound was on the back of her thigh, making it a bit difficult to handle on her own. "Are you sure?" Yen Lingjiao asked expressionlessly. Hanzi, I'll step out for a bit. You two take your time chatting." Tang Haiban quickly made his escape upon seeing the situation. Yi Hong cursed. Inwardly, this guy is really unreliable. He had originally planned to have Tang Haiban help him apply the medicine, but the guy ran off in no time. "Lie down, I'll help you." Yen Lingjiao didn't wait for Yi Hong to refuse and began searching for disinfectant in the medical kit. Yi Hong had no choice but to obediently lie down on the sofa. She skillfully cut open his pants with scissors, and the sound of fabric tearing made Yi Hang's heart ache. That pair of pants had cost him several thousand yuan, and now this woman had ruined them. While applying medicine to Yi Hang's wound, Yen Lingjiao said, "This wound was caused by friction from a highly destructive firearm. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a Desert Eagle. Moreover, this type of bullet has a sharp tip and is custom-made, which is hard to find domestically. Being grazed by such a bullet causes the skin to split rapidly and damages tissue cells. Judging by your wound, the person trying to kill you is likely from abroad." Yi Hong was slightly startled upon hearing this. This woman truly lived up to being a police officer. Just one glance at the wound and she could analyze so much. He said, "An assassin from abroad? I haven't provoked such criminals." Yen Lingjiao glanced at him and said indifferently, "Indeed, you haven't provoked them, but they care about money, not people. If Someone pays them, they'll do anything. You've been in the spotlight too much lately, perhaps someone is dissatisfied with you. Yi Hong thought for a moment. Recently, the only people he had offended were the Bai Corporation and possibly Shin Tianao. The assassins were most likely hired by them. Of course, he couldn't rule out others who might dislike him, but he believed the former was the most likely. While Yan Lingjia was focused on treating the wound, the leadership team, led by the mayor and party secretary of Nanling City, became involved in this terrifying assassination incident. The pressure from all sides prompted Nanling City's police system to operate at full capacity, conducting a thorough investigation into the attack. Roadblocks were set up at various checkpoints, and vehicles and pedestrians were strictly inspected. Whether for the public or the victims, Nanling City must provide an explanation. As an international metropolis, it cannot tolerate criminals running rampant here. As the major investigation in Nanling City unfolds, some people are already feeling uneasy. In a villa in Nanling City, Bai Luofei and Bai Jianya, father and son, wore grim expressions. "Dad, what do we do? What do we do?" Bai Luofei was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. That bastard Yi Hong not only survived, but now every department in Nanling City is launching investigations because of this. What if they trace it back to us? I don't want to go to jail, I don't want to die. Bai Jianya sighed inwardly. His son truly seemed hopeless. However, this incident had indeed spiraled out of his control. He had underestimated Yi Hong and never imagined his influence would be so significant, mobilizing all the departments in Nanling City. If the assassins from the Golden Triangle were caught, the Bai family's days would be numbered. Fair, don't panic. It's not over yet. Compose yourself, what kind of behavior is this? Bai Jianya said with a cold snort. One of the assassins from the Golden Triangle is already dead. As long as the other one doesn't get caught by the police, we'll be fine. That being said, Bai Jianya knew in his heart that under the citywide lockdown in Nanling City, even if the assassin managed to escape by sheer luck, if Nanling City truly wanted to investigate thoroughly, could they really not trace it back to the Bai family? In Yan Lingjiao's villa, after she finished bandaging Yi Heng's wound, she put on a businesslike demeanor, looked at Yi Heng, and said, "All right, now let's start taking your statement. Tell me the details of what happened." Yi Heng, who had just sat up, felt his impression of Yan Lingjia drop a bit upon hearing this. He said, "Officer Yan, why are you in such a hurry? I think the time you're spending taking my statement would be better spent investigating that assassin who got away. And don't you get tired of being so serious all the time? That's none of your concern." "Of course, I will investigate that assassin, but right now, I need your cooperation," Yan Lingjiao calmly responded. Yi Heng felt helpless, thinking that this woman had kindly brought him back just to take his statement. He was somewhat annoyed. "Officer Yan, we've known each other for quite some time now, but I don't think I've ever seen you smile. Is it possible that your face is naturally incapable of smiling? If that's the case, it's truly a pity. You look quite good, eyebrows like willow leaves, a face shaped like a melon seed, a mouth like a cherry, but unfortunately, you're too cold, overly serious in handling matters. This kind of personality and appearance is bound to bring bad luck to your husband." As he spoke, Yi Heng suddenly noticed that the woman had pulled out the handgun tucked at her waist and unceremoniously placed it on the table. Yi Heng immediately shut his mouth, bitterly smiling to himself. This was practically cheating, pulling out a gun at any moment. Was she afraid he didn't have one? If it really came down to a comparison, it wasn't certain whose gun would be more formidable. "All right, Officer Yan, don't be angry. Aren't we supposed to take my statement? Let's start now." In the end, Yi Heng cooperated and gave his statement. Yan Lingjiao put away the voice recorder and said coldly, "I'll inform you of any progress in this case. You can leave now." Hearing this businesslike tone, Yi Heng felt even more annoyed. Looking at Yan Lingjiao's villa, he lazily leaned back on the sofa and said, "It's my first time here. Officer Yan, aren't you going to treat me to a meal? I've been busy all day and haven't even eaten. At the very least, offer me a cup of tea." Yan Lingjiao picked up her sidearm, still maintaining her cold demeanor, and said, "Would you like me to treat you to some bullets?" Yi Heng sighed helplessly, cursing inwardly. This woman always brandishes her gun, how amusing. Maybe I should let her see my weapon someday. However, in the end, he obediently walked out of Yan Lingjiao's villa. At this moment, Tang Dasha was lying comfortably on the grass in the yard, snoring like thunder, sleeping soundly. Yi Heng was truly speechless at this guy. He walked over and kicked him. "Get up, the assassin is here." "Damn it, where's the assassin?" "Where?" Tang Dasha was startled, but upon seeing Yi Hung teasing him, he immediately grumbled, "I say, Hansi, is this how you mess with people? Another gunfight like earlier and I'll be scared to death." "So, how did things go with the ice-cold police beauty inside? Did you get some exercise? Get lost, as far as your thoughts can take you." Yi Hong rolled his eyes. Exercise with that ice queen? He feared he might be dealt with before even taking off his pants. While Yi Hung and Tang Dasha were joking around, Lin Baimo, Zhou Mingshan, and Zhou Yuner arrived. The news of Yi Hung being attacked by an assassin on the street had already made it to television, so they naturally had to come. Seeing the bandages on Yi Hang's leg, Zhou Yuner immediately squatted down to inspect the wound, her eyes full of concern. "Does it hurt? Did it injure anything vital?" Touched by Zhou Yuner's gentle concern, Yi Hung felt a warmth in his heart and quickly replied, "It's fine, it doesn't hurt. It's just a scratch, no need to worry." Zhou Yuner nodded lightly, like an obedient wife. However, when she noticed the pretty bow tied on Yi Hang's bandage, her expression instantly changed. "Who wrapped this wound for you?" Yi Hung was stunned and was about to respond when Tang Dashao raised his hand and said, "Yuner, I know. This wound was personally bandaged by Officer Yan just now. Look at how beautifully that bow is tied." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuner snorted coldly, brushed past Yi Hung, and deliberately touched his wound with her hand, causing Yi Hung to gasp in pain. "Damn it, what's wrong with this woman? She was fine just a moment ago." Seeing this scene, Zhou Mingshan, Lin Baimo, and Tang Haiban all laughed. Zhou Mingshan patted Yi Hung on the shoulder and said, "All right, kid, as long as you're okay. Let's go to your place for tea and tell us what happened." In the distant north, in Yanjing, the center of national power and the focus of countries around the world, at this moment, in a conference room resembling a basement, a giant screen was playing footage of Yi Hang's fierce battle with the assassin. More than 10 people sat quietly in the room, their eyes fixed on the screen. In the frame, Yi Hong wields a short blade, advancing swiftly, slicing through the bullets fired at him one after another. The scene is slowed down, vividly capturing the breathtaking moments of each collision between the blade and the bullets. "What do you think about this video?" asked the middle-aged man seated at the head of the conference room. "Boss, where did you get this video? Could it have been deliberately edited to look like this?" A young man tapped his finger on the table, his tone tinged with skepticism. The middle-aged man shook his head, his expression grave. "This is a video intercepted by the network department. It was uploaded from Nanling City, likely filmed by someone who then posted it online. However, the network department has already blocked it, and I've investigated further. Today, Nanling City indeed experienced a major incident, and the protagonist of this event is the young man in the footage." "That's impossible, isn't it? Splitting a bullet with a knife, such skill can only be achieved by a master at the Rendu level. Could it be that this kid, at such a young age, has already reached the Rendu level?" the young man asked incredulously. "That's clearly impossible. According to our investigation, the youngest Rendu level master among practitioners right now is 28 years old. That person is considered a once-in-a-century genius in the cultivation world. How could anyone's talent surpass his? It's simply impossible," the middle-aged man said with a tone of helplessness. At this moment, the man sitting at the head of the conference room chuckled coldly. "If you were to tell me he's already a Rendu level master, I wouldn't believe it. However, the fact that he can split a bullet with his own strength means he must have extraordinary abilities. Such a talent is exactly what our security bureau needs. Fire Phoenix, head to Nanling City and find a way to recruit him." "Ha, I hear this kid is also an exceptional miracle doctor." The woman called Fire Phoenix had a graceful figure, dressed in a mature and alluring manner, wearing a red cheongsam that made her look like a seductive enchantress. Upon hearing this, she smiled charmingly. "Boss, you don't mean to have me seduce this kid, do you? But this little guy does look quite handsome. I'll take on this mission." In the villa, Zhou Mingshan and the others left after visiting Yi Hung. Despite this, Zhou Yuner's expression still did not improve. Before leaving, both Zhou Mingshan and Lin Baimo expressed their intention to help Yi Hung uncover the mastermind behind the attack. With Zhou Mingshan's influence, combined with the Lin family and the police force of Nanling City, identifying the person behind the assassin was only a matter of time. As the investigation into this heinous incident unfolded, a massive purge swept through Nanling City. Regardless of affiliation, anyone found guilty of a crime was severely punished. The government aimed to use this opportunity to establish its authority and send a clear message to the outside world. Nanling City would not tolerate any illegal activities. Whoever dared to break the law would be dealt with mercilessly. Since the encounter with the assassin, Yi Hung had rarely gone out, and even the fun-loving Tang Haiban had not come to visit him. With chaos engulfing Nanling City, Tang Jiangwo had confined Tang Haibin to his home, cutting off all contact with the outside world. With nothing to do all day, Yi Hong could only stay at home with his sister, alternating between studying medical techniques and cultivating. As the investigation deepened, the police force in Nanling City still had no leads on the escaped assassin, as if the person had vanished into thin air. However, Yi Hong believed that the assassin had not left Nanling City. The entire city was under strict lockdown, with thorough inspections at entry and exit points, and secret channels were also sealed off. The assassin had no chance to escape, so he must still be hiding somewhere in the city. Finally, after staying at home for a week, Yi Hong couldn't take it anymore. Staying cooped up all day was not his style. So, he took his sister, Yi Qing, and went straight out to shop at the malls. The siblings, looking like a sweet couple, visited every major mall in Nanling City. To dress up his sister, Yi Hong spared no expense. Branded clothing, bracelets, pendants, anything Yi Qing fancied was bought and taken home, as if he were a nouveau riche. Being so pampered by Yi Hong, Yi Qing felt both happiness and a tinge of heartache. The expenses over the past few days had amounted to at least several million. "Sis, this necklace looks great and suits you well," Yi Hong said, pointing to a sterling silver necklace at a counter. The necklace was exquisitely crafted and adorned with a beautiful diamond. If Yi Qing wore it, she would undoubtedly look even more stunning. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. "It's nice, but it's too expensive." "Xiao Hong, let's forget it. We've already spent enough these past few days. If my sister likes it, that's all that matters. Money is just a worldly possession. Besides, I think this necklace suits you perfectly. No matter how much it costs, I'll buy it for you." Yi Hong didn't hesitate, holding on to one belief: spending money on his sister is never something to regret. Hearing Yi Hong's words, Yi Qing was deeply moved, her heart sweet as honey. If they weren't in a mall, she might have offered her first kiss right then and there. However, just as she was immersed in happiness, a sudden, jarring voice shattered the tranquility. "Ha, buy it? Look at you, with your shabby appearance. Can you even afford this necklace?" Yi Hong burned with anger and turned toward the voice. Before him stood a slick-haired young man, holding the hand of a charming female companion, exuding an air of superiority as he browsed the jewelry at the counter. "Whether I can afford it or not, what does it have to do with you? If you don't want to get beaten up, shut that filthy mouth of yours." Yi Hong's good mood was instantly extinguished by this remark, his tone cold and merciless. "Forget it, Lu Jia, why bother stooping to their level? People like them couldn't afford this necklace even if they worked hard for a year. I really like this necklace. Can you buy it for me, please?" The female companion cooed coquettishly, shaking his arm. Sure, if you like it, of course I'll buy it for you. But that bumpkin just said he wanted to beat me up. With his pathetic look, even if I gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare." Lu Jia snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping disdainfully over Yi Hong. Today, Yi Hong's attire was indeed plain, making him look like a mere laborer in Lu Jia's eyes, yet he dared to dream of buying that necklace worth over 200,000 yuan. But deep down, jealousy burned within him. The fact that Yi Hong had such a beautiful girl by his side made him indignant, so he wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate Yi Hong and make him lose face. "Xiao Hong, I don't want that necklace anymore. If they want it, just give it to them. It's getting late, let's go back." Although Yi Qing couldn't stand this young couple, she was even less willing for Yi Hong to get into trouble. "Sis, when dealing with people who act pretentious just because they have a bit of money, we should stomp them down hard. Backing off will only make them look down on us even more." Yi Hong responded firmly, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Hearing this, Yi Qing was momentarily stunned, feeling a faint sense of relief in her heart. Her younger brother had grown up and was now able to speak up for her. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia was furious, pointing at Yi Hong and cursing, "Who are you calling pretentious, you bumpkin? Believe it or not, I'll find someone to deal with you today." Yi Hong sneered coldly, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. "Kill me? It seems your mouth really deserves a beating." With that, Yi Hong suddenly swung his hand, slapping Lu Jia across the face. The force sent him flying, landing on the ground in a sorry state, his screams echoing throughout the mall. The scene left Lu Jia's female companion stunned, and she immediately rushed over. "Lu Jia, are you okay? Somebody help, he's hitting people." But her cries for help did not bring assistance. Instead, they attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Frustrated and furious, Lu Jia's female companion shouted at the female clerk at the counter, "What kind of service attitude is this? Someone is hitting people in your mall, shouldn't you detain him?" The female clerk smiled faintly. "Sorry, miss, from start to finish, I only saw you provoking Mr. Yi. You were in the wrong first. If you're dissatisfied with our service, feel free to call the police. Yi Heng's identity was naturally clear to the waitress in front of him. He was the renowned Little Miracle Doctor of Nanling City. Having him visit their mall for shopping was an honor for them. How could they let this god be apprehended? Your service is atrocious. I'm calling the police. I'm going to file a complaint against you. The female companion was seething with anger. At this moment, Lu Jia, with the help of his female companion, slowly stood up. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and he glared venomously at Yi Heng. He stopped his companion from calling the police and then said coldly, "You bastard, how dare you hit me? Calling the police would be letting you off too easily. Today, I'm going to make sure you're finished." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and made a call. "Cousin, I got beaten up in Nanling International City. You need to get here quickly. If you don't come soon, I might just get beaten to death." The call ended, and he pointed at Yi Hong with a sinister expression. "Just you wait. If you have the guts, don't leave." "All right, I'll wait," Yi Hong responded calmly, without a trace of fear in his heart. Yi Qing asked with a hint of worry, "Xiao Hong, will there be any trouble?" Yi Hong gently patted his sister's hand and gave her a reassuring look. Then, the two continued to casually admire the necklace, as if Lu Jia and his companion were completely beneath their notice. However, not long after, a group of well-dressed young men approached them, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. "Brother, you're finally here. I was about to get beaten to death." Lu Jia immediately began pouring out his grievances upon seeing the group of youths, accusing Yi Heng of all sorts of crimes and calling him an arrogant and domineering worker. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the young men glanced coldly at Yi Heng's back and waved his hand dismissively. "Let's go and see who dares to act so arrogantly in Nanling City." The young man stood coldly behind Yi Heng and said, "Kid, daring to mess with my cousin in Nanling City, you must be tired of living, huh? Who are you saying is tired of living?" Yi Heng had just finished wrapping up the necklace and slowly turned around, holding his sister's hand, his gaze locking onto the young man who had spoken. In that instant, the young man's expression changed drastically, and the youths accompanying him all turned pale. They all knew that the person before them was the one individual in Nanling City they absolutely could not afford to provoke. Whether in politics or business, Yi Heng had already made a name for himself, with connections spanning the entire city. Their elders had long warned them never to cross him. "Why, young Master Yi, it's you. I'm sorry, I was spouting nonsense just now. Please, be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. I beg for your forgiveness." Sun Lan immediately lowered his once proud head upon seeing Yi Heng, silently cursing Lu Jia countless times in his heart. Yi Heng said indifferently, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Sun Lan hurriedly replied, "I am Sun Lan, the son of Sun Gang, a director of Tianyue Group. If I have offended you just now, I ask for your forgiveness, young Master Yi. I will leave immediately." "Tianyue Group?" Yi Heng frowned slightly, a trace of memory flashing through his mind. Seeing Sun Lan preparing to leave with his people, Yi Heng said nonchalantly, "Wait. You can leave, but someone just said they wanted to kill me. You know, not long ago, someone else wanted to kill me, and the culprit still hasn't been caught. Now another person jumps out saying they want to kill me. Should I understand that last time's incident was also orchestrated by your Tianyue group?" Sun Lan's face instantly changed. "Young Master Yi, it's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding." Yi Heng sneered coldly, "What will it take for me to believe this is just a misunderstanding?" Sun Lan immediately understood Yi Heng's meaning, turned around, and slapped Lu Jia across the face. "Who do you think you are to dare provoke? Young Master Yi. From now on, the Sun family has no ties with the Lu family. Get out of Nanling City immediately, or I'll break your legs." Lu Jia looked terrified, almost on the verge of tears. He instantly realized he had offended someone he could not afford to provoke. Even the Sun family dared not cross him, let alone the Lu family, which lacked the power. Swallowing his anger, he endured 2 slaps and fled the scene in disgrace, not daring to utter a word. "Young Master Yi, are you satisfied with this?" Sun Lan looked at Yi Heng, trying his best to lower his stance in an attempt to please him. Yi Heng said nothing, pulling his sister along as they turned and left. Just moments ago, he had faintly sensed a dangerous signal. After they departed, Sun Lan and his group finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Yi Heng present, they felt completely suppressed by his aura. The onlookers, witnessing this, silently praised Dr. Ye's imposing presence in their hearts. With just a few words, he managed to silence a group of young masters. Driving home, Yi Heng couldn't shake off a peculiar feeling. The sense of crisis he had felt in the mall hadn't disappeared. Although it was less pronounced after leaving, he still felt something was amiss, as if a pair of eyes were secretly watching him. He wanted to uncover the source of those eyes but had no clue where to start. The person hiding in the shadows was truly skilled. What a formidable guy, he almost discovered me. In an inconspicuous car ahead of Yi Hong, a flamboyantly dressed woman curled her lips slightly. An interesting person, with such strong sensory abilities. But it seems this little fellow has other enemies lurking in the shadows. She was none other than Fire Phoenix, who had come to Nanling City from Yanjing. Her mission was to recruit Yi Hong into the security bureau. Of course, before that, she needed to assess Yi Hong's character and other qualifications. Back home, that strange feeling gradually dissipated. Yi Hong frowned slightly, realizing that the person following him was likely an enemy rather than a friend. However, since the other party remained hidden in the shadows, he couldn't fully put his mind at ease. Early the next morning, Yi Hong drove away from the villa and headed straight to Zhao Hengtian's home. He had already mastered the 5 elements fist, and now it was time to learn other ultimate techniques from Zhao Hengtian. When Zhao Hengtian saw Yi Hong arrive, a delighted smile appeared on his face. I heard you encountered an assassin recently, but I believe that ordinary assassins wouldn't pose any real threat to you. Yi Hong smiled faintly and sat down, saying, Brother Zhao, do you have that much confidence in me? This isn't confidence, it's intuition, Zhao Hengtian replied with a laugh. You're too mysterious, kid, I can't see through you. Besides, your face doesn't resemble someone destined for a short life. In the future, you'll surely become a great figure, crowned as emperor or king. How could you possibly perish so easily? Brother Zhao, you flatter me too much. After chatting for a while, Yi Hong began to seek Zhao Hengtian's guidance on martial arts. This time, Zhao Hengtian taught him the 12 forms of Xingyi Quan. The so-called 12 forms of Xingyi simulate the living habits and combat specialties of 12 animals through boxing techniques, including the dragon, tiger, monkey, horse, crocodile, chicken, swallow, hawk, snake, bird, eagle, and bear. Each boxing technique has its unique form, such as the dragon's soaring, the tiger's ferocity, the monkey's agility, and the swallow's ingenuity. Watching Zhao Hengtian practice the 12 forms, Yi Hong observed carefully and committed them to memory. Every attack from Zhao Hengtian was like a wild beast descending, with lifelike movements and unstoppable force. Xingyi Quan is truly a lethal martial art. As the ancient saying goes, Tai Chi takes 10 years to master, Xingyi can kill in 1 year. This demonstrates its immense power. Thus, Yi Hong spent several consecutive days visiting Zhao Hengtian's home, completely immersed in martial arts, as if he had become a martial arts fanatic. It was this diligence combined with his intelligent mind that allowed Yi Hong to quickly grasp the essentials of the 12 forms, leaving Zhao Hengtian deeply impressed. With such a person, if he does not succeed, where is the justice in heaven? Of course, after finishing his martial arts practice, Yi Hong would also seek advice on gambling techniques from Zhao Hengtian. Having once earned the title of God of Gambling in Macau's casinos, Zhao Hengtian's gambling skills were naturally on par with his martial arts. Even without using the yin-yang eye, Yi Hong was no match for Zhao Hengtian. His gambling techniques could be described as extraordinary and masterful. As the saying goes, like brother, like sister, Zhao Yuyu's gambling skills were equally impressive. When Yi Hong competed against her, he was utterly defeated. Naturally, this was because he did not use the yin-yang eye and relied entirely on his newly learned skills for the match. However, as his research deepened, Yi Hong's rapid progress in gambling techniques surprised even Zhao Hengtian, as if this guy were a versatile genius who excelled at learning anything at lightning speed. One day, Yi Hong was holding a deck of playing cards, practicing various tricks as if performing magic. Just then, his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that the caller ID showed it was his sister, Yi Qing. Yi Hong answered the call. Sis, what's up? Dr. Yi, long time no see. A sinister voice came through the phone, speaking in awkward and heavily accented Chinese. Hearing these words, Yi Hong's hair stood on end, and his eyes instantly turned icy cold. It's you, the assassin. What do you want? So Dr. Yi still remembers me, huh? In that case, let's cut the nonsense. I need you to come alone to an abandoned building on the outskirts of the southern suburbs. If you don't, I'll make sure to properly entertain your pretty sister. You bastard. How dare you? If anything happens to my sister, I swear I'll tear you apart and feed you to the dogs. Yi Hong's entire body exuded a menacing aura, his voice low and full of threat. Even Zhao Yuyu was startled, and Zhao Hengtian, standing beside her, frowned. It was clear he realized Yi Hong had run into something serious. I don't have time to banter with you. I'll give you 1 hour. If you're not here within that time, you can start preparing the funeral. With that, the other end of the line went dead. Yi Hong held the phone, his gaze cold and terrifying. Zhao Hengtian said at this moment, "Do you want me to go with you? The other party kidnapped your sister with the purpose of luring you in and then killing you." "Yes, brother Yi, let my brother go with you." Zhao Yuyu tightly held Yi Heng's hand, her face full of worry. Yi Heng shook his head and said, "No need. With my abilities, that assassin can't pose a threat to me. Besides, for my sister's safety, I must go alone." Hearing this, Zhao Hengtian thought for a moment and then said, "Then be careful. I believe you'll be fine." Yi Heng nodded, then walked out of Zhao Hengtian's courtyard, his face dark as he drove madly toward the southern outskirts. Seeing Yi Heng go alone, Zhao Yuyu glared at Zhao Hengtian. "Brother, you're really letting brother Yi go alone? What if something happens to him?" Zhao Hengtian glanced at her and suddenly laughed. "Ah, a grown daughter can't be kept at home. Don't worry, he has a fate of surviving 100 calamities. After undergoing trials, he will surely soar to great heights. This young man has boundless potential." On the bustling road filled with cars, Yi Heng pushed the car's speed to the limit, like a black phantom weaving through the traffic. The scene of him speeding past caused many to exclaim in surprise. Half an hour later, Yi Heng had already driven out of the southern suburbs. In front of him lay a desolate wilderness, overgrown with weeds, with a few abandoned buildings appearing cold and desolate. Yi Heng parked the car outside a relatively intact abandoned building, the exact location mentioned by the assassin. He activated his yin-yang vision, his gaze like a super scanner, carefully inspecting the entire building. Sure enough, he found Yi Qing inside, tied to a chair and unconscious, but fortunately, she was not seriously harmed. Seeing this, Yi Heng finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, his eyes caught sight of a stern-looking man in a corner on the second floor, holding a sniper rifle aimed directly at Yi Qing. The man also had black hair and yellow skin but was not of Huaxia origin. Yi Heng continued to scan the entire building. Aside from Yi Qing and the assassin, there was no one else. However, he did not let down his guard, as the air around him was thick with a sense of danger. Sure enough, he discovered bombs that had been strategically planted in concealed corners around the building. Upon seeing these bombs, Yi Heng frowned deeply. If it had only been the assassin and a sniper rifle, he was confident he could handle it. However, the presence of these bombs forced him to proceed with the utmost caution. Clearly, these bombs were remotely controlled and could be detonated at any moment, possibly with the detonator right on the assassin. Left with no choice, Yi Heng slowly raised his hands and walked into the building. "I'm here. Why don't you show yourself? If you're interested, we can have a proper conversation." "Oof. As expected, Divine Dr. Yi is true to his word. But I'm afraid there's nothing to discuss between us. You are my mission, and my mission is either to kill you or be killed by you. It's that simple," the assassin said coldly, a faint smile on his face, his gaze locked unwaveringly on Yi Heng. Yi Heng looked up toward the second floor. The assassin had already aimed his rifle at him, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Remaining calm, Yi Heng asked, "If that's the case, can you at least tell me who sent you to kill me? It seems unlikely that I'll make it out of here today, so at least let me die knowing why." "What do you say?" The assassin chuckled darkly. "Your wish is likely to be unfulfilled. Though I've set everything in place, you're terrifying. You're the strongest opponent I've ever encountered. I can't be sure I can kill you, and besides, I enjoy watching my prey die without understanding why. Now, let's play a game." "What kind of game?" Yi Heng stared at the assassin, his mind alert. "I'll give you two choices. First, stand still and let me kill you. Second, I'll kill the woman in front of you. Now, make your choice." As he spoke, the assassin's finger rested on the trigger. The cold lethality of the sniper rifle was palpable, sending a chill through the air. Although the assassin had witnessed Yi Heng's formidable skills, he remained wary, fearing he might lose his chance if Yi Heng resisted. This choice made Yi Heng's brows furrow tightly. He wasn't concerned about the assassin's strength. What truly made him wary was the detonator in the assassin's hand. Once pressed, everyone would face utter destruction. "What's wrong, Divine Dr. Yi? Is this choice too difficult? Should I help you decide?" The assassin's lips curled into a cold smile, and the muzzle of the sniper rifle shifted slightly toward Yi Qing. "Wait, I choose the first option." Yi Heng's face turned icy cold. As he spoke, his hand quietly gripped the dragon scale dagger. "Oof, fine. Divine Dr. Yi truly has feelings and righteousness. Then you can go die." Before the assassin's words had finished, the sniper rifle on the second floor had already fired. The deafening gunshot rang out, and the powerful bullet hurtled straight toward Yi Heng. Just as the bullet was about to hit, a sudden flash of cold light appeared. The dragon scale dagger slashed out like lightning, blocking the incoming bullet. Sparks flew everywhere, and Yi Hong was forced back 2 steps. He took out his phone, dialed Yan Lingjiao's number, briefly reported the situation, then turned back to pick up the dragon scale dagger, carried Yi Qing, and quickly left. Not far away, in a dilapidated earthen building, Fire Phoenix was still dressed in a red cheongsam, her short hair charmingly alluring. Her slender fingers toyed with a sharp little knife as she watched Yi Hong drive away. She murmured softly, "What was that little guy smiling about just now? Could he have noticed me? Still, he's loyal and composed in the face of danger, quite a promising talent. After observing him for so long, it seems it's time to make contact." Before the words had even faded, Fire Phoenix's figure disappeared like a red whirlwind, so fast it left people dumbfounded. Inside the car, Yi Hong looked at the still unconscious Yi Qing and decisively injected her neck with a needle. Not long after, Yi Qing slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes and saw Yi Hong beside her, she immediately threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. "Sis, don't worry, it's all over now," Yi Hong said as he drove, patting her back to comfort her. After a while, Yi Qing finally calmed down from her fright, wiped away her tears, and asked in confusion, "Xiao Hong, what happened? How did I end up with you?" Yi Qing vaguely remembered someone breaking into the villa and knocking her unconscious with a gun. She couldn't recall anything after that. Yi Hong said seriously, "Sis, you were kidnapped, but it's all over now. The people who kidnapped you have been dealt with." He didn't mention the assassin's death, fearing it would scare Yi Qing. "Kidnapping? Why would he want to kidnap me?" Yi Qing asked in confusion. Seeing her sister's persistent questioning, Yi Hong had no choice but to recount the events that had occurred some time ago. After hearing Yi Hang's account, Yi Qing's expression instantly turned serious. She immediately grabbed Yi Hang's hand and said, "Xiao Hong, don't do those dangerous things anymore. If something happens, what would your sister do without you?" "All right, sis, I promise I won't do those dangerous things anymore. Let's go home." Yi Hong comforted Yi Qing, his tone firm. The car quickly drove into the Haisha Villa district. Yi Hong tried his best to help Yi Qing relax, then made a phone call to Zhao Hengtian, informing them that he was safe. Not long after, the doorbell of Yi Hang's villa rang. When he opened the door, it was Yan Lingjia. "Officer Yan, you're here. Please come in." Yi Hong warmly invited her inside and then introduced her to Yi Qing. "Sis, this is Officer Yan. She lives right next door to us." Yi Qing slightly smiled and nodded at Yan Lingjia. Although she had seen Yan Lingjiao during this period, the two hadn't interacted much. After getting acquainted, Yan Lingjiao looked at Yi Hong and said seriously, "The identity of the assassins has been confirmed. Both of them are Thai nationals, from a killer organization in the Golden Triangle called Machete. This organization is powerful and extremely vengeful, so you must be careful." "Did you find out who hired them to kill me?" Yi Hong asked nervously. "I was just about to tell you this," Yan Lingjiao replied. "Based on the clues we've uncovered, along with the information from the assassin who kidnapped your sister today, we can confirm that this matter is related to Bai Corporation. Our people have already gone to Bai Corporation to investigate and apprehend the relevant individuals. I believe there will be news soon. So it really is them." A strong killing intent flashed across Yi Heng's face. Bai Corporation not only had him targeted for assassination before, but this time they almost caused harm to Yi Qing. If possible, Yi Hong wished he could immediately eliminate the entire Bai Luofei family. At that moment, Yan Lingjiao's phone rang. She answered the call, listened for a while, and her cold and stunning expression instantly became even icier. "Officer Yan, what's wrong?" Yi Hong asked with concern. Yan Lingjiao rubbed her forehead and spoke in a low voice. "News just came in that Bai Jianye, the head of Bai Enterprises, and his son Bai Luofei have gone missing. In addition, most of Bai Enterprises' funds were transferred a few days ago, and now the entire company is in chaos. They've fled," Yi Hong said coldly. "It seems they anticipated being investigated and transferred the funds in advance. Since they had a plan in place, they're probably no longer in Nanling City now." "Your analysis is spot on." Yan Lingjiao nodded and continued. "According to employees of Bai Enterprises, Bai Jianye hasn't been to the company for 3 days, which means they fled 3 days ago." Yi Hong snorted coldly. "If they fall into my hands, they'll definitely regret provoking me." Hearing this, Yan Lingjiao reminded, "Although your abilities are impressive, I advise you not to act recklessly. This matter will be handled by us police. We'll issue an online wanted notice and search for them nationwide. I say, Officer Yan, if I really had to rely on you, I, Yi Hong, would have died several times over by now," Yi Hong said coldly. The police system in Nanling City hadn't found any clues for 2 whole weeks, leaving him extremely disappointed. In the end, he still had to rely on himself to resolve the lurking crisis. Yenling Jiao did not refute. Indeed, there were lapses in the police force of Nanling City, but after this incident, improvements will certainly be made. The assassins who infiltrated Nanling City have been eliminated, and the citywide lockdown has officially been lifted, restoring everything to its usual order. As soon as the lockdown was lifted, Tang Haiban immediately went to Yi Heng's home, as the confinement during this period had left him feeling stifled. Damn it, those damn assassins are finally dead. Hansi, you have no idea how miserable I've been locked up at home by the old man all this time. I was about to go crazy. Tonight, you have to hang out with me properly. Young Master Tang lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed, munching on an apple as he spoke. Yi Hong lit a cigarette and smiled, saying, "What, locked up for a few days and already losing your mind?" Young Master Tang's face turned red, and he retorted, "Stop teasing me, kid. Just answer me one question, are you going or not?" "Alright, young Master Tang, I'll go with you, okay?" Yi Hong said with a smile, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. He, now that's a good brother. Let's go, the two of us will hit the nightclub tonight. Young Master Tang said excitedly, his face brimming with anticipation. Night fell, and as the city lights came on, the bustling nightclubs of Nanling City were alive with noise. Under young Master Tang's lead, Yi Hong stepped into the largest nightclub in the area, where the air was filled with the scent of perfume and alcohol. They chose a booth to sit in, and young Master Tang snapped his fingers, calling out to the waiter, "Bring us a few bottles of XO, and some fruit too." The waiter quickly stepped away, and Tang Haiban hooked his arm around Yi Heng's neck, excitedly saying, "Hansi, look at these women, they're absolutely stunning. If you fancy one later, don't be shy, I'll help you call her over." Yi Hong chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "I think you're the one who's starving for this. Go ahead and enjoy yourself, don't worry about me." "Bah, you're just pretending. Wait till I bring one over, you'll be dying of envy." Young Master Tang's eyes scanned the crowd, suddenly lighting up as he dashed toward a particular direction. Yi Hong watched him helplessly, thinking to himself how impatient and lustful this guy was. It really made one question whether he was truly the mayor's son. After Tang Haiban left, Yi Hong had no choice but to sit quietly in the booth and wait for his return. However, within 2 minutes, a woman dressed in a cheongsam slowly approached him. Under the lights, she resembled a sprite of the night, both elegant and stunning. Her alluring figure was undoubtedly capable of stirring anyone's desire for conquest. Yi Hong saw such an exceptionally beautiful woman for the first time and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Her tall figure and the short red cheongsam outlined perfect curves, making her utterly captivating. The woman sat beside Yi Hong, gently leaning on his shoulder and softly said, "Little brother, drinking alone must be so boring. How about letting me, your elder sister, accompany you?" As she leaned against him, Yi Hong caught a faint fragrance from her body, his eyes narrowing slightly before he smiled and said, "Having a beauty like you as company is truly my honor. But I'm a bit curious, if you're here to relax, why are you carrying a knife?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hong had already placed a sharp little knife on the table. Fire Phoenix looked at him in surprise, lowered her head to touch her thigh, and only then realized that the knife had been silently taken by Yi Hong at some point. Seeing her weapon being taken away, Fire Phoenix couldn't help but chuckle. "Little brother, you truly are unique, but isn't your hand a bit too naughty, sneaking around like that?" She gracefully sat back down, her bright eyes flowing like autumn water. If it weren't for Yi Heng's strong willpower, he might have already been captivated by her charm. Yi Hong put down his wine glass, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, "Speak, who are you? What do you want from me?" Fire Phoenix pretended not to understand and playfully asked, "What do you mean by that, little brother? Can't your sister just have a drink with you?" Yi Hong laughed and said, "Having a beauty like you accompany me for a drink is certainly a good thing, but I'm afraid roses have thorns and the wine might be poisoned. So, it's better to be a little cautious." Fire Phoenix smiled faintly, took a sip of wine, and asked, "First, tell me, how did you figure me out?" Yi Hong looked at her seriously. "Actually, it's both simple and complicated. The key lies in the unique fragrance on you. If I'm not mistaken, it's a type of spice that isn't available on the market." Fire Phoenix looked at Yi Hong in surprise. "I do have a unique spice on me, but what does that have to do with you figuring me out?" Yi Hong smiled faintly, extinguished his cigarette, and replied, "I didn't notice it the first time you followed me, but your repeated tracking made me discover one detail, the scent on you. Although I didn't know where you were hiding, the scent in the air told me you were nearby. Honestly, your ability to hide is truly impressive." If it weren't for the fragrance on you, I wouldn't have been able to detect you at all. Upon hearing this, Fire Phoenix couldn't help but clap a few times, looking at Yi Hong with admiration. Smart. After following you for so long, I've realized you're quite an interesting person. I think I'm starting to like you a little, big brother. That is my honor. Yi Hong gently held her delicate hand and smiled faintly. To be honest, it's hard to imagine such a beautiful woman could also kill, especially with that throat-slitting technique. Thanks for handling that assassin last time. Let's have a drink. You don't need to thank me. Foreign assassin organizations infiltrating China and causing trouble, eliminating them is something I should do. However, if little brother really wants to thank me, I don't mind. I just wonder how little brother plans to express his gratitude to big sister. The two drank a glass, and Fire Phoenix smiled charmingly. Yi Hong cursed inwardly. This woman was truly a seductress. To cover his embarrassment, Yi Hong crossed his legs and rested his feet together. Seeing Yi Hong's awkward demeanor, Fire Phoenix felt triumphant and moved even closer. Little brother, do you think big sister is beautiful? Fire Phoenix locked her captivating gaze on Yi Hong, an intense current flowing through the air. Provoked by her, Yi Hong smiled wryly. Woman, do you know you're playing with fire? If you get burned, I won't be responsible. Brother, your words have truly hurt your sister's heart. I've been nothing but sincere to you, yet I never expected you to be so heartless, wanting to eat clean and wipe your mouth without acknowledgement. Alas! Poor sister's devoted love. As she spoke, Fire Phoenix actually revealed a hint of sadness. Yi Hong cursed inwardly. If this woman were to act in a movie, she would undoubtedly win an Oscar. Ha ha! Yi Hong suddenly displayed a devilish smile, his gaze locking onto Fire Phoenix. I never thought sister would be so devoted to me. If I were to let you down, it would truly be against heaven's will. Tell me, at this very moment, shouldn't we do something? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of your deep affection? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yi Hong's lips were about to press against Fire Phoenix's cherry-like lips. However, at that moment, a gleaming knife suddenly appeared between them. Brother, why rush? The night is long, why don't we have a drink first? Seeing the knife, Yi Hong instantly felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing all his thoughts. Though this woman was beautiful, she carried thorns. If he were to act recklessly with her, he might not even know how he ended up dead. Wow, Hansi, you're amazing. I was only gone for a few minutes, and you've already got something going on here. At this moment, Tang Haiban walked over with a girl in each arm. Seeing the intimacy between Yi Hong and Fire Phoenix, he instantly felt unbalanced. He had spent ages finding two mediocre girls, while this guy just sat there and had someone throw themselves at him. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Young Master Tang was back, and Yi Hong and Fire Phoenix quickly separated, pretending as if nothing had happened. After sitting down, young Master Tang gave Yi Hong a thumbs up and whispered, I was planning to find two and save one for you, but I didn't expect you to secretly find such a top-notch one. Forget it, I'm not giving you either of mine, I'll keep them both for myself. Looking at young Master Tang's chubby figure, Yi Hong laughed and said, You're going to use both? Can you handle it? You struggle just walking, wouldn't fighting wear you out completely? And it's a one-on-two situation, are you sure you can manage? Damn! Young Master Tang raised his middle finger at Yi Hong and said, With this physique of mine, forget one-on-two, I could handle one-on-three without a problem. How about we book a room tonight and see who's better? Yi Hong felt a chill in his heart and shook his head repeatedly, Forget it, I don't have this hobby. I'll just wish you a triumphant night instead. Hearing this, Tang Dashao felt smug, but the moment he saw the fiery beauty beside Yi Hong, he instantly deflated. Patting Yi Hong on the shoulder, he sighed, Han, seeing you, I finally understand what the highest level of picking up girls is. Yi Hong was completely puzzled. What is the highest level of picking up girls? Come on, you don't know this? I seriously wonder how you managed to land this top-tier one. Tang Dashao exclaimed in surprise. Yi Hong shrugged. Of course, she came on her own. That's exactly it. The highest level of picking up girls isn't you chasing them, but them chasing you. After Tang Dashao finished speaking, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Fire Phoenix. Frustrated, he downed a drink and then pulled the two women beside him to continue drinking. Yi Hong was both amused and exasperated, thinking to himself that the woman beside him definitely wasn't here to chase him. As for her true intentions, he was still completely in the dark. After leaving the nightclub, Tang Dashao had already slipped away with his two female companions, grandly claiming they were going to explore the origins of humanity together. Yi Hong couldn't be bothered with this guy, turned to look at the fiery phoenix standing beside him, and asked, Miss, where are you headed? Let me give you a ride. The fiery phoenix smiled charmingly. If you don't mind it being too late, I'd like to ask you out on a date. Hearing this, Yi Hong was amused and exasperated by the woman's words, thinking that such a line might be more fitting coming from him as a man. Then, he shrugged, smiled slightly, and said, with such a lovely invitation, if I were to refuse, it would truly spoil the mood. Let's go. At midnight, by the banks of the Huangpu River, a man and a woman strolled like a couple. The bright moonlight spilled down, stretching their shadows long, creating a scene so beautiful it felt wrong to disturb. However, one sentence from Yi Hong instantly shattered the perfect atmosphere. Wait a moment, I'll go relieve myself, Yi Hong said, then walked into the darkness. Earlier at the nightclub, he had been drinking heavily with Tang Dashao, which had left him desperate. Now, standing by the banks of the Huangpu River and hearing the sound of rushing water, he simply couldn't hold it in any longer. Fire Phoenix's bright eyes glared at him, secretly thinking that Yi Hong was truly lacking in romance. However, this worked out perfectly. She had invited him out to discuss serious matters. After Yi Hong finished relieving himself, he contentedly pulled up his pants and walked toward Fire Phoenix, smiling as he said, "Hey, gorgeous, don't get too into character. We're not a real couple. Now's the time, tell me, what's your name? Where are you from? And why are you looking for me?" Fire Phoenix covered her mouth with a laugh, her delicate hand lightly tapping Yi Hong's nose. "You really are a blockhead, completely clueless about elegance." Yi Hong replied indifferently, "Elegance? What's that supposed to be? I didn't read much, and I prefer being straightforward. Let's not beat around the bush, let's finish this up quickly so I can go home and get some sleep." Hearing this, Fire Phoenix also became serious. "First, let me introduce myself. My name is Fire Phoenix, and I come from the National Security Bureau." Security Bureau? This was the first time Yi Hong had heard of this organization, and a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Is it like those MI6 agents and spies in the movies? You can understand it that way, Fire Phoenix said earnestly. As for the reason I'm looking for you, it's actually quite simple. You are a talented and exceptionally intelligent person. The country needs talents like you, so I am here on behalf of the Security Bureau to invite you to join us and serve the nation. Upon hearing this, Yi Hong burst into laughter. Fire Phoenix, right? Sorry, but the ambitions you mentioned are too grand for me. I'm not interested. In this lifetime, I just want to quietly be an ordinary person, make some money, flirt with girls, treat patients, and tease virtuous women. So, as for joining the Security Bureau, let's not bring it up again. Of course, on this quiet night, if you'd like to chat about other topics, I'd be more than happy to exchange thoughts with you. After speaking, Yi Hong's gaze brazenly swept over Huafeng. Huafeng glanced at him and smiled faintly. All right, stop pretending. I know you're not that kind of lustful person. You can take your time to consider my proposal. There's no need to give me an immediate answer. Actually, for you, joining the Security Bureau would definitely be more beneficial than harmful. Having his thoughts seen through, Yi Hong didn't mind and replied casually, "Sure, I'll think about it. But don't get your hopes up too high. I'm someone who really dislikes being constrained and doesn't enjoy risking my life for dangerous tasks. Join the Security Bureau? Yi Hong wouldn't do that even if it killed him. Anyone with a bit of sense knows that joining would mean stepping into a place full of danger, where you could die at any moment. In comparison, Yi Hong much preferred his current lifestyle. Seeing his firm stance, Fire Phoenix walked up to Yi Hong, gazing at him with her deeply affectionate eyes. If I, your elder sister, marry you and become your wife, would you agree to join us? Yi Hong's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing as he stared at Fire Phoenix's alluring figure, grinning lecherously. How about being lovers instead? That would be even more thrilling. Get lost. Fire Phoenix glared at him fiercely, secretly thinking that this scoundrel was truly impervious to persuasion. She had even tried to use her beauty to entice him, yet he still managed to keep his composure and refuse. Yi Hong replied indifferently, "All right, Fire Phoenix, the great beauty, let's not bring up joining the Security Bureau again. I'm not that foolish. Does joining you pay well? Can I earn 8 or 10 million a year? Otherwise, it's just risking my life for you for that meager salary." Fire Phoenix glanced at him and said seriously, "You little rascal, are you obsessed with money? With your skills, is earning money really that difficult? Although joining the Security Bureau doesn't pay as much as you claim, it does grant certain privileges within a specific scope. For instance, in Nanling City, you can use these privileges to access the police force system, even the military, and have government departments cooperate with you on certain matters. Isn't such a privilege enough to tempt you? That impressive?" As soon as Fire Phoenix spoke, Yi Hong's heart surged with excitement, thinking, this privilege is practically a shortcut to high-ranking authority. Not only that, you'll have the right to act first and report later. But remember, it must be used for legitimate purposes. If you break the law, the organization will never let you off. Damn, isn't this basically a license to kill? Yi Hang's heart tightened, then he looked at Fire Phoenix's proud figure and asked, "Do you have this privilege too?" Of course. Hearing this response, Yi Hang's mouth twitched, silently cursing in his heart. Luckily, I didn't do anything to her just now. Otherwise, if she killed me and even the country didn't intervene, it would be such an unjust death. So, have you changed your mind? Fire Phoenix's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If a genius like Yi Hong could join the security bureau, they would naturally be able to stand tall when facing those guys from the Ancient Martial Arts Association in the future. Yi Hong was slightly pricked by Fire Phoenix's gaze and gave an awkward smile. Well, Fire Phoenix beauty, let me think about it. Of course you can, but while you're considering, I'll stay at your place. Once you agree, I'll leave. Fire Phoenix smiled at Yi Hong, her breathtaking beauty sending a chill through his heart. This woman had a license to kill, and living with her was utterly terrifying. Alright, it's getting late. I'll head out now. Tomorrow, I'll move into your place, so don't you dare not welcome me. With that, Fire Phoenix vanished like a ghost in the night, leaving Yi Hong no chance to refuse, standing alone in the cold wind, gazing up at the starry sky. By the Huanpu River, Yi Hong sighed inwardly. How did he end up being targeted by such a mysterious organization like the Security Bureau? Fire Phoenix's appearance made him realize that there was a group of enigmatic beings hidden in the shadows of the world, impossible to discover unless they sought you out. Yet, joining this circle was something Yi Hong had never considered. Lighting a cigarette, Yi Hong fell into deep thought. How should he navigate the road ahead? To truly live a carefree and unrestrained life, his current achievements are not enough. Unless he possesses extraordinary abilities or a powerful background, he won't be able to live freely without anyone daring to interfere. After a night passed, Yi Hong woke up at 11 in the morning. He had only returned home at 2 or 3 o'clock last night, and after taking a shower, it was nearly 4. Naturally, he woke up late. He put on his pants and went to freshen up, but suddenly heard voices coming from the living room on the first floor. Curious, Yi Hong threw on a shirt and went downstairs. As soon as he reached the staircase, he was stunned and almost fell. He saw Fire Phoenix dressed in fiery red attire, doing Yi Qing's makeup. Yi Qing, who was originally elegant and refined, had instantly transformed under Fire Phoenix's hands into a modern urban fashionista, her beauty so dazzling that even top celebrities would feel inferior. Yi Hong was dumbfounded. How could his sister let Fire Phoenix do her makeup? Do they know each other? Ah, Xiaohong, you're awake. Come and see if the makeup sister Fire Phoenix did for me looks pretty? Yi Qing saw Yi Hong, pulled him to sit down, her face full of anticipation. Beautiful, sister, you're even more stunning than those big celebrities. Yi Hong sincerely praised. Hearing the compliment, Yi Qing felt delighted and then said, "Oh, Xiaohong, this is Sister Fire Phoenix. She just arrived in Nanling City, lost her wallet, ID card, and bank cards, and has nowhere to stay. So she wants to temporarily stay with us. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Yi Hong almost bit his tongue. This woman, pitiful? Wandering around with a license to kill, capable of taking out 2 people on a whim when she's in a bad mood. In comparison, Yi Hong felt he was the truly pitiful one. Living with this woman every day from now on, he'd not only have to tread carefully but also treat her like a revered ancestor. However, Yi Hong naturally didn't dare to refuse and nodded repeatedly. What made him curious was how exactly this Fire Phoenix got to know his sister and why their relationship was so good. Seeing Yi Hong agree, Yi Qing turned around and smiled at Fire Phoenix, saying, "Sister Fire Phoenix, you can stay with us for now, for as long as you like. It'll be nice to have some company. Xiao Hang is always running around outside every few days, and I get so bored being home alone." Yi Hong felt a bit guilty in his heart. Leaving his sister alone in this empty house did indeed make her lonely. Having Fire Phoenix move in wasn't a bad idea, as long as she didn't cause trouble. It would be good for his sister to have some company. Hee, Sister Yi Qing, thank you both. Don't worry, as soon as I've taken care of my business, I'll definitely leave and won't disturb you. As Fire Phoenix spoke, her gaze swept over Yi Hong, carrying a hint of meaning in her eyes. Yi Hong naturally understood what she was implying. Yi Qing nodded, glanced at his phone, and then said, "It's getting late. Xiao Hong, you keep Sister Hua phone company and chat for a while. I'll go cook, it won't take long. Sister Hua phone, later I'll let you try my cooking skills." After speaking, Yi Qing ran to the kitchen, leaving only Yi Hong and Hua Feng in the living room. Seeing Yi Hong casually playing with his Phone. Huafeng suddenly chuckled seductively and said, "What's this? Judging by your attitude, it seems you're not too happy to see me?" "Not at all. With the stunning beauty Huafeng visiting, I can't imagine how many men would be jealous of me." Yi Heng put down his phone and said, "But I'm curious, how did you and my sister meet?" Huafeng smiled faintly, "You men have your ways of making friends, and we women naturally have ours. But don't worry, I mean no harm to you or your sister. You know why I'm here." Yi Heng nodded, "Alright, with such a big house, having one more person makes it livelier. But I still stand by what I said, don't get your hopes up too high. Hee, I think once you get to know us, you'll change your mind." And so, Yi Heng's villa gained another resident, a woman with a license to kill. However, after a few days of living together, Yi Heng discovered that although Fire Phoenix's identity was intimidating, her personality was actually quite agreeable. The only thing that frustrated him was that she often teased him when Yi Qing wasn't around, stirring his desires. She was practically a seductress, making Yi Heng both happy and tormented. "Hey Hanzi, what's the deal between you and this woman?" Tang Dashao came to Yi Heng's house almost every day. After observing for a few days, he realized that Yi Heng and Fire Phoenix didn't seem to have the kind of relationship he had imagined. The first time he met Fire Phoenix, he had enthusiastically called her sister-in-law, only to be met with a harsh beating from her. Yi Heng put his arm around Tang Dashao's shoulder and laughed, "Why don't you go ask her yourself?" Hearing this, Tang Dashao shook his head like a rattledrum. Last time, he got beaten up by Fire Phoenix for saying the wrong thing. Just thinking about that woman's fists made Tang Dashao shiver. "Look at you, so spineless. What are you afraid of, just a woman?" Yi Heng said disdainfully to Tang Dashao. "Come on, you're just talking big because it's not your problem. If you're so capable, why don't you try?" "That woman's skills are probably even better than yours," Tang Dashao retorted. Yi Heng admitted this point, so he dared not provoke Fire Phoenix lightly. However, just as Yi Heng and Tang Dashao were chatting casually, the doorbell rang. Yi Qing, who was chatting with Fire Phoenix across the room, immediately got up to open the door. Soon, Zhou Yuner, dressed in a casual outfit, walked in with her, chatting and laughing. "Yuner, come sit down. Xiao Heng is at home." The two walked in, but before Zhou Yuner could sit down, she noticed Fire Phoenix dressed in fiery red attire, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. She had been busy with jewelry store affairs these past few days and hadn't visited Yi Heng's house. Unexpectedly, after just a few days of absence, there was now such a stunningly beautiful woman in Yi Heng's home. Seeing Fire Phoenix, Zhou Yuner felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She then looked at Yi Heng, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, and asked, "Who is she? I didn't expect you to have a hobby of hiding beauties in a golden house." Yi Heng rolled his eyes upon hearing this, while Tang Dashao gloated beside him, saying, "Hee, the vinegar jar has tipped over, huh? You've got quite the luck with romance, but this kind of blessing isn't easy to enjoy." Yi Heng kicked the guy and teased, "Miss Shou, is there something you need from me?" Zhou Yuna shifted her gaze away from Fire Phoenix and said calmly, "I came to let you know that in 3 days, we'll be heading to Yunnan. How's your preparation coming along?" Upon hearing this, Yi Heng finally remembered the promise he had made to Zhou Mingshan earlier to make a name for himself at the Yunnan Stone Gambling Festival. It seemed he would indeed have to make a trip to Yunnan. "Damn, why didn't you invite me to such a fun trip to Yunnan? Hanzi, when are you going?" "I'll go with you." Tang Haiban's eyes lit up instantly. He couldn't sit still for a moment and had long grown tired of the places in Nanling City. Yi Heng ignored Tang Haiban and turned to Zhou Yuner, asking, "Sure, I don't have anything to prepare on my end. When are we leaving?" "In that case, let's go tomorrow. I've already booked the tickets." "That's it, I'm leaving now." After saying this, Zhou Yuner left the villa without looking back, leaving the two women present stunned. Tang Haiban kicked Yi Heng and said, "Hey, what are you standing there for? Go after her." Yi Heng touched his nose, thinking that this girl seemed a bit upset because of Fire Phoenix. Under Tang Dashao's urging, he chased after her, but he didn't notice the fleeting look of sadness in Yi Qing's eyes behind him. Outside the villa, Yi Heng caught up with Zhou Yuner. Seeing her cold expression, he quickly said, "Beautiful lady, who made you angry? Tell me, and I'll beat them up for you." "Get lost." Zhou Yuner's expression still hadn't improved. The allure of Fire Phoenix, combined with her moving into Yi Heng's villa, had left her in a foul mood. She walked to the car, opened the door, and got in. Yi Heng, of course, wouldn't let her leave. He grabbed her hand and refused to let go, smiling bitterly, "Can you stop being mad? There's really nothing between me and her." "Humph, nothing, and yet she's living in your villa?" Zhou Yuner snorted coldly, clearly not believing Yi Heng's words. Then what do you want me to do? Yi Hong spread his hands and looked at Zhou Yuner as he asked. Unless you make her leave the villa, Zhou Yuner said angrily. She had indeed fallen for Yi Hong, and Zhou Mingshan had tacitly approved of it. However, seeing Huo Feng at Yi Heng's villa today made her feel a sense of crisis. Hearing this, Yi Hong smiled bitterly and said, well, that's not up to me. I think you just don't want to. Let go. Zhou Yuner's anger flared upon hearing this. She tried to yank her hand away from Yi Heng's grip, but he held on too tightly, causing her to suddenly fall from the driver's seat. Coincidentally, as Yi Hong tried to catch her, he accidentally touched a place he shouldn't have. Pervert. Scoundrel. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Zhou Yuner's face turned as red as an apple. She pushed Yi Hong away, quickly slammed the car door shut, and sped off. Yi Heng smiled wryly in helplessness, and just at that moment, Yan Ling, who had walked out of another villa, also witnessed the scene. I really didn't mean to. Yi Hong muttered to himself, feeling as aggrieved as someone swallowing bitter medicine in silence. He had only intended to steady Zhou Yuner, but who could have guessed his hand would end up touching that spot? At this moment, on the balcony of Yi Heng's villa's second floor, Fire Phoenix watched the scene with great interest, a smile curling at the corner of her lips. This little guy seems to be entangled in a web of romantic debts. The Zhou family's girl, his sister Yi Qing, It seems the Yen family's girl has some feelings for him too. Yi Hong returned to the villa and found that Yi Qing and Fire Phoenix were no longer in the hall, only Tang Haiban was there, bored and watching TV. Seeing Yi Hong come back, Tang Haiban grinned. So, is Yuner still mad at you? But let me tell you, you really should be more careful. You know Yuner likes you, yet you bring another woman home. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Get lost. Yi Hong replied with a helpless smile and a curse. He was well aware that Zhou Yuner liked him, but the whole situation was actually a misunderstanding. There was nothing more than friendship between him and Fire Phoenix. Tang Haiban patted Yi Hong on the shoulder. But you don't need to worry too much. I've known Yuner for so long, and I've never seen her like someone this much. You're heading to Yunnan soon, right? You can use this opportunity to talk to her more. Women, just need a little coaxing. If it really doesn't work, I'll help you out when the time comes. Alright, stop rambling. Just say what you want to say. Yi Hong knew exactly what Tang Haiban was up to. Helping him was just an excuse, wanting to go to Yunnan was the real reason. Hee Hansi, look at me, bored to death all alone in Nanling City. I haven't been to Yunnan yet. Why don't you take me along? Tang Dashao said with a flattering smile, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yi Hong glanced at him coldly and replied indifferently, your legs are on your own body. If you want to go, then go. Do you expect me to tie you up and drag you there? Tang Haiban immediately became so excited that he started jumping around. Hansi, you're still my best buddy. Just wait, I'll book the plane tickets right now. With the trip to Yunnan set for tomorrow, Yi Hong couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Leaving his sister alone at home made him uneasy. That evening, he stood in front of Yi Qing's bedroom door and knocked lightly. However, after a long while, there was no response from inside. It was already close to 11 o'clock, and Yi Qing had likely gone to bed. Inside Yi Qing's room, she leaned against the bed, her delicate eyes shimmering with a hint of melancholy. Today's behavior from Zhou Yuner made her realize a truth. Yi Hong was so outstanding, how could there not be girls who liked him? She had always believed she was Yi Heng's future partner, only waiting for the right moment to express it. Yet, she hadn't expected that while she liked him, other women would also be drawn to him. Yi Hong returned to his room, lay on the bed, lit a cigarette, and pondered the upcoming trip to Yunnan. That place was completely unfamiliar to him, and he had no idea what the Stone Gambling Festival would be like. But this was a test given to him by Zhou Mingshan, and the process was bound to be anything but easy. Just then, the door to Yi Heng's room was pushed open, and Huo Feng, dressed in a nightgown, walked in, closing the door behind her. Watching her step approach the bedside, Yi Hong couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. What was this woman doing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Beautiful Huo Feng, what brings you to me? Yi Hong asked cautiously, though his heart was on high alert. Facing this woman who held a license to kill, he knew he couldn't afford to be too naive. Fire Phoenix let out a light laugh, sitting on the edge of the bed. Her nightgown only covered her thighs, revealing those snow-white beautiful legs. The fiery emotions instantly spread in Yi Heng's heart. On such a night, with a peerless beauty beside him, what man could resist such temptation? Coming to you so late, of course, I want to sleep with you, Fire Phoenix responded with a smile. Why? Don't tell me you're not welcoming me. Yi Hong smiled faintly. If it's sleeping, I think no man would refuse you. However, I don't believe my charm is enough to attract you. Come on, tell me, what's your real reason for looking for me? Fire Phoenix chuckled lightly and teased, isn't your charm enough already, you little guy? The young lady from the Zhou family and the young lady from the Yen family are all into you, even your sister as well. Sigh. Now even if I want to squeeze in, I've got no place in your heart. Yi Hong rolled his eyes, don't talk nonsense. Even if Officer Yan and I know each other, as for my sister, I think you're overthinking it. Really? Fire Phoenix chuckled lightly, then shifted the topic. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I'm here to tell you that things have been unstable in Yunnan recently. The Stone Gambling Festival is about to begin, and many rough stone merchants have already flocked there, making the competition extremely fierce. And the major families secretly controlling the raw jade production are not easy to deal with. So during the festival, danger is bound to occur. You must be extra careful when you get there. Yi Hong was slightly stunned. The way you put it, isn't the Stone Gambling Festival extremely dangerous? Of course. Fire Phoenix nodded seriously. Almost all of China's jadeite is sourced from Yunnan. With years of mining, the output has become increasingly scarce. Now, jadeite merchants are all rushing to Yunnan, where fierce competition often leads people to resort to extreme measures to deal with their rivals. As for those families controlling raw jade production, they are likely to jack up the prices. However, in comparison, these aren't the biggest concerns. The most dangerous part of the Stone Gambling Festival is in the final round. I've heard they've added some new conditions this time. New conditions? A hint of doubt flickered in Yi Hang's eyes. Huafeng smiled faintly. Once you arrive in Yunnan, you'll naturally understand what this stage entails. If you manage to enter it and win the championship, then you will be the biggest winner of this year's Jade Gambling Festival. It seems the final stage is quite enticing, Yi Hong remarked with a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. By the way, during my time in Yunnan, I'll trouble you to take good care of my sister. That's no problem. Alright, let's get some sleep now. Sleep? Upon hearing this, Yi Hong was stunned and looked at Fire Phoenix incredulously. Could she really plan to sleep here? Under Yi Hang's gaze, Fire Phoenix gently lifted her nightgown with her delicate hand, revealing her snowy white thighs. As Yi Hong watched expectantly, her hand slowly moved upward, only for him to suddenly see a gleaming knife emerge. Fire Phoenix drew the knife, lightly blew on it, placed it between the two, and with a charming smile said to Yi Hong, "This bed, half for you and half for me. Of course, I don't mind if you come over to my side, it just depends on whether you have the courage." After speaking, she lay down with a smile on her face, comfortably closing her eyes, as if waiting for him to pluck the fruit. Watching this scene, Yi Hong smiled bitterly in resignation. This woman was just too good at tormenting people. Could even the peace of sleep be disturbed? After a sleepless night of tossing and turning, Yi Hong was woken by the alarm in the morning, only to find Fire Phoenix already gone. Looking at her bed from the previous night, Yi Hong had no choice but to freshen up while bearing two panda-like eyes. Downstairs, Yi Qing, Fire Phoenix, and Tang Haiban were already waiting. When Yi Hong came downstairs, Tang Haiban teased him with a laugh. "Hansi, what's up with your eyes? Could it be that you were as excited as me and stayed up all night?" Yi Hong gave him a helpless glare and chose to ignore him. At this moment, Yi Qing walked over, gently adjusting his collar and softly said, "Xiao Hong, when you go to Yunnan, you must be careful and take care of yourself. Your sister will be waiting for you at home." Yi Hong nodded in response. "Sis, don't worry. I'll be back in a few days." Yi Qing held Yi Hang's hand and gently nodded. At this moment, Fire Phoenix tossed a small object to Yi Hong and said, "This little thing is for you, it can help you pass security checks." Yi Hong took it and examined it. It was clearly some kind of high-tech device capable of isolating all metals. Now, there was no need to worry about the dragon scale dagger during security checks. Afterward, Yi Hong and Tang Haiban left the house and headed straight for Nanling City Airport. Zhou Yuner had already called and was waiting for them there. When the two arrived at Nanling City Airport, Zhou Yuner and two burly men were already waiting outside. Yi Hong saw Zhou Yuner from afar. She was beautiful to begin with, and today she was wearing a black business suit paired with sunglasses, instantly becoming the center of attention in the crowd. "Hee, Sister Yuner, you guys got here pretty early." Tang Haiban greeted from not far away. Zhou Yuner furrowed her brow and responded, "Fatty Tang, why did you follow us here?" Tang Haiban chuckled awkwardly. "Sister Yuner, there are so many fun things to do in Yunnan, and you took Hansi with you, leaving me all alone in Nanling City, so lonely, so bored, so miserable." "Stop, fine, if you want to go, then go." Zhou Yuner looked at Tang Haiban and said, but let me tell you first, going to Yunnan is not as fun as you think. If anything happens, I'm not responsible. Hee hee, you don't have to be responsible, we've got Hansi protecting us. Zhou Yun'er didn't bother with him, turned her head and let out a light snort towards Yi Hong, stuffed the plane ticket into his hand, and then walked towards the interior of the airport, with the two burly men following closely behind. Tang Haiban gave Yi Hong a nudge and said, Hansi, looks like Sister Yun'er is still mad at you. Yi Hong shrugged, there's nothing I can do about it. Maybe it'll get better once we're in Yunnan. Let's go. Before long, the boarding announcement sounded, and the group passed through security to begin boarding. About 30 minutes later, the plane from Nanling City to Tingchong, Yunnan, officially took off. Tingchong is a famous hometown of overseas Chinese, a center of historical documents, and a jade distribution hub. It is also a provincial-level historical and cultural city, and this time they were headed to the venue of the Jade Gambling Festival. About 4 hours later, the plane landed at Tingchong Airport. Walking out of the airport alongside Zhou Yun'er, a man in his 40s with a glowing complexion approached them, his face brimming with smiles as he said, Miss Zhou, welcome to Tingchong. Zhou Yun'er extended her hand, Uncle Lu, I'm sorry to trouble you to come pick me up personally. Lu Ximing waved his hand, don't be so polite. If it hadn't been for Mr. Zhou back in the day, I, Lu Ximing, might still just be a small-time vendor. Miss Zhou, please, I have already arranged accommodations for you all. You can stay there until the end of the Jade Gambling Festival. After speaking, the group got into a Hummer driven by Lu Ximing. The road conditions in the Tingchong area are complex, making Lu Ximing's Hummer particularly practical here. Tingchong, a place of multi-ethnic coexistence, is located on the western border of Yunnan, adjacent to Myanmar. It boasts a long history and rich cultural heritage, with many areas still retaining their pristine characteristics and remaining undeveloped. Old Lu, what fun places do you have here in Tingchong? Tang Haiban, with his excellent social skills, quickly became familiar with Lu Ximing, addressing him casually as Old Lu. Lu Ximing responded with a smile, Brother Haiban, I'll find someone to take you around in a few days. Honestly, there are plenty of fun spots in Tingchong. I guarantee it's no less exciting than your Nanling City. Heh, that would be great. I've already grown tired of Nanling City. As soon as Tang Haiban said this, Zhou Yun'er gave him a sideways glance and said coldly, I say, Fatty Tang, can't you stop thinking about playing all the time? Tingchong isn't exactly peaceful right now. If something truly happens, you'll be the one to regret it. Tang Haiban shrank his neck, gave an embarrassed smile, and stopped speaking. 2 hours later, Lu Ximing drove the car into a villa. It was his private villa, rarely used but regularly maintained by others. The surroundings were filled with plantains and banana trees, creating a tropical exotic atmosphere. Upon arriving at the villa, Lu Ximing said to everyone, This is my private place, you can stay here without any worries. Let me know if you need anything. Miss Zhou, you can go upstairs to rest for a while. Later, I will arrange a dinner banquet to welcome you all. Then we'll trouble you, Uncle Lu, Zhou Yun'er said with a gentle smile. Not a bother, not a bother. Lu Ximing waved his hand repeatedly. Afterwards, everyone went upstairs to the rooms arranged for them. After taking a shower, Yi Hong realized he hadn't brought a change of clothes, so he had to continue wearing the same ones. He then walked to Zhou Yun'er's door and knocked. When the door opened, Zhou Yun'er was wearing a bathrobe, her hair damp, looking as fresh and elegant as a lotus emerging from water. Seeing Yi Hong, she said coolly, Come in. Yi Hong touched his nose, entered the room, and sat down, saying, Miss Zhou, the Gemstone Festival starts in 2 days, but I don't know much about it. Could you give me a general rundown? Zhou Yun'er initially didn't want to pay attention to him, but upon hearing his words, she replied anyway, the Gemstone Festival is held once every 3 years. Each festival is divided into 3 stages. In the first stage, the organizers select some high-quality raw stones for exhibition, allowing participants to evaluate which supplier's stones are the best. If you spot a raw stone you like, you can even purchase it on the spot. The second stage is a competition of financial resources, also involving raw stones provided by the organizers. Whoever purchases the largest quantity of raw stones will have the opportunity to become a partner with the suppliers here in Yunnan, Zhou Yun'er continued to explain. Yi Hong interrupted her, so you're saying that not spending money in this stage is out of the question? What if all those raw stones turn out to be worthless? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? You could put it that way, Zhou Yun'er nodded. These raw stones are provided by several major families in Yunnan. Even knowing they're worthless, you still have to spend money to show sincerity. The more money you spend, the more they value you, and the greater the chance of becoming their partner. Yi Hong inwardly rolled his eyes. Wasn't this just gift-giving? What about the third stage? Yi Hong continued to ask. Zhou Yuner glanced at him and said seriously, I heard there's a significant change in the third stage this year. In the past, stone gambling experts gathered to compete, with the winner being determined by whose raw stone yielded the best results and fetched the highest price, earning a $1 billion reward from the organizers. But this year, to participate in the third stage, a $50 million entrance fee must be paid. This is because a new benefit has been added. The ultimate winner will not only receive the $1 billion reward but also be granted a raw stone mine vein by the organizers. Upon hearing this, Yi Heng's heart skipped a beat. $1 billion, equivalent to over 6 billion yuan. Not to mention, there's also a raw stone mine vein. Such generous rewards are bound to attract numerous participants. However, entering the final stage won't be easy. Aside from the $50 million entrance fee, the competition behind it will surely be even fiercer. No. Wonderfire Phoenix said the last stage of the Stone Gambling Festival is the most dangerous time. For such a reward, many will likely go mad and stop at nothing. Of course, after hearing Zhou Yuner's detailed introduction to the Stone Betting Festival, Yi Heng's mind immediately became active. With his yin-yang vision, he felt as if he had found the golden key to wealth. This Stone Betting Festival was the perfect opportunity for him to make a fortune. No matter how dangerous the path ahead might be, he absolutely wouldn't miss it. After resting in the villa for an hour, Lu Jining came to inform everyone about the dinner party. By this time, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the ideal time for a meal. Everyone followed Lu Jining to a restaurant in Tingchong, renowned for its specialty dishes. Almost every tourist had to come to taste the delicious flavors of Tingchong. The restaurant boasted an elegant environment, rich in traditional charm, and infused with the unique ethnic style of Yunnan's minority groups. As soon as they entered, a friendly waiter greeted them enthusiastically. Ah, Boss Lu, you're here. After receiving your call, I specially reserved the best spot for you. Please come in. Speaking was a chubby middle-aged man whose weight rivaled that of Tang Dashao. Lu Jiming replied with a smile, Old Kai, later, bring me a few pots of your best Shadaozi liquor. You know the drill, every time I come here, I can't leave without a drink or my stomach feels uncomfortable. Ha ha, don't worry, you won't miss out. Everyone should drink more too. Around here, nobody's used to drinking foreign liquor or red wine. Old Kai responded with a smile, clearly familiar with Lu Jiming. Everyone eventually sat at the round table by the window, but the two burly men remained standing. Zhou Yuner spoke up, just sit down. This isn't the army, there aren't so many rules here. Miss Shou, we're fine standing, one of the men said honestly, appearing very simple-hearted. Come on, when Yuner says sit, just sit. It's just a meal, don't make it such a formal affair. Tang Dashao pulled him into a chair, and the other man, seeing this, also stopped resisting and sat down. After introductions, the honest man was called Li Shan, and the one with the resolute face was called Su Fei. Seeing everyone seated, Lu Jiming took out the menu, intending to hand it to Zhou Yuner, but Tang Haibin snatched it halfway. Let me do it, let me do it. Let's see what delicious food Tingchong has to offer. He stared at the menu for several minutes, swallowing repeatedly, and ended up ordering more than a dozen dishes, leaving everyone puzzled. Soon, the dishes and drinks were served one after another. Looking at the plates of bizarrely shaped delicacies, Yi Hong, who was extremely hungry, suddenly felt full. I say, what are these things you ordered? Are they even edible? Before Tang Haibin could answer, Lu Jiming beat him to it. Edible, of course, they're edible. Haibin's choices are right up my alley. Come on, everyone, try this. These are fried ants, delightfully fragrant. And this one, fried bamboo worms, a rare delicacy. And don't even get me started on this bee pupae, perfect for pairing with drinks, a true culinary treat. Come on, give them a try. Yi Hong looked at the plates full of insects, his stomach churning in protest. He couldn't tolerate it. He had never even heard of these things before, let alone eaten them. Zhou Yuner's expression wasn't much better. She just stared blankly at a plate of vegetables. But Tang Haibin, Lu Jiming, Han Shan, and Su Fei enjoyed the feast thoroughly, their chopsticks flying, and before long, most of the insect dishes were wiped clean. Yi Hong and Zhou Yuner exchanged a glance and could only helplessly start on the vegetarian dishes. Although Yi Hong wasn't used to these dishes, the baijiu was strong enough to make up for it. He downed several glasses in a row, and the alcohol gradually started to kick in. At this moment, Tang Haibin, who was full and satisfied, patted his stomach and said contentedly, getting to eat such good stuff, this trip was totally worth it. Hanzi, Are you really not going to try it? Let me tell you, once we're back in Nanling City, you won't have the chance to taste something this delicious. Yi Hung shot him a glare. Eating insects? That was definitely not his thing. Just then, a very handsome young man walked into the restaurant and headed toward Yi Hung and the others' table. Behind him followed a woman wearing sunglasses and 2 bodyguards. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on him. Upon hearing this, Yi Hong and the others at their table looked toward the young man who had spoken. As soon as Zhou Yuner saw him, her brows furrowed slightly, and she said calmly, "So it's young Master Ning. What a coincidence that you've also come to Yunnan." Ning Feng smiled faintly and walked over. "It is indeed a coincidence. However, the 2 of our families are in the same industry, even though one is based in the south and the other in the north. How could our Ning family miss such an important event as the Jade Gambling Festival? What do you think, Sister Yuner?" Zhou Yuner replied coldly, "Since young Master Ning has joined in, it seems that the ultimate winner of this Jade Gambling Festival is destined to be your Ning family. Of course. I'd say in terms of strength, there's yet to be anyone in the country who can surpass our Ning jewelry." Ning Feng chuckled proudly, a hint of arrogance flickering across his face. Then he turned to Zhou Yuner and said, "Sister Yuner, a meeting is fate. How about I treat you to a meal?" "Thank you for your kindness, Ning Xiao, but I've already eaten." Zhou Yuner refused without hesitation. Ning Feng glanced at the dishes on the table and smirked slightly. "Yuner, you eat this kind of food with common folks? I know a nice Western restaurant nearby. It's been over a year since we last saw each other. We could have a good chat. What do you think?" "There's really no need. I'm already full," Zhou Yuner replied firmly. Yuner, don't you understand my feelings for you? Besides, if our 2 families join forces, we could absolutely dominate the domestic jewelry market. Furthermore, regarding this Stone Gambling Festival, I happen to have quite a bit of insider information that you're sure to find interesting. Please. Ning Feng spoke as he gestured invitingly, exuding elegance. Zhou Yuner's brow furrowed even deeper. She knew Ning Feng to be difficult to deal with, and now that he was pestering her, she feared it would be hard to find peace in Tingchong. I'll pay you, my foot. Where the heck did you even come from, you worthless piece of crap? If you keep running your mouth, do you believe I won't toss you out of here?" Tang Daxiao had long been annoyed with Ning Feng, and his temper exploded all at once. In his view, a remarkable woman like Zhou Yuner could only belong to Yi Hang. This furious shout startled Ning Feng, who stiffened with a sullen expression and stared at Tang Daxiao. "Who do you think you are, you fatso? How dare you be so rude? Are you kidding me, you pretty boy? Dare say another word and see what happens." Tang Daxiao was blazing with fury and immediately picked up the chair behind him, clearly ready for a fight. Seeing this scene, Ning Feng's bodyguard quickly stepped forward. "Young master, this person is too arrogant. Shall we teach him a lesson?" Ning Feng sneered coldly and turned his gaze to Zhou Yuner. "Yuner, this friend's mouth is too filthy. It seems he needs to suffer a bit to learn his lesson." After saying this, he gave a signal to the 2 bodyguards, who immediately showed a ruthless expression and started walking toward Tang Haiban. Tang Daxiao felt a chill in his heart as he saw the 2 muscular bodyguards approaching. Although he was hot-tempered, he couldn't help but feel uneasy facing these professional bodyguards. He quickly looked toward Yi Hong beside him. Actually, Yi Hong had already noticed Ning Feng's frivolity and Tang Daxiao's anger. He did not want these 2 bodyguards to harm Tang Daxiao, as Tang Daxiao was still considered a friend in his eyes. Thus, when Ning Feng's bodyguards walked up to him, Yi Hong stood up and stepped in front of the 2 bodyguards. "You can still step back now while you have the chance." Yi Hong looked at them calmly, his tone steady, as if this were the most ordinary thing in the world. Seeing this, Ning Feng curled his lips into a sly smile, secretly thinking that this was just another arrogant fool. He signaled his bodyguards to act, and the 2 bodyguards rushed toward Yi Hong, attempting to forcibly push him aside. But to their surprise, Yi Hong stood firm like a mountain, unmoving. "It seems you follow your master's orders quite well." Yi Hong sneered, his gaze turning icy in an instant. As the 2 bodyguards prepared to strike, he made his move first. His fists, like iron hammers, pounded out, landing fiercely on their bodies and emitting 2 muffled thuds. The 2 bodyguards were like kites with broken strings, instantly sent flying and crashing into tables and chairs with a loud bang, creating chaos. The surrounding customers were startled by the scene, turning to look, while Ning Feng was left dumbfounded. His bodyguards were former Special Forces members, more than capable of handling 10 at once, yet they were defeated by Yi Hong in a single move. Lu Jiming, Li Shan, and Su Fei were utterly shocked to see Yi Hong exhibit such astonishing skills. Usually quiet and reserved, who would have thought that such immense power was hidden within Yi Hang's seemingly frail body? Ha ha! Tang Dashao smugly smiled at Ning Feng, his lips curling into a mocking grin. Having 2 bodyguards makes you feel invincible, huh? Trying to teach me a lesson? Believe it or not, I'll crush you right here and now. Ning Feng's face darkened upon hearing these words. He coldly stared at Zhou Yuner, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted in disdain. I didn't expect Yuner to have such a formidable expert by her side. I was indeed out of line today. However, don't be too arrogant in Tingchong. Those who are too arrogant generally don't end up well, they might just die in the streets tomorrow. Are you threatening me? Yi Hong turned around, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he fixed it on Ning Feng. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you come from a good family. There are plenty of people in this world capable of crushing you. Now get lost, before I personally throw you out. Fine, I'll leave, but I'll remember you. Ning Feng sneered coldly, then turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Yi Hong said indifferently, "Thank you, young Master Ning, for your concern, but don't have nightmares tonight. Also, the term Yuner is not something you're qualified to use. Next time we meet, I hope you'll address her as Miss Zhou instead." Ning Feng's body stiffened, accompanied by an icy aura as he walked out of the restaurant. His female companion and bodyguard followed him. Zhou Yuner felt a surge of sweetness in her heart after hearing Yi Hang's words and couldn't help but glance at him. Yi Hang's jealousy over Ning Feng instantly brightened Zhou Yuner's previously unhappy mood, and a hint of gentle affection appeared in her eyes. "Miss Zhou, Ning Feng has strong connections in Tingchong. As far as I know, he is quite close to the Ruan family," Lu Jiming said. Zhou Yuner furrowed her brows slightly. The Ruan family? I never thought the Ning family would get involved with them. It seems the Ning family's ambitions for this stone gambling festival are quite large. Is the Ruan family really that powerful? Yi Hang asked as he looked at them. Indeed, very impressive, Lu Jiming explained. In Yunnan, the production of raw stones is controlled by 4 major families: Yan, Ruan, Kuan, and Ba. These 4 families not only dominate raw stone production but also have a history in Yunnan, spanning over a century, with deep roots. Each family maintains private militias, and with their extensive connections and formidable strength, it's difficult for ordinary people to deal with them unless they are recognized by these families. Zhou Yuner added, the Ning family getting involved with the Ruan family means we need to be cautious during this stone gambling festival. They might turn out to be our biggest rivals. The group nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal, they left the restaurant. However, Yi Hong and Zhou Yuner were still hungry and decided to find something else to eat. As a result, they asked Lu Jiming to drive home first. Tang Haiban, with a mischievous grin, assumed Yi Hong was planning a date with Zhou Yuner and left with Lu Jiming. As night fell, the streets lit up brilliantly, bustling with people. Young men and women strolled around, enjoying the lively nightlife. Yi Hong and Zhou Yuner walked among them, blending seamlessly into the crowd of couples on dates. "Hey, are you jealous?" Zhou Yuner tilted her head to look at Yi Hong, her eyes sparkling with sweet delight. Yi Hong replied with a smile, "I'm not a fan of jealousy, it's too sour, not to my taste at all." Zhou Yuner snorted softly after hearing this, evidently dissatisfied with the response. But Yi Hong continued with a laugh, "Though, if anyone makes me jealous, I guarantee I'll hit them so hard their own father wouldn't recognize them." Just now, Ning Feng was lucky, he had 2 bodyguards to shield him from trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuner's expression softened, and she smiled faintly, "At least you know how to talk." With that, one of her delicate hands naturally held Yi Hang's big hand. Yi Hong was momentarily taken aback but then gripped her hand tightly. At this moment, it seemed the time had come to define the relationship between the two. Breaking the ice, Yi Hong and Zhou Yuner wandered the streets like a young couple, laughing constantly and drawing envious looks from passers-by. It is said that a woman's intelligence drops when she's in love, and Zhou Yuner was living proof of that at this moment. Her usual wisdom and decisiveness had vanished, replaced by the demeanor of a cheerful little girl who asked Yi Hong all sorts of questions, brimming with curiosity about everything. Regarding this, Yi Hong could only nod repeatedly, inwardly marveling at how the taste of first love truly blended sweetness with torment. When he used to go shopping with his sister Yi Qing, he had never experienced anything so profound, but now, he finally understood the truth of the saying, shopping with a woman is both a mental and physical torment. As the two strolled along, Yi Hang's stomach betrayed him by growling in protest. In fact, he had already been famished after walking around with Zhou Yuner for so long. Hearing the sound, Zhou Yuner covered her mouth with a laugh and teased, "Why are you standing there like a fool? Go order some food. Or do you expect me to order for you?" Yi Hong shrugged and, without hesitation, ran to an overworked woman to order a large array of meat and vegetable dishes, foods that would thoroughly satisfy his hunger. The two then found an empty table and sat down. The place wasn't crowded, with only 3 other tables occupied. On Yi Hang's left sat a robust young man in his early 20s, shirtless, with well-defined muscles. He was drinking strong liquor while devouring barbecue, as if the delicacies before him were the ultimate flavors of the world. On their right, a few well-dressed men were engaged in a low-voiced conversation. Although their dishes had not yet been served, Yi Hong couldn't help but frown slightly as he listened to their discussion, his heart sinking. It turned out they were Japanese. "What's wrong?" Zhou Yuner noticed Yi Hang's expression and held his hand, asking with concern. "Nothing, just a few Japanese, probably here for tourism," Yi Hong replied calmly. Zhou Yuner shook her head, her brows furrowed. "They are no ordinary people. One of them is Fujiwara Gofu, the executive president of Fujiwara Group, stationed in China. Fujiwara Group is a major player in the jewelry industry. His presence here is most certainly for the Jade Gambling Festival. Even a consortium from Japan is participating. It seems this year's Jade Gambling Festival will be exceptionally thrilling." Excitement gleamed in Yi Hang's eyes. Zhou Yuner gently rubbed her forehead. "Indeed, it's exciting. Ning's Jewelry, Lu's Jewelry, and various other jewelry merchants are gathering here. If Fujiwara Group and Hong Kong's Kwok's Jewelry join in, the competition will be even fiercer. It won't be easy for us to seize the greatest benefits." Yi Hong patted her hand confidently. "Don't worry, I'm here." Zhou Yuner couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. "You're quite confident. The people participating in the Stone Gambling Festival are not easy to deal with. My jewelry store has just started, and we lack both strength and foundation. If it weren't for the connection with Zhou Mingshan, my store would have long been swallowed up by the major jewelry companies. How could we compete with these giants?" Seeing Zhou Yuner's lack of confidence, Yi Hong didn't mind and thought to himself that, with his yin-yang eye ability, he would undoubtedly amaze everyone. He went on to ask, "By the way, Grandpa Zhou is a highly respected figure in the stone gambling world. Why is your Zhou family's jewelry store not well known domestically?" Zhou Yuner smiled bitterly and explained, "Actually, you don't know this, but although my grandfather is the king of stone gambling in the South, he doesn't care much about the jewelry business. His mind is entirely focused on carving, striving to create the best works in the world. As for my father's generation, they weren't passionate about this industry either. So it's only my generation that started establishing the Zhou family's jewelry store. But in terms of strength and prestige, we can't compare to the major domestic giants." "I see." Yi Hong nodded and then asked, "Is Ning Jewelry strong in the domestic market?" Judging by Ning Feng's tone, they seem to have a certain status nationwide. Zhou Yuner nodded earnestly. Ning's Jewelry was founded by the northern king of jade gambling and, after 3 generations of development, has become one of the giants in the domestic jewelry industry, with undeniable strength and sales across the country. As for Lu's Jewelry, it has a richer historical heritage and has been around longer, but its operations have suffered in recent years, leading to financial chain crises and a significant decline in strength. After listening to the two's conversation, Yi Hang's mind surged with excitement. The Jade Gambling Festival was imminent. He absolutely could not miss this transformative opportunity. As they talked, a large table full of barbecue was already served. The golden roasted chicken legs exuded an enticing aroma, and the starving Yi Hang's appetite surged instantly. He began devouring the food on the table with ravenous enthusiasm. Although Zhou Yuner was eating as well, her way of eating appeared much more elegant, as if enjoying a refined feast. However, Yi Hong, driven by hunger, paid no attention to his image. Filling his stomach was his top priority. Just as he was focused on gnawing on a chicken leg, an extremely irritating voice suddenly came from nearby. "Ugh. Baka, what is this food? Is it even fit for humans to eat?" "Fujiwara-kun, you've always praised the barbecue of the Shina people as being exceptional, but to me, this is nothing but pig slop. Only pigs would eat such food." Yi Hang's appetite was instantly extinguished, and anger surged within him. He thought to himself, "Are you seriously calling my food pig slop? My chicken leg is way more delicious than your mouth." Thinking this, he looked up in fury, and caught sight of Jinsya Saburo's utterly punchable expression. Jinsya-kun, you're just not used to Huasha's delicacies yet. If you don't like this place, we can try another. I heard there's a roasted whole lamb restaurant nearby that's quite good, Fujiwara Gota said with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. "Forget it. I will absolutely never try food from the Shina people. It's all garbage made for backward nations." Only the cuisine of our great Yamato country is the most delicious in the world, Jin Saburo declared with absolute confidence. Jin Xiaokuan is absolutely right, but since Jin Xiaokuan can't get used to Huaxia's food, I wonder if he might have an interest in Huaxia's women? Fujiwara Goto's words were like lighting a powder keg, causing Jin Saburo's eyes to instantly light up. It's still Fujiwara-kun who understands me. I heard from my grandfather that back in the day when he stepped onto this land, he comforted quite a few Chinese women. They said Chinese women have quite the charm. Later on, Fujiwara-kun must definitely. Shut the hell up, you damn Japanese. If you're not eating, then pay the bill and get lost. Say one more word and I'll beat the life out of you. Before Saburo Inashita could finish his sentence, the robust young man behind Yi Hong erupted in fury and threw the chicken bone he'd just finished chewing directly at Inashita's face. You damn Chinese pig. Are you looking for death? Saburo Inashita, hit by the chicken bone, instantly flared up with rage, his face contorting in fury. Screw you, you damn Japanese pigs. You dare continue to run your mouth? The robust young man slammed the table and sprung to his feet, furiously, throwing all the remaining food on the table at Inashita and his companion, scaring them off in panic and fearing the greasy food might land on them. However, Saburo Inashita and Itsuo Fujiwara fled, but the cold-blooded Otokan of the Wokaku people did not leave. He grabbed a table and threw it out, blocking the food hurled by the robust young man. Baka! Damn Shina! Otokan, teach him a hard lesson for me! Saburo Inashita roared. Otokan instantly charged at the robust young man, drawing a katana from his waist. The robust young man was not to be outdone, swiftly pulling a tang sword from somewhere. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. By the table, the sound of clashing weapons echoing, leaving onlookers dazzled. The barbecue stall's proprietress, seeing this, did not try to stop them. Instead, she stood to the side cursing the little Wokaku. Yi Hang glanced at them, smiled faintly, and said to Zhou Yuner, "Have you had your fill? If you have, I might need to loosen up my joints. My hands have been itching lately, I can't resist wanting to hit someone." Zhou Yuner nodded without saying much, secretly feeling angry. Saburo Jingxia's insulting words against the Chinese were something any Chinese person would want to teach him a lesson for. Thus, Yi Hong stood up and walked towards Saburo Jingxia, who was not far away. Seeing Yi Hong approaching with an irritated expression, Saburo Jingxia immediately stepped back 2 paces. "Chinaman, what do you want?" "Deal with you." Yi Hong responded mercilessly, delivering 2 slaps that left Saburo Jingxia dazed and completely disoriented. Finally, Yi Hong kicked him hard, sending him flying to the ground where he wailed in pain. "A bunch of despicable people, coming to our territory and still acting disrespectfully. You seriously deserve a beating, don't you?" Yi Hong flexed his wrist while Fujihara Itsuo, watching the scene, said with a sullen expression, "Sir, you are harming international friends here. I am going to file a complaint with your government. We demand an apology." Yi Hong, upon hearing this, directly kicked out, "You son of a bitch, you're no good either. Get lost." Fujiwara Gofu was kicked by Yi Hong onto Inashita Saburo, and the two wailed in pain. Yi Hang's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with unrelenting anger. These self-righteous Japanese people, who showed no respect, and trampled on the dignity of other nations at will, were intolerable to any patriotic Chinese person. Yi Hong was precisely such a hot-blooded youth, and the humiliation of that historical period only fueled his growing rage. However, just as he finished teaching Fujiwara Gofu and Inashita Saburo a lesson, a blinding flash of a blade suddenly struck from behind, aiming straight for his vital point. If this strike landed, Yi Hong would undoubtedly die. "Yi Hong, watch out!" Zhou Yuner exclaimed in alarm upon seeing this, her voice filled with suppressed fear. Feeling the cold wind from behind, Yi Hong quickly turned sideways, narrowly avoiding Xiaotian's slash. Xiaotian's initial attack failed, so he immediately changed his move. The blade swung sharply, flashing like lightning, thrusting straight toward Yi Hang's abdomen. Humph! Yi Hong let out a cold snort as the dragon scale dagger instantly appeared in his hand, meeting the attack head-on. The clash sent sparks flying, followed by a loud clang as Xiaotian's samurai sword shattered. Instantly, terror spread in his heart, and he hurriedly retreated. At that moment, a sturdy young man suddenly appeared behind him. With a punch, a resounding bang echoed, and Xiaotian was sent flying, spewing blood violently. Yi Hong shifted his gaze, glancing at the sturdy young man, thinking to himself, although this person hasn't cultivated inner strength, it's evident that he has undergone specialized training, possessing skills more formidable than a typical special forces soldier. "You bunch of little Wa Kingdom scoundrels dare to wreak havoc here? Truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Next time, open your eyes wide." The sturdy young man let out a cold laugh, looking at Fujiwara-go and his companion, who were struggling to support each other as they tried to stand. Fujiwara Itsuo's face darkened as he glared angrily at Yi Hong and the robust young man, saying coldly, "What you're doing is illegal. I will file a complaint with your government." "Complaint? Complain to your grandmother. Get lost immediately, or if you say one more word, I'll cut you down with a single strike, you bunch of little Japanese," Yi Hong retorted mercilessly, burning with rage. Fujiwara Itsuo's expression instantly turned grim. He stopped Saburo Inashita and said coldly, "Young man, you will pay the price for this." With that, he pulled Saburo Inashita away in a hurry. Oda glanced at Yi Hong and the robust young man, a trace of fearful coldness flashing in his eyes, before quickly retreating as well. Watching this group of Japanese flee in embarrassment, the robust young man broke into a radiant smile, walked toward Yi Hong, and said heartily, "Brother, great blade, great skills. My name is Koen Sang, pleased to meet you." Yi Hong cupped his hands in return and smiled, "My name is Yi Hong. Brother Koen Sang's skills are impressive as well. Let's stop flattering each other. Brother Yi Hong, I feel an instant connection with you. How about we have a couple of drinks together and become friends?" Koen Sang said sincerely. "I was thinking the same." Yi Hong responded with a smile. "Haha, Brother Yi Hong is indeed straightforward." Koen Sang laughed twice and said to the ant tidying up the table, "Antly, grill some snacks for me. I want to have a couple of drinks with Brother Yi Hong. Today's losses are on me." Koen Sang. Antly responded, "Big Brother Koen Sang, you all taught them well. Those Japanese people are truly despicable, listening to it makes me want to kick them myself. You've often taken care of my business, so let me treat you all to this meal today." After speaking, Antly got busy. Yi Hong and Koen Sang exchanged smiles and took a seat at a clean table. Koen Sang glanced at Zhou Yuner and said with a laugh, "Brother Yi Hong, you're truly lucky to have found such a beautiful wife. Are you two here for tourism? We've got some matters here, but the scenery in Tingchong is quite nice. It's just that we're new here and not very familiar with the area." "Big Brother Koen Sang, do you know where there are fun places around here?" Yi Hong asked with a smile. Koen Sang laughed heartily, "Brother Yi Hong, you're asking the right person. I know Tingchong like the back of my hand. Tomorrow, I'll take you to visit our reclining Buddha temple. It's an ancient monastery with a history of over 1,000 years, home to some remarkable people. Almost all tourists who come here make a pilgrimage there." "Reclining Buddha temple, that sounds great," Yi Hong said with a smile. "Tomorrow, we'll trouble you to be our guide, Brother Koen Sang." "Brother Yi Hong, no need to be so polite. I enjoy making friends like you. As for those little Japanese earlier, I wish I could have cut them down with a single blade," Koen Sang said fiercely, but his tone turned serious. "However, since you've come to Tingchong at this time, you need to be cautious. Recently, things have been unsettled here, with all kinds of shady characters gathering." Hearing this, a flicker of vigilance crossed Yi Hong's eyes. He asked in an even tone, "Brother Koen Sang, are you referring to the unsettled situation in Tingchong right now?" Koen Sang frowned, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice, "Brother Yi Hong, you may not know. Recently, it's our jade betting festival here, and many domestic jewelry merchants have gathered. On the surface, everything seems fine, but there are undercurrents beneath. For example, Ning's jewelry from the north has colluded with the Yuan family. They've even joined forces with the largest gang in Yunnan and Hong Kong's Gui's jewelry, not to mention some Hong Kong mafia members have mixed in. The situation is highly complicated. And let's not forget that even the little devils from a neighboring country have sent many experts. If they clash over interests, Tingchong could descend into utter chaos." Yi Hong and Zhou Yuner's brows instantly furrowed. The complexity of this jade betting festival far exceeded their expectations, and in the face of these industry giants, they were clearly at a disadvantage. After pondering for a moment, Yi Hong asked, "Brother Koen Sang, although there has always been competition during previous jade betting festivals, it has never been this chaotic. Even with increased stakes, surely it wouldn't warrant such drastic measures?" Koen Sang shook his head and said firmly, "Brother Yi Hong, your understanding is mistaken. Though $100 million may not mean much to them, that mine is a treasure trove that everyone dreams of. Even the four great families are coveting it." Zhou Yuner interjected, "Since the mineral vein is so important, why don't the four great families mine it themselves? Why would they give it away as a reward? Isn't that like cutting into their own profits?" "Sorry, I can't disclose the reason behind that," Koen Sang said with a slight smile. "But it seems you're not just here for sightseeing, you must also be here for the Stone Gambling Festival, right?" Yi Hong responded with a smile, "To be honest, Brother Koen Sang, we are indeed here for the Stone Gambling Festival. But hearing you say this, the competition must be incredibly fierce. The competition is so intense that even the four great families might not be able to suppress it. Koensang nodded in agreement, then curiously asked, I have a general understanding of the domestic jewelry industry, but which company are you from, Brother Yi Hong? You don't seem very familiar. Zhou Yuner smiled slightly. Our Zhou Jewelry has only been established for 2 years, so naturally, its reputation can't compare to those giants. I see. Koensang nodded, and then Adley had already prepared a table of delicious barbecue. At Koensang's enthusiastic invitation, Yi Hong had 2 boxes of beer with him, chatting late into the night before parting ways. Although their conversation was lively, Yi Hong gained no other information about Koensang apart from his surname. Of course, they had already arranged to visit the Sleeping Buddha temple tomorrow. For this, Yi Hong even shared his address with Koensang, who immediately patted his chest and assured him that he would come and pick them up. When Yi Hong and Zhou Yuner returned to the villa, Li Shan and Su Fei were still sitting quietly in the living room. Seeing Zhou Yuner return safely, the two visibly relaxed. After all, they were assigned to protect Zhou Yuner, and if any mishap occurred in Tingchong during this imminent time of chaos, their military uniforms might have to be taken off, sending them back home to farm. Miss Shou, Brother Yi, you're back, Li Shan said with a smile. Zhou Yuner nodded in response. You all should go rest, it's already late. Oh, and get ready, we might go out for a stroll early tomorrow morning. Alright, Miss Shou. Brother Yi, you two should also rest early, Li Shan and Su Fei said before departing. As soon as Li Shan and Su Fei left, Yi Hong immediately leaned close to Zhou Yuner, grinning as he wrapped his arm around her waist. They've all gone to sleep, should we also get some rest? Zhou Yuner's face instantly turned slightly red. She gave him a glare and quickly pushed him away. What, you want to sleep with me? Yes. Yi Hong nodded honestly, his true thoughts involuntarily spilling out. Get lost, dream on. Do you think I would sleep with you? Wait until you manage to deal with your future father-in-law first. Facing Yi Heng's fiery gaze, Zhou Yuner's cheeks flushed, but her heart was pounding. She had also fantasized about such a scenario, but when truly confronted with it, she still didn't know how to respond. Looking at Zhou Yuner's rosy face, Yi Hong felt a tickle in his heart, especially since he had already seen her body, which made his thoughts stir even more. However, Zhou Yuner's rejection left him helpless, so he had to suppress his impulses and teased, Yuner, is my future father-in-law really that hard to deal with? What kind of person is he exactly? Zhou Yuner glanced at him and said with a playful smile, you'll know when you meet him, but let me warn you in advance, be careful not to get beaten up when you see him. What? Beaten up? Yi Hong was completely puzzled. His father-in-law getting beaten up? What kind of situation was this? Although he didn't know the specifics, he learned from Zhou Yuner's words that her father seemed to be someone difficult to deal with and prone to using his fists. Alright, I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too. Tomorrow, we'll go out and take a stroll. After saying this, Zhou Yuner took the initiative to give Yi Hong a light kiss on the cheek, blushed, and then ran upstairs. Touching the spot where he was kissed, Yi Heng's lips curled into a smile. This must be what love feels like. How wonderful. However, as he walked to his room door and prepared to open it, he suddenly heard faint sounds coming from Tang Dashao's room next door. Yi Hong grew curious and wanted to knock on the door but discovered the sounds grew increasingly muffled, the breathing heavier, and even a woman's voice emerged. What is that kid doing inside? Yi Hong was shocked, recalling how Tang Dashao had just arrived in Tingchong and already had a woman accompanying him. He originally intended to leave but, upon listening closely, vaguely felt that the woman's voice seemed to be coming through speakers. What exactly is going on? His curiosity was piqued, and he immediately activated the yin-yang eyes to peek into Tang Dashao's room. The result almost made him vomit the food he had just eaten. Oh, damn. Crap, Tang Dashao was actually watching an island-style art film on his computer. Yi Hong couldn't be bothered to look anymore, fearing he'd witness Tang Dashao losing control, which might genuinely make him throw up. Returning to the room, Yi Hong took a shower, and his thoughts drifted back to the stone betting festival. With their current strength, trying to gain an upper hand in front of jewelry industry giants was almost impossible, unless they could find external support. However, the opponents here were all powerful individuals, making any alliance unfeasible. As he thought about it, Yi Hang felt a headache coming on. This was originally something Yun'er should be worrying about, but now that he was so close to her, he naturally had to make an effort. Moreover, he still remembered the promise he made to Ming Shanzhou to build his reputation at the stone betting festival. After a night's rest, the next morning, Yi Hong was awakened by Yun'er's knocking on the door. Groggily, he opened the door. And upon seeing the refreshed Yunarjo, a playful smile flashed in his eyes. He directly pulled her inside and closed the door. "Ah! What are you doing?" Yunarjo exclaimed in surprise, only to have her mouth blocked by Yi Hang. Their lips pressed tightly together as Yi Hong forcefully pried open her teeth. The kiss seemed to freeze time, and the two were completely immersed in it. However, Zhou Yunar suddenly felt a surge of heat and immediately pushed Yi Hong away. "Ah, Yi Hong, you jerk! Why aren't you wearing pants?" Yi Hong looked at her panicked face and bitterly smiled in his heart. Being stirred up with such intense passion so early in the morning, what could he do? Helplessly, he had no choice but to head to the bathroom to cool down. 10 minutes later, Yi Hong came downstairs. In the living room, aside from the people who were already present, there was now an additional figure, Kuan Sang. Seeing Yi Hong come down, Kuan Sang laughed heartily. "Brother Yi Hong, you sure wake up late. If your wife hadn't gone up to call you just now, I was about to kick your door open." Yi Hong glanced at Zhou Yunar, whose face was slightly flushed, and said shyly, "Brother Kuan Sang, sorry for keeping you waiting." At this moment, Tang Dashao came over, patted Yi Hong on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Hansi, if I had known, I would have gone with Yunar last night. Earlier, I heard Brother Kuan Sang say that you two taught a few Japanese people a lesson together last night. How could you leave me out of such a fun activity? What are you doing?" Yi Hong brushed off Tang Dashao's hand, frowning slightly and appearing somewhat displeased. "Not doing anything, my shoulder hurts." Yi Hang's lips twitched slightly, looking helpless. "All right, Brother Yi Hong, it's getting late now. Let's go. I'll take you to the reclining Buddha temple for a stroll and to pay respects to the real Buddha we have here," Kuan Sang said with a smile. Yi Hong nodded and replied, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Kuan Sang." The group left the villa, and Kuan Sang had already brought over an extended version Hummer. The interior of the vehicle was spacious, luxurious, and grand, with champagne and fine wine readily available. Yi Hong glanced at the car, feeling increasingly curious about Kuan Sang's background. For someone to drive such a luxury car in Tingchong, Kuan Sang was certainly no ordinary figure. Tang Dasha expressed his envy, saying, "Damn, when I have money someday, I must get one of these to drive. With this much space, everything becomes so convenient." Yi Hong rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "This guy is probably overthinking it. Large space? Is he imagining this for car sex?" The reclining Buddha temple is located on a mountain peak in the suburbs of Tingchong. The mountain towers several hundred meters high, as if standing amidst the clouds, offering picturesque scenery. However, from Tingchong's city center to the reclining Buddha temple, one must pass through a stretch of dirt road, surrounded by dense forests on both sides, making it impossible for regular vehicles to proceed. After more than an hour of jolting, Yi Hong and his group finally arrived at the base of the sleeping Buddha temple. Kuan Sang's words weren't exaggerated. Sleeping Buddha temple was quite famous locally, attracting both travelers and residents alike. The area in front of the temple was teeming with crowds. "Damn, why is this ridiculous temple built on top of the mountain?" Tang Dashao muttered as he got out of the car. Staring at the winding path ahead, he instantly felt discouraged about climbing up. With his weight of over 200 pounds, scaling this path felt like sheer torment. "Alright, a little more exercise will help you shed a few pounds," Yi Hong teased, laughing and kicking the man. With Kuan Sang leading the way, the group began trekking up the mountain. The path to the sleeping Buddha temple was rugged and uneven, and there were plenty of others climbing alongside them. 20 minutes later, Yi Hong and his group arrived at the halfway point. At this moment, the breathtaking scenery unfolded around them, but Tang Dasha was already exhausted, drenched in sweat, with most of his clothes soaked through. Kuan Sang saw this and couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Brother Tang, it's just climbing a mountain, your physical strength is too weak." Yi Hong also laughed and said, "I think that's it. The surroundings here are steep, with no place to relieve oneself. Most likely, this guy couldn't hold it in and just wet his pants." Zhou Yunar's face turned red, while the others burst into laughter. Young Master Tang glared at Yi Hong and Kuan Sang indignantly. "Damn it, later I'll pee right on your faces." Upon hearing this, Yi Hong immediately felt a wave of disgust. This guy really dared to say it. However, after this commotion, the fatigue on everyone's face disappeared completely. Yi Hong stood halfway up the mountain, taking in the surrounding scenery, and suddenly noticed faint traces of several green dragons soaring around Wofu Temple. Startled, Yi Hang carefully observed and saw that these green dragons were all lying in the mountain ravines, shaped like resting dragons. Could this be a dragon vein? Yi Hang's heart was filled with shock. His yin-yang vision allowed him to see extraordinary phenomena, invisible to ordinary people. The presence of dragon veins around Wofu Temple suggested that this place was truly remarkable. At that moment, Yi Hong caught sight of a figure in the distance carrying a bucket of water, racing up towards the mountain peak. The person was dressed in a grey monk's robe, but due to the distance, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to discern their features clearly. Yi Hong, however, was different and immediately saw the elderly face of the person. Judging initially, this man was at least 70 years old. For someone of such an age to be carrying a bucket of water and briskly navigating the steep cliffside path, Yi Hong finally believed Kuan Sang's claim about the presence of a master at Wofu Temple. This old man was clearly a cultivator and even stronger than him. Yi Hong thought to himself, he's really a master. Perhaps sensing that someone was watching him, the elderly monk, carrying a bucket of water, stopped, glanced in Yi Hong's direction, and then smiled faintly, as if connecting with him spiritually. Yi Hong was taken aback, such a strong sense of perception. There were 300 or 400 meters between them, and yet the old man could still sense his presence from such a distance. It was truly astonishing. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Hong in a daze, Zhou Yuner walked up beside him and asked curiously. Yi Hong shook his head without explaining these matters. Even if he told Zhou Yuner, she might not believe him. A group of people continued climbing toward the reclining Buddha temple. Tang Dashao complained incessantly, this place is such a dump. Brother Kunsang, why doesn't the Tingchong government spend some money to renovate this place? Yi Hong chuckled and said, you don't understand a thing. The essence lies in the historical and cultural heritage left behind. After saying this, Yi Hong suddenly felt a chill emanating from Kunsang. He turned his head and saw that Kunsang was staring coldly at a group of people walking toward them. Well, isn't this young Master Kunsang? And you still have the mood to go sightseeing at a time like this? The speaker was a young man, followed by several powerful-looking attendants, his tone full of mockery. Kunsang sneered and said, since you, Brother Ruan Hong, are in such good spirits, how could I not be? Heh, young Master Kunsang, how could you and I compare? Your Koan family must be like ants on a hot pan during this time, scurrying around in desperation. But young Master Kunsang truly lives up to his reputation as the most composed person in our circle, still daring to wander about at this moment. I, Ruan Hong, am impressed. Ruan Hong smiled faintly, yet Kunsang completely ignored him. I suppose this gentleman here must be Mr. Rong Fansheng, one of Southeast Asia's 7 great gambling masters? Kunsang looked at the elderly man next to Ruan Hong. Although the man appeared no different from an ordinary person, his eyes were as sharp as a sword, making it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze comfortably. Rong Fansheng nodded slightly, you're the young fellow from the Kuan family. Bring back a message. If your Kuan family cannot produce a skilled expert, this wager is destined to fail. Kunsang's face stiffened, and he thought to himself, this old man is indeed formidable. He replied, thank you, Mr. Rong, for the reminder. I will pass on the message, but you are not the only gambling king in the world. If you want to win this game, Mr. Rong, you'll likely need to give it your all. That also depends on whether your Kuan family can make it happen. Rong Fansheng snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and left. Ruan Hong's lips curled into a smile as he said to Kunsang, young Master Kuan, see you at the next game. I hope then you'll still be as relaxed and leisurely as you are today. With that, Ruan Hong led a group of people away. Yi Hong glanced back at the departing elder and thought to himself, this person's gaze is sharp like an eagle, his skills are exceptional. He must be someone who has spent years immersing himself in the world of casinos. Shit, damn it, what's so great about them? Kunsang, who were those guys just now? Tang Haiban sneered and glanced at Ruan Hong and his group's backs. Kunsang said, the person just now is the successor of the Ruan family. The old man by his side has a bit of a reputation, he's one of the 7 major gambling kings of Southeast Asia, skilled in gambling techniques. Although he's not officially ranked, it's rumored he could be in the top 4. Shit, isn't he just a rich second generation and an old man who knows a bit of gambling? Tang Haiban scoffed disdainfully. Kunsang, however, frowned deeply. Ruan Hong may not be worth mentioning, but Rong Fansheng must not be underestimated. The future of our Kuan family may end up in his hands. Yununa, quick-witted as always, asked sharply, Brother Kunsang, if I'm not mistaken, you should be the successor of the Kuan family, one of the 4 major families, right? Yi Hong had also vaguely guessed this, but he didn't ask. Kunsang nodded and said apologetically, sorry, I didn't mean to hide this from you. I just wanted to make friends with you all as an ordinary person. I hope you don't mind. Yi Hong patted Kunsang's shoulder and smiled slightly, saying, Brother Kunsang, there's no need to apologize. However, from Ruan Hong's tone, it seems your Kuan family has run into some troubles? I remember the four major families have always stood united to resist external forces. Why is your relationship with the Ruan family so tense? Everyone focused their attention on Kunsang, evidently filled with curiosity about this matter. Kunsang handed a cigarette to both Yi Hong and Tang Dashao, lit one for himself, took a deep drag, and slowly said, "You're absolutely right. From the inception of the four major families, we established ancestral rules. We would not form alliances with external forces and would strive for mutual development. This was to maintain the balance of power. If someone were to betray this, it would disrupt the balance among the four families and ultimately lead to the dominance of one side." So, does this mean the Ruan family has already broken the ancestral rule and started collaborating with external forces? Yi Hong frowned. Indeed, it's not just the Ruan family, the Ba family is the same. Kunsang's voice was low and resolute. The Ruan family has allied with Ning Jewelry and is eyeing our Kunsang family's raw gemstone mines. The Ba family, meanwhile, has teamed up with Lu Jewelry and is equally eager to grab a share. In recent years, under the pressure from these two families, although our Kunsang family has managed to survive, it's been a case of causing 1,000 wounds to the enemy while suffering 800 ourselves. Yi Hong pondered for a moment and asked, "Was Rong Fanqing here earlier also because of this matter?" He's nothing but a money-grubbing opportunist. Whoever pays him, he'll serve them," Kunsang sneered. "Our four families control all the raw jade mines in the Yunnan region, but after generations of extraction, the veins are nearly depleted. If no measures are taken, we will eventually face a crisis of resource exhaustion. That's why the Ruan and Ba families have set their sights on our mines. Unable to seize them by force, they've decided to settle disputes through gambling. That's why Rong Fanqing showed up here." "Damn it! Kunsang, my brother, why gamble? Just keep fighting them head-on," Tang Haiban interjected excitedly. Kunsang gave a bitter smile, shaking his head and said, "I just mentioned earlier, after fighting against the Ruan and Ba families for so many years, our Kuan family has also suffered significant injuries and great losses. Actually, settling disputes through gambling isn't a bad choice, but the gap between ideal and reality is just too wide. Could there be other hidden truths?" Yi Hong looked puzzled. Kunsang nodded and said angrily, "Recently, our Kuan family has visited gambling experts across Asia, but almost all of these people have been bought off by the Yuan family and the Ba family. They wouldn't lend a hand to our Kuan family at all." "Then your Kuan family is really in dire straits," Tang Haiban murmured softly from the side. Yi Hong shot him a fierce glare, then turned to Kunsang and said, "Brother Kunsang, what about the Yin family? Haven't they gotten involved in this dispute?" Kunsang frowned and said, "The Yin family has always maintained neutrality, but I can't shake the feeling that they have ulterior motives, wanting to watch the tigers fight from atop the mountain. It seems there might be a mysterious force pulling the strings behind them." After hearing this, Yi Hong felt a vague sense of unease. The situation in Tingchong had already become complex. Not only were major jewelry firms stirring things up, but the undercurrents among the four major families were also unpredictable. No one could foretell the development of events. At present, Tingchong seemed like a storm on the horizon, ready to descend into chaos at any moment. Let's not talk about these worrying matters. We're here to have fun. Come on, I'll take you to see the true Buddha of our place." Kunsang patted Yi Hong on the shoulder, and the two walked side by side forward. Kunsang's attitude was clearly well adjusted. The reclining Buddha temple was imposing and grand, with the front courtyard and rear courtyard separated. Visitors in the front courtyard mostly came to worship the many Buddhas within the main hall, while entry to the rear courtyard was forbidden to outsiders. Here, Shakyamuni was venerated, with the side halls housing figures such as the 18 Arhats and other Buddhas. After wandering around the reclining Buddha temple for nearly an hour, Yi Hong and his group were just about to leave when a young monk suddenly appeared before Yi Hang. The young monk seemed ordinary and unremarkable, but Yi Hong noticed his steady gait and even breathing, evidence of his training in Buddhist techniques, which made it impossible for Yi Hong to discern the monk's level of mastery. The young monk respectfully said Ba to Yi Hang. Yi Hong curiously asked, "Little master, may I ask what's the matter?" "What else could it be? This little monk isn't looking for anyone else but you. He must have taken a liking to you," Tang Dashao teased with a sly smile from the side. Yi Hong mercilessly kicked the guy, refusing to pay attention to him. However, shortly afterward, the young monk, with hands in a prayer gesture and a respectful expression, said, "Benefactor, my master says you are connected to Buddha and possess extraordinary traits. Could you kindly come with me to the backyard to fulfill a virtuous connection?" "Backyard?" Before Yi Heng's voice had faded, Kunsang's eyes instantly lit up. The backyard of the reclining Buddha temple was a place many high-ranking officials and noblemen dreamed of visiting. It was rumored that true masters resided there. Yi Hong curiously asked, "Little master, may I ask if your master knows me?" "We've never met." "Then may I know why the master is looking for me?" "Everything is predestined, simply because you came here for the reason of fate. My master also said, if you leave, you certainly won't be disappointed." Upon hearing this, Yi Hong became even more curious. Just what deeper meaning might the old monk mentioned by the young monk hold? After pondering for a moment, Yi Hong said to Kunsang, "Brother Kunsang, how about you all wait for me for a bit? I'll go there and come back shortly." Visiting the backyard of the reclining Buddha temple is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many people. "Brother Yi Hong, go ahead, we'll wait for you here," Kunsang encouraged with a smile. Yi Hong nodded, gave Zhou Yun'er a reassuring glance, and then followed the young monk toward the backyard of the reclining Buddha temple. When they entered the backyard, Yi Hong found that the dilapidation here far exceeded that of the front yard, filled with an air of antiquity as though it had weathered countless storms. The young monk led him to a small thatched hut and then left. At this moment, outside the grass hut, there were 2 straw mats, one large and one small, with 2 monks sitting on them, one old and one young. Yi Hong immediately recognized that the old monk was the one who had been fetching water with flying steps earlier. The young monk was about 10 years old, fair and adorable, resembling a ceramic doll and evoking a sense of affection. As Yi Hong carefully observed the pair of monks, the young monk suddenly opened his eyes, revealing cute little tiger teeth, and gave Yi Hong a radiant smile. This young monk was truly endearing, with an exquisite appearance, a shaved little head, and large, expressive eyes that seemed as though they could speak, twinkling brightly. At this moment, he was curiously staring at Yi Hong. Apparently, finding it insufficient just to look, he stood up, walked over to Yi Hong, and gently touched him here and there, as though admiring a beloved toy. Yi Hong was rendered speechless by the young monk's actions, thinking to himself, "This little guy actually sees me as a treasured toy. Benefactor, it seems Qingqing likes you very much. In that case, this old monk can rest assured." At this moment, the old monk slowly opened his eyes, holding a string of prayer beads in his hand, and smiled as he looked at them. Yi Hong frowned slightly, glanced at the old monk, and asked, "Master, we are strangers to each other. May I know why you sought me out?" The old monk chuckled and said, "Everything is predestined. Those destined to meet will cross paths even from 1,000 miles away. You have traveled a great distance, allowing us to meet here. This is fate. Moreover, I just observed a dragon soaring into the heavens around the temple, which must signify the arrival of an esteemed guest. Now that I see you, it is indeed true. Benefactor, your destiny is extraordinary. You will survive 100 calamities and are destined to become an emperor." Yi Hong had no patience for the old monk's ramblings and said directly, "Old monk, I don't have time to play riddles with you. Just tell me why you wanted to see me. If you don't, I'll be on my way." No need to rush, benefactor," the old monk said with a faint smile before continuing. "May I ask, benefactor, do you like children?" Yi Hong glanced at the little monk still standing beside him, pinched his cheek, provoking the little monk to glare at him in annoyance, his face full of displeasure. Seeing this, Yi Hong smiled happily and said, "I quite like him." "Old monk, is this little guy your disciple?" "Not at all." The old monk shook his head and said, "Xingcheng has grown up with me since childhood, but I have not taught him anything. Now the time has come, a new connection has arrived, and the old ties between us have ended. He ought to leave me now." After he finished speaking, the old monk sighed and recited Amitabha. Hearing the old monk's words, Yi Hong laughed and said, "Old monk, you can actually bear to let such a cute little guy leave?" The old monk sighed once more, his gaze complicated, and said, "What you say is true, but the bond between me and him has ended. If he doesn't leave, his life will be in danger. Only by following you can his situation be resolved." "Follow me?" Upon hearing this, Yi Hong immediately laughed and said, "Old monk, stop spouting all these mysterious things. I see your temple is rather run down. Could it be that this little bald-headed guy is your illegitimate child, and now you can't afford to raise him, so you're trying to pawn him off on me?" Bah. The old monk smiled bitterly and said, "You jest, sir. I have never married in my life, so how could I have children? The reason I wish for Qingqing to follow you is because your destiny is unique, you are born extraordinary. Moreover, there is a force within you that conflicts with Qingqing's, and only such a force can ensure her safety. If you don't believe me, just try and you'll see." Although the old monk's words sounded rather mystical, Yi Hong understood the meaning. The little bald-headed guy had a force inside him, and Yi Hong's own force happened to counteract the one in the little monk's body. Yi Hong grasped the little monk's palm, channeling his internal energy swiftly, allowing it to enter the monk's body. At the moment Yi Hang's internal energy entered the little monk's body, a surge of terrifying power, vast and boundless like an ocean, was swiftly unleashed, directly rebounding the internal energy Yi Hang had transmitted. At the instant the internal energy was repelled, Yi Hang saw a black force within the little monk's dantian. It was a miniature black dragon, currently in a deep slumber. Yi Hang was greatly alarmed. What on earth was this power? Or could it truly be a black dragon? Even the energy released during its slumber was horrifyingly overwhelming. If the entity within the little bald head were to be fully unleashed, Yi Hang could hardly imagine the terrifying extent of its power. Benefactor, did you sense it? The old monk looked at Yi Hang, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. Yi Hang was secretly shaken to the core. Turning his head, he frowned and asked, "Old monk, what exactly is that? How can it be so terrifying? That is not a power that belongs to humans." The old monk sighed. However, the power within the benefactor's body happens to be the nemesis of this force. With Qingqing by your side, I can be at ease. Old monk, are you joking? Yi Hang sneered, doubt filling his heart. This little one has such terrifying stuff inside him, and yet you want him to follow me? I think you're trying to get me killed, right? Besides, I have nothing to do with you. Why should I agree to your request? Not at all. The old monk shook his head and said gravely, "Benefactor, have you not noticed that the power within you is different from others? What you are cultivating is not inner strength, but spiritual energy, something all warriors dream of, formed by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. I have traveled far and wide for 100 years, and you are the only one I've seen with such a miraculous presence." Spiritual energy? Yi Hang looked puzzled. According to Zhao Hengtian's explanation, warriors begin cultivating inner strength from the sense of energy stage, followed by the nourishment stage, which is still inner strength. Only masters who clear their Ren and Du meridians can cultivate true energy. So what exactly is this spiritual energy? Yi Hang couldn't help but wonder. You will understand. The old monk's gaze was piercing as he said earnestly, the power within you comes from the essence of heaven and earth, which happens to counteract the energy inside. Qingcheng. As long as, during his episodes, you can transfer a portion of your power to him, he will remain unharmed. If you are willing, I am ready to offer you a great opportunity. Old monk, why don't you handle these matters yourself? Yi Hang asked, puzzled. It's not that I am unwilling, but I am no longer capable. Over the years, suppressing the power within Qingqing's body has drained my true energy to the point that I fear my end is near, mere days away. Finished speaking, the old monk pressed his palms together and silently recited a scripture. Yi Hang couldn't help but feel respect for the old monk. He then said, "This little bald head, I quite like him. I can take care of him on your behalf." The old monk smiled faintly, revealing an expression of relief. "I truly thank you, benefactor. Now, I can depart in peace." As soon as he finished speaking, the prayer beads in the old monk's hand broke apart on their own. Immediately, he reached out as if to grab, and Yi Hang felt his body drawn by a powerful force, landing instantly in front of the old monk, completely unable to resist. "Old monk, what is your intention?" Yi Hang's expression shifted in shock. The old monk continued to smile, placing both hands against Yi Hang's chest. A tidal wave-like force instantly surged into Yi Hang's body, one sword to reign supreme, defeating all rivals. Laughing across the mortal world, asking only heaven. "Benefactor, if by fate you encounter my old friend, please convey my inquiry, without sorrow and faithful to the entrusted task." After speaking, the old monk peacefully closed his eyes, and the power within him continued to flow incessantly into Yi Hang. "Master, why do you go to such lengths?" Yi Hang's heart ached. The old monk before him shared no familial bond, yet for the sake of a promise, he passed his remaining power to Yi Hang as his own life approached its end. To Yi Hang, this wasn't a mere blessing but a profound kindness, one he couldn't repay, for he could feel the old monk's vitality draining away. He could do nothing but watch helplessly. As the old monk kept transferring his power, the energy within Yi Hang surged like a raging flood, quickly assimilating into his own strength. Within mere minutes, his abilities had advanced to the mid-phase of chi perception, and this transformation showed no signs of stopping. At this moment, the temple bell rang, one chime after another, sounding 9 times and echoing across the mountain summit. As the 9th chime fell, a sense of foreboding arose in the hearts of the people at the reclining Buddha temple. Soon, they saw one monk after another kneel down, bowing devoutly in the direction of a specific area in the temple's backyard. At the temple of the reclining Buddha, a highly respected master has passed away peacefully. In the backyard of the temple of the reclining Buddha, Yi Hang gazed at the lifeless old monk, his heart filled with sorrow. Although the old monk required him to look after the little bald-headed child before passing on his teachings, the weight of this favor felt suffocating. Master, rest in peace. Please be assured, I will take good care of him. Yi Hang bowed deeply before the old monk, then stood up, took a deep breath, and walked toward the confused-looking little monk. What happened to the old monk? The little monk raised her head and looked at Yi Hang in confusion, her youthful voice unmistakably belonging to a little girl. Yi Hang was startled. He had always assumed she was a boy, but to his surprise, she turned out to be a little girl. The old monk is asleep. Let's leave, let's not disturb him, okay? Yi Hang said softly. The little girl nodded and whispered, it's good that the old monk is asleep, he hasn't slept for a long time. Oh, big brother, the old monk once said that if someone came to take me away, that person would be my father. Big brother, are you my father? Yi Hang's mouth twitched, and he quickly shook his head. Big brother isn't married yet, how could I be your father? Now, you come with me, and big brother will take you to find your father later, okay? Okay. The two, one big and one small, walked out of the backyard. At this moment, the entire reclining Buddha temple was cloaked in sorrow. The chanting of the monks sounded like a mournful melody, growing increasingly desolate. The worshippers who came to pray sat cross-legged, silently bidding farewell to the master's soul. Yi Hang arrived at the spot where he had parted ways with Kuan Sang and the others. At that moment, Kuan Sang and his group were anxiously waiting for his return. Not long after, news came from the Wat Pho temple that an eminent monk had passed away, and they were worried that something might have happened to Yi Hang. When they saw Yi Hang return safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, you've gone off to become a human trafficker. How long has it been, and you've already tricked a little shaved head into following you back? Tang Dashao exclaimed as he saw Yi Hang leading a delicate little monk over. He immediately ran over, his rough palm rubbing the shiny head of little Qingqing back and forth. He then knocked on it forcefully, producing a hollow thunking sound. Fatty, get your hand off me. I'm not called little shaved head, my name is Qingqing. Qingqing puffed up her cheeks in anger at the sight, glaring fiercely at Tang Dashao. Biting her lip, she showed two adorable little tiger teeth, a look so cute it made everyone want to pinch her cheeks. What an adorable little one, and she's a little girl. Zhou Yun'er's maternal instincts instantly kicked in as she walked over and scooped up Qingqing with a face full of affection. Qingqing's unparalleled charm made everyone irresistibly drawn to her. Tang Dashao originally wanted to snatch her over for a hug, but was slapped away by Zhou Yun'er, leaving him full of resentment. At this moment, Kuan Sang asked Yi Hang, Brother Yi Hang, could it be that this little girl is also a monk here? Yi Hang replied, she has lived here since she was a child, cared for by a senior. However, that senior has already passed away. From now on, she will follow me, and I will take care of her. This is something I promised that senior. After everyone regrouped, they didn't stay at the reclining Buddha temple any longer and headed straight down the mountain. Along the way, Qingqing's presence brought laughter and joy. Everyone vied to hold her, but Qingqing had quite a temper, only Yi Hang was allowed to hold her. Zhou Yun'er, watching this, felt quite jealous. Big brother, the sister is jealous of you. Inside the car, little Qingqing sat on Yi Hang's lap, her clear voice ringing like a bell. Yi Hang glanced at Zhou Yun'er, who was glaring at him, and chuckled, well, little Qingqing, tell big brother, what is that sister jealous of me about? Little Qingqing tilted her head, revealing her little tiger teeth, and said, she's jealous that big brother can hold me, but she can't. Big brother, from now on, Qingqing will let only you hold me, okay? Ah, Qingqing is so sweet. The more Yi Hang looked at this sensible little girl, the more fond he grew of her. Big brother, can you hold me while we sleep tonight? Alright, big brother will hold Qingqing while sleeping tonight. Yi Hang responded casually, but as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that Zhou Yun'er's gaze seemed to blaze with fury. He quickly chuckled awkwardly and said, well, Qingqing, tonight you'll sleep with Sister Yun'er. Qingqing's little face instantly fell, filled with displeasure. Big brother, why? Is it because Qingqing isn't as pretty as Sister Yun'er? Yi Hang was both amused and exasperated. This little girl was truly a little mischief maker. Well, Qingqing, how about you sleep with Brother Haiban? Tang Dashao leaned toward Qingqing, his face full of flattery. Who wants to sleep with you? Trying to take advantage of me, you fatso, get lost. Little Qingqing retorted mercilessly, causing everyone in the car to burst into laughter. Tang Dashao, having been reprimanded by the little girl, sulked and sat back. Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from outside the car, and the entire vehicle abruptly tilted by several centimeters. Not good, someone has slashed the tires. Kuan Sang's expression changed, he immediately braked and quickly dashed towards the rear compartment. Li Shan and Su Fei, already prepared, quickly drew the pistols hidden in their clothes, their expressions tense. Yi Hong held little Qing Cheng in his arms, his expression icy cold. It's a sniper, at 6 o'clock to the left, and there are 7 of them. Although Yi Hang's yin yang I couldn't see too far, through his perspective vision, he could see 7 blurry, fully armed figures approaching from a distance. The atmosphere grew tense instantly. Damn it, not snipers again. Why are we so unlucky? Tang Dasha felt a bit scared at the mention of snipers, recalling the harrowing experience in Nanling City that had left him deeply shaken. Kuan Sang looked at Yi Hong, his brows furrowed, and said, "Brother Yi Hong, what should we do now? These assassins are clearly prepared, surrounded by forest on all sides. Staying in the car makes us sitting ducks." Upon hearing this, Yi Hong sneered coldly, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. "Of course, we fight back. Brother Kun Sang, let's go out and meet these killers to see exactly who they are." "Ha, just what I wanted. I want to see who dares to go against us." As he spoke, Kun Sang had already drawn a 30-centimeter tang knife from his lower leg, exuding an aura of coldness. Yi Hong nodded, then turned to Li Shan and Su Fei. "Brothers, you stay in the car and protect them, leave the outside matters to us. Don't worry, Brother Yi Hang. With the 2 of us here, no one can hurt Miss Zhou and the others." Li Shan and Su Fei exchanged a glance, full of confidence. A hint of worry appeared on Zhou Yun'er's face as she clenched her fists tightly. "Be careful, don't hurt yourselves. I'll wait for your return. Hee, I still have to warm your bed tonight. If I get hurt, that thing we talked about would be ruined. Ha! Wait for us to come back." After speaking, Yi Hong kicked open the car door, jumped out with Kuan Sang, rolled on the ground, and immediately, a dense barrage of gunfire poured down like a torrential rain. The rattling burst of gunfire seemed to tear the air apart. Tongues of flame danced around the spot where Yi Hong and Kuan Sang had just leapt from. Some large trees were hit by stray bullets, their leaves scattered and fluttering, as if playing a prelude to the combat. Yi Hong quickly activated his yin-yang eyes technique, his gaze piercing through the vegetation. 100 meters ahead, 6 killers clad in camouflage vests with emotionless expressions were concealed behind cover. Their sniper rifles were aimed directly at them, ready to unleash bullets like raindrops the moment Yi Hong and Kuan Sang made a move. Spotting this group of killers, Yi Hang's heart tightened, and he thought of the curved blade. The icy demeanor of these assassins gave him a déjà vu, reminding him of the 2 hitmen he faced in Nanling City last time, cold and utterly ruthless. However, to deal with these 6 killers, the priority was eliminating the snipers hidden in the dark. Yi Hong knew that while he wasn't afraid of snipers, Kuan Sang would undoubtedly face a deadly threat. With that in mind, Yi Hong gestured to Kuan Sang not far away, then crouched down and stealthily moved deeper into the forest. Kuan Sang's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile as he tightened his grip on the Tang Dao and charged toward the hiding spot of the 6 killers. Jungle carnage, this was his forte, one he had performed countless times in the chaos-ridden land of the Golden Triangle. In the forest, Yi Hong quickly approached a large tree, leaped up, and effortlessly landed on a branch 2 meters above the ground. Then he continued climbing another 2 or 3 meters, reaching the treetop. From there, he surveyed the surroundings, taking in everything within a 200-meter radius. At this moment, the 6 assassins were each hidden in different corners, motionless and seemingly blending into the environment. An ordinary person, even if walking right past them, would find it difficult to notice their presence. However, Yi Hong did not spot Kuan Sang. He knew Kuan Sang must have already approached the 6 assassins but was hiding too well for him to track his movements. Nonetheless, these were not the main issue. Yi Hang's priority was locating the sniper. Once the sniper was dealt with, the 6 assassins would be as helpless as meat on a cutting board, ready for slaughter. His gaze passed over a raised area of ground, covered in fallen leaves. The sniper was hiding beneath these leaves, and if not for the gun barrel showing, Yi Hong would have struggled to detect him. Seeing this, Yi Hong sneered, quickly jumped down from the tree, and charged toward the sniper's position. At the same time, Kuan Sang had already stealthily positioned himself around the 6 assassins' hiding spots. The Tang sword, in his hand, as sharp and ruthless as a butcher's blade, was aimed straight at one assassin. Without hesitation, he slit the assassin's throat, completing the act in utter silence, while the other 5 remained entirely unaware. However, just as Kun Sang prepared to claim the life of the second assassin, gunshots suddenly rang out, shattering the tranquility of the forest. The remaining assassins all fired at Kun Sang's position. Reacting swiftly, Kun Sang rolled several times, quickly dodging the bullets. The battle ignited in an instant, and the slaughter in the jungle was only just beginning. Damn it! Guns posed too little threat to him. "Take him down in close combat," one assassin cursed under his breath, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. His order instantly ignited the spark of battle. The remaining 4 assassins quickly drew daggers strapped to their thighs, turning into wolves and charging directly at Kunsang. Kunsang's lips curved into a cold smile as he fearlessly raised his Tang Dao, ready to meet this 1-against-4 bloody clash head-on. His blade flashed like lightning, instantly tearing through the forest silence, while the attacks of the 4 assassins crumbled like fragile paper before him. At the same time, Yi Hong rushed to the sniper's hiding spot. The sniper was concealed under a pile of dried branches and leaves. Furious, Yi Hong felt a burning urge to set the entire area ablaze and reduce it to ashes. Just as the sniper focused all his attention on aiming at Kunsang, he suddenly sensed an intense crisis. He leaped up abruptly and fired a shot behind him without hesitation. Gunshots exploded, and bullets instantly hit a nearby tree. Yi Hang's figure darted like the wind, rendering the sniper's attack ineffective and giving him an opportunity to counter. Yi Hong sneered coldly, effortlessly dodging the sniper's attack, using momentum to kick toward the sniper. The sniper's kick struck the tree trunk, producing a crisp cracking sound. "Not bad, but if you want to kill me, you're far from qualified." Yi Hang's gaze was as sharp as a blade, stepping closer with each move, unleashing a powerful collapse punch. The sniper's face revealed killing intent, sensing the dire situation, and exerted all his strength to attack again. As fists and feet collided, a horrifying sound of bone fracturing echoed from the sniper's leg. Pain distorted his face as his body involuntarily retreated. Yi Hong had no intention of letting him go, smiling coldly, stomping forcefully before charging out like an arrow released from a bowstring. His 5 elements fist rained down upon the sniper like a relentless storm. Bang, 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 bang. Each punch carried terrifying power. Under Yi Hang's attack, the sniper's bones broke like fragile twigs. It wasn't long before the sniper was left barely alive, his sniper rifle shattered into pieces by Yi Hang's punch. Poof! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out violently as the sniper could no longer bear it, crashing heavily against a tree and collapsing weakly to the ground. Yi Hong walked forward coldly, gazing down at the dying enemy. "Speak, who sent you? If you tell me, I might consider giving you a swift end." The sniper's face turned pale, revealing a cruel expression. "You killed number 95 and number 96 in Nanling City, proving you're indeed strong. But by offending us, Scimitar, you'll never have peace again. The organization will avenge me." With that, his eyes rolled back, and he resolutely poisoned himself, black blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Yi Hong frowned slightly, his heart sinking. Scimitar. Yenling Jiao had mentioned that this organization is highly vengeful. This time was just a warning from Scimitar, and if not completely resolved, it would become even harder to deal with in the future. Murderous intent flashed in his heart as Yi Hong turned and sprinted toward Kunsang's direction, determined to make the enemy pay a heavy price. At that moment, Kunsang had already dealt with 6 assassins. Leaning against a large tree while smoking, the Tang Dao in his hand still dripped with fresh blood. Despite his cold demeanor, upon seeing Yi Hong return, he quickly put on a resolute expression and smiled. "How did it go? No problems, I assume?" Yi Hong shook his head, lit his cigarette, leaned against the tree, and said, "Brother Kunsang, I've caused you trouble this time. These people are coming for me." "I know." Kunsang nodded, his gaze flickering with vigilance toward the enemies. "I've encountered the Blade people in the Golden Triangle. They are true desperados, with a strong sense of revenge. Several national crackdowns have been unsuccessful. You need to be careful. The ones deployed this time are just the underlings, the Blade's elite forces are even stronger. I wouldn't be confident facing them one-on-one." Yi Hong silently nodded, his heart growing wary. The Blade seemed destined to become his greatest adversary. However, just as Yi Hong and Kunsang were chatting, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly engulfed them, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Tearing through the air, Yi Hong and Kunsang's eyes instantly turned icy cold, their minds alert. Hidden assassins had appeared right by their side. The sharp sound of something tearing through the air was like a summons of death. Yi Hong and Kunsang instinctively dodged at the same time, just as the tree they had been leaning against was instantly covered by densely packed black triangular darts. The force of the hidden weapons was so immense that they deeply pierced into the trunk. Had they not evaded in time, they would undoubtedly have sustained gruesome wounds. Before they even had a moment to catch their breath, black-clad figures emerged from the surrounding forest like phantoms. Wielding long blades, their movements were swift, far surpassing the speed of ordinary people. It was evident they were seasoned martial experts. Yi Heng's heart tensed as the dragon scale dagger appeared in his hand in an instant. With a flash of cold light, he slashed toward one of the black-clad figures. Yet, just as he made his move, 3 more blades closed in from behind. Die! Yi Heng growled lowly, and in an instant unleashed the monkey form from the 12 shapes of Xingyi. His body agile like an ape's, he easily evaded the attacks of those 3 black-clad figures with a few nimble leaps. The combined assault of these 4 black-clad figures was so formidable that Yi Heng felt immense pressure, yet he did not retreat. Employing the dragon form, he soared into the air, his entire figure leaping high. His left hand struck out with a punch while his right hand wielded the dagger, creating a terrifying force that tore through the air. Seeing Yi Heng's overwhelming assault, the 4 black-clad figures were visibly startled and hastily retreated. However, Yi Heng's attack was unstoppable, striking down like lightning. In an instant, 2 of the men in black were injured. Baka! The remaining 2 men in black were startled, halting their retreat and attacking Yi Heng together with their blades. Ding! As the weapons collided, the sound of clashing metal echoed through the forest. Yi Heng was forced back, performing several aerial flips, before landing and stabilizing his stance. Meanwhile, the 2 men in black were shaken by the impact, spitting blood and being sent flying backward. After landing, Yi Heng surveyed the surroundings and saw Kuan Sang also caught in a fierce battle, encircled by 4 men in black and facing extreme danger. Despite Kuan Sang's abilities, he appeared to struggle against these 4 skilled fighters. Their attacks were as relentless as a storm, placing Kuan Sang in a highly precarious situation. No time to wait. Yi Heng's heart surged with urgency as he darted forward like lightning. Using a nearby tree trunk to propel himself, he soared through the air like a great hawk, and with one swift strike, instantly killed one of the men in black surrounding Kuan Sang. With Yi Heng's support, Kuan Sang finally caught his breath, and the 2 fought side by side. Yi Heng noticed several blood wounds on Kuan Sang's body. Although they were just superficial injuries, they still made him tense up inside. These damn bastards, they're a group of Japanese ninjas. Kuan Sang angrily glared at the black-clad figures surrounding them, his face contorted with rage. Standing shoulder to shoulder, they both understood the Japanese ninjas were extremely mysterious. Practitioners, classified into upper ninja, middle ninja, lower ninja, and the most powerful, divine ninja. The black-clad figures before them were obviously lower ninjas, but the combined strength of 8 lower ninjas was enough to rival a middle ninja. I didn't expect those fools from earlier to fail to deal with you. Seems I underestimated you. Young man, Otada Kuan indeed has some reason to fear your blade skills. A black-clad ninja stared coldly at Yi Heng, his eyes radiating murderous intent. Japanese men, it was Fujiwara Gofu who sent you, wasn't it? Want to kill me? You're still too inexperienced. Yi Heng responded, with icy detachment, secretly sneering in his heart. These people had teamed up to take him down, truly overestimating themselves. Humph, how stingy. Sending so many experts to deal with us. If I had known, I should have taken care of those 3 Japanese earlier. Kuan Sang's face was filled with murderous intent as he prepared for the coming battle. Hearing this, the Japanese ninja chuckled coldly. Mr. Kuan Sang, you are not our target. If you leave now, we guarantee we won't lay a hand on you. Kuan Sang smirked coldly and replied, I have plenty of enemies. Losing you Japanese pigs makes no difference. If you want to touch my brothers, you'd better ask my blade first. Still stubborn, it seems my blade will have to taste one more person's blood. Kill them. The Japanese ninja swung his long blade, and the surrounding ninjas immediately charged at Yi Heng and his comrades. Kill! Yi Heng and Kuan Sang exchanged a glance, their understanding tacit, and they launched their attack almost simultaneously. Weapons clashed, and the world seemed to reverse in an instant, fallen leaves dancing in the air. Facing the Japanese ninja, Yi Heng showed no mercy, each strike lethal. After training at the Wofo Temple, his strength had skyrocketed, reaching the peak of the Chi sensing stage, only 1 step away from entering the foundation stage. At this moment, he resembled a rampaging lion, with an unstoppable killing momentum. Put! 2 ninjas who drew close to Yi Heng were instantly killed by the dragon scale dagger, their weapons also severed. The sharpness of the dragon scale dagger rendered ordinary weapons defenseless. Yi Heng charged into the group of ninjas like the wind, the glint of cold steel flickering, invincible wherever he went. Any ninja attacking him was either injured or killed, as their skills were far from being on par with Yi Heng's level. Witnessing Yi Heng's formidable strength and how he had slain 2 or 3 people in less than a minute, the ninja leader was shocked. He roared furiously and lunged at Yi Heng, swinging his long blade with a deafening sound. Yi Heng let out a cold laugh and stepped forward to meet the attack. With one clash of blades, the ninja leader was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily into a large tree, blood spurting madly from him. Want to kill me? Today, this forest will be your burial ground. Taking advantage of the situation, Yi Hong exerted his strength. Seeing the ninja leader seriously injured, he would certainly not miss this golden opportunity to finish him off. But at that moment, the ninjas who had been entangled with Kunsang suddenly swarmed towards Yi Hang. Tanaka-kun, leave quickly. This man is too powerful. Kunsang shouted. Yi Hong was already surrounded by several ninjas, with flashes of blades and swords all around, the pressure mounting. Get lost, he shouted coldly. The dragon scale dagger swept out like the tail of a dragon with unparalleled power, annihilating all the ninjas blocking his way in one strike, leaving behind a gory mess. However, just as Yi Hong dealt with those ninjas, he suddenly discovered that the ninja named Tanaka had actually burrowed underground and disappeared without a trace. Yi Hong immediately activated the yin-yang vision to see through the ground, and indeed saw Tanaka moving underground. Perfect, saves me the trouble of digging a hole to bury you. Yi Hong hooked a katana from the ground with his foot, aimed at a spot ahead on the surface, and the blade instantly pierced into the ground, directly impaling Tanaka's body and pinning him beneath it. After dispatching the Wokako ninjas, Kunsang gasped for breath as he walked over to Yi Hang's side. The earlier encounter with several ninjas had been quite strenuous for him. In one-on-one combat, his fighting prowess was not inferior to any lower-ranked ninja, but facing a group of them together, he indeed struggled to cope. Yi Hong, my brother, you're incredible. 8 ninjas, not a single kill from me, they were all taken out by you. I really have no idea how you mastered such skills, Kunsang said admiringly. Yi Hong shook his head and sighed. Killing people was never his wish, but there always seemed to be someone forcing his hand. He understood in his heart that surviving today's battle was already a stroke of luck. If not for receiving the old monk's transmitted skills at Crouching Buddha Temple, which skyrocketed his strength to the peak of the Chi-sense realm, he would have already fallen under the assault of these Japanese ninjas. The Japanese won't let this go, Kunsang said, looking at the surrounding corpses with furrowed brows. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time and hope they'll back down. Yi Hong understood clearly that the opponents wouldn't stop here. This grudge had been firmly established. His enemies were increasing, whether it was the curved blade or the Japanese, they had now become formidable adversaries. Walking out of the forest, Yi Hong immediately spotted Li Shan and Su Fei standing tensely beside the Humvee, keeping watch. The sound of gunfire earlier in the forest had left them on edge. However, seeing Yi Hong and Kunsang return unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and called to the 3 hiding in the car, Zhou Yuner and the others, prompting everyone to get out. Zhou Yuner saw Yi Hong and, completely ignoring the blood covering him, immediately threw herself into his arms and held him tightly. Her eyes reddened. She understood in her heart that Yi Hang's return this time meant her love for him could no longer be concealed. She was afraid that if he left again, he might never come back. Alright, am I not perfectly fine here? Look, I don't have a scratch, and there's absolutely no problem for tonight's activity. Yi Hong patted Zhou Yuner's shoulder and flashed a mischievous smile. Get lost. Who said I'd do that with you tonight? Zhou Yuner punched his chest hard and then quickly wiped her eyes. At this moment, Tang Dashao walked over with a sly grin and said, Han, Z, I knew you were something. Just finished one fight and already thinking of another for tonight. But what the heck happened in the forest earlier? That gunfire nearly scared me to death. Yi Hong flipped him the middle finger. Your guts are way too small. You've already been through one ordeal in Nanling City, what are you afraid of now? It was just a few petty thieves earlier, it's all taken care of now. Hearing Yi Hong say that, Tang Dashao didn't ask further, knowing in his heart that the earlier incident wasn't caused by a few petty thieves. Little Qingcheng, I want a hug. Little Qingcheng popped out from behind Zhou Yuner, forcefully squeezed herself between the two, and stretched out her hands toward Yi Hang. Yi Hong simply took off his jacket, revealing his flawless bronze skin, and instantly scooped up little Qingcheng, worried that the smell of blood on him might bother her. Tell me, were you scared just now? Yi Hong pinched her little cheek. Not scared, I know brother Yi Hong can protect me. With you here, no one dares to hurt Qingcheng. Little Qingcheng said earnestly. Yi Hang's heart warmed, and he gently stroked her bald head, silently vowing that he would never allow anyone to harm her. But brother, your killing intent is too strong. You must have killed 8 or 9 people just now. The old monk once said, all beings suffer, killing is easy, saving is hard. I don't want brother Yi Hong to go to Avicii hell, it's very dark and terrifying there. Little Qingcheng leaned against Yi Hang's chest, tightly hugging his neck. Hearing this, Tang Dashao was so startled he almost fell to the ground. In less than half an hour, Yi Hong had actually killed 8 or 9 people. It was hard to imagine how the image of that handsome-faced man could merge with that of a killer. Li Shan and Su Fei exchanged a deep glance at Yi Hong, then turned to join Kuan Sang in changing the car's tires. At this moment, Yi Hong sensed Zhou Yuna, who was holding his hand, subtly trembling. A hint of pallor appeared on her beautiful face, clearly showing that she was also frightened by little Qingqing's words. Regretting it? Yi Heng sighed softly and slowly let go of her hand. No! Zhou Yuna felt as if she had lost the most important thing, her face growing even paler. She tightly grasped Yi Heng's hand, looked straight into his eyes, and said, I don't regret it. Even if you're a murderous demon, Yuna is willing to sink with you, to fall into the depths of hell. Hearing this, Yi Heng's heart warmed. He tightly embraced this woman, holding her and little Qingqing together in his arms, and said gently, Don't worry. These hands of mine will only kill for myself and the ones I love. Zhou Yuna rested her head on Yi Heng's shoulder and nodded lightly. Soon, with Kuan Sang and the others' efforts, the car had its spare tire replaced. Everyone got back in and headed towards the Tingchong city center. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already close to dusk. Kuan Sang didn't stay long. After tending to his wounds, he left. Tomorrow was the opening day of the Stone Gambling Festival, and as the heir of the Kuan family, he had to prepare. After dinner, everyone went upstairs to rest. Zhou Yuna took the opportunity to go out and buy some clothes for Yi Heng. When it was time to rest, Yi Heng initially wanted little Qingqing to sleep with Zhou Yuna, but the girl firmly refused and insisted on sharing a bed with Yi Heng. When Yi Heng refused, the little girl resorted to crying and making a fuss, as if she wouldn't stop until she got her way. However, Yi Heng secretly suspected that this trick was definitely something Tang Dashao, that coward, had taught her. No choice, Yi Heng had to let this girl sleep together with him. Zhou Yuna still seemed rather unhappy about it. As night fell, Yi Heng coaxed little Qingqing to sleep, then took a shower, lit a cigarette, and stood on the balcony, gazing at the night sky in deep thought. The Curved Blade and the Hua Nation ninjas, these two enemies were undoubtedly formidable entities. One was an assassin organization, the other a long-standing lineage of Hua Nation ninja schools. Offending. These two groups would trouble anyone, and Yi Heng was no exception. In truth, he only wished to earn some money steadily, master medical techniques, and avoid getting entangled in these dangerous disputes. But reality is always full of unpredictability. Ever since he acquired the Yin-Yang Orbai, trouble has been unceasing. Could it really be, as the ancient proverb says, that when heaven assigns a great duty to a man, it first tests his sinews and injuries his flesh? Just as Yi Heng was lost in thought, the room door was gently pushed open. Although he hadn't turned on the light, judging by the footsteps, he knew it was Zhou Yuna who had come. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Yi Heng extinguished his cigarette and turned his head to look at Zhou Yuna, who had hugged him from behind. Zhou Yuna nodded, rested her head on Yi Heng's shoulder, and said softly, I'm a little scared. Can I sleep with you tonight? This sentence suddenly ignited a fiery feeling in Yi Heng's heart, and some parts of him reacted uncontrollably. Can I sleep with you tonight? Yuna, are you sure? Yi Heng looked at Zhou Yuna expectantly. Zhou Yuna rolled her eyes at him, speaking firmly, Don't overthink it, you. I'm simply here to sleep for one night, that's all. Besides, Xiao Qingcheng is sleeping with you, and I'm worried you won't take good care of her. Yi Heng noticed Zhou Yuna's gaze shifting slightly as she spoke, feeling a faint sense that her words weren't entirely heartfelt. Then, how are the three of us going to sleep? Won't it be too cramped? Yi Heng asked awkwardly. How else would we sleep? Of course, I'll sleep on the bed with little Qingcheng, and you sleep on the floor. Zhou Yuna shot Yi Heng a glance as she stepped into the room. Tonight, little Qingcheng will sleep with me. You can't sleep with her. Yi Heng gave a wry smile, thinking to himself that this must be her real reason for coming, right? However, he felt that women could really be petty. Little Qingcheng was so young, there was no need to worry at all. Of course, women in love are always this sensitive. Yi Heng thought to himself that his relationship with Zhou Yuna hadn't reached that stage yet. How could he let her see him sharing a bed with another woman? In Zhou Yuna's eyes, the first woman to sleep with Yi Heng would have to be her, the rightful girlfriend. Walking into the room, Yi Heng saw Zhou Yuna had already made a bed for him on the floor. She was now on the bed, holding little Qingcheng as she slept. Soundly, her eyes already shut. Watching the alluring figure under the blanket, Yi Heng sighed helplessly and could only lie down with resignation. Feeling that Yi Heng was already asleep, Zhou Yuna's eyes flickered in the dark, and she fell asleep with a smile on her lips. After a night passed, the next morning, Yi Heng was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt his breathing become obstructed, as though something was blocking his nose. Groggily, he opened his eyes and saw a little bald-headed child in pajamas sitting on top of him, fingers pinching his nose. Brother Yi-hong, the sun's already up, and Sister Yuner has gotten out of bed, but you're still being lazy and sleeping. Little Qingqing said joyfully with a smile. Yi-hong patted his forehead and pinched little Qingqing's cheek, feeling a sudden tension. A man's natural morning reaction was unavoidable, and at this moment, little Qingqing was sitting right on his lower abdomen. If she were to move slightly downward, she could touch a place she shouldn't. Qingqing, my phone is missing. Can you help me find it? In order to distract the little girl, Yi-hong lied without batting an eye or blushing. Little Qingqing immediately nodded. All right, brother, but you need to get up quickly. Yi-hong carried Qingqing downstairs. At that moment, Li Shan and Su Fei happened to return from buying breakfast outside. Zhou Yuner and Tang Daxiao were sitting on the couch watching TV, which was broadcasting news about the opening of today's Jade Festival. The host talked about inviting certain experts and other related topics. Yi-hong sat on the couch holding little Qingqing. Tang Daxiao quickly leaned over and whispered, Hanzi, you guys were awfully quiet last night, weren't you? I waited all night for nothing. You really let me down, kid. Get lost. Are you asking for a beating? Yi-hong looked helplessly at this coward, thinking to himself that this guy really dares to say anything. Zhou Yuner, standing beside him, fiercely glared at Tang Daxiao. Yi-hong set little Qingqing down, held her hand, and asked, Yuner, today is the opening of the Stone Gambling Festival. Is there anything we need to prepare? Actually, you don't need to worry too much, Zhou Yuner said. As long as we have sufficient funds and good luck, we can make a big profit in the first round of the festival. As for the later rounds, we'll wait and see how things unfold. This time, all the top players are here. Honestly, I don't have much confidence in whether we can get recognition and cooperation from the four major families. Domestically, there's Ning's Jewelry and Lu's Jewelry, from Hong Kong, there's Gu's Jewelry, and from Japan, there's Fujiwara Group, each one a giant. Competing with them is almost impossible. Furthermore, Ning's Jewelry has already teamed up with the Ruan family, and Lu's Jewelry is collaborating with the Ba family, which has led these two to firmly secure dominant positions. As for Gu's Jewelry and Fujiwara Group, they are backed by conglomerates worth billions. Who can compete with them? And below them, there is still a large group of small to medium-sized jewelry businesses. In contrast, Zhou Yuner's jewelry store seems insignificant. In the end, the four major families will undoubtedly choose to collaborate with those powerful conglomerates, and small to medium-sized jewelry merchants may not even have the opportunity to serve as a backdrop. Yi-hong stroked his chin, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Forget it, let's not overthink this. Let's eat first. After lunch, we'll head to the opening ceremony of the Stone Gambling Festival. We definitely can't miss today's lively event. Yi-hong gently patted little Qingqing's bald head, feeling cheerful. After snacking casually, he picked up little Qingqing and walked out of the villa. At this moment, Zhou Yuner and the others were waiting for him in the car, and Lu Jiming had also arrived to join them for the Stone Gambling Festival. When Lu Jiming first saw little Qingqing, a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, but he didn't ask further. Seeing that everyone was ready, he started the car and drove toward Tingchong's city center. The opening ceremony of the Stone Gambling Festival was held inside a towering building over 20 stories high. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat oppressive. Ever since Zhou Yuner got in, she had kept a cold face and remained silent, while Li Shan and Su Fei seemed like lifeless wooden logs. Yi-hong originally intended to chat with Tang Daxiao, only to find that this guy was wholly absorbed in his phone, engrossed in reading a popular urban novel titled God-Level Perspective, currently the hottest work trending online. Left with no choice, Yi-hong could only entertain little Qingqing with jokes, and the car was filled only with their laughter. At 11 o'clock, Yi-hong and the group finally arrived at the downtown skyscraper. The place was bustling, with media from Tingchong and various areas of Yunnan swarming to interview the wealthy attendees. As soon as they got off the car, they saw a crowd at the entrance. Thankfully, security personnel were present to block the reporters, clearing a special passage for them to smoothly enter the building. Chairman Lu Guangzong, may we ask why you personally came to Tingchong to participate in the Jade Betting Festival? Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone? Reporters eagerly questioned an elderly man in his 60s. Chairman Lu Guangzong, there's a rumor circulating that Lu Jewelry's performance is declining and it's facing a crisis of bankruptcy. Someone pressed. Please say a few words. The reporters relentlessly pursued. However, Lu Guangzong remained expressionless and did not utter a single word, walking into the building accompanied by a group of people. Miss Shou, the helm of Lu Jewelry has personally stepped forward. It seems he wants to use his influence to find a way out for Lu Jewelry. It looks like Lu Jewelry is already in dire straits domestically. Lu Jiming watched Lu Guangzhong's retreating figure, lost in thought. Zhou Yuner sneered coldly. Indeed, the Lu family has been in decline over the past few years, but a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. The Lu family remains powerful. Let's go, we should head inside too. With that, the group proceeded toward the entrance of the passageway. Just then, luxury cars slowly drove up and stopped at the building's entrance. Several burly bodyguards in black suits got out and lined up in 2 rows. From the last black luxury car, a handsome young man stepped out, escorting a beautiful female companion. His demeanor was composed, and his steps were unwavering. TCH, what's so impressive? If I spent some money, I could pull off something like this too, scoffed Tang Dashao, who couldn't stand others showing off. Upon seeing the grand entrance of the young man, he felt a sense of disdain. Yi Hong, however, found this person quite intriguing. A man with such wealth and composure was certainly no ordinary individual. While he was pondering the young man's identity, reporters swarmed toward the scene like a tidal wave, only to be stopped outside by the bodyguards. Mr. Gui Yunxiao, this is your first time attending the Stone Gambling Festival in Tingcheng. What are your impressions? The reporters eagerly asked. Mr. Gui Yunxiao, is the lady beside you the future young mistress of the Guo family? Mr. Gui Yunxiao, how much of the market share do you think the Guo Group can secure in this Stone Gambling Festival? Hearing these questions, Gui Yunxiao smiled slightly. Handsome and suave, exuding extraordinary charisma, he replied, Dear journalist friends, first of all, I am very pleased to be here in this beautiful place of Tingcheng. As for how much market share the Guo Group can secure, I'd like to tell everyone that our goal is to become the #1 jewelry business in Southeast Asia. Nothing can stand in the way of Guo's progress. After speaking, Gui Yunxiao strode confidently and walked straight into the passage, ignoring the reporter's further questions. The heir of the Guo Group is indeed extraordinary, with no small ambition. Southeast Asia's #1 jewelry firm, such words are not casually spoken, Lu Jiming remarked with admiration. Ambitious, backed by strength, such a person is not easy to deal with, Zhou Yuner analyzed calmly. She waved her hand, and everyone entered the passage, taking the elevator straight to the 22nd floor. The opening ceremony of the Jadeite Festival would take place there. At this moment, the 22nd floor was filled with numerous domestic jewelry merchants, many of whom had even appeared on television programs. The atmosphere was lively and full of anticipation. The 22nd floor of the building is exceptionally spacious, enough to accommodate 400 to 500 people. In addition to jewelers, security personnel in uniforms and some service staff are gathered around, creating a lively atmosphere. On this floor, raw stones provided by the 4 major families are neatly arranged into 4 areas, with each family's stones occupying their own territory. Yi Hong and his companions mingled among the crowd, with half an hour left until the official opening of the Stone Gambling Festival. At that moment, Yi Hang felt a chilling gaze directed at him. Following the sensation, he saw Ningfeng not far away, sneering as he stared at him. Around Ningfeng were several men with restrained auras, exuding a strong bloodthirsty presence, clearly of extraordinary background. Damn, that bastard is here too. Tang Dashao immediately recognized Ningfeng, his face turning grim. This isn't surprising, there are others who harbor hostility towards us. Yi Hang's gaze shifted to a corner where Fujihara Itsuo and Inashida Saburo were also watching them, with Inashida Saburo's eyes practically burning with fury. Baka, I must kill this Chinaman, Saburo Inashida said through gritted teeth, full of hatred. Fujihara Itsuo furrowed his brows and calmly said, Inashida-kun, let's not rush into this matter. We've already lost a group of experts and must first investigate his background thoroughly. There's an old saying in China, plan before you act. Fujihara-kun, are you afraid of this Chinaman? Saburo Inashida retorted indignantly, not only did he humiliate us, but he also caused the Black Dragon Society to lose 8 warriors. I must kill him. Inashida-kun, personal grudges are trivial compared to forgetting the mission of the organization, Fujihara Itsuo reminded him solemnly. If this person ruins our plan, you should know the punishment the organization metes out to failures. Saburo Inashida's face suddenly changed, his fists clenched tightly, clearly thinking about the organization's punishment. Fujiwara-kun, are we just going to let this slide? Saburo Inashita said indignantly. Of course not. Fujiwara Itsuo's gaze was as sharp as a blade, directly fixed on Yi Hang. None of your 8 genin returned, he must have taken care of them. This young man is extraordinary. I'll have Okamura-kun test him. After hearing this, Saburo Inashida's eyes flashed with excitement. Okamura-kun is a formidable chunin. Fujiwara-kun, if we let him take action, that damned Shina man definitely won't make it through the night. The time finally reached 12 o'clock, marking the official opening of the Stone Gambling Festival. A well-dressed man stepped onto the podium, his voice magnetic and powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tingchong. Today is the opening day of the Stone Gambling Festival, and I believe you've all been eagerly anticipating it. I won't take up your time further here. You're already familiar with the rules of the first round, transparent pricing, and the highest bidder wins. I wish all of you great success. As soon as the man finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted all around, instantly igniting the atmosphere. In the 22nd floor's 4 designated zones, the raw stones representing 4 families were already prepared. As the saying goes, it's all about comparing offerings. Whichever family's raw stones have the highest chance of producing green and the best quality will naturally attract merchants to cooperate with them. However, ample capital is a prerequisite. If you've got your eyes set on a particular stone, you'll need to consider whether others share the same interest. Transparent pricing is employed, with the raw stones in the 4 zones clearly labeled with their prices. If you fancy a certain raw stone, you may purchase it directly at the marked price. However, if someone else also has it in their sights, you must bid to compete for it. The highest bidder gets the stone. At this moment, numerous merchants were carefully observing the stones in the 4 sections. The rough stones had been cut to reveal a blinding green light, suggesting a high chance of yielding jade. However, the prices were astronomical, ranging from several million to tens of millions, stirring excitement among everyone present. Yi Hong and his group arrived at one section where the rough stones were piled high like mountains. Using his yin-yang vision, Yi Hong scanned the area and immediately identified 7 or 8 stones emitting strong green light. Among them, one stone's glow was the most dazzling, approximately the size of a basin. It turned out to be ice jadeite. Selling such a piece of jadeite would fetch a minimum value of over 100 million. Yi Heng's heart trembled as it was his first time seeing such a massive jadeite. However, the price of this rough stone was only 2 million, which was considered a bargain in this section. He glanced around, noting that while other rough stones might also yield jadeite, none could compare to the one he had his eyes on. Have you found anything you like? Yi Hong held Xiao Qingqing's hand and walked to Zhou Yuner, asking her. Zhou Yuner nodded. I've taken a liking to a few pieces. The chances of producing jade are very high. If I were to buy them all, it might cost around 100 million. She pointed to the several raw stones she had set her eyes on. The price tags of the 5 stones exceeded 60 million in total. If someone competed in the bidding, taking them all might indeed require 100 million. Yi Hong looked carefully at those 5 raw stones and then said, among these 5 raw stones you've chosen, only 2 have high value. The other 3 aren't worth considering. Although they might also produce jade, their prices are too high, exceeding their intrinsic value. Zhou Yuner gave Yi Hong a surprised glance and asked, how do you know? Could it be that you can see through the insides of the raw stones? Yune, if you trust me, just follow what I say. I assure you, you absolutely won't lose out, Yi Hong said with a smile. As for the reason, I'll find time to explain it to you. Although Zhou Yune was somewhat skeptical, she ultimately chose the 2 raw stones Yi Hong pointed out to her, with a combined price tag of 15 million. Hello, I'm interested in this raw stone. Could you tell me how to proceed with the transaction? Yi Hong asked one of the staff members. Hello, sir. The raw stone you've chosen is priced at 2 million. You may opt to pay via card or check, the staff responded politely. Go ahead and swipe the card. Yi Hong handed over his bank card. However, just as the waiter was about to swipe it, Ningfeng, with a smile on his face, and accompanied by bodyguards, walked over and said with a laugh, hold on, I've taken a liking to this raw stone as well. I'll offer 3 million. At those words, Yi Heng's gaze turned cold, and the people around looked at Ningfeng with indifferent eyes. Tang Dashao even spat directly on the ground and angrily said, Pa, damn it. No matter where you go, you run into this lousy piece of work, deliberately stirring up trouble, huh? The waiter looked at Yi Heng somewhat awkwardly and said, Sir, I'm sorry. The raw stone you've chosen has also caught Mr. Ning's interest. According to the rules, whoever offers the higher price will get the stone. Now, Mr. Ning has offered 3 million. Would you like to increase your bid? Yi Hong looked at Ningfeng and suddenly smiled. Since Mr. Ning has offered 3 million, I'll offer 3 million and 1 yuan. That should be reasonable, right? The waiter looked embarrassed and turned to Ningfeng. Ningfeng sneered, 3 million and 1 yuan, and you dare to say that? If you don't have money, don't come to play with gambling stones. What a bumpkin. Miss Shou, is this kind of pauper really your choice? Zhou Yuner smiled faintly. Young Master Ning, my affairs are not for you to interfere with. Now it's your turn to bid. Ning Feng suppressed his anger and said coldly, if you want to play, then I'll play with you. If there's one thing I, Ning Feng, have plenty of, it's money. 4 million. 4 million and one. Yi Heng smiled slightly, adding one more. 5 million. Ning Feng burned with anger, his gaze dark and sullen. 5 million and one. Yi Heng remained calm, further igniting the rage in Ning Feng's heart. 6 million. 6 million and one. Yi Heng refused to back down. At this moment, people from the rough stone section were attracted by this interesting bidding and gathered around. Turns out it's the young master of Ning's jewelry. Who's that guy? He actually dares to bid against him. He must think he has money to burn. Those in this industry had all heard of Ning Feng's reputation. Few dared to bid against him, as everyone knew that competing with Ning's jewelry was bound to end in failure unless one possessed equal strength. 7 million. Ning Feng stared coldly at Yi Heng. 7 million and one. Yi Heng's lips curved into a confident smile as he added one more yuan. Zhou Yuner slightly furrowed her brows, turned to Yi Heng, and said, Yi Heng, the original stone worth 2 million has already reached 7 million now. Isn't it too much of a loss to buy it in the end? She couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Yi Heng gently held Zhou Yuner's hand and smiled tenderly, don't worry, trust me. When have I ever let you down? Zhou Yuner silently nodded, secretly thinking that indeed, Yi Heng had never disappointed her. But just at this moment, a flash of killing intent appeared in Ning Feng's eyes. He sneered coldly, 7 million, bumpkin, can you even afford that? Want to keep playing? Fine, 8 million. If you dare, keep going. Fatty, I'm thirsty. Go and call out for me. Yi Heng patted Tang Dashao's shoulder. Tang Dashao chuckled, cleared his throat, and shouted, 8 million and one. This shout startled the spectators around, who secretly cursed the loudmouthed fat man. Ning Feng was also taken aback, his expression dark. 9 million. Who's afraid of whom? 9 million and one. Tang Dashao responded defiantly, shouting again. 10 million. Ning Feng's voice was cold and resolute, his face already twisted. Damn it, 10 million and one yuan. Tang Dashao rolled up his sleeves, eyes wide with fury, as if ready to fight. At this moment, a man beside Ning Feng reminded him, young master, it's not worth spending 10 million to satisfy a grudge. This piece of raw stone originally cost just 2 million, and even if it yields jade, its value wouldn't reach 10 million. Since that kid likes it so much, just let him take it, and that way, you can get even with him. Hearing these words, Ning Feng's anger seemed to subside. He smiled and looked at Yi Heng, saying, since you like this raw stone so much, I'll give it to you. Spending 10 million on this useless stone, I don't know whether to call you stupid or brainless. Yi Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, anger surging within him. Are you playing me? Yes, I'm playing you, and I'll play you to death. Ning Feng saw Yi Heng's furious expression and felt an immense satisfaction in his heart, unable to restrain his laughter. The onlookers around shook their heads. Spending 10 million on a raw stone priced at only 2 million was far too much of a loss. The young master of Ning's jewelry was indeed ruthless, raising the price and then withdrawing, leaving Yi Heng to suffer a huge monetary loss for nothing. Who could bear that? Yi Heng glared at Ning Feng angrily. If you play me, you'll have to pay the price. Tang Dashao and Lu Jiming felt a tightness in their hearts. Could it be that Yi Heng actually suffered a loss? Was 10 million wasted? Just like that? Even Zhou Yuner felt uneasy. Although she was filled with confidence in Yi Heng, his current demeanor made her uneasy. Pay the price? With just you? Ning Feng sneered coldly, if you can't handle the game, then don't play. I've never considered you my opponent. You bastard, if you're brave enough, let's bet again. Yi Heng gritted his teeth as if losing his mind from Ning Feng's provocation. Ning Feng felt secretly delighted and laughed heartily. Looks like you, this country bumpkin, haven't had enough fun yet. Then I'll indulge you and let Miss Zhou see how utterly powerless you are against me. So you're saying you agree? Yi Heng burned with anger, his gaze sharp as a sword. Of course, if you want to play today, this young master will accompany you to the end and make sure you have nothing left. Ning Feng sneered coldly, sending chills down everyone's spines. For the young heir of Ning jewelry to ruin someone was as easy as lifting a finger. Fine, then let's see who ruins whom. Since I lost to you with this raw stone, let's bet whether this raw stone is truly worth 10 million. Do you dare accept? Yi Heng roared, his eyes flashing with fervent flames. Country bumpkin, with that kind of mindset, you think you can compete with me? Ning Feng sneered disdainfully. Alright, I'll bet with you on whether this raw stone is worth 10 million. But what are the stakes? This young master's time is very valuable. Without any stakes, I won't waste my time. Scoundrel. I'll bet 100 million. If this raw stone's value exceeds 10 million, I'll give you everything I own. If you lose, you'll give me 100 million. Do you dare accept? If you don't, get lost. Yi Hong seemed to have fallen into madness at this point, his eyes bloodshot and sweat trickling down his cheek from his forehead. Seeing Yi Hong so agitated, everyone understood that he had completely lost his mind after the earlier defeat. He wanted to use a high stake to scare off Ning Feng and regain some dignity. Humph, trying to scare me? You're far too inexperienced. Just $1 billion, I agree. Ning Feng responded with a cold sneer. Words alone don't count. I don't quite trust young Master Ning's integrity. Unless both of us write $1 billion check and hand it to a mediator, the winner can take both checks. Young Master Ning, what do you think? As he spoke, Yi Hang's expression gradually returned to calmness. Young Master, you mustn't. There's no need to take such a big risk over this matter. The man beside Ning Feng quickly stepped forward to remind him. Ning Feng hesitated for a moment, but Yi Hong gave him a provocative glance and even let out a contemptuous laugh, which made Ning Feng furious. Without a second thought, he hastily wrote $1 billion on a checkbook. Young Master Ning truly lives up to being the heir of Ning Jewelry. Such boldness is hard for ordinary people to match. The spectators around exclaimed in admiration. Feeling proud, Ning Feng turned to Yi Hong and said, Bumpkin, now it's your turn. You can't possibly be unable to produce 100 million, can you? Yi Hong casually rubbed his ear and smiled faintly, completely shedding his earlier desperate demeanor. He tilted his head to look at Zhou Yunner and said with a grin, Honey, lend me 100 million to play with first. Watch your husband earn it back within an hour. Zhou Yunner rolled her eyes at him but, trusting her woman's intuition, still took out her checkbook and wrote a check for 100 million. Although she was willing to lend Yi Hang the money, anxiety bubbled within her. The 500 million she'd brought to Tingshong represented the future hope of Zhou Jewelry. Taking the check Zhou Yunner handed over, Yi Hong felt deeply moved. Showing no concern for the gazes around him, he leaned in and kissed Zhou Yunner on the cheek, saying with a playful smile, a wife is truly a wife. Now watch your husband have fun bringing down that idiot. After speaking, Yi Hong waved the check in his hand towards Ning Feng. Young Master Ning, why don't we both hand over our checks to this beautiful waitress here? Humph, do as you please, Bumpkin. When your piece of raw stone is cut open, you'll be crying and jumping off a building, Ning Feng sneered coldly, tossing the check in his hand to the bewildered waitress. Yi Hong also handed over his check, smiling as he said to the startled waitress, Miss, please be our witness. Don't worry, regardless of the outcome, I'll give you 1 million as a reward after this is over. At this moment, the waitress felt as though the 2 checks in her hands weighed more than a mountain, 200 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. She could only nod dumbly, then used Yi Hang's bank card to charge 1 million and 1 yuan, afterward calling over a stone-cutting expert. How would this gentleman like to cut it? The stone-cutting expert asked as he looked at Yi Hang. 5 centimeters to the left, 10 centimeters to the right. Yi Hong explained while waiting for the stone-cutter's operation. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the movements of the stone-cutter. As the machine began to grind against the raw stone, specks of green light started to emerge little by little. Although it wasn't surprising that this raw stone revealed green jade, the key question was whether the jade extracted would be worth 10 million. However, as time ticked by, the green light from the cutter's surface grew larger and larger, giving the impression that the entire raw stone might be encased in jade. The expressions of the surrounding crowd began to change, and judging by the current situation, the stone was worth at least 6 to 7 million. If more jade was revealed, a value of 10 million was not out of reach. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng, who had previously appeared full of confidence, suddenly narrowed his gaze, his fists slowly clenching, and the calm demeanor on his face shifted to unease. It's still revealing green, incredible. This raw stone might increase in value, and it could possibly be worth no less than 10 million. The surrounding crowd stared intently at the stone, inwardly exclaiming in surprise. Before long, the stone-cutting master's tools gleamed coldly as he deftly sliced open one side of the raw stone, instantly revealing a dazzling green light, a spectacular jade gemstone shimmering under the lamp. The piece of jade was as large as a basketball, its bright green resembling the tender leaves of spring, captivating all who beheld it. Though the rest of the stone remained untouched, the visible portion alone had catapulted the raw stone's value to over tens of millions, leaving everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the next revelation. The air was thick with tension and excitement, as all eyes were fixed on this soon-to-be masterpiece.